Chapter 1: The Fury of the Destiny Imperial Clan descends upon the lower realm. Beneath the Chen Wen star domain, myriad races stand tall, each major faction vying for supremacy. In the ancient wilderness realm, the Destiny Imperial Clan specifically, the Chen clan grapples with turmoil. "It has been 16 years. I wonder how Chen Wen is faring," lamented a middle-aged woman of noble demeanor and stunning beauty, her face etched with sorrow. At that moment, a tall, imposing man gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "My lady, in truth." Before Chen Bado could continue, Yi Chenyang abruptly turned, her expression a tempest of anger. "In truth what? Do you intend to placate me with your usual platitudes?" Seeing Chen Bado attempt to justify himself only fueled Yi Chenyang's ire. "What do you mean If it weren't for your incompetence, how could our son have been separated from us for 16 years, unable to see us even once? A dignified patriarch of an imperial clan, yet you cannot even protect your own son. What purpose do you serve?" As her voice crescendoed, Yi Chenyang teetered on the brink of hysteria. Whimper observing his wife's emotional outburst, Chen Bado silently enveloped her in his embrace. His eyes, calm yet brimming with suppressed fury, seemed to harbor thunderous rage. This predicament traces back to 16 years prior. Their youngest son, Chen Wen, faced a calamity upon his birth. A cataclysmic bolt of thunder swept across millions of miles, heralding ominous signs. In this world, calamities are ill-fated. It is said that a child born under such a portent brings about apocalyptic disasters. As members of the Destiny Imperial Clan, they were inherently tied to fate, benefiting from the protection of heaven and earth. Consequently, this disturbance drew the attention of numerous factions and sects, who immediately demanded the execution of Chen Wen. Even a tiger does not consume its cub. How much less can one expect from mere mortals? Yet, under Chen Bada's steadfast resolve, the Chen clan fought to spare their son. However, as a condition, Chen Wen was to be exiled to the lower realm, placed under strict supervision. Though the Chen clan could ensure his safety, they were utterly prohibited from providing any form of aid. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Chen Bada's mind before he finally spoke. "My lady, rest assured, with me here, Chen Wen will be safe." "That better be the case. If anything happens to Chen Wen, I will never forgive you," Yi Chenyang replied bitterly. "Calm down, I have everything under control. If there were any issues, I would have been informed by now." "Trust me," Chen Bado reassured her with a gentle laugh, patting her shoulder. "Patriarch, it's bad. It's terrible." A panicked voice interrupted them. Chen Bada's smile vanished, and Yi Chenyang's eyes widened, filled with dread. The newcomer, Chen Nu, was responsible for monitoring Chen Wen's situation. His anxious demeanor sent chills down their spines. "Speak, what has transpired?" Chen Bado demanded, his gaze fierce as thunder roiled within. "Patriarch, the young master's soul token has shattered." Chen Nu stammered, bowing low. "What did you say?" In that instant, Chen Bado could no longer contain himself. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent erupted from him, akin to a colossal tsunami threatening to engulf the entire Destiny Imperial Clan. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura he exuded ignited into chaos, causing the Grand Hall to erupt into a cloud of dust. In that moment, it felt as if countless stars were on the verge of collapse. Chen Nu trembled in silence, his quietude speaking volumes. To hell with the rules, to hell with the constraints. "Whoever dares obstruct me this time shall face my wrath," Chen Bado roared, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Yi Chenyang, no longer the picture of frailty, summoned a searing domain of flames that instantly incinerated half of the sky into ash. Moments later, she produced 2 tokens, shouting with ferocity, "Xiao Di, Xiao Mian, your brother has been harmed. I do not care where you are. Come here at once. Even if you have to raise the lower realm, I will bear the consequences. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Good." From the tokens, 2 voices filled with murderous intent echoed back. "Let's go, let's deal with him." Yi Chenyang shattered the tokens with a fierce grasp, shouting with fervor. At the same time, in the ancient Yuan realm, at the Qingshi town, the Chu clan convened. In the Grand Hall of the Chu clan, a youth clad in blood-stained garments lay sprawled on a stone platform, his blood dripping onto the floor, creating a rhythmic plop. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea among the gathered crowd. On the high platform, the members of the Chu family coldly regarded the youth below. Soon, the clan leader, Chu Beiqiong, rose to address the assembly. "I have investigated, and our clan's outsider, Chen Wen, harbored resentment after failing to win the affections of Cheng Qingxue from the Tai Palace. Taking advantage of her meditation, he first insulted her and then cruelly murdered her. This act is heinously barbaric, a violation of humanity, and warrants the gravest punishment. After deliberation, our clan has decided on a sentence of beheading to uphold our clan's ironclad laws." These words resonated, a wave of furious outcries erupted from the crowd. "It's over. A disciple from the Tai Palace has died in our Qingshi town. We might suffer the consequences, he must be killed, he absolutely must, yes, if he lives, our Qingshi town will pay the price. I believe merely executing him won't suffice to appease the Tai Palace, he must be delivered to them for execution, exactly, only then can we hope for their forgiveness. Amidst the cacophony of rage, Zhu Beiqiang nodded silently, having achieved his objective. In this manner, the Chu clan had a legitimate pretext for their actions. Who in the ancient Yuan realm does not fear the Tai Palace? It is an offshoot of the supreme Taoist lineage from the upper realm. Unless someone from the upper realm intervenes, few can withstand the wrath of the Tai Palace. Through this incident, the Chu clan could not only forge a connection with the Tai Palace but also potentially soar to new heights. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, Chen Wen gradually regained consciousness. What is happening? I wasn't struck by a vehicle, no, I have traversed realms. In an instant, the memories of his former life surged upon him like a tidal wave. Since he could remember, he had been taken in by an elder of the Chu clan, who had no children of his own and treated him as a son. After that elder perished during a trial, he was left alone once more. However, due to his exceptional talent, he managed to thrive within the Chu clan, yet, he had fallen hopelessly in love with Chu Yue, a member of the Chu family. For her sake, he had gone to great lengths, including venturing into forbidden territories to procure rare treasures to enhance her cultivation. Moreover, he even sacrificed his own unique blood to aid her breakthroughs. His sacrifices were countless. To speak frankly, the extent of his devotion might surpass that of her own biological parents. Gradually, Chu Yue grew dissatisfied with this level of assistance. Upon encountering Luo Hao, who was also there for training, they conspired to ensnare him. First, they crippled his cultivation, then they extracted his divine essence, and finally, they stripped him of all his treasures. Finally, he met a fate of being publicly executed by the Chu clan. Good heavens, isn't this akin to a legendary figure of immense stature? What a talent! In my previous life, I considered myself quite well read, yet I had never encountered such a remarkable individual. Most infuriatingly, this young man didn't even get a taste of the flesh. What a waste of space you are! At this moment, even he, a latecomer, couldn't help but feel a desire to strike that Chen Wen. Yet, despite the insults, Chen Wen had to confront the current predicament. As his thoughts coalesced, he couldn't help but unleash a torrent of profanities. What an utter disgrace! While others traverse realms, not to mention being born into ancient aristocratic families, they can at least have their fortunes rise and fall. As for me, this is an absolute dead end. To reverse this situation is akin to erasing one's name from the death ledger. Pray tell, how does one navigate this? What on earth can be done? Chapter 2, The Chaos Sequence Body, the fated Great Crucible. At that moment, a series of footsteps gradually resonated in Chen Wen's ears. He slowly lifted his gaze. Suddenly, a tall woman with a voluptuous figure, stunning beauty, and an icy demeanor entered his sight. This woman was none other than Chu Yue. Indeed, her beauty surpassed that of many internet celebrities from my previous life. But there's no need to fawn over her so shamelessly. Is she adorned with gold or diamonds? Brother Wen, you truly are a fool. Ha, you're still alive, what a stroke of luck, she remarked, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips, her derisive tone audible only to the two of them. Ah, yet another venomous woman delivering mockery? As a seasoned enthusiast of fantasy novels, I've seen this trope far too often. Thinking of this, Chen Wen forced a cold smile. You, with your venomous tongue, are still breathing. How could I possibly perish? Chu Yue found herself at a loss for words. Chen Wen had always presented himself as a gentleman. When had he become so vulgar? His voice grew even colder. What do you mean, you? Did you think I was some kind of sycophant? Now, I am your superior. Without my contributions, you are nothing. Now you pretend to be dignified. Go eat dirt. Your utterly uncouth. Chu Yue was both enraged and indignant. Be silent, I have not finished speaking, and your opinion is irrelevant. As he spoke, Chen Wen turned his gaze toward Luo Hao, coldly stating, You two, this pair of shameless lovers, conspired against me for my divine essence and then accused me of lusting after beauty, leading to the death of Cheng Qingxue. Damn it, had I been driven by lust, Chu Yue would have long since been a corpse. You vile creatures, unable to articulate a single coherent excuse, are truly pathetic. Upon hearing this, the disgruntled cultivators were momentarily taken aback. It seemed Chen Wen had a point. As the saying goes, one's nature is difficult to change. Would a seasoned sycophant truly resort to murder out of lust? It seemed highly improbable. Seeing the tide turn against her, Chu Yue quickly adjusted her demeanor, replying coolly, Facts speak louder than words. Your claims of innocence are mere self-justification. My achievements today are the result of my perseverance and hard work. The sacrifices I've made are known only to me. Yet you, in your desperation to absolve yourself, have lost all sense of dignity. Do you not find that shameful? Ah, now I understand why Brother Wen was so easily manipulated. With her nonchalant demeanor, which sycophant wouldn't be bewitched? Is your so-called ability the mere 2 ounces of flesh on your chest? Indeed, some people are drawn to that, wouldn't you agree, esteemed sir? Chen Wen sneered, intentionally casting a glance at Luo Hao. Yu Chuyue was filled with both hatred and rage, yet she suppressed her rising emotions. Honestly, I am quite disappointed in you. Initially, I felt a twinge of discomfort over your predicament, considering you are a disciple from the Chu clan. I thought I might plead for your case when the people from Tai Palace arrived. Now I realize I was far too merciful. A person like you deserves to pay with your life. Plead for me? Ha, how impressive. I've spent 10 years refining my hide, and yet your skin is thicker. Chen Wen burst into laughter. As he laughed, he inadvertently strained his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood, appearing ghastly. Enough! Just then, Luo Hao's voice rang out, cold and commanding. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Luo Hao stepped forward, speaking icily. Whether you committed murder is for us at Tai Palace to determine. As for the divine essence, even if we took it, what of it? Such things rightfully belong to the strong. Blame your lack of power and connections. You are merely a nameless rogue cultivator. To put it bluntly, not only does your divine essence belong to us, but even a single hair on your head is ours. Should Tai Palace wish you dead at midnight, you wouldn't see dawn, understand? In his final words, Luo Hao showcased his arrogant demeanor to the fullest. Upon hearing this, the previously silent crowd grasped the situation. At this point, the truth had become irrelevant. Simply put, they coveted what Chen Wen possessed. And even if Tai Palace were to rob him brazenly, what could Chen Wen do? At that moment, Zhu Beiqiong found his courage and bellowed, a dog facing imminent death dares to slander others. You deserve death 1,000 times over. Today, you shall not escape. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted, striking Chen Wen squarely in the chest. With a sickening thud, Chen Wen was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, blood spewing forth. The agony rendered him breathless, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. The sensation of impending death resurfaced in Chen Wen's mind. The onlookers regarded him with cold smiles, their indifference laid bare. To them, whether Chen Wen lived or died was inconsequential, as long as they remained unscathed. Especially Chu Yue, whose eyes glimmered with a cruel light, appearing merciless and haughty. In this moment, she truly wished for Chen Wen's immediate demise. Only then could she cleanse her past blemishes. Once she entered Tai Palace, everything would be a new beginning, and she could soar to greatness. As for Chen Wen, being her stepping stone would be his greatest honor. Good heavens! I have just been reborn. Am I to meet my end once more? At this moment, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming urge to curse. System brother, are you there? Dear system, I am your humble servant. Please make your presence known, for this is no time for jest. After a prolonged silence, Chen Wen took a deep breath and called out in his mind, Grandfather? Grandmother? Master Ding? Master Tower. He invoked every name he could think of for his golden finger. Yet still, there was no response. Damn it, is this how it's going to be? Others traverse realms with their golden fingers. I, too, traversed, yet I begin in hell without even a single golden finger. What a farce. Enough, I am weary. Let it all end. Better to die early and be reborn. At this moment, Chen Wen felt numb and utterly despondent. As his life force began to wane, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within him. Absolute talent, absolute fire seed passively activated. Hidden constitution, chaos sequence body passively activated. Attached golden finger, faded great crucible. Passively activated. Absolute fire seed possesses the strongest attributes, absolutely immortal, the chaos sequence body, the most formidable physique among all, transcending every other form, possesses 9 sequence shackles awaiting liberation. The 9 sequence shackles can be unlocked by absorbing the Destiny Nirvana liquid. Each shackle released grants an absolute talent. The attributes of the Destiny Great Furnace, a fusion of system and traditional advantages, capable of shielding against all celestial secrets and suppressing all forces of Destiny. The function of the Destiny Great Furnace, it can refine all children of Destiny, transforming them into Destiny Nirvana liquid or randomly bestowing rewards. The effects of refinement can be compounded. In an instant, a cascade of prompt messages appeared before Chen Wen's eyes. Is this my golden finger? By heavens! How does it feel like I've suddenly become powerful? The once lifeless heart of Chen Wen ignited with fervor, a state more intense than a drug-induced high. Shall all talents be activated? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed unexpectedly. Add. Whatever you have, give it all to me. Chen Wen bellowed without hesitation. On the brink of death, he was unperturbed by the consequences. He simply craved the maximum enhancement. Chapter 3, Chaotic Miles, Descending to the Lower Realm. The absolute flame ignites. The primordial essence of chaos is being unleashed. The shattered body is undergoing restoration. The cultivation is being recovered. One by one, messages appeared before Chen Wen's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled incessantly. As the primordial energy erupted in the air like sparks. The endless expanse of the celestial dome rippled, and the chaotic essence surged outward in swift waves. Simultaneously, chaotic manifestations emerged, stirring up a tremendous commotion that left everyone breathless. Chen Wen's cultivation gradually recovered, an ancient aura emanating from his being, rippling with sequential imprints. At first glance, it was enough to move the heart and instill awe. How is this possible? Chu Yue gazed in terror at the astonishing spectacle before her. Luo Hao's countenance changed dramatically, unable to believe the unfolding events. They were all too aware of Chen Wen's condition. His cultivation had been utterly destroyed. And the essence of his divine body had been completely drained. Currently, Chen Wen was, in essence, a mere shell of a man with no vitality. Without timely intervention, recovery would be an issue, let alone survival. Yet now, not only was Chen Wen gradually reviving, but even the essence that had been stripped away was beginning to rejuvenate. Truly deserving of the legendary ancestral killing body. At that moment, a resounding voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Before them descended an elder. Enveloped in the power of life and death, slowly descending from the sky. Clearly, this elder was a formidable being of the life and death realm. In this world, the cultivation levels are divided into 13 major realms: Spirit Aperture Realm, Body Forging Realm, Dual Polarity Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, Celestial Being Realm, Life and Death Realm, Nirvana Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Sovereign Realm, Saint Realm, Supreme Realm, Tao Realization Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Emperor Realm. Each major realm is further divided into 10 levels. As soon as Luo Hao spotted the elder, he hurried forward, bowing deeply. Disciple, I pay my respects to Master. Qin Mu's greedy gaze shifted from Chen Wen to Luo Hao, asking, Is this the one you spoke of, the one responsible for killing my palace's disciples? Indeed. This disciple witnessed it firsthand and specifically requested Master to seek justice, Luo Hao replied earnestly. Then his identity is clear? Qin Mu inquired leisurely. Absolutely. He is merely an orphan with no background, Luo Hao quickly clarified. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. An orphan, how splendid. This means there are no concerns to worry about. He then coldly declared, You have done well in this matter. Regardless of who it is. Anyone who kills my palace's disciples must pay the price. By the way, he was supposed to be incapacitated, why is he able to recover? Luo Hao suddenly asked. Qin Mu chuckled lightly, This is not surprising, some top-tier divine bodies inherently possess the capability for regeneration. However, I observed that his divine essence is lacking. Could it be that someone acted against him before you captured him? As he spoke, Qin Mu fixed his hawk-like gaze on Luo Hao, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Luo Hao thought to himself, This cunning man has indeed seen through my intentions. He had already contemplated claiming the spoils during Chen Wen's recovery, but his scheme was uncovered. With that, Luo Hao promptly produced the prepared essence and presented it with both hands. This is the divine essence of that young man. It would be best if Master personally presented it. Well done. I did not misjudge you, Qin Mu replied with satisfaction, patting Luo Hao's shoulder solemnly. This is entirely due to your master's guidance. Luo Hao seized the opportunity to flatter. He then turned to the hopeful Chu Yue and said, This is the Chu clan disciple who discovered the misdeeds of that young man alongside me. I hope Master will take note. Qin Mu understood Luo Hao and Chu Yue's subtle intentions. He remained silent, instead focusing on Chu Yue. She instinctively tensed up and lowered her head. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chu Beiqiang and others also felt the tension rise. This was a crucial opportunity for their Chu clan to align with the Tai Palace. With just a glance, Qin Mu discerned Chu Yue's condition. Her talent could be considered passable, but her physique was her only noteworthy asset. This did not imply that she possessed a spiritual body. Rather, her body had been nourished by numerous rare treasures, allowing her to cultivate some unique body refinement techniques in the future. Thus, she was not entirely without merit. Just when Chu Yue felt her heart sink to the depths, Chen Wu finally spoke. In light of her contributions, I can accept her as my disciple. Disciple pays respects to master. Chu Yue, perceptive as she was, immediately bowed. At that moment, her heart was completely at ease, her conviction in her choice strengthened. Relying on Chen Wen would undoubtedly eliminate any chance of joining the Tai Palace. Good, good. The distant Chu Beichong and others were overwhelmed with excitement. The onlookers were equally envious of Chu Yue, knowing that being directly chosen as a disciple by an elder was far superior to those who gained entry through examinations. In contrast, Chen Mu merely cast a faint glance at Chu Yue without uttering a word. Luo Hao then transmitted a message to her, little junior sister. You cannot go back on your promise to me. Chu Yue was momentarily taken aback, then replied, rest assured. It is an honor for me to unite with my senior brother. Luo Hao's expression brightened, his gaze sweeping over Chu Yue, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had regained his vitality, though the primordial essence of the chaotic sequence continued to be released. At that moment, Chen Mu suddenly turned to Chen Wen, his eyes gleaming with greed. Master, what are you planning? Luo Hao noticed Chen Mu's actions and couldn't help but inquire. You are still young, besides the essence. The blood of a divine body is also a valuable asset. Not to mention, he now has newly grown divine essence within him, Chen Mu remarked to Luo Hao. Then, Master. Luo Hao took a deep breath, summoning his courage to ask, might the disciple be able to procure a bit of his blood? Chen Mu smiled lightly. Given your contributions in upholding my palace's laws, you may indeed take a small portion. Luo Hao's eyes brightened instantly, excitement coursing through him. Though it seemed little, it was certainly better than nothing. Furthermore, the terrifying manifestations triggered by Chen Wen earlier hinted at the immense power contained within. A glimmer of greed crossed Chu Yue's eyes, but she dared not voice her desires. Yet, internally, she scoffed at Chen Wen, thinking, look, what good is mere talent without a background? One is ultimately at the mercy of others, time and again, until completely drained. Master, how shall we extract it? Do you need assistance from your disciple? Luo Hao pressed, suppressing his excitement. Chen Mu shook his head. This time, I shall handle it personally, you may observe. Understood, Luo Hao replied repeatedly. Chen Mu paid no further attention to him and strode toward Chen Wen. This old dog, what should we do? Chen Wen, although filled with rage, remained rational and quickly inquired. Fear not, he is but a mere ant of the life and death realm, even if he were to take it, he would have no use for it, the voice of the immortal Hong Xiao echoed once more. Ha! Do you think yourself amusing? I am asking how to resolve this. Not how it will play out, Chen Wen replied, feeling utterly exasperated. Simultaneously, beyond the ancient Yuan realm, a man and a woman descended from the upper realm, radiating overwhelming power. In an instant, the ancient realm of Yuans was engulfed in tumult, as boundless thunder erupted, causing all of heaven and earth to dissolve into nothingness at that very moment. Chapter 4, The Sky Has Fallen. Unending fury. A strikingly handsome man with sword-like brows and starry eyes descended from the sky, exuding an aura of formidable power as if a deity had arrived. Yet, at this moment, his brow was furrowed with rage, and an undercurrent of tempestuous fury surged within his gaze. His terrifying presence set off a whirlwind of dust around him. The woman beside him was equally extraordinary, tall and perfectly proportioned, her forehead adorned with a crimson lotus mark that accentuated her fiery red battle armor. This further enhanced her ethereal, celestial demeanor with an air of commanding grace. In her hand, she wielded a blazing spear, its destructive energy radiating fiercely, complementing the red lotus emblem on her brow. At a glance, she resembled a divine warrior, exuding unmatched nobility, while the man's silent wrath commanded respect. The woman's cold and lethal demeanor was laid bare for all to see. At that moment, representatives from the Boundary Protection Palace arrived. More than 10 middle-aged men and women positioned themselves before Chen Wudi and Chen Hongnian, inquiring with trepidation about the cause of their evident fury. One man, named Zhao Long, bowed respectfully and offered assistance, promising swift action should they require it. The Boundary Protection Palace was a unique entity, tasked with maintaining stability between realms and preventing unnecessary turmoil. The two formidable individuals before them were renowned figures within the Chen Wen star domain. Chen Wen was hailed as an unparalleled prodigy of the ancient era, emerging amidst a resplendent purple mist and remaining a legend for eons. As a young adult, he ventured into the abyss of demons, single-handedly piercing through its depths. And upon his return, instantly ascended to the sovereign emperor realm. He subsequently chose to retreat from the world and vanished from the ancient era. In contrast, Chen Hongmian was a living legend. On her coming of age, she single-handedly faced a million foes from foreign realms. Thereafter, she guarded the border with her red lotus spear, its might extending across myriad miles, unmatched by any. For this, she was revered as the Red Prison Queen, with none daring to challenge her in her youth. Get lost. Chen Hongmian's icy glare pierced through the assembly of boundary protectors like two flaming spears. Chen Wen remained silent, yet his aura of menace was no less palpable than hers, creating an invisible pressure simply by his presence. A chill swept through Zhao Long and the others, their blood seemingly frozen, and their hair stood on end. Despite their fear, retreat was not an option. As boundary protectors, their duty was to uphold stability between realms and prevent rash intrusions. Given the arrival of these two harbingers of death, allowing them passage to the lower realms would spell unimaginable disaster. Suppressing their dread, Zhao Long took a deep breath, attempting to placate them. Esteemed lords, please temper your anger. It is not my intention to obstruct you, but there are explicit regulations against unauthorized crossing between realms. However, if you insist on proceeding, I must first report to my superiors. Enough of your nonsense. Die. Chen Hongmian's voice rang out coldly, and her spear trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of flames. With a single thrust, Zhao Long was obliterated into a mist of blood, taking half of the Boundary Protection Palace with him. The remaining protectors were left aghast, their pupils dilating in horror, struggling to breathe. To kill on a whim, were they facing demons? I've sensed my little brother's presence, this is dire, Chen Wen murmured, his eyes shimmering with lethal intent, transforming the atmosphere into a tempest of blood. My brother is in peril, we must go. With that, he turned and darted toward the sensed energy. Chen Hongmian added ominously, you at the Boundary Protection Palace best pray my brother remains unharmed. Otherwise, your entire establishment shall accompany him to the grave. As those words fell, she vanished, leaving behind an icy dread that enveloped the boundary protectors like a blade at their throats. After a lengthy silence, Fengdu finally spoke up. Are we really just going to let them leave? Another leader, Mu Chen, turned slowly. What would you suggest we do? Fengdu found himself at a loss for words, the reality of their situation sinking in. We are merely gatekeepers, what are we doing with our lives? Mu Chen grumbled, frustration boiling over, how could they be so reckless? Provoking the descendants of the celestial emperors? In truth, their crisis was far from resolved. Chen Wen had mentioned that his brother seemed to be in trouble in the lower realm. Should a member of the Qin clan perish there? While the Boundary Protection Palace might evade blame, those who obstructed them would undoubtedly be sacrificed to quell their wrath. At that moment, a man named Li Chong interjected. What if we mobilize our forces to rescue the Qin clan descendant? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's smirk faltered, and the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. What are you waiting for? Mobilize all our resources to save that Qin descendant. Mu Chen shouted urgently. Yes, right away. Fengdu and the others scrambled into action. Useless. Pathetic. Not a single one can be relied upon in a crisis. Mu Chen fumed as he observed their frantic attempts. Yet, fear gripped him, rendering him paralyzed. If a Chen descendant were to die in the lower realm, it would truly be catastrophic. The Boundary Protection Palace might manage to navigate the fallout, but they would certainly be sacrificed as scapegoats to appease the anger of the celestial emperors. Damn it all! They toil day in and day out, yet bear the heaviest burden of responsibility. Just then, another boundary protector rushed in, panic-stricken. It's bad. The patriarch and matriarch of the Chen clan are on their way here. Boom! The announcement struck everyone like a thunderclap. The urgency that had previously consumed Mu Chen and the others evaporated, replaced by a paralyzing fear. If Chen Wudi and Chen Hongmian were formidable, the arrival of Chen Badao and Yi Chenyang signified the stance of two celestial emperor clans. What qualifications did the Boundary Protection Palace possess to withstand the wrath of the celestial emperor clans? And what could they, a mere handful, do to shoulder such blame? The sky has truly fallen. Thud. Mu Chen and the others collapsed helplessly to the ground, their expressions crumbling. Who was the fool that instigated this? Why provoke a descendant of the Chen clan? If I discover who it is, I will surely unearth their ancestors' graves. Such a malevolent force must be eradicated to prevent further harm. No, I cannot remain idle. I must inform the palace master, he must shoulder part of the blame. With that thought, Mu Chen swiftly rose and retrieved a communication talisman. Chapter 5, The Sky Torn Asunder Simultaneously, at the Chu clan's Grand Assembly. A scene of utter brutality unfolded. Before the assembled throng, Qin Mu approached Chen Wen, his eyes gleaming with avarice. With swift, practiced motions, he began to weave intricate hand seals, his inner power surging. Chen Wen, witnessing this, instinctively struggled, only to find himself paralyzed. "What's happening?" he exclaimed, bewildered. Xian Honchao remarked laconically, "Your body is assimilating the chaos sequence body. Immobility is a natural consequence." "I'm screwed," Chen Wen lamented, utterly dismayed. 9 extremes blood-drawing induction. Qin Mu declared, extending a hand, power coalescing around it in a complex, swirling pattern. Noticing Chen Wen's futile struggles, he paused, sneering, "Resist not, child. This is your destiny." With a triumphant laugh, Qin Mu thrust his hand towards Chen Wen's chest. Yet, the instant he made contact, the Chaos Origin instinctively erected a 9-hued shield, halting Qin Mu's advance. Qin Mu's brow furrowed. He increased his power, but to no avail. With the onslaught of life and death energy, Chen Wen coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire being flushed crimson. Intriguing, Qin Mu mused, a smirk playing on his lips as he redoubled his efforts. The life and death force morphed into a ravenous black hole, its tendrils reaching to engulf Chen Wen's chest. The stronger Chen Wen's protective aura, the more potent the nascent origin, and the greater Qin Mu's ultimate reward. Avarice consumed him as he envisioned the spoils. Arg! Chen Wen cried out as his inner energies clashed violently, each surge of pain like a tear in his very flesh. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging like worms beneath his skin, blood seeping from his pores. The Chaos Origin was formidable, but Chen Wen had only assimilated a fraction. And the fusion was incomplete. The shield began to falter under the relentless assault, the origin slowly being extracted. "Mine! All mine!" Qin Mu exulted, his eyes blazing with manic glee. "You old dog!" Chen Wen roared, his face a mask of fury. "If I survive, I will have my vengeance." "Vengeance?" Qin Mu scoffed. "You will not have the opportunity." The onlookers exchanged cynical glances. A fitting end for one so unyielding, their expressions seemed to say. Shu Yue, her ambition burning bright, saw Chen Wen as a stepping stone to greater heights. "His talent may have surpassed mine, but he will pave my way to the summit." Luo Hao seethed with anticipation, envisioning his own ascent to power. "Who dares harm my brother?" A thunderous voice echoed from beyond the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the ancient Yuan world, unleashing a cataclysmic cascade of celestial phenomena. The town of Qingshi was plunged into chaos, its inhabitants prostrating themselves in terror. The Chu clan assembly hall was obliterated, reduced to dust and debris by the force of the blast. Weaker cultivators were vaporized, a scene of utter carnage. Has someone descended from the upper realm? A cadre of powerful figures emerged from their seclusion, observing the scene from afar. "Impossible!" one exclaimed. "The realms are separated by barriers and guarded by the Realm Protection Hall. Who would dare such an act?" The assembled members of the Chu clan turned their gaze skyward, Qin Mu among them. He felt dwarfed by the immense power, reduced to the insignificance of an ant. The sky was rent asunder by a colossal hand, unleashing torrents of spatial turbulence. The laws of heaven were shattered, collapsing into fragments of light. 2 figures emerged from the rift, their presence radiating power. "The sky has been torn. The onlookers gasped, their blood turning to ice. The newcomers were Chen Wu-di and Chen Hongmian. Chen Wu-di's bare hands crackled with lightning, his body wreathed in celestial flames. Chen Hongmian, adorned in fiery armor and wielding a crimson spear, possessed an ethereal beauty. Thunder boomed, threatening to smite the interlopers. Insignificant heavenly tribulation, Chen Wu-di scoffed, seizing the lightning in his hand. No one threatens me. With a roar, he shattered the heavenly tribulation, his power eclipsing all. Chen Hongmian stepped forward. Her spear pointed at the heavens. Today, the Chen clan acts. Those who oppose us will face annihilation. If the heavens disapprove, let them try. Chen Hongmian would gladly pierce through the firmament. The ancient Yuan world fell silent, its powerful figures bowing their heads in submission. The heavenly anomalies subsided, the thunder fading into nothingness. Has the heavenly Tao yielded? The onlookers were astounded. Chu Yue, consumed by envy, gazed at Chen Hongmian. The latter embodied all that Chu Yue desired: beauty, power, and effortless grace. Chen Wu-di and Chen Hongmian scanned the scene below, their eyes locking onto Qin Mu. Yet, in that crucial moment, he still made an effort to present himself. The petty individual Qin Mu humbly addressed the two esteemed figures, inquiring what they sought, expressing his willingness to alleviate their concerns. As he spoke, he promptly lowered himself. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Beichong and the others dared not remain seated. Quickly prostrating themselves on the ground, their faces etched with terror as they awaited further developments. My younger brother is over there, Chen Hongmian suddenly pointed towards the execution platform. Instantly, the air was thick with a wrathful murderous intent, saturating every corner, while within the grand hall, every thread of energy transformed into a chilling blade, poised at the vital points of each individual present. Chapter 6. You think no one will stand behind my brother? Today, everyone must perish. With these words, Chen Hongmian surged towards Chen Wen. Little brother? No way. Qin Mu and the others froze in place, turning their heads as if they were lifeless. Before them, Chen Hongmian shattered the shackles binding Chen Wen into dust and cradled him in her arms. How is this possible? It's over, truly over. At this moment, both Qin Mu and Luo Hao felt a chilling dread wash over them, their minds swirling into chaos. Little brother, how are you? Sister is here. Don't be afraid, do not fear. Chen Hongmian, filled with both anger and anxiety, trembled as she forced a 9-transformation resurrection pill into Chen Wen's mouth, channeling her spiritual energy to aid in its refinement. What is happening? Am I not an orphan? Chen Wen's expression was one of utter bewilderment. It felt as though he had leapt from hell to heaven. Wenzi, what is going on? You have this kind of background and yet act like a sycophant? Have you lost your mind? Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new identity. At that moment, a feminine voice echoed in Chen Wen's ear. Senior, what is happening? Can you be more straightforward? You hail from the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Chen family, with your father as the clan leader and your mother as the esteemed princess of the Destiny Imperial Clan. Your brother is renowned as the greatest genius of 10,000 years, the first among the destined, known as the Primal Tyrant. Your sister's name is legendary. She has achieved unparalleled feats in the ancient realm, wielding the Red Lotus prison-suppressing spear to guard the outer realms, ensuring eternal peace. Revered by the world as the Queen of the Red Prison. Is this my background? Damn, why do I suddenly feel capable? Wenzi. I take back what I said before, you are not a fool, I am the real fool. Rest assured, I will enjoy this family's legacy for you. Ha ha ha. In the end, Chen Wen could not contain his exhilaration. In stark contrast to Chen Wen's elation, Chu Yue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire being shattered. No. This is impossible. He is clearly an orphan, I have already uncovered his background. This cannot be true, it must not be. If I had not betrayed him, would this glory not also belong to me? Could I not soar to great heights as well? As for the title of disciple of the Taiyi Palace, what does that even mean? A myriad of thoughts intertwined, and profound regret surged within Chu Yue. A visceral urge to retch rising within her. But soon, her emotions shifted, replaced by a deep-seated hatred. No, he must have deceived me, it must be so. Who could possess such a background without knowledge of it? There is only one explanation for this situation: he is deliberately concealing the truth. With this realization, Xu Yue felt an impulse to confront Chen Wen, her demeanor growing increasingly frantic. Is this what you call love? What do you take me for, Xu Yue? If you had said this from the beginning, would I have treated you this way? Do you not understand? All of this is your doing. You said he was an orphan. What is happening now? At this moment, Luo Hao's thunderous reprimand shattered Xu Yue's self-reproach. Xu Yue, aren't you listening? Do you know we have all been ruined because of you? If anything happens to us, I will ensure you pay for it. Xu Yue's complexion instantly turned pale as she felt a wave of faintness washing over her. Meanwhile, Chen Wen withdrew his gaze from Chen Wen. The imperial bone has been extracted. My cultivation has been crippled. My essence has been seized. A second extraction of my essence. How dare these ants from the lower realms treat my brother so? Very well, today, all must die here. In an instant, a torrent of fury surged within Chen Wen. An unparalleled force erupted from within him, enveloping the entire venue. The overwhelming aura crushed every thread of energy. And the heavens and earth roared with a chilling and murderous sound. Simultaneously, bolts of thunder rained down, obliterating space and dust into nothingness. This is the end. Boom! A large number of cultivators below were once again turned into a mist of blood. Fear and despair clouded their eyes, their wails echoing in every corner. Just as Chen Wen was about to unleash his wrath, he suddenly sensed the presence of Chen Wen's divine essence emanating from Qin Mu. So it's you, old dog. In an instant, Chen Wen's eyes filled with fury, and he reached out, as if summoning celestial might. No, please spare me, my lord. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Qin Mu shouted desperately, truly terrified, his mind in disarray. Chen Wen paid no heed to Qin Mu's pleas, yanking him through the air. I can explain. My lord, spare me, spare me. Qin Mu trembled, paralyzed with fear. Explain? What right do you have to explain? Chen Wen's hand descended towards Qin Mu's head, directly employing a soul-searching technique. Ah! In an instant, Qin Mu's agonized screams filled the venue. The sound was so heart-wrenching it sent chills down spines, causing every onlooker to shudder. As information flooded in, the murderous intent on Chen Wen's face grew palpable. His eyes bloodshot. In the end, he dragged the limp Qin Mu before him. You think no one will stand behind my brother? Today, I shall show you what it means to have no one behind you. With that, he cast Qin Mu to the ground. Simultaneously, Chen Wen inhaled, drawing Chen Wen's divine essence from Qin Mu's grasp into his own hands. Gazing at the divine essence radiating with celestial energy, Chen Wen could not help but envision his brother's tragic state. In that instant, his fury ignited to the utmost. So, the Tai Palace, is it? Today, I, Chen Wen, shall ensure your name is erased. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Wen launched himself into the air, his power surging, the thunderous dragons rampaging, sweeping across the vast landscape. The heavens and earth trembled under the onslaught of the raging thunder, as if the entire sky were about to collapse. Boom! At that moment, Chen Wen struck, his fist crashing down towards the heavens, unleashing an endless torrent of thunder that left the world in silence. The heavens shattered like a mirror, fracturing in all directions, with thunder racing across the surface. Before, he tore the sky apart, now, he shattered it with his fist. Is this a tyrant or a demon? All present could only feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation as they beheld the spectacle. Soon, they witnessed that this punch not only shattered the heavens but also surged across billions of miles, breaking through layers of spatial barriers. A chain of mountains appeared before their eyes, and atop the highest peak stood a magnificent palace. Before the palace loomed a towering stone tablet that read the words Tai Palace. This is gasp. As the crowd beheld this sight, they collectively inhaled sharply. From billions of miles away, a single punch pierced through layers of barriers, exposing the Tai Palace to their gaze. Such a display is simply extravagant. Injured and on the brink of death, Qin Mu, upon witnessing this scene, was struck by a terrifying realization. In that moment, his face was a mask of shock and fear. He may have truly torn the heavens apart, If given another chance, he would never have coveted Chen Wen's divine essence. But in this world, there are no second chances. Who dares to spy on my palace? Depart at once. Instantly. The voice of the palace's ancestral guardian rang out in warning. Get lost. I'm here to destroy the palace today. Chen Wen roared in fury, preparing to strike once more. Chapter 7, The Unstoppable Slaughter at the Grand Hall of Taidao. In an instant, Chen Wen's outstretched hand transformed into a formidable dragon claw, entwined with heavenly thunder, unleashing an unfathomable divine might. Layers of ethereal essence coalesced, shimmering with astonishing phenomena. As the dragon claw took form, the very heavens and earth trembled violently, the celestial order crumbling under the oppressive force of the dragon's power. Soon, the entire Grand Hall of Taidao was enveloped. All energies locked in that singular moment. This was what it meant for the heavens to collapse. At that moment, the venerable ancestor of the Grand Hall could no longer contain himself, surging forth from the ancestral grounds. Upon witnessing the dragon claw suspended in mid-air, he was rendered speechless. A wave of dread coursing through him, chilling him to the bone. Had the Grand Hall of Taidao violated the heavenly decrees? Was there no one to enlighten him on what transpired? Meanwhile, Qin Futian was engulfed in chaos, feeling as helpless as a lone boat adrift in a tempestuous sea. He had merely secluded himself for a period of cultivation, and now the Grand Hall of Taidao was on the brink of annihilation. The profound sense of despair and innocence was unbearable. Who among his family could fathom his plight? Suddenly, the hall's master and elders rushed forth. Compared to Qin Futian's relative composure, Qin Xianlong and the others were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had lived long lives but had never encountered such a cataclysmic event. Who has done this? Qin Futian roared, his voice tinged with desperation. It wasn't me. I know nothing of this. One elder exclaimed. I just emerged from seclusion. Is it a crime to have relations with my female disciple? Or with my male disciple? Though I practice dual cultivation, I merely play with spirit beasts. Surely that does not warrant such enmity. Listening to the elder's frantic confessions, Qin Futian's anger flared. Do you hear yourselves? Is this the conduct of humans? The Grand Hall of Taidao has always been a reputable sect. How could such disgraceful acts emerge from within? The more he pondered, the stronger his urge to exact vengeance became. Yet, amidst his fury, certain matters required resolution. Just as he was about to plead with Chen Wen for mercy, a voice interrupted. Chen, this is merely the folly of Qin Mu and Luo Hao. Punish the perpetrators, and spare the Grand Hall of Taidao, which is entirely innocent. In that moment, realization dawned upon Qin Futian and the others. It was indeed Qin Mu's misdeeds that had instigated this calamity. Chen Wudi's eyes crackled with blood-red lightning. What are you to impede me? Jiang Taichu, both furious and aggrieved, could hardly fathom such humiliation, for he was the guardian of the realm. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall annihilate your realm. Chen Wudi's voice thundered. Arrogance. Jiang Taichu's anger surged, while he could scarcely provoke the fabled imperial family. Being belittled by a mere junior was unbearable. What of our Chen clan's arrogance? You dare to challenge the imperial family? You are not worthy. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the infinite heavens, the aura of a half-step emperor permeating the void. With a resounding crash, the sky erupted. Shattering into a cloud of white dust, countless beings of the void quelled, their anguished cries echoing endlessly. Jiang Taichu, concealed in midair, coughed up blood, plummeting from the void. A sight both tragic and harrowing. Was this the terror of the imperial family? Observers gasped, realizing the gravity of their offense against such a formidable power. Qin Futian and the others finally grasped the reason for their impending doom, their hatred toward Qin Mu intensifying. You flaunt your arrogance. And now behold the consequences of your actions. The imperial family is among the most elite forces. What chance do we, mere ants in the Nirvana realm, stand against them? Yet, as death loomed, Qin Futian forced himself to prostrate. I implore you, for the sake of the eternal life Dao Palace, spare the Grand Hall of Taidao. We are willing to pay the utmost price for your clemency. With that, Qin Futian lowered his body, granting Chen Wen the respect he demanded. Qin Xianlong and the others followed suit, a flicker of hope igniting within them. The Grand Hall of Tai Dao was a subordinate force of the Eternal Life Dao Palace. One of the top-tier powers. Surely, Chen Wen, no matter how arrogant, would exercise some restraint. Yes, we hail from the Eternal Life Dao Palace, they reasoned. In terms of background, we may not be inferior to the imperial family. Chen Wen too felt a surge of survival instinct. Perhaps the Grand Hall of Tai Dao still had a glimmer of hope, and he, Chen Wen, might yet escape death. An Eternal Life Dao Palace? What of it? If you seek revenge, come forth. Chen Wen roared, his hand crashing down with unparalleled force, obliterating all barriers of the heavenly order. The atmosphere was suffocating. The dragon claw blotted out the sun, its descending force reducing all to dust. No. My lord, please. Qin Futian and the others cried out in desperation. In the next instant, all cultivators, along with the hall, were engulfed in a mist of blood. With a resounding bang, Chen Wen clenched his hand, obliterating the entire Grand Hall of Tai Dao, extinguishing life within 100 miles. It was over. All was lost. Chen Wu's face turned ashen as he bore witness to the annihilation of his kin in the Grand Hall, their anguished cries resonating in his mind. In that moment, he comprehended the meaning of being left without support. Chen Wen retracted his claw, casting a chilling gaze upon the crowd. Now it is your turn. No, no. This has nothing to do with us. We merely came to spectate. The cultivators of Qingshi town protested fervently. That too is a capital offense. Chen Wu's eyes flared with wrath, the slaughter reigniting as he unleashed bolts of lightning. In a heartbeat, numerous cultivators were reduced to ashes. Their cries of despair swallowed by the chaos. The massacre continued, Chen Wu's hand rising to strike down yet another wave of victims. The entire venue descended into carnage. The Chu clan engulfed in a bloodbath. Run! I don't want to die. Spare me, please. The air was thick with pleas and wails, yet Chen Wu's heart remained unmoved. The memory of his younger brother's suffering fueled his rage, and he longed to eradicate the world. Enough! They are innocent. What distinguishes you from Chen Wen? Zhang Taichu could no longer bear the sight of such wanton slaughter. Chen Wen turned sharply, his icy gaze locking onto the middle-aged man suspended in the air. You are mistaken. I will be far more merciless than them. Innocent? What does it matter? If you possess courage, act, if not, silence your tongue. With that, Chen Wen unleashed a lethal strike before Zhang Taichu could intervene. Blood mist erupted, staining the sky crimson. Zhang Taichu gritted his teeth, watching helplessly. For Chen Badao and Yi Chenin had arrived. To act now would surely spell his doom. It was not worth sacrificing himself for a handful of ants. The massacre continued until only Chu Yue, Chu Baiqian, Qin Mu, and Luo Hao remained on the scene. It was at this moment that Chen Wen ceased his actions. The entire Chu clan had transformed into a hell on earth, a putrid stench permeating the Grand Hall. Chen Wu's gaze shifted once more, settling upon the four pallid figures. As he coldly remarked, "You 4 dogs." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Hongnian's urgent call. Hearing her frantic shout, Chen Wen could no longer concern himself with anything else and hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 8, Wretched Slave, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Internal strife and mutual accusation. What has happened? Chen Wen asked urgently. At this moment, Chen Hongnian was already in a state of utter confusion, exclaiming, I just helped him refine the 9 revolutions soul rebirth pill, and he fainted immediately, his breath swirling chaotically within him. Do not panic, let me take a look. Chen Wen reassured Chen Hongnian before extending his hand to Chen Wen's forehead. In an instant, a terrifying force rebounded, exploding at Chen Wu's fingertips. Is this the primordial chaos essence? And it is not just any primordial chaos essence. But shouldn't he, my younger brother, have awakened the ancient slaughter body? Chen Wu's expression shifted slightly, numerous thoughts rising in his mind. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the primordial chaos essence Chen Wen possessed now was far stronger than before. It is worth noting that he bore the primordial war god body, with the essence of war capable of conquering all, reaching the pinnacle of both offense and defense. Yet, when Chen Wen touched his forehead, he was still repelled by the essence's automatic defense. What is it? Chen Hongnian inquired. Chen Wen did not respond, instead. He tore open Chen Wen's blood-soaked garment. Instantly, an astonishing sight was revealed before them. Chen Wen's upper body was adorned with 9-colored chaotic sequence patterns. Ancient divine essences swirling upon it, gradually merging into Chen Wen's being. Thump, thump, thump. Simultaneously, a sound akin to war drums reverberated from within Chen Wen, wave after wave. Subtly echoing a spirit of defiance against the heavens and earth, unyielding to eternity. What a peculiar power, Chen Wuti inhaled deeply. At that moment, Chen Hongnian also regained her composure, recognizing Chen Wen's condition. Chen Wuti remained silent, discreetly casting seals to conceal the chaotic energies emanating from Chen Wen. Chen Hongnian immediately understood his actions. Chen Wen had triggered a taboo from birth. Regardless of whether this was a blessing in disguise or some other fortuitous encounter, they had to protect Chen Wen at all costs. After completing these actions, Chen Wuti stated, "I will ensure my younger brother is safe. Not a single one of those people can escape. Once he awakens, he will execute them personally to avoid harboring any inner demons." Are these for the main culprits? Chen Hongnian's gaze turned icy. I searched Qin Mu's memories, and while I could not ascertain the specific details of the events, I am certain they are the primary offenders. Understood, Chen Hongnian replied coldly. Chen Wuti said nothing further, cradling Chen Wen as he soared toward the location of the Chu clan. Chen Hongnian turned towards Chu Yue and the others, and with each step she took, her murderous intent intensified. When she arrived before Chu Yue and the others, her aura of death had already permeated the half of the sky, various specters howling, and mountains of corpses reflecting the scene. Is this a devil? Observing the striking woman before them, Chu Yue and the others were struck with dread, feeling as if the murderous aura was suffocating them. I demand the truth. Who is the mastermind? Chen Hongnian declared coldly, her killing intent palpable. It was her. Whether it was Qin Mu, Chu Beiqiang, or Luo Hao, they all pointed at Chu Yue. In that moment, genuine fear gripped them. It wasn't Tini, it wasn't Tini. Chu Yue shook her head frantically, desperately denying the accusation. Did I permit you to speak? Chen Hongnian shouted, raising her hand to slap Chu Yue to the ground. In the next moment, she reached out with a hand, seizing Chu Yue effortlessly. You have no right to explain. Ignoring Chu Yue's struggles and terror, Chen Hongnian directly employed the soul-searching technique. As she continuously received memories, her expression grew increasingly somber, until at last, her murderous intent surged to the heavens. For her younger brother to sacrifice so much, only to receive such betrayal in return. Diminish your cultivation, extract your essence, publicly judge you, and draw your blood again. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Wretched slave. Have you ever had a heart? This is how you repay my younger brother's kindness? Enraged beyond measure, Chen Hongnian gripped Chu Yue's throat, suddenly increasing her strength. MMM. Chu Yue struggled desperately, but darkness surged like a tide, swallowing her whole. At this moment, all she felt was endless fear and regret. If she had not plotted from the beginning and had genuinely been with Chen Wen, would everything have turned out differently? With Chen Wen's affection for her, he would never abandon her, and they would have returned to the Imperial Clan together. But now, she truly regretted her choices. As Chu Yue gradually resigned herself to her fate, Chen Hongnian suddenly released her grip and eased her strength. My elder brother is right. It should not be us who kills you. A wretched slave like you must be dealt with by my younger brother. Chen Hongnian suppressed her murderous intent, speaking each word with emphasis. Then, she cast Chu Yue onto the ground. Ah! Chu Yue gasped for air as if granted a reprieve, clutching her throat and breathing heavily. Her face flushed. Qin Mu and the others trembled at the sight, instinctively cowering in a corner. The person before them was terrifying, especially with a murderous aura more potent and concentrated than Chen Wuti's. None of you will escape, Chen Hongnian declared, slashing her spear. A beam of light arcing past the four of them. In that instant, they were bound by a force, surrounded by a protective barrier, completely severing their chances of escape or self-harm. After ensuring everything was in place, Chen Hongnian pursued the direction Chen Wuti had taken. You bastard, I will kill you. Didn't you say he was an orphan? I will kill you. The first to react, Chen Mu, dragged his injured body toward Luo Hao, throwing punch after punch. I dare you to hit me again. Luo Hao retaliated, pushing Chen Mu away with a palm, his fury escalating. PFF. Already gravely wounded. Chen Mu could no longer restrain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood from Luo Hao's strike. Now you're blaming me. But isn't it your own greed that brought this upon you? That boy's primordial essence belonged to you, and when you saw it regenerate, you wanted to siphon it and draw his blood. And now you say I'm the cause of your misery? Damn you, I curse you, your family, everyone. Luo Hao grew more animated as he cursed, finally losing his sanity. Chen Mu fixed a fierce gaze on Luo Hao, this time refraining from acting impulsively. In truth, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Look again, and see if I don't kill you right now, Luo Hao blared at Chen Mu. Murderous intent radiating from him. You. Chen Mu was furious and agitated, recalling a time when Luo Hao would never have dared to speak to him this way. Honestly speaking, rather than tearing each other apart, why not seek a solution? Chu Beiqiang's cautious voice broke the tension. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao ceased his actions. If we can survive, who wishes to die? Then, he turned to Chu Beiqiang, asking, so, do you have a method? Chapter 9. Chu Yue felt as though she had regained her strength. The world of the ordinary girl was formidable. Chu Beiqiang took a deep breath, declaring that the one who tied the bell must also untie it. Let us not beat around the bush, speak plainly, Luo Hao urged anxiously. At that moment, even Chen Mu turned his gaze towards Chu Beiqiang. Chu Beiqiang continued, what I mean is, if Xiao Wei can obtain that boy's forgiveness, we might have a glimmer of hope. Luo Hao frowned slightly, that boy is a sycophant, but he is not a fool. Can we truly expect him to overlook our cruelty? Perhaps for a normal person, it would indeed be impossible, Chu Beiqiang replied, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. However, that boy is anything but normal. Over the years, he has done countless things to curry favor with Xiao Wei, often lowering the standards of humanity itself. Thus, if Xiao Wei is willing to soften her stance and show a little charm, it is not entirely outside the realm of possibility to mend things. Of course, if you have a better solution, feel free to disregard my words. Luo Hao found himself at a loss for words, he had no viable alternatives. In the distance, Chu Yue, having recovered, wore a complex expression, lost in her thoughts. No one understood Chen Wen's kindness towards her better than she did. After a prolonged silence, Luo Hao made up his mind. At this point, he could only take a gamble, even if it was a mere thread of hope. He did not wish to perish. With this thought, he approached Chu Yue and respectfully helped her to her feet. Miss Chu, are you all right? Chu Yue shook her head, no longer resembling her previous state of despair. Miss Chu, please, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. As long as I survive, I am willing to serve you like a loyal beast, Luo Hao spoke earnestly, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. Miss Chu, I acknowledge that I was disrespectful earlier. And I sincerely apologize. This is a token of my goodwill, I hope you will accept it. Moreover, should I survive this ordeal, my life shall belong to you. Chen Mu struggled over, presenting his spatial ring. At that moment, he shared the same mindset as Luo Hao. Chu Yue cast a detached glance at Chen Mu before accepting the spatial ring. Observing these two once lofty individuals bowing and scraping before her, Chu Yue suddenly felt this was the aspiration she had longed for. All of this had been brought about by Chen Wen. If she were to obtain Chen Wen's forgiveness and successfully join the Imperial Clan, what a splendid scene it would be. With this thought, she began to contemplate the feasibility of the situation. Just as Chu Beiqiang had indicated, given Chen Wen's feelings for her, if she were to appeal to him with a touch of charm, it was indeed plausible to resolve matters. Furthermore, she had never taken direct action against him, whether during the initial extraction of his essence or the subsequent blood withdrawal. If she devoted herself wholeheartedly to Chen Wen, everything would revolve around him. Even if his family disapproved, they would find no fault in her. Thus, everything would fall into place. However, once she grasped power within the Imperial Clan, all who opposed her would have to perish, starting with that Chen Hongmian, from whom she had barely escaped with her life. Furthermore, Luo Hao and Chen Mu could not be spared. She knew that someone must take the blame, or else Chen Wen and his family would never find peace. With this thought, a comprehensive plan began to form in Chu Youwei's mind. Chu Beiqiong observed her demeanor with a slight smile. His objective had finally been achieved. What followed would be the true spectacle. Chu Youwei collected her thoughts and declared, "Rest assured, we are now united. As long as I live, you shall not perish." Good. Good, I shall rely on you entirely. I have always seen you as a person of deep loyalty. I was right, Xin Mu and the others echoed in agreement. A subtle smirk played upon Chu Youwei's lips. You think you can survive? How naive. Chen Wen harbored affection for me, not for you. Just then, Chu Beiqiong pointed skyward. What came into view were two figures, towering against the heavens, exuding an aura that even the surrounding laws of the universe seemed to evade. This invisible force distorted the very fabric of the sky, akin to undulating waves upon the sea. The most terrifying aspect was the demeanor of the two, truly unparalleled, supreme, and regal, as if all of creation before them was akin to mere insects. Yet in an instant, the figures vanished into the air, as if nothing had transpired. They were the patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial Clan, possessing celestial powers. If they so desired, they could obliterate the ancient Yuan realm with a mere gesture. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Taichu had approached Xin Mu and the others, his voice resonating softly. These. Xin Mu and the others were once again engulfed in confusion, a wave of infinite dread coursing through them. The patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial Clan? The ancient Yuan realm could be extinguished with a mere gesture? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Only Chu Youwei's eyes sparkled with determination. At this moment, she was more resolute than ever to obtain Chen Wen's forgiveness and join the Imperial Clan. Meanwhile, Chen Badao and Yi Chenin had arrived at the room where Chen Wen lay. Where is Xiao Wen? How is he? Is he all right? Yi Chenin inquired urgently. He is fine, merely asleep. He will recover once he awakens, Chen Wudi replied. Yi Chenin pushed Chen Wudi aside and hastened to Chen Wen's side. Upon seeing the grown-up Chen Wen and the lingering pallor on his face, she froze, trembling in fear. Overwhelmed, Yi Chenin broke into tears, her sorrow cascading like a dam that had burst. Chen Badao gazed at Chen Wen, his fierce eyes gradually reddening. Seeing his wife's unstable emotions, Chen Badao pondered for a moment before saying, "In truth, he is not." Silence. Yi Chenin suddenly looked up, her tear-streaked face raised defiantly. If it weren't for your ineptitude, Xiao Wen would not have faced such a calamity, and we would not have spent 16 years apart. For these 16 years, I have not a single day without longing for him, nor a day without guilt. We selfishly brought him into this world, yet lacked the ability to protect him. What use are we as parents? As she spoke, Yi Chenin's voice crescendoed into a furious shout. I am sorry, Chen Badao said, lifting his chin to stave off the tears. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi remained silent, yet their tears flowed freely. You all leave. I wish to be alone with Xiao Wen for a while, Yi Chenin said, suppressing her tumultuous emotions. Let us go, Chen Badao instructed his two children before stepping outside. However, as soon as he exited, Yi Chenin's anguished cries pierced the air. It is my failure as a mother, I could not protect you, my son. It is all my fault. As she spoke, she began to slap herself repeatedly. Hearing this, Chen Badao's fists clenched tightly, an overwhelming fury surging within him, boiling over with an impulse to destroy everything in his path. Chapter 10, Get Lost. Chen Wen finally awakens after a long time. With gritted teeth, Chen Badao finally roared. Have all those involved been killed? Only a few masterminds remain, the rest have been completely eradicated, not a single one escaped, Chen Wudi replied. Very well. Next, create a massive uproar until those old dogs arrive. I want everyone involved 16 years ago to perish here, Chen Badao bellowed through clenched teeth. Understood, Chen Wudi responded coldly. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. I am Jiang Taichu, the master of the Guardian Hall. I implore you to grant me an audience, my lord. What nonsense! Get lost! Chen Badao roared like an enraged lion, shouting towards the door. Instantly, an invisible force surged through the door, striking Jiang Taichu with tremendous force. His face changed dramatically, and he instinctively erected a defensive barrier, channeling the power of the Supreme Realm to its utmost limit. A series of laws manifested, locking the space and forming protective shields. Bang! In an instant, that invisible force pierced through the barriers as if shattering mirrors, exploding the barriers into a cloud of white dust. Jiang Taichu's face turned pale with horror as he was suddenly pierced through, the force propelling him into the void, creating a massive hole from which spatial beasts fell. The spectacle was utterly shocking. Puff! In contrast, Jiang Taichu was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. His upper body a bloody mess, hair disheveled, looking utterly tragic. The elders of the Guardian Hall, waiting in the arena, felt their scalps tingle at the sight of their master in such a state, a chill creeping up from their heads. Twice now, their seemingly invincible master had been sent flying with just a shout. One could only conclude that the legendary patriarch of the Imperial Clan was terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Taichu, with a grim expression, struggled to rise from the ground, silently mending his internal injuries. Who had he offended? Why was he always the one getting hurt? Yet, he also recognized that Chen Badeo had held back, otherwise, that last roar would have been enough to kill him. Once his injuries were barely healed. Jiang Taichu turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Summon all the prominent families from Qingshi town and have them kneel here. If they cannot win the Lord's forgiveness, they must die. Do you understand?" Yes, we will go right away," Mu Chen and the others nodded vigorously, leaving in haste. Useless, all of you are useless. Ouch, it hurts so much. Jiang Taichu was both furious and pained, his irritation boiling over as he stomped his feet. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. He glared at the foolish onlookers. Why did you have to offend the Imperial Clan of all people? You idiots deserve to die 1,000 times. Seeing Chu Yue and the others staring at him, Jiang Taichu's anger flared even more. Chu Yue and the others instinctively lowered their heads, trembling in silence, not daring to breathe a word. At that moment, whether it was the Imperial Clan or Jiang Taichu, neither was someone they could provoke. As time slowly passed, Chen Wen finally awoke from his slumber. His chaotic body had completed its assimilation, all injuries healed. And his vitality surged like a vast ocean, tumultuous as waves. Moreover, his strength had significantly increased, breaking through from the two extremes realm to the first layer of Yin-Yang realm. As a transmigrator, it was at this moment that Chen Wen genuinely felt his physical superiority. It is no exaggeration to say that he could easily engage in battle for 300 rounds without breaking a sweat, enduring 10 days without sleep. Son, you finally awakened, wonderful. At that moment, Chen Wen was enveloped in a warm embrace. In his previous life, he was an orphan, unfamiliar with the concept of maternal love. Thus, the sudden warmth left him frozen, unsure of how to react. Son, I'm sorry for everything. Please forgive me. 1Tu? Yi Chenyun sobbed as she held Chen Wen tightly. At that moment, Chen Wen was at a loss for words. However, when warm tears fell upon his face, he was utterly bewildered, goosebumps rising all over his body. If the absence of familial affection felt like a dream, then those droplets of tears were undeniably real, striking deep into his heart. Perhaps this was the maternal love he had yearned for all along. Mother! Chen Wen opened his mouth, his voice rough and hoarse. Yi Chenyun froze, then choked back her tears. What did you just call me? Mother, Chen Wen repeated. Woo, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Yi Chenyun could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. No, it's my fault for worrying you. Chen Wen found himself on the verge of tears as well, realizing how beautiful that which he had never possessed could be. All the voids in his heart were filled in that moment. Yi Chenyun trembled. How can you be so understanding? How could you have grown up so well? I should have protected you better. It's my fault, my fault. Yi Chenyun's cries drew the attention of Chen Badeo and the others, who rushed through the door. Upon witnessing the two of them in a heartfelt embrace, Chen Badeo, Chen Hongyan, and Chen Wudi were momentarily stunned. After all, Chen Wen had been sent away shortly after his birth, and while Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi had faint memories, they were not familiar with Chen Wen. This moment marked their first conscious meeting, sharing a bond of memories. After an indeterminate time, Yi Chenyun's sobs finally subsided. Chen Wen gently patted her shoulder. Mother, I'm fine now. You crying makes me want to cry too. Okay, Mother won't cry anymore, Yi Chenyun replied repeatedly. unable to hide her smile at Chen Wen's expression. That useless father of yours. Yi Chenyun suddenly pointed at Chen Badeo. Chen Badeo, taken aback, opened his mouth in bewilderment, unable to utter a single word. Chen Wen took the initiative to speak, chuckling, "Father." Chen Badeo trembled all over, responding with a quivering voice, "Ah. Look at you. All fine and dandy now, go away." Yi Chenyun still held resentment towards Chen Badeo. "What did you just say?" Yi Chenyun snapped coldly. "I said, my wife is right." Chen Badeo quickly replied. Seeing Chen Badeo's humble demeanor, Chen Wen and the others burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and their estrangement was subtly bridged. "This is your elder brother, Chen Wudi. Always wearing a stern face, he can hardly get a word out, just like your useless father," Yi Chenyun pointed to Chen Wudi. "Mother, that's not accurate. My brother is just composed, he can really handle things when it matters," Chen Wen retorted with a smile. Chen Wudi's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. Yi Chenyun smiled back, feeling proud. Just as she was about to introduce Chen Hongmian, she was abruptly interrupted. "Mother, let me do it myself." Chen Hongmian rushed over, looking at Chen Wen before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Chen Wen buried his face in Chen Hongmian's chest, nearly suffocating. "How old are you now, still acting like a child? Get away." Yi Chenyun playfully swatted Chen Hongmian's shoulder, laughing. Chen Hongmian casually released Chen Wen's song, nonchalantly stating, "He is my brother, not a stranger, so what difference does it make?" Chen Wen's expression was one of exasperation. Everything that had just transpired was indeed tantalizing. But this was his sister. One must wonder, do outsiders realize that their goddess embodies such a persona? Indeed, all goddesses seem to perish under scrutiny. Alas! My little brother is quite dashing, I can only imagine the mischief that awaits that enchantress. As Chen Hongmian scrutinized Chen Wen, she teased further, growing increasingly absurd. "Get lost? Will you?" Yi Chenyun retorted, shoving Chen Hongmian aside. "You criticize me for growing up while treating me like a child, what kind of logic is that?" Chen Hongmian protested immediately. Yi Chenyun placed her hands on her hips. "Oh, you wish to reason with me? Fine, fine, you have the upper hand." Chen Hongmian shrugged. "I see you're just itching for trouble," Yi Chenyun remarked, raising her hand as if to strike Chen Hongmian. "Little brother, assist me in vanquishing this imp." Chen Hongmian nimbly darted behind Chen Wen. Observing Chen Hongmian's antics, Yi Chenyun felt a mix of irritation and amusement. After much commotion, Chen Badu finally spoke. "Little one has just awakened, let him rest for now." Yi Chenyun's smile gradually faded as she gently patted Chen Wen's hand. "Little one, should you require anything? Do not hesitate to tell me. I assure you, with your parents, there will be no distance." Chen Wen nodded in response. That's wonderful, that's wonderful." Yi Chenyun replied, nodding repeatedly, her eyes involuntarily glistening with emotion. Chen Bado said nothing, stepping closer to Yi Chenyun and gently embracing her shoulders. "By the way, little brother, there are 3 men and 1 woman outside specifically waiting for you, how you wish to handle them is entirely up to you," Chen Hongmian suddenly interjected. Chapter 11, The Crucible of Destiny, the novice gift pack. Upon this proclamation, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Yi Chenyun, shedding her previous sorrow, now radiated a chilling aura of vengeance. For a mother, the harm inflicted upon her children is akin to a mortal wound. Regardless of the perpetrator's identity, they must face dire repercussions. Chen Wen quickly grasped whom Chen Hongmian was alluding to. The trio of men and 1 woman could only be Chu Yue, Luo Hao, and Chu Beiqiang. Coincidentally, he harbored intentions of personally eliminating these 4 wretches. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen coldly declared, "I know what must be done. Remember, our Chen clan may refrain from instigating trouble, but no one shall trample upon us. You may pursue your desires freely, we shall support you unconditionally." As he spoke, Chen Hongmian's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Even if you find yourself pitted against the very heavens, know that we 4 shall stand resolutely at your side. We shall not waver, nor cease our battle. If it comes to it, we shall face our demise together beneath this eternal sky." Chen Bado, Yi Chenyun, and Chen Wudi all wore solemn expressions, their imposing presence emanating an aura of fearlessness. Chen Wen stared at the four of them for a prolonged moment before nodding gravely. I understand. Perhaps, until now. He had been moved by Yi Chenyan's genuine emotion. At this moment, he truly perceived himself as a part of this family. These individuals cherished him more deeply than he had ever anticipated. Enough, let us step outside and allow Xiao Wen to collect himself, Chen Badu suggested once more. This time, Yi Chenyan and the others did not hesitate, exiting the room in succession and closing the door behind them. Suddenly, Yi Chenyan's expression turned grave. I need to know everything Xiao Wen has experienced over the past 16 years. I shall attend to this immediately, Chen Wudi responded promptly. Please be thorough. I do not wish to overlook a single moment of his growth, Yi Chenyan urged again. Understood, Chen Wudi affirmed, before making his exit. Meanwhile, after regaining his composure, Chen Wen inquired, Elder, are you still there? What is it? A feminine voice replied. May I ask for your esteemed name, Elder? Chen Wen probed tentatively. Xian Hongxiao. The voice responded coolly. What a beautiful name, it truly suits an elder of your caliber, Chen Wen complimented at the opportune moment. Hee, you seek something, do you not? Speak plainly, Xian Hongxiao replied with indifference. Chen Wen pondered, bemused. His flattery had always been impeccable, so why did it fall flat here? Clearly, this person lacked an understanding of human emotions. It was not his fault. After a moment of self-reflection, he smiled again. It is thus, might you enlighten me about the functions of the Crucible of Destiny and the Chaos Sequence Body? Additionally, it seems others have received novice gift packs. Surely our existence, more potent than a golden finger, should be entitled to one as well. Xian Hongxiao replied. The Chaos Sequence Body is the most ancient physique among all realms, unparalleled in its uniqueness. Furthermore, it possesses the potential to transcend its limitations, transforming into an entirely new physical form. What makes it so formidable? Chen Wen inquired. Its strength lies in the 9 sequence shackles it possesses, with each shackle unlocked. One gains an absolute talent. Is the absolute fire seed powerful? He pressed. Every subsequent absolute talent you unlock will rival its might. Beyond these tangible benefits, the hidden advantages of this physique are its most formidable attributes. When equally developed, it can suppress all other physiques. Moreover, each attribute it possesses is capped at the highest possible limit, be it attack, defense, strength, and so forth. The Crucible of Destiny serves as a supplementary golden finger to this physique. Without it, your physique cannot flourish. Of course, the Crucible of Destiny is an independent entity with its unique functions. Its fundamental roles are threefold: destiny refinement, fate shielding, and destiny suppression. Destiny refinement refers to the process of refining all things imbued with destiny to obtain the liquid of destiny rebirth. This liquid can be utilized to unlock the shackles of your physique, a fact you should already know. Naturally, you may also opt to convert the rebirth liquid into random rewards. However, this method carries a high probability of yielding nothing of worth. Thus, does destiny have tiers? The higher the tier, the greater the quality of the rebirth liquid obtained? Chen Wen pondered aloud. Xian Hongxiao nodded. Destiny is categorized into 3 types: conventional destiny, legendary destiny, and eternal destiny. Their distinctions can be observed through the colors of the soul of fate they embody. Conventional destiny comprises 11 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gray, black, silver, and gold, with ascending levels of significance. Legendary destiny is represented by 7 colors, the famed 7-colored destiny. Eternal destiny boasts 9 colors, a phenomenon that theoretically exists but is considered non-existent in practice. In addition, the destiny you refine can be fused in various ways. Consequently, the power of the rebirth liquid can also be compounded, potentially leading to unforeseen surprises. How can I discern the possessors of destiny? Chen Wen inhaled deeply. Individually, these functions may seem trivial, but when integrated, they can only be described as extraordinary. He began to understand his purpose: to confront the children of destiny. For only by vanquishing them could he grow stronger. With but a thought, you may activate Tianzhao, Xian Hongxiao stated. Just as Chen Wen was about to inquire about Tianzhao, he suddenly found himself gazing upon a world of dual pupils. So this is what it means to have a thought manifest? Remarkable. Besides this, what more could he say? Next came the fate shielding, which serves a straightforward purpose. It can shield you from all forms of probing, preventing premature annihilation by the laws of destiny. Do not underestimate the heavenly path of this ancient realm, the true power lies ahead, Xian Hongxiao remarked. Now that is advantageous, I, a timid individual, require such potent measures. Chen Wen nodded fervently. As a member of the transmutation army, he understood the significance of stealthily cultivating strength. Quietly growing stronger. Then astonishing everyone, this was the essence of his journey. The final function, destiny suppression, allows you to activate a suppression domain. For 10 breaths. You may suppress your opponent's strength by 10%. As you grow stronger, the amount you can suppress will also increase, with the upper limit contingent upon your personal prowess. Naturally, the duration of suppression will also extend as your strength evolves. However, once the suppression period concludes, you will require a day to recuperate, so manage it wisely. This is excellent, truly excellent. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with fervor. Though 10% may seem trivial, it can indeed be lethal at a critical moment. Especially as it continues to amplify. What extraordinary spectacle might unfold if it were to reach 100%? The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Now, shall we discuss the novice gift pack? Would you like to receive it now? Xian Hongxiao inquired. Of course, I've been awaiting this moment for far too long. Chen Wen declared eagerly. Chapter 12, A Family of Prodigies, and then there's me as you wish, responded Immortal Red Peony. Immediately, a series of revelations flooded Chen Wen's mind. Supreme Chaos Art, Grade Unknown, Entry Level. Suitable for cultivating the Chaos Sequence body and advancing one's cultivation realm. Grand Reincarnation Technique, Exquisite Secret Art, Growth Type, Nascent Understanding. Capable of altering one's appearance, at its zenith, it can obliterate all traces of one's past lives, existing independently of fate. Chaos Transverse Hand, Supreme Divine Power, Growth Type. Entry Level. Can be used in conjunction with the Chaos Sequence body, supremely powerful and unyielding, at its zenith, it can shatter all defenses. After assimilating all the information, Chen Wen felt a sudden surge of comprehension, and the power within him erupted like a geyser, unprecedentedly potent. This is extraordinary. Chen Wen finally exclaimed after a long pause. Through the original owner's memories, he also came to understand the cultivation rules of this world. There were many means of attack in this world, such as martial skills, secret arts, forbidden arts, mystic arts, divine powers, and so on. Ordinary martial skills were classified into 13 grades. As for divine powers, mystic arts, secret arts, and forbidden arts, they were divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, exquisite, supreme, and legendary 6 tiers. After each cultivation, there were 5 levels: nascent understanding, entry level, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Now, he had obtained rare divine powers in secret arts, and had even reached the entry level. What else could he say about this beginner's gift other than that it was absolutely extraordinary? Are you satisfied? Immortal Red Peony inquired. Chen Wen nodded hastily. Satisfied? This is simply amazing. Continue to strive, she said. As long as you refine enough heavenly mandate, there will be even more rewards. You know what? I feel like I'm brimming with energy right now. I feel like the world is mine. Chen Wen said, standing up, visibly excited. Ha! Immortal Red Peony retorted, completely deflating Chen Wen's attempt to show off. Well, you certainly know how to bring a man down to earth, Chen Wen said, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Oh, by the way, a portion of your memories before the age of 10 were sealed. Do you want to unlock them? Immortal Red Peony's voice suddenly echoed. Memories before the age of 10? Chen Wen was taken aback at first, but then he quickly understood. No wonder the original owner only had memories from the age of 10 onward. So they were sealed. I want to see what kind of memories would be sealed away. Chen Wen said. Unseal them. As you wish. As soon as Immortal Red Peony finished speaking, a flood of complex memories poured into Chen Wen's mind. It turned out that before the age of 10, his Emperor Bone had already been taken away by a young man named Chu Tianlong. His Emperor Bone was no ordinary one, it was the unique supreme immortal Emperor Bone, known as the Emperor Bone Immortal, capable of eliminating existence. Anyone who possessed this type of Emperor Bone was destined to become an emperor, and the most powerful emperor at that. But strangely, the young man's helpers only sealed his memory and did not kill him. As for Chu Yue, she was a tool arranged to get close to him. And he had fallen for her as they had hoped. However, Chu Tianlong did not expect that Chu Yue would not be satisfied with the original arrangement and would join forces with Luo Hao to attack him again. As a result, things had escalated to the point they were at now. After assimilating all the memories, Chen Wen's eyes were filled with icy coldness. Without even needing to think about it, he knew that this was an inside job, because they knew that once he died, his Emperor clan parents would definitely come to avenge him. Otherwise, unless they were fools, they would have killed him directly. Things are getting more and more interesting, he thought. Very well, after I kill Chu Yue and those others, I'll deal with all of you properly. Little brother, how are things going on your end? Just then, Chen Hongmian's voice came from outside the door. Chen Wen quickly composed himself and opened the door. Chen Hongmian's flawless face leaned in. This. Holy heavens! 7-colored heavenly mandate? The sight of it made Chen Wen want to activate the heavenly mandate furnace immediately. What's wrong, little brother? Chen Hongmian asked, becoming nervous when she saw Chen Wen's changing expression. I'm fine. I almost lost control, Chen Wen said, suppressing the boiling emotions in his heart. It's just that I've never seen such a beautiful woman as my sister. I was a little overwhelmed. Not bad, not bad. Your words are much sweeter than your elder brother's, Chen Hongmian said, patting Chen Wen on the shoulder and laughing. Beautiful indeed, but you certainly have a mouth. Chen Wen continued with a smile. What do you need me for, sister? Chen Hongmian immediately became serious. It's about time to take care of things. All right, Chen Wen said, his smile disappearing. Let's kill these 4 first, then find Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongmian said nothing more and walked out first. When Chen Wen arrived in the main hall, he found that Chen Badeo and the others were already waiting. All of you have 7-colored heavenly mandates? Seriously, are you all that strong? Chen Wen saw the soul auras above Chen Badeo and the others. All he could say was that this family was full of prodigies. And yet, a black sheep had infiltrated this family of heavenly mandates. For some reason, he felt a little panicked. Let's go, Chen Badeo said coldly, then walked out first. In an instant, the family walked out in a mighty procession, the invisible pressure causing everyone to suffocate. In particular, Chen Badeo and Yi Chenyan. Even though they had already suppressed their auras and power, their imposing presence as superiors still made people afraid to look up. There were some people who you knew at a glance were untouchable, and who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens just by standing there. Soon, Chen Wen and the others arrived at the main arena. The 5 members of the family each had their own merits, adding an invisible sense of dread to the already solemn atmosphere. Are these the experts of the Emperor clan? They're truly terrifying. The crowd only dared to steal a glance and did not dare to look up. At this time, Xin Mu and the others also looked at the 5 people standing above them in shock, especially the man and woman at the front. They knew that these were the true supreme experts, and that they could probably kill them with a single glance. Chu Yue, on the other hand, had been looking at Chen Wen from beginning to end. At this moment, she seemed to see the high-spirited, exceptionally talented peerless genius again. But for some reason, she felt that Chen Wen had changed. But if she were to say exactly how, she couldn't put her finger on it. Could this be my imagination? No, no, no. I must be overthinking it. He must still be the same person who loves me to the bone. Chu Yue desperately denied her own unease. Just then, Jiang Taichu cupped his fist again and said, I am Jiang Tai. Did I ask you to speak? Say another word, and I'll kill you. Before Jiang Taichu could finish speaking, Chen Badeo suddenly turned his head and shouted in a deep voice. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth shook. And the clouds 10,000 feet above the main arena exploded, with many shocking phenomena falling and terrifying spatial turbulence raging. Put! Jiang Taichu spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. As for Zhao Long and the others, they were directly lying on the ground. their bodies bursting open, with clusters of blood mist exploding. Instantly, Zhao Long and the others were horrified and almost cursed out loud. What the hell are you doing? Haven't you learned your lesson after being beaten twice? Please don't speak anymore. If you really want to show off, can't we just go home and do it? Seeing Jiang Taichu's miserable state, they were both afraid and angry. Is it not sufficient to simply be a coward? Why must one seek the spotlight? Foolishness! Chen Bad Dao gazed upon the silent scene before him, then turned to Chen Wen, instructing him to proceed with whatever he desired, assuring him that his father would shield him from all harm. With his mother present, anyone who dared to trouble him would face dire consequences. Yi Chen Yun was even more forthright than Chen Bad Dao. Very well, Chen Wen solemnly nodded. The crowd's attention shifted towards the four troublemakers in the distance. In their eyes, there was no trace of compassion, only a chilling resolve. If it were not for these four fools, how could Qingshi town have fallen into such calamity? After responding, Chen Wen approached the vicinity of Chu Yue, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, to Qin Mu and the others, that smile appeared more devilish than charming. Qin Mu and Luo Hao implored, Miss Chu, we are entirely reliant on you. You must save us. Chu Yue swallowed hard before responding, rest assured. Chen Wen loves me to the core, everything will be fine. Excellent. We knew Miss Chu could be relied upon. The two were instantly invigorated. Of course. I will be fine, but you may not be so fortunate. Chu Yue observed the two with gratitude, a cold smirk forming in her heart. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Wen soon stood not far from Chu Yue. Is this Chu Yue truly the fated child? Such a waste? Upon noticing the orange fate soul above her head, Chen Wen momentarily fell into a daze. No. Senior, you cannot be telling me she is a counterfeit? Chen Wen couldn't help but scoff. You are the counterfeit, your entire family is counterfeit. With grace, Xian Hongxiao reassured, what you see is indeed real. Proving that Chu Yue is the destined child. Well, fine then. Chen Wen sighed in resignation. Indeed, goddesses are creatures who have witnessed death. Yet, he no longer doubted that Chu Yue was the fated child. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yue bravely locked eyes with Chen Wen, only to find him staring blankly at her. In the next moment, she felt a surge of excitement. Surely, this devoted admirer must be reminiscing about their past. I knew it, he loves me to the bone. I have only betrayed him once, what is there that cannot be forgiven? I will serve him wholeheartedly from now on. Reflecting on this, Chu Yue straightened her posture, regaining her previous haughty demeanor. Now it was Chen Wen's turn to lower himself to earn her forgiveness. Of course. If Chen Wen showed sincerity, she might consider forgiving his previous indiscretions. Finally, the skies cleared. I, Chu Yue, am destined to rise above. With this thought, a smile gradually spread across her face. Qin Mu and the others also noticed Chen Wen's unusual demeanor and exchanged glances, as if to say, wow, such talent truly exists. We are saved. With this realization, they became increasingly agitated. Chen Wen, regaining his composure, maintained a faint smile. Chu Yue's demeanor shifted, taking on an air of arrogance. Chen Wen stepped closer to her, eventually stopping right before her. Apologize. This time, forgiving you is not out of the question, provided your attitude is right. Chu Yue maintained her poise, lips pursed, embodying a proud and self-satisfied demeanor. Witnessing this, Chen Wen's smile widened. As a traveler from another world, he had encountered many like Chu Yue. One could only describe her as an average woman, truly beneath him. Did you think I would apologize to you? Chen Wen spoke leisurely. Chu Yue froze momentarily, for that was precisely what she was thinking. But why did Chen Wen articulate it so plainly? Did he no longer desire her? What was happening? Qin Mu and the others were equally stunned, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Chen Wen. Please do not treat me this way, I can change my mind at any moment. Chu Yue took a deep breath. I was just being foolish, so I sincerely apologize. But before Chu Yue could finish her boast, Chen Wen swiftly slapped her, exclaiming, Fool! Did you think I would say something so ridiculous? Slap! Chu Yue was knocked to the ground, her face nearly shattered. You, she was both angry and terrified. What do you mean, you? I am hitting you. You wretched woman. Chen Wen stepped forward again, and under Chu Yue's terrified gaze, he slapped her once more, this time on her left cheek. Bang! Chu Yue was sent flying again, crashing heavily against the remnants of a wall. Put! Unable to suppress herself any longer, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was over, this time, it was truly over. At that moment, Qin Mu and the others felt as if the heavens had collapsed. What was once said about certain forgiveness? Damn! Chen Wen had no intention of halting his assault. If he could not make Chu Yue wish for death, he would consider himself unworthy. Watching Chen Wen approach once more, Chu Yue was finally gripped by fear. All her fantasies dissolved into nothingness. I was wrong, I am sorry. Please spare me this once. I am willing to serve you like a beast. Do you not love me? I can cater to your every whim. Observing Chu Yue's panicked expression, Chen Wen shook his head. No, you do not regret, you merely realize you are about to die. It is not like that. It is not like that. Chu Yue vehemently denied it. Is it not? Chen Wen, under Chu Yue's horrified gaze, stomped down with force. No. Crack. Ah. Chu Yue's legs were crushed into a mist of blood. Now, it is time for your arms. Chen Wen, despite Chu Yue's desperate struggles, brought his foot down once more. Crack. Ah. In that instant, Chu Yue's limbs were reduced to pulp. Yet, she could not die. The excruciating pain and humiliation rendering her expression ashen and filled with terror. For a moment, the air was thick with an endless aura of murderous intent, accompanied by Chu Yue's heart-wrenching screams. How ruthless! Qin Mu and the others had collapsed onto the ground. They understood that their turn was next. Chen Wen leaned close to Chu Yue's ear, whispering, now it is time for your spirit and flesh. You took my possessions. I will make you regurgitate them piece by piece. No, no, no. Chu Yue shook her head frantically. Losing her limbs might still allow for recovery. But if her spirit and flesh were destroyed, she would be utterly finished. I know you are anxious, but do not rush, I will send you to the heavens now. Chen Wen's eyes were icy as he prepared to stomp on her spirit. No. Chu Yue's cries reverberated through the air. But just as Chen Wen's foot was about to crush her spirit, a protective barrier suddenly materialized, blocking his path. Boom! At the same time, Chen Wen was repelled by the force that surged forth. Who dares to harm a member of the Chu clan? Seek death. A chilling voice echoed from within Chu Yue, resonating through the air. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. What did this mean? Qin Mu and Luo Hao were momentarily disoriented. Ha ha ha, it has arrived. It has finally arrived. In contrast, Chu Beiqiong was filled with excitement. Only he knew that Chu Yue possessed a formidable background as well. To this day, he vividly recalls the scene when Chu Yue was brought here, escorted by the Imperial carriage over 1,000,000 miles, accompanied by dozens of formidable elites clearing the way. The overwhelming sanctity and the astonishing spectacle remain etched in his memory. As for the reason they chose the Chu clan, perhaps it was simply because they shared the same surname. Subsequently, he took the initiative to adopt Chu Yue, hoping that one day a relationship might be forged with her. Chen Wudi and Chen Hongmian approached Chen Wen. Observing the swirling runes upon the protective shield and the contorted energy, a cold smirk unconsciously crept upon his lips. This was the Guardian Talisman, a life-preserving measure employed by prominent families to safeguard their descendants during their trials in the lower realms. Such talismans were also intertwined with teleportation arrays. As soon as summoned by their heirs, they would arrive instantaneously. With a languid tone, Chen Wudi remarked, "Not my friend. But why do I not have such privileges?" Chen Wen was not perturbed by Chu Yue's background but rather puzzled as to why he lacked similar treatment. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's thoughts, Chen Hongmian sighed, "Your circumstances are somewhat different. In due time, our parents will explain." "Very well," Chen Wen replied with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Chu Yue absorbed Chen Wudi's words, a surge of fervent hope blossoming within her. It turned out she, too, had a background. Die. You all must die. In an instant, Chu Yue's excitement morphed into boundless fury. I care not for your grievances, cease this at once. The voice echoed once more. I'll do as I please. You wretched cur, I am here for your kind. Chen Wen suddenly sprang into action, unleashing a thunderous strike, an immense force converging instantaneously. How dare you? The voice roared incessantly. No. Save me, save me. In a flash, Chu Yue was engulfed in terror. What does it mean to plummet from heaven to hell at lightning speed? This was it. Boom! Under Chu Yue's horrified gaze, Chen Wen landed a punch that shattered the protective shield. Put! Chu Yue coughed up blood, her face ashen. She loathed Chen Wen for not adhering to the expected protocol. Why didn't he wait for her family to arrive? Do as you will, whoever comes shall perish, Chen Wen declared, turning his gaze toward the distorted void. This was indeed the sign of the teleportation array activating. He possessed the capability to destroy the array, yet he had no intention of doing so. At present, his sole desire was to kill. Let them come, I shall slay them all. A faint smile graced Chen Wen's lips as he comprehended the situation. It must be said, having such a family as a stronghold was indeed exhilarating. Chapter 14 finally arrived. I have waited for you all for so long from a distance. Zhang Taichu observed the scene, his lips twitching in discontent. Are you not bullying someone? How many forces in this world can rival the Celestial Dynasty? In that moment, he could foresee the grim outcome. Perhaps those who came to attack would bring about the annihilation of their own clan. On the high platform, Chen Bad Dao and Yi Chen Yan remained silent, yet their attitudes were unmistakable. Indeed, every newcomer faced death. Sweet dreams, my dear. Chen Wen elegantly lifted his foot, gazing down at Chu Yue, his eyes deep and cold. The gentle smile that graced his lips appeared to Chu Yue as a deadly specter. No! I have support behind me, they are already on their way. You cannot do this, you mustn't. Chu Yue screamed in terror, her eyes reflecting fear, resentment, and regret. That is precisely why I must kill you. Chen Wen smirked as he brought his foot down with force. No! Chu Yue cried out, her voice filled with despair. Bang! With a single step, an overwhelming force erupted upon Chu Yue's spiritual core. She was crushed beneath him, the ground cracking and dust rising in clouds. One side of her body was obliterated, blood splattering in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Chen Wen raised his foot again, aiming for Chu Yue's head. Utilizing the chaos of squashing her into a mist of blood, he activated the Celestial Dynasty's Great Furnace. Refining. At that moment, an intangible force enveloped Chu Yue entirely. In an instant, the soul above her head was drawn in. Refinement complete. One portion of Orange Destiny Nirvana liquid can be exchanged for one random reward. The host has completed the first refinement, achieving a new milestone, and will receive an additional opportunity for a random draw. The host has completed the Orange Destiny refinement, achieving a feat, and has obtained an Orange Destiny treasure chest. In an instant, a series of prompts echoed in Chen Wen's mind. Wow, it truly works. Moreover, there are 2 additional rewards. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the others were left astounded by Chen Wen's methods. Not only was it efficient, but it was also ruthless. It was one thing for the Chen clan to fear no one, it was another for Chen Wen to deny Chu Yue any chance of rescue. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled, and the power of the sovereign realm began to disperse, stirring up towering clouds. Following this, numerous sovereign figures emerged, reflecting the scene of countless citizens bowing in reverence. Heavenly bestowed imperial authority, all bow to the sovereign. This was the emblem of the sovereign realm. Judging by the intensity of the scene, it was clear that many had arrived, but the strongest among them was merely of the sovereign realm. Zhang Taichu and others exchanged sympathetic glances. Was this not akin to traveling a great distance to deliver one's head? No matter how strong you are, can you surpass these 2 half-step Emperor realm beings present? Who killed our Chu clan's disciples? A chorus of voices erupted as figures stepped forward, their shouts reverberating like thunder. Laden with overwhelming imperial might, spreading an aura of terror. Bold! Chen Bad Dao suddenly looked up, his voice booming as he raised a hand toward the sky. The unmatched Imperial might instantaneously sealed off the surrounding space, ancient and terrifying laws swirling in chaos. As he gazed up, the chains of the laws of heaven and earth shattered under his grasp, unleashing boundless disorder. Puff, puff, puff. The 10 or so individuals who had just emerged felt as if the sky had collapsed, a colossal golden hand descending upon them. What is happening? The leading man watched in horror as his defenses crumbled like paper. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were just passing through. He reacted swiftly, begging for mercy. Others quickly followed suit. Yes, yes. We are merely passing through, we will leave now. In that moment, they realized they had kicked a hornet's nest. Simultaneously, they cursed the disciple who had led them here. What have you gotten us into? Die. Chen Badao had no intention of reasoning with them, his hands swiftly grasping. No. We are from the Holy Clan of the Azure Sky Realm, you cannot. Enough with your nonsense. Chen Badao scoffed coldly, crushing the man. In an instant, he exploded into a mist of blood. How is this possible? Chu Beiqiong turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Having completed the deed, Chen Badao calmly retracted his hand. In that moment, he held a token, engraved with ancient patterns, the character Chu prominently displayed at its center. Yi Chen Yen glanced over. The Holy Clan of the Azure Sky Realm, the Chu clan, do you recognize them? How could I possibly recognize such a trivial clan? I will look into it later, Chen Badao replied nonchalantly. This clan must be uprooted entirely, not leaving a single one behind, Yi Chen Yen stated coldly. Agreed. Chen Badao nodded. At this time, the Chu clan in the Azure Sky Realm remained oblivious to the impending doom. My goodness, it truly falls upon my old man. Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Initially, he believed Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi were formidable, but compared to Chen Badao, they were mere novices. Suppressing the turmoil within, Chen Wen approached the pale-faced Qin Mu and the others. As Chen Wen advanced step by step, Qin Mu and the others instinctively huddled together, genuinely terrified. 3 little brothers. Have you been waiting long? Chen Wen halted, gazing at the trio with a leisurely tone. I. Qin Mu opened his mouth. But the sheer terror rendered him speechless. Look, are you all that nervous? Whatever happened to the bravado you displayed when you drained my blood? Chen Wen leaned closer to Qin Mu, speaking softly. Qin Mu's face turned as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. Brother Luo, what do you say? Chen Wen suddenly turned to Luo Hao. I was wrong, truly wrong. Luo Hao immediately scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply to Chen Wen. Oblivious to the blood on his face, Chen Wen shook his head. No, you are not at fault. I, Chen Wen, am the one to blame. After all, I am but a powerless, insignificant insect without influence or background. How could I possibly compare to you from the Grand Palace? Let alone my divine body. Even a single hair on me belongs to the Grand Palace. Brother Luo, do I not possess a hint of your flair in my arrogance? Chen Wen leaned closer to the bowing Luo Hao, speaking softly. Luo Hao stiffened. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Soon, Luo Hao began to bow fervently again. You may leave. Chen Wen's expression turned cold, and as Luo Hao bowed again, he brought his foot down. Bang! Luo Hao's head burst like a watermelon, splattering blood everywhere. His body lay at an angle on the ground, still bearing the expression of remorse. The scene was utterly tragic. Now it is your turn. If anyone was to be despised the most, it was undoubtedly Qin Mu. For all the torment Chen Wen had endured while conscious stemmed solely from him. No. 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 Witnessing Luo Hao's fate, Qin Mu instinctively recoiled. Trying to escape? Chen Wen's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he seized Qin Mu. No. Ah! Amid Qin Mu's terror, Chen Wen's hand descended upon his chest. In an instant, the entire venue echoed with Qin Mu's wails of agony. As Chen Wen continued his assault, Qin Mu convulsed violently. His body racked with spasms. Blood cascaded down his body in flows like rain. Unlike Luo Hao and Qin Mu, who employed methods to extract the source, Chen Wen used his bare hands to delve inside. It was no longer a quest for the source, it was pure torment for the sake of torment. Chen Wu's heart-wrenching screams lasted nearly 100 breaths before he succumbed to the agony. Chen Wen calmly discarded the lifeless Chen Mu onto the ground, while Chu Beixiong fainted from sheer terror. The onlookers were left with a chilling sense of dread at Chen Wen's brutality. He cast a glance at Chu Beixiong, stepping on his third leg. Instantly, Chu Beixiong awakened from his faint, howling in agony. Upon seeing Chen Wen, his face contorted in horror, an overwhelming fear engulfing him. "Who is Chu Tianlong?" Chen Wen suddenly inquired. "Chu Tianlong?" Chu Beixiong stammered, "He is the child brought back by my kin, Chu Beiqing, claiming him as his own." "And where is Chu Beiqing?" Chen Wen pressed further. "Dead," Chu Beixiong replied. "Dead?" Chen Wen's brow furrowed. "My lord, I truly have not deceived you. I know little about Chu Tianlong. That lad is remarkably mature for his age, and he has only been with the Chu clan for half a year before vanishing." Chu Beixiong hastily elaborated, sensing Chen Wen's displeasure. "Then you may die," Chen Wen coldly declared, raising his foot to crush Chu Beixiong's head. "No. Please." With a resounding thud, Chu Beixiong's skull was reduced to a pulp beneath Chen Wen's foot. What a concealed figure Chu Tianlong is, Chen Wen mused coldly to himself. Just then, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened, and over a dozen massive fissures rapidly opened up. Witnessing this, Chen Budu and Yi Chenin exchanged faint smirks. "These old hounds can no longer contain themselves, can they? Let them come." For this moment, they have waited a full 16 years. Chapter 15, Today. All of you shall perish before me. Is this not the end? Jiang Taichu gazed at the scene, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. As for Mu Chen and the others, they were already trembling in fear. They were not fools, they could discern that the newcomers were not significantly weaker than Chen Badeo. Most alarmingly, there were not just one, but a total of 16 individuals. It remained unclear who they had come to confront. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi instinctively shielded Chen Wen behind them. "I cannot believe it. Surely these individuals are not after me?" A terrifying thought surged in Chen Wen's mind. "No, Sister Shaozi. Did you not claim that the Destiny Great Furnace could obscure destiny? I have merely pretended for half a moment, and yet I've been discovered? Do you not think your boast is somewhat excessive?" Clearly, Chen Wen assumed that the enemies had been drawn by the revelation of his chaotic sequence body. Firstly, I am Shao, not the spoon. Secondly, this is not a matter of the Destiny Great Furnace, but rather, you have violated destiny yourself. Thirdly, should you refer to me as Sister Shaozi again, I shall obliterate you. What do you mean I have violated destiny? Chen Wen was bewildered. Ask your parents. Xianhong Shao replied coolly. Cannot you be a little clearer? Chen Wen felt utterly lost. Perhaps noticing the change in Chen Wen's expression, Chen Hongmian spoke gently. Some matters cannot be clarified in just a few words, but rest assured, while we are here, no one can harm you. This is now the battlefield of your father and mother, we will merely observe, Chen Wudi added in agreement. Just as Chen Wen was about to inquire further, the tumultuous phenomena in the heavens interrupted his thoughts. The sky began to shimmer with intertwining chains of law, each reflecting a multitude of colors. At first glance, it appeared chaotic, yet it flowed with the ancient and mysterious rhythms of destiny. As the laws reached their zenith, sealing the entire realm, the 16 fissures finally burst open. In the next moment, towering figures, exuding an overwhelming aura, stepped forth. As they entered the ancient realm, the entire domain quaked, with endless spatial turbulence boiling around them. Had it not been for the previously established laws of destiny, the ancient realm would have already collapsed. These 16 individuals possessed gazes as deep as the ocean, surveying everything with an air of nobility that rendered them untouchable. The cultivators kneeling on the ground were engulfed in a profound sense of dread. At that moment, they truly felt like grains of sand in the universe, insignificant and powerless. Chen Badeo and Yi Chenyan suddenly sprang into action, soaring into the sky, their auras surging around them. One was enveloped in thunder, with countless bolts roaring and rampaging, while the other was ablaze with celestial flames, surging and raging. Each held their own half of the sky, standing defiantly against the 16 formidable beings before them. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a youthful appearance, who finally spoke. "Chen Badeo, you have overstepped your bounds." This elder hailed from the Dragon Clan of the Destiny Imperial family, known as Long-Outyen. Compared to Chen Badeo, he held greater authority within the Dragon Clan and the entire Destiny faction, owing to his lineage, personal strength, and fair dealings. The last time Chen Wen was forced into exile, it was at Long-Outyen's behest. Clearly, he was here to resolve this matter once more. Chen Badeo replied nonchalantly, "Yes. I have overstepped. What can you do about it?" His demeanor was casual, as if daring Long-Outyen to act. "Impudence!" Long-Outyen bellowed. Chen Badeo's gaze flared with thunderous intensity. "Then I shall be impudent. What will you do about it?" Long-Outyen fixed a steely gaze upon Chen Badeo. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" "No one understands better than I do." Chen Badeo's tone turned somber. "Do you know what I regret the most? First, not being able to protect my son, leaving him to grow up without parents for 16 years. Second, failing to protect my wife, allowing her to bear the burden of my absence. As a father, I have failed. As a husband, I have also failed." His voice rose sharply. "For this day, I have waited a full 16 years. Today, every last one of you shall die here." Boom! As his words echoed, an aura of a half-step emperor surged forth, escalating rapidly. Yi Chenyen cast a glance at her husband and released all her power as well. Long-Outyen's eyelids twitched. He could sense the fearlessness emanating from Chen Badeo and Yi Chenyen. When had these two grown so powerful? His gaze soon shifted beyond them, landing on Chen Wen. At that moment, Chen Wen's face flushed red, his fists clenched tightly. The fiery love shared between Chen Badeo and Yi Chenyen moved him deeply, igniting every pore with fervor. To have such family, even if he were to perish today, it would not be in vain. The source of the ancient killing body has dissipated? Long-Outyen soon discerned Chen Wen's current state. As for the chaotic sequence body, it had long been obscured by the Destiny Great Furnace. And a mere half-step emperor like Long-Outyen could not perceive it. Long-Outyen slowly withdrew his gaze and once again focused on Chen Badeo and Yi Chenyen. "I understand your feelings, but rules are rules. Your son was born a harbinger of calamity, this is an undeniable truth, and death is his only fate. The last time, due to the contention between your two clans, he was granted 16 additional years of life. To have lived for an extra 16 years is already a tremendous blessing. There is no need to cling too tightly to this. Consider your families, the destiny bestowed upon us is our greatest honor. Is it truly worth sacrificing the foundations of your entire clan, built over millennia, for the sake of one son?" At that moment, the assembled crowd was struck with shock. They finally understood the sequence of events. It turned out that Chen Wen was cast down because he was a calamity incarnate. Such individuals were said to potentially overturn destiny and bring forth cataclysmic disasters. Therefore, such beings must not be allowed to live, otherwise, the suffering would inevitably befall them all. Now it made sense. No wonder these vile entities sought to eliminate me. Chen Wen gritted his teeth, a silent roar rising within. To hell with their legacy. Let them all perish. Chen Badeo bellowed, charging forward. Thunder roared around him, crashing down from the sky, while bolts of calamity thundered through the air. Simultaneously, an invisible law rapidly formed, layers of imperial might blossoming, oppressing the very fabric of the universe. In that moment, the heavens echoed with a low growl. Almost as if they were howling in response. Long-Outyen's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the ranks of the Destiny faction behind him had also lost their patience. For them, the fact that they could converse so calmly with Chen Badeo was already a significant concession. Yet Chen Badeo remained oblivious, rashly proclaiming his intent to annihilate them. Such audacity was beyond measure. "Strike!" Long-Outyen commanded with a sweeping gesture. Understood, the numerous powerful figures behind him responded in unison. They each formed seals, unleashing their power. As the half-step emperor's laws rapidly materialized. Ancient, domineering, mysterious, and unparalleled, that was the sensation felt by all below. Had it not been for Long-Outyen and the others' deliberate suppression, the residual might of these laws alone could have turned them to dust. Soon, the skies above the ancient realm were torn asunder, carving out a battlefield beyond the realm. Due to the rules governing the ancient Yuan realm, it simply could not withstand the battle of those 18 individuals. If they so desired, obliterating the ancient Yuan realm would be a mere triviality. Xiaodi, Xiaomian, safeguard your younger brother. We shall return home together presently. Yi Chenyan turned abruptly, gazing at the trio below, uttering those words before ascending into the fray. Nay! Chen Wen exclaimed, fraught with anxiety. How could they possibly prevail, 2 against 16? Even a simpleton would recognize this as a suicide mission. And it was for him. Fear not, little brother. Our parents are far more formidable than you imagine. Chen Hongmian reassured, intercepting Chen Wen's impetuous advance. They are but insignificant rabble. Our parents can quell them with a mere gesture, Chen Wudi added nonchalantly. Observing their serene demeanor, Chen Wen's surging emotions abruptly subsided. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the aerial battlefield. What he beheld rendered him utterly dumbfounded. Chen Badao's sovereign laws erupted. Wielding a thunderclap of immense magnitude in one hand, while the other unleashed a myriad of illusory worlds. With a single flourish, he shattered the imperial domains erected by Long Outyan and his cohort. Even the chains of rules that bound them were pulverized into dust. Is that all you can muster? You are sorely lacking, Chen Badao roared, his fist descending with cataclysmic force, causing the very fabric of space to convulse and unleashing a maelstrom of chaotic currents. How can this be? The 8 middle-aged combatants who confronted Chen Badao wore expressions of utter dismay, instinctively launching a barrage of attacks. However, their assaults were instantaneously obliterated. And they were sent hurtling backwards by the sheer force of his blow. Die! Chen Badao thundered, his aura surging inexorably, as heavenly lightning cascaded down, transforming the entire celestial domain into a veritable inferno. An unparalleled force surged forth, relentlessly crushing all that lay before it. Retreat! Fall back! At that moment, even Long Outyan's countenance betrayed his fear, as he bellowed in desperation. But it was too late. Under the relentless onslaught of that power, 3 middle-aged individuals were instantly reduced to sanguinary mist, their very souls annihilated. Yi Chenyan's prowess was in no way inferior to Chen Badao's, as she summoned an ancient celestial phoenix from the depths of an endless fire domain. An archaic and enigmatic pressure permeated the entire arena, incinerating every wisp of energy on the battlefield. The 8 individuals who besieged her were utterly suppressed, unable to offer any resistance against the searing flames. Perish, you lot! Yi Chenyan roared, a veritable goddess of war, as her spear swept across the heavens, causing the very firmament to crumble, constellations to plummet, and countless souls to be reduced to ash. With a resounding crash, the 8-member ensemble, led by Morong Joyo, were sent flying, their defenses shattered. A torrent of blood erupted from their lips. Regroup! We must regroup! Seeing their plight, Long Outyan finally succumbed to fear, his voice laced with desperation. At that juncture, he finally comprehended why Chen Badao had claimed to have waited 16 years. It was to avenge their previous collective chastisement of Chen Wen. Such formidable forbearance. Such prodigious talent. In a mere 16 years, he had surpassed them, and with absolute dominance. Simultaneously, Zhang Taichu and the others watched the unfolding events in a state of numb disbelief. At that moment, their scalps tingled, and they were seized by a terror that rendered them breathless. So, these 2 spouses are so formidable. 1 against 8, truly 1 against 8. Fortunately, they had not succumbed to folly in the name of so-called dignity. What if you all come at me together? Chen Badao bellowed, his eyes blazing with boundless murderous intent. Meet your demise! Chen Badao thundered once more, taking a step forward and seizing Long Outyan and his cohorts with a single hand. A colossal hand, capable of eclipsing the heavens, descended, entwined with imperial laws, imbued with an imperial blood physique, and adorned with ancient Taoist runes. Ancient battlefields and primeval beings emerged from within, exuding unparalleled supremacy and invincibility. Beware! Act now! Unleash your full power! Long Outyan could sense the terrifying power of the descending hand, and his voice was laced with urgency. The others dared not tarry. Swiftly unleashing their imperial laws, their bodies resonating with the thunder of battle, their radiance erupting as they ascended into the heavens. The surrounding space transformed into layers upon layers of protective barriers. As the formidable Imperial ramparts quaked violently, the surrounding space distorted and was reduced to ashes. The spectacle was awe-inspiring and utterly breathtaking. Is that all? Then you may as well die. Chen Badao roared, as his gigantic hand collided with the Imperial laws. With a deafening crash, the two forces erupted, shattering the illusions of the heavens and obliterating half of the alien battlefield. No! The desperate cries of Long Outyen and his cohorts echoed through the air. The gigantic hand crushed all resistance, descending with overwhelming speed upon the Imperial ramparts that stood before them. These Imperial ramparts were their final line of defense. With a series of cracks, the Imperial ramparts held for only a few breaths before being shattered, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that ravaged the surroundings. Under the oppressive force of that hand, all but Long Outyen were able to resist, and the remaining four were reduced to clusters of bloody mist. A single hand, with its residual power, annihilated four semi-Empyrean beings. Such terrifying power. Damn it! Hold on! Long Outyen strained to suppress his crumbling form, desperately unleashing a series of Imperial avatars, his eyes bloodshot. Every semi-Empyrean being could conjure an Imperial avatar. This was tantamount to having another life. It was their final line of defense. Long Outyen watched in horror as his Imperial avatars were crushed one by one, reduced to drifting dust. How can this be? Long Outyen was numb with terror. Humph! Chen Badao snorted, his hand descending with a sudden grip, forcibly crushing Long Outyen's surrounding power. Long Outyen was like a helpless cur, his neck constricted, blood gushing from his body. But a semi-Empyrean being was, after all, a semi-Empyrean being. The drop of Imperial blood that landed on the battlefield ignited a terrifying phenomenon, causing all things to crumble. It was still a sight that left one breathless. At that moment, a spear of light, capable of piercing through the ages, traversed the battlefield from the other side. 8 figures were impaled like skewers, erupting into clusters of fire. The onlookers dared not breathe, it was too outrageous. Semi-Empyrean beings were being slaughtered at will, and more than one. Most importantly, they were witnessing it firsthand. This scene, which existed only in legends, was being witnessed today. This couple was invincible. Meet your demise. Chen Badao roared, wrenching Long Outyen towards him from across the void. Long Outyen's pupils dilated with terror, and he cried out, "Brother, save me! Save me! You dare!" A cold roar echoed from the boundless void. The sound was like a thunderclap, causing the entire ancient Yuan realm to tremble. The spatial rifts were shattered, revealing the ascending cultivators and spatial beings being reduced to bloody mist. The entire ancient Yuan realm was plunged into a state of somber desolation. And all the cultivators prostrated themselves in fear. No one in this world can threaten me. Chen Badao's eyes blazed with terrifying murderous intent. And he clenched his fist as he faced the vast emptiness. With a final burst, Long Outyen was crushed into a cloud of blood. Chapter 17, No one can stop me from killing you, court death. An infinite rage, imbued with celestial might, detonated from the firmament, pulverizing the entire battlefield into a cloud of dust. The overwhelming pressure transformed into a frigid killing intent, bearing down upon Yi Chenyan. Undoubtedly, Long Qingbei now harbored a murderous intent towards Chen Badao. Killing his brother before his very eyes, disregarding his warnings, was a capital offense. His authority was not to be defied. You wish to slay me? You are far from capable. Chen Badao unleashed his power, and bolts of celestial lightning surged around him. A colossal thunder emperor materialized, his body crackling with unbound lightning-based laws, instantly filling the heavens and earth with a chilling aura. The thunder roared like war drums, resonating with the cosmos, causing the heavens and earth to pulsate and roar in unison. Thunder God's hammer. Subduer of heaven and earth, suppressor of eternity. Chen Badao transformed into a thunder god, wielding the celestial hammer, and slammed it violently into the sky. The heavens resembled a tranquil ocean, suddenly erupting into a tempestuous maelstrom, with boundless lightning essence rampaging across its surface. Instantly, the descending celestial might was shattered by the hammer, along with the infinite void. Through the ruptured fabric of space, the onlookers beheld a figure of extreme somberness. It was none other than Long Qingbei. This is utterly terrifying. The hammer cleaved through the boundary of realms, reaching the upper realm beyond countless desolate domains. Jiang Taichu and the others had their worldviews shattered once more. Chen Invincible had once crushed the Taidao Palace from across 1,000,000 desolate domains. However, compared to Chen Badeo, he was but a pale imitation, truly incomparable. My adoptive father is exceedingly formidable. Chen Wen was at a loss for words to describe his emotions, unable to express the sheer power of his father. This was true confidence, unbridled dominance, and unparalleled invincibility. Chen Badeo, you are courting your own demise. Long Qingbei's enraged voice echoed once more. Cowardly clown, reveal yourself. Chen Badeo roared, releasing imperial patterns that unleashed ancient power. His body grew exponentially, transforming into a towering figure that rivaled the heavens, resonating with celestial might. In an instant, Chen Badeo struck, his speed exceeding comprehension. Another colossal thunder hammer descended upon the sky. This time, the barriers between realms shattered, unable to withstand the unparalleled force. Long Qingbei, suspended above the desolate realm, was utterly unprepared for this assault. Chen Badeo's speed was simply too great. By the time Long Qingbei reacted, he had already been hammered from the desolate realm down to the ancient Yuan realm. Between the realms, ancient beings emerged, watching the scene with trepidation. Yet, they dared not utter a sound, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. This, Jiang Taichu and the others were beyond words. Their worldviews had crumbled. Nothing surprised them anymore. Stumbling into the ancient realm, Long Qingbei's white hair flew wildly, his aura turbulent, appearing disheveled. I have been waiting for you. Chen Badeo appeared beside Long Qingbei, his voice lingering in the air. Long Qingbei was one of those who acted against him in the past. Long Qingbei's hair stood on end, his rage instantly replaced by boundless terror. How had Chen Badeo reached his side without him noticing? The speed, the power, were terrifying. In the past, Chen Badeo had been suppressed, unable to move, forced to submit and accept the exile of his son. But how long had it been? How had the other party grown to such heights? Bang! Chen Badeo's palm crashed down upon Long Qingbei's chest. Long Qingbei's imperial body was shattered, his power scattered. Put! Long Qingbei spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying by the force of the blow. Chen Badeo stepped forward, appearing before Long Qingbei once more, raising his hammer. No! I was wrong, I was wrong. Long Qingbei finally succumbed to fear, crying out in terror. He now realized that Chen Badeo had not been using his full power. And he had no power to retaliate. Wrong? No! You only realize that you are about to die. Chen Badeo chuckled coldly. Enough! At that moment, a truly influential figure could no longer remain silent. A cold shout echoed, freezing the heavens and earth. Chen Badeo was also restrained. Hearing this, Long Qingbei finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Chen Badeo was, he could not surpass the influential figure behind him. No one can stop me from killing those I want to kill. Chen Badeo shook, shattering the chains of restraint. Die! Chen Badeo's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he brought the hammer down upon Long Qingbei. Chen Badeo, I will give you one more chance. Stop immediately. Otherwise, the armies of the 16 celestial factions will invade the lower realm. Not only will you die, but your family will also perish. I'll invade your grandfather. Chen Badeo roared, smashing Long Qingbei into a mist of blood with a single hammer. The remaining force shook the heavens and earth. Invade the lower realm? Do you think I am afraid? Chen Badeo bellowed. Where are the Chen clan? Where are the Yi clan? Here! Towering figures soared into the sky, their resounding voices echoing through the heavens and earth. Instantly, the sky was filled with a dark mass of figures. The laws of heaven and earth strained, on the verge of collapse. Someone seeks to kill your clan brother. What must be done? Chen Badeo roared. Kill! 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 Fight! 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 Instantly, the cries of battle shook the heavens, echoing endlessly. Are these my father's and mother's clans? They are so united, so powerful. Chen Wen felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. The figure behind the scenes fell silent. They had not expected the Chen and Yi clans to mobilize together, and with such force. More importantly, they could sense that the overall power of both clans had grown far stronger than it had been 16 years ago. You want to kill me? Come then. Chen Badeo faced the vast void and roared, his aura overwhelming, his power unmatched. The figure behind the scenes remained silent. After a long pause, the leader, Long Tianjin, finally spoke. Do the two of you also agree? The two he referred to were Chen Wen's adoptive grandfather and maternal grandfather. They had been watching everything that had happened in the ancient Yuan realm. Chen Wudao said slowly, Wudao has been waiting 16 years for this day. The Qin clan has also been waiting 16 years for this day. What do you mean? Long Tianjin inhaled deeply. Chen Wudao's voice turned cold, becoming incomparably domineering. It means we are going to fight you. Do you understand? Long Tianjin immediately shouted coldly, Chen Wudao, do not forget that the Chen clan is also a celestial faction, obligated to uphold the righteous path of heaven. You are willing to fight us to the death over a mere cursed life? Have you gone mad? Chen Wudao coldly replied. Whether our Qin clan's descendants are cursed lives is for us to decide. Heaven cannot decide, and neither can you. Good, Qin clan. It seems you truly intend to defy the heavens. Long Tianjin was both angry and furious. I will overturn the heavens. What can you do about it? Chen Wudao roared. Damn, does this entire family have to be so domineering? Zhang Taichu and the others were shaken to their core. Long Tianjin knew that Chen Wudao was determined to fight them to the end, and his expression turned grim. Although the Long clan now represented the celestial factions, this time, the Long clan was taking the lead, with other forces merely assisting. Once a confrontation ensues, they may not necessarily be formidable adversaries to the Yi and Chen clans. The crux of the matter lies in Chen Wudao's unwavering confidence. He has likely been preparing for this battle for an extended period. Given this consideration, they dare not act impulsively. The most prudent course of action is to retreat for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment to reclaim their honor. Contemplating this, Long Tianjin arrived at a resolution. If the Yi and Chen clans are resolute in their stance, then we shall observe for now. I hope you do not come to regret this decision made today. As he spoke, Long Tianjin's voice began to fade. Clearly, this representative of the Tianming forces chose to bow their head. Whether the matter concludes here rests solely upon my declaration. Chen Wudao's voice resonated softly. Ah! Is it true, my friend, that you have become this arrogant? The prostrate figures of Zhang Taichu and others lay in a daze. Chapter 18, The Might of the Destiny Sovereign Clan leaves you no escape. Chen Wudao, do you truly believe we fear you? Long Tianjin seethed with rage. Countless bolts of destiny calamity thundered, seemingly to intimidate, yet more so to warn. Kill! Chen Wudao commanded coldly, uttering not a word of preamble. Kill, kill, kill! In an instant, the heavens and earth reverberated with the sounds of slaughter. Shadows of towering figures surged forth, their reflections appearing in the air. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Before long, anguished wails filled the sky, as blood and corpses rained down between realms, reminiscent of a deluge of death. This, by my word, I've struck gold! Chen Wen exclaimed as he beheld the fallen bodies, many of which belonged to the fated children. Elder, can these corpses be refined? Of course, replied Xian Hanshao, then shifted her tone, but as souls depart, their destiny will gradually fade. If you wish to refine them, you must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen quickly noticed that the destinies of the deceased were diminishing at an alarming rate, faster than he had anticipated. Panic set in. This was a treasure trove. Yet, even in death, the residual power of these individuals was beyond his reach. Moreover, if he were to intervene, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. The destiny melting furnace was his greatest trump card. Ah! I have an idea. Sister, could you assist me? Chen Wen's eyes glimmered as he turned to Chen Hongmian. Speak. She replied. Please help me collect those corpses, I have grand plans, he implored. Very well, Chen Hongmian responded, albeit with confusion. Sisters are indeed the best. They always come through, Chen Wen mused to himself. Cease. Speak, how do you wish to negotiate? Long Tianjin realized that he was surrounded by elders and disciples from the Yi and Chen clans. Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang stood across, maintaining order. He yearned to intervene, yet found himself unable to do so, forced to watch as his clansmen fell one by one, their cries piercing the air. These disciples and elders were vital to his clan's core strength. Should this continue, the losses would be catastrophic. Chen Wudao regarded Long Tianjin coolly. Now you wish to negotiate? It is too late. Continue the slaughter. Kill. With Chen Wudao's command, the elders of both clans intensified their murderous intent, akin to wolves among sheep. Are you seeking a fight to the death? Long Tianjin roared, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Wudao raised an eyebrow. Have we not already descended into that chaos? Fine, fine. We concede. Speak, what compensation do you desire? Long Tianjin pressed, suppressing his fury, taking a deep breath. Concede? Compensation? Chen Wudao laughed coldly. Do the Yi and Chen clans lack trifles? What I desire today is your lives, leave none behind. With that declaration, Chen Wudao unleashed a fierce roar, and the carnage resumed. This time, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. As elders and disciples perished, Long Tianjin's heart bled, his gaze turned crimson. Grandfather taught me. Ancestor. Help me. No. Ah. Amidst the continuous cries of despair, Long Tianjin could no longer contain himself. You two have pushed me too far. All of you shall perish. With a ferocious roar, he charged at Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang, his power surging, shaking the very heavens. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought: even in death, he would ensure that Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang paid dearly. Old man, shall you come or shall I? Chen Wudao inquired of Yi Kuang. Today is your stage, allow me to take the lead, Yi Kuang laughed heartily. Then I shall not hold back. Chen Wudao also laughed boisterously. With that, Chen Wudao surged forward. In an instant, their powers clashed, creating a divide in the heavens, the skyline fracturing at an alarming rate. As they raised their hands, imperial laws shattered the space, unleashing chaotic currents. The battle grew fiercer, layers of domains exploding, cascading down like heavenly meteors. Creatures from other realms suffered grievously, countless bodies floating for miles. This battle raged for hundreds of breaths before finally coming to a halt. Under Chen Wudao's relentless assault, Long Tianjin was ultimately slain in the cosmic river of time. His half-step emperor body collapsed the millennia of spacetime, sinking into an abyss of infinity. I despise this. Long Jintian's dying voice echoed across the world. In that instant, the heavens lamented, thunder rolling, resonating beyond the nine skies. Standing alone in the river of time, Chen Wudao surveyed the aftermath. From this point forth, all who came from the Destiny forces lay dead. What magnitude of battle is this? Jiang Taichu and the others stood numbly, unable to articulate the enormity of their surroundings. For compared to the clash between Chen Badao and Long Outyen, this confrontation transcended multiple tiers. So this is the pinnacle of the world, so distant from them. Chen Badao and Yi Chenin exchanged knowing smiles. For this moment, they had waited 16 years, as had the Yi and Chen clans. Is this truly my grandfather? So powerful, so domineering. Chen Wen marveled at the spectacle. His heart stirred and unable to find peace. Enough lamenting, soon the destinies from those corpses will be entirely depleted, Xian Hongxiao interrupted Chen Wen's reverie. Indeed. The essence of destiny is paramount. Chen Wen responded, realizing the urgency. He turned to Chen Hongmian, who was busy collecting the bodies. Sister, hand them over to me. Be cautious, many of those bodies belong to disciples of the sovereign realm. Their residual aura could easily be fatal, Chen Hongmian warned, not inquiring about Chen Wen's intentions. Understood. Understood, he replied quickly. Without further ado, she handed him a spatial ring containing the corpses. Chen Wen grasped the spatial ring and promptly activated the Destiny melting furnace. Yellow Destiny refinement completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Yellow Destiny Nirvana liquid. Yellow Destiny refinement completed. Congratulations. You have obtained a vial of Yellow Destiny Nirvana liquid. Green Destiny refinement completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of green destiny nirvana liquid. Purple destiny refinement completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of purple destiny nirvana liquid. A series of notifications echoed. Out of dozens of corpses, only 10 vials of destiny liquid remained. What does this mean? Just 10 vials? These individuals hailed from the destiny forces, did they not? Are they jesting with me? Chen Wen stood momentarily stunned. Did you truly believe that the children of destiny are commonplace? Xian Hongxiao rolled her eyes at him. It is not merely strength that defines the children of destiny, but rather the essence of their fate. Consider those from your blue star, surely there are many clever individuals. Yet not all can amass wealth. Ultimately, it is a matter of fortune. But what about the rewards for achieving new accomplishments? Why are there none? Chen Wen queried. A portion of their destiny has dissipated. Strictly speaking, this can only be regarded as half an achievement, Xian Hongxiao replied. Are we playing conceptual games here? Chen Wen sighed. Exasperated. The rules are fixed, I cannot alter them. As she spoke, Xian Hongxiao shifted the conversation, urging him not to dwell on it. These achievements will eventually be unlocked by you, rewards will come. Chen Wen sighed in resignation. Although he felt a tinge of regret, the sight of a drop of purple destiny nirvana brought him a sense of relief. At last, this effort was not in vain. At that moment, Chen Ba Dao and Yi Chen Yan gracefully descended from the sky. Xiaowan, I hope you weren't too frightened just now? Yi Chen Yan quickly approached Chen Wen. Her voice soft and gentle. In this moment, she had shed her earlier imposing demeanor. Chen Wen shook his head. I merely didn't anticipate the extent of strength our paternal and maternal families possess. This is just the beginning, as long as you are willing, Xiaowan. You can traverse this world with ease, Yi Chen Yan replied with a light laugh. Traverse with ease? How delightful. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, mother, I intend to enter seclusion for a few days, he suddenly announced. Now, he could hardly wait to uncover the effects of the destiny nirvana liquid. That sounds splendid. Our family will protect your path, Yi Chen Yan assured him repeatedly. A mere shrimp entering seclusion, while the entire clan guards him, just look at this. This is the significance of fortunate reincarnation, the likes of which Zhang Taichu and others gazed upon Chen Wen with envy. Chapter 19, Chen Wen's Initial Battle. Dominance Unleashed. Is this the fabled destiny nirvana liquid? Chen Wen flipped his hand, revealing 11 droplets of shimmering, glass-like liquid suspended in his palm. Within these droplets, he sensed a powerful surge of energy, accompanied by an intricate flow of profound Tao rhythm. Particularly striking was the violet droplet of nirvana liquid, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura. He felt a distinct sense that even the combined Tao rhythms of the other 6 droplets could not rival the potency of this single purple one. Sister Xiaozi, how should I use this? Chen Wen inquired. Consume it directly, Xian Hongxiao replied calmly. Is it truly that simple? Chen Wen surveyed her with a hint of skepticism. Ultimately, he chose to trust her and swallowed the droplet of destiny nirvana liquid. Although Xian Hongxiao seemed somewhat unreliable, he decided to give it a chance. As the liquid entered his abdomen, a wave of rich power exploded within him. The effect was gentle and refreshing, akin to a divine rain cleansing his body inside and out. Simultaneously, his chaos sequence body erupted in a kaleidoscope of chaotic light, with chains of sequence flying into the air, intertwining and illuminating various ancient celestial phenomena. Boom! In the next moment, Chen Wen's entire being trembled as waves of vitality surged forth, causing his aura to rise dramatically. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough, he experienced a notable enhancement in strength. This is truly remarkable, Chen Wen's eyes sparkled once everything settled. Before consuming the destiny nirvana liquid, he had anticipated its potential to unlock sequence chains and facilitate the growth of his chaos sequence body. However, he had not expected such a substantial benefit to his cultivation as well. This single moment could rival an entire month of his training. If he could utilize the destiny nirvana liquid indefinitely, would his cultivation speed not soar? Upon this realization, Chen Wen's eyes glimmered with excitement. Xian Hongxiao remarked thoughtfully, Your aspirations are commendable, but do not forget that as your strength increases, so too will your need for more destiny nirvana liquid. That's of no concern. There are plenty of chosen ones in the world, Chen Wen chuckled lightly. Let us proceed. Without further hesitation, he consumed the remaining 10 droplets of nirvana liquid in one go. Instantly, the power of the 10 droplets exploded within him. Drawing from his previous experience, Chen Wen found it considerably easier to absorb the energies of the nirvana liquid this time. Boom! As he assimilated the last remnants of potency, the barrier of his realm finally shattered. The spiritual energy in the air surged rapidly, pulsating violently as if boiling like water. Yet, this was not the end. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the first chain of sequence within Chen Wen shifted. An ancient and mysterious aura of the chaos sequence spilled forth. In that instant, the heavens trembled, and primal energy erupted like sparks in the air, radiating outward in waves. From the depths of the infinite sky, countless chaotic energies spread. And primordial phantoms were summoned forth, with 9 colossal chaotic dragons roaring across an endless battlefield in the void. What is this aura? At this moment, Chen Badao and others were stirred, gazing in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Even they, seasoned as they were, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Endless tribulation thunder erupted from the depths of the heavens, manifesting as formidable entities wielding black prison thunder. This is dire. This is the divine demon prison thunder. Such tribulation only appears when one transcends to the emperor stage. How can a mere yin-yang realm invoke such thunder? Could it be that Little Wen's constitution is extraordinarily powerful? Chen Badao's expression changed dramatically. Father, I will assist Little One, Chen Wudi immediately declared. Just as Chen Badao was about to agree, Chen Wen's voice rang out, such trivial tribulation, there is no need for my elder brother to intervene. With that, a figure enveloped in 9-colored celestial radiance surged toward the tribulation thunder. Boom! The divine demon tribulation thunder seemed to perceive the provocation and struck down upon Chen Wen. Excellent! Chen Wen laughed maniacally, charging forth single-handedly. His chaos sequence body's protective shield vibrated as it withstood the descending prison thunder. Chaos over heaven hand. Chen Wen propelled himself forward, striking down at the divine demon with a colossal hand that overshadowed everything in its path. Bang! With a single blow, he obliterated the divine demon, scattering it into countless black thunders that rampaged in every direction. Sister, lend me your spear. Chen Wen understood that to dispel these tribulations, he required a weapon of equal caliber. Without hesitation, Chen Hongmian threw the Red Lotus prison suppression spear to Chen Wen. An excellent weapon. The moment he grasped the spear, Chen Wen felt a surge of power coursing through it. Perhaps due to a connection with its master, the spear's energy began to resonate with him, alleviating his concerns about wielding its might despite his lower realm. Assist me in battle. Chen Wen focused his will, channeling the chaotic energy throughout the spear. The spear responded to him, vibrating and emitting a low, thunderous roar, as the Red Lotus prison fire gathered strength. You are quite remarkable, my little brother, Chen Wudi remarked. He had borrowed the Red Lotus prison suppression spear before, but its spirit was notoriously proud, ignoring even the strongest of individuals. He had not anticipated that it would connect so seamlessly with Chen Wen. Chen Hongmian shot Chen Wudi a glance. That's because you are simply unattractive. Chen Wudi was taken aback. Unattractive? Was he? While he may not have been as handsome as Chen Wen, he certainly did not consider himself ugly. Though Chen Hongmian's words carried a teasing intonation, her astonishment was no less than Chen Wudi's. After all, she knew her own spirit spear better than anyone. It was notoriously proud, refusing to acknowledge even the strongest cultivators. Why, then, was it able to resonate with Chen Wen? That was a mystery she could not unravel. Ha ha! Let us create a grand spectacle. Chen Wen felt the spear's enthusiasm and his own fighting spirit surged. With that, he charged upward, the spear trembling as it unleashed torrents of Red Lotus prison fire, an aura of terror boiling within him. The 9 divine demon tribulation thunders were once again provoked. In an instant, they unleashed their formidable might, blanketing the sky with black prison thunder. The heavens trembled as if a cataclysm had descended. Excellent. Observing the descending tribulations, Chen Wen unleashed a powerful thrust, an overwhelming force exuding from him. The chaotic power intertwined with the red lotus prison fire, shattering all the tribulations and piercing through the firmament itself. In that moment, Chen Wen's aura surged to its zenith, the chaotic brilliance illuminating the skies. It is your turn. Chen Wen dashed towards the divine demons, unleashing another devastating strike, appearing as though he were a force of pure violence. This thrust nearly exhausted all of Chen Wen's strength. Yet the spear mirrored his intent. A colossal bloom of red lotus flame burst forth, descending upon the 9 divine demons. Boom! With a single thrust, the 9 divine demons were annihilated, their rampaging thunder reduced to nothingness. From that point onward, the divine demon prison thunder vanished without a trace. Chen Wen stood tall with his spear amid the heavens, his figure reflecting the majesty of the cosmos, dominance fully revealed. Is this family truly a collection of monsters? Jiang Taichu and others could only feel their scalps tingle as they witnessed the scene. One must ponder. How many in the world could withstand the tribulations of the heavens at the yin-yang realm? Especially with Chen Wen's physical prowess, even from half a sky away. They could sense the surging vitality within him. This clearly indicated the formidable strength of his physique. Chapter 20, Ascending 9 Minor Realms, another absolute talent. After accomplishing all this, Chen Wen did not linger and once again dashed toward the training room. Indeed, he is my son, Chen Badu. Chen Badu exclaimed, his large hand trembling with excitement. Yi Chenin shot him a glance, teasing, look at you, so full of yourself. Yet, the radiant smile on her face betrayed her pride. He is my son. How can I not be proud? Chen Badu murmured, somewhat dissatisfied. Yi Chenin glanced at him and replied, oh, perhaps I was being too vocal. Cough. Chen Badu cleared his throat before admitting, actually, I might be a bit boastful. Only then did Yi Chenin retract her approving gaze. This is the essence of familial imperial status, Chen Badu exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Chen Wen found his realm had stabilized. He had broken through from the first layer of yin-yang realm to the 10th layer. Additionally, the first sequence shackles had been undone. The absolute talent he acquired was called Absolute Combat Power. This talent could infinitely elevate his combat strength until his body could no longer withstand it. Just moments ago, he had withstood the heavenly tribulation using this very absolute combat power. However, there was no doubt that his physical limits could support further breakthroughs, though it was unnecessary, as excess could be detrimental. How about that? This absolute talent is not inferior to the absolute fire seed, Xian Hongxiao remarked. Each has its merits, Chen Wen replied earnestly. From this moment on, he could truly establish a foothold in this harsh fantasy world. Being an avid reader of fantasy novels, he understood this well. While having a strong background is certainly important, the most crucial factor remains the strength of one's own abilities. Only then can one truly hold everything in their grasp. Future absolute talents would only grow stronger. At this point, Xian Hongxiao shifted the conversation, saying, however, let me be clear, do not let this small gain lead you to complacency. The subsequent release of shackles will only become increasingly difficult, but correspondingly, the rewards will be greater. Especially the latent benefits brought by the chaos sequence body, which far surpass what absolute talents can offer. You must keep your vision long-term. Do not forsake the greater good for trivial gains. I understand, Chen Wen nodded solemnly. He could naturally comprehend Xian Hongxiao's warning. The true strength of the chaos sequence body lies in the quality of the physique itself, not merely in the absolute talents it carries. The effectiveness of these so-called talents and their potential impact depend on the level of development of the physique. By the way, Sister Shaozi, why do I feel that the power contained within equally ranked fated destinies varies? Chen Wen pondered aloud. Does the strength of the nirvana liquid produced depend on the cultivation level of the fated child? Indeed. The cultivation and foundation of the fated child determine the quality of the nirvana liquid produced. However, this comparison only holds true among equals. Higher-tier fate souls produce nirvana liquids that will always surpass those of lower tiers. Moreover, the disparity only increases with higher tiers, to the point where it cannot be measured by multiples, Xian Hongxiao explained. So that's how it is, Chen Wen sighed helplessly. But high-tier fates are exceedingly rare. If only he could obtain a few more high-tier destinies, he would be confident in reaching even greater heights. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's thoughts, Xian Hongxiao warned again. Nirvana liquid has no side effects and no barriers for enhancement. But do not forget the fundamental question: your personal cultivation does have barriers. It is better to remain grounded and not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Only when your chaos sequence body reaches perfection will you truly be free of barriers. Understood. Chen Wen nodded, then focused his mind on the random reward extraction. This was the opportunity granted to him during his first refining of the fated child. Extract. With a silent incantation, the random extraction commenced. Moments later, a series of prompts sounded. Congratulations on completing your first extraction. You have received a King-level formation card, 9 Extremities Town King Formation. It can eliminate any cultivator at the King level or below. What? A King-level formation right off the bat? Chen Wen exclaimed, elated. This was precisely the extraordinary combat technique he needed. Although it was merely a consumable item, its lack of restrictions made it incredibly powerful. It felt as if an imperial artifact lay before him, ready for his use. Setting aside whether he could effectively utilize it, even a marginal application would not unleash its full potential. Therefore, in terms of utility, this formation was indeed invaluable. As for his sister's Red Lotus suppressing prison spear, that was an exception. It had been granted by Chen Hongyan and recognized by the spear spirit, though the reason remained unclear. It was an undeniable fact that he could harness its power thanks to its autonomous enhancement. Phew! What a relief! If only he could have 100 more of these, it would be even more exhilarating. Chen Wen exhaled deeply, a smile he could not conceal spreading across his face. Let me see what the orange faded treasure chest contains. Chen Wen opened it eagerly, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Heaven-defying sword technique, a sacred-level sword art that can continuously upgrade, amalgamating speed and power. When mastered to perfection, one can cleave the heavens with a single strike. This sword technique is remarkable. Chen Wen's eyes gleamed anew. Although the starting level of sacred swordsmanship was not exceedingly high, it perfectly suited his current stage. Most importantly, its capacity for continuous upgrading meant reaching Imperial level was not out of the question. This was a significant gain. Shu Yue, you have finally proven your worth. It was not in vain that I sent you off personally. However, it was time to leave, his parents must be waiting anxiously. With that thought, Chen Wen stood and opened the door. Before him stood 4 figures waiting outside. Seeing this, Chen Wen could not help but smile. This is what family is. No matter how long they wait, they will never stray far. At the same moment, Chen Badu and the others gazed at Chen Wen in astonishment. 9 minor realms in one leap? And without the slightest sense of instability? What kind of monster is this? Chan Wudi gasped in disbelief. Being someone who had experienced it, he understood how unimaginable it was to advance 9 minor realms. Chen Hongyan was equally stunned, or rather, shocked. Ha, he is indeed my Yi Chenin's son. Yi Chenin chuckled lightly, her gaze toward Chen Wen brimming with pride. Wait, why is it that when you say it's fine, I'm the one who seems boastful? Chen Badu felt a bit flustered. Yet, he dared not question it. I'm far inferior to my brother and sister, Chen Wen remarked. Them? Yi Chenin shook her head, deciding it was best not to mention them. Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi were equally taken aback. What do you mean by not mentioning them? Are we truly that unremarkable? Mother, if you say that, I must have a word with you, Chen Hongyan chimed in, ready to argue. Go away, your presence annoys me, Yi Chenin dismissed her, pushing Chen Hongyan's face away. Hey! Look at my temper. Chen Hongyan felt an impulse to roll up her sleeves. Wait, sister, this is your spear, Chen Wen interjected. Chen Hongyan instinctively caught it and asked, how did you connect with it mentally? Chen Wudi also looked over, still puzzled by the matter. It just connected when I held it, Chen Wen replied honestly. Is that all? Before Chen Hongyan could utter a word, Chen Wudi interjected with a question. Is there a problem with this? Chen Wen could not help but retort. No problem at all, quite good, indeed, Chen Wudi replied, though his smile appeared somewhat strained. Ah! That feels better, Chen Hongnian sighed deeply, having achieved a critical blow. Someone was even more hurt than she was. All right. My father and the others are still waiting for Xiao Wen. Seeing that the playful banter had subsided, Chen Bado finally spoke up. Grandfather is waiting for me? Chen Wen's body trembled, and his heart involuntarily quickened. Chapter 21, The Opportunity for Early Return to the Imperial Clan and Participation in the Holy War. The impression of this grandfather is remarkably profound. He is domineering, powerful, and fiercely protective. With the capability to suppress the 16 great fated powers, he commands with a decisive authority that is truly rare in the world. Yet, the fact that he sought him out could not help but spark contemplation. Enough with the pleasantries, you need only listen to my words. Resonated the voice of Chen Wudao within the hall. Chen Bado immediately bowed towards the void, addressing, Father, I pay my respects. Chen Hongmian and the others swiftly followed suit, offering their greetings, Grandfather. Chen Wudao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. This grandfather exudes an unexpected aloofness, yet it undeniably aligns with the stature of a sage. Chen Wen felt a shift in his perception of his grandfather. My dear one, you have indeed endured much hardship over these past 16 years, Chen Wudao remarked, transitioning his tone. Yet, enduring hardship is the path to becoming a superior individual. Chen Wen suppresses his emotional response, silently appreciating the sentiment. Express your gratitude. Why the dazed look? Chen Hongmian gently nudged Chen Wen, whispering. Chen Wen, internally cursing, forced a smile and replied, Grandfather's teachings will be etched in my heart. Indeed. Chen Wudao nodded approvingly, then continued, what I must discuss pertains to clan regulations. The Chen clan has maintained an unalterable rule since ancient times. The younger generation must undergo trials before reaching adulthood. Only upon turning 18 may they return. However, given your unique circumstances, and considering you have been away for 16 years, we have made an exception for your early return. You will be able to participate in the clan's coming-of-age ceremony to determine your imperial title. What about compensation? Surely, you do not expect this matter to end here. Interjected Yi Chunyun. Her voice rose suddenly, let us not forget, my son suffered for 16 years due to the clan's inadequacies. Father, Wen has indeed endured. Chen Bado added with a deep breath. Ignoring Chen Bado's plea, Chen Wudao turned to Yi Chunyun, my dear Yi, what form of compensation do you seek? Directly granting an imperial title, access to the ancestral grounds 10 times, the opportunity to participate in 2 holy wars, and a reward of 10 billion divine essence. She boldly stated. For now, this is all, I shall propose further demands later. Chen Wudao's lips twitched uncontrollably. This is not compensation, it is the division of the clan. After a long pause, Chen Wudao finally said, my dear Yi, I understand your concern for your son, and indeed, we have placed him in a difficult position. However, all that the clan does is aimed at ensuring its enduring prosperity. I hope you can also appreciate the clan's predicaments. Yi Chunyun shook her head, I can understand. But as a mother, I cannot acquiesce. If a mother cannot fight for her child's rights, what purpose does she serve? After a moment of silence, Chen Wudao replied. How about this, either a quota for the holy war or an opportunity to cultivate in the ancestral grounds? You may choose whichever you prefer. As this is the utmost compensation I can secure for one. A quota for the holy war? What is that? Chen Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Hongmian began to explain, it is a remnant from ancient times, possibly dating back to the era of the ancient immortals. It is said that those who participate in the holy war have the chance to gain unparalleled inheritance and discover pathways to ascend to the emperor's realm. She took a deep breath, continuing, there is even a possibility to challenge the legendary realm. This holy war occurs only once every 100 years. And our Destiny Imperial clan has merely 20 quotas. To obtain one, everyone in the clan is diligently cultivating. For grandfather to offer a quota, it is indeed astonishing. As for the opportunity to cultivate in the ancestral grounds, while it is also a remarkable chance, it pales in comparison to the quota for the holy war. Now I understand. I must seize this opportunity to participate in the holy war. Chen Wen resolved firmly. Yi Chunyun fell silent. She recognized that moderation is essential. One must know when to stop. The opportunity to cultivate in the ancestral grounds is an excellent avenue for growth, posing little danger. Conversely, the holy war quota, while alluring, is fraught with peril. Nonetheless, a mother's love for her child must not stifle his future. Given Chen Wen's evident talent, it is not inconceivable for him to participate in the holy war within a year. Let your son decide, Chen Bado interjected at the opportune moment. Yi Chenyun nodded and turned to Chen Wen. Son, what are your thoughts? There are no others here, you need not hold back. Chen Bado echoed, indeed. You need not be overly concerned. Mother, I understand your feelings, but I aspire to be someone who can protect you both. With that, Chen Wen gazed into the void and declared, Grandfather, as a member of the clan, I shall abide by its decisions. As for the quota for the holy war, I shall not refuse. This young man. Chen Wudao found himself momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, he had expected Chen Wen to decline the offer, yet he was taken aback by this sudden affirmation. Phew, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Chen Bado exhaled, relieved. He genuinely feared Chen Wen might refuse, but thankfully, his son was not a fool. Very well, grandfather awaits your return to the clan. As he spoke, Chen Wudao shifted the topic. Now, this matter is settled, you should return promptly. The clan cannot be without a leader for even a day. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. Chen Bado and Chen Wen respectively bowed, bidding farewell to Chen Wudao. Once tranquility resumed, Yi Chenyun spoke. 1. Let us return home. Chen Wen shook his head. There is still one matter to attend to before we go. It pertains to the imperial bone, does it not? Chen Wudi suddenly interjected. Chen Wen turned to him, astonished. Brother, how did you know? The only thing missing from you is the imperial bone, and now you mention needing to handle certain matters. Connecting the dots reveals the truth. Chen Wudi elaborated. Indeed, it was a young man named Chu Tianlong. I suspect his associates are well aware of my identity, which is why they did not strike lethally. As for their motives, I believe I need not elaborate, Chen Wen stated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chen Bado and the others grew grave, particularly Yi Chenyun, who seemed to be seething with rage. I do not care what methods you employ, you must unearth those involved. I want each of them to regret ever existing. Yi Chenyun seethed through clenched teeth. Chen Bado inhaled deeply. Do you have any leads on that scoundrel? Not at the moment, but I will eventually uncover him. Along with those behind him, Chen Wen replied, shaking his head. Isn't Jian Taichu outside? With the guardian of the ancient Yuan realm by his side, locating someone should be relatively straightforward, Chen Wudi suggested. Jian Taichu, get in here. Chen Bado bellowed. Chapter 22, Another Chen Wen. A usurped identity. The small man had encountered several distinguished individuals. Stumbling into the room, Jiang Taichu hastily prostrated himself on the ground. I inquire of you. Is there a youth named Chu Tianlong in the ancient Yuan realm, of an age akin to my son Chen Wen? Chen Badeo fixated on Jiang Taichu with a chilling tone. Jiang Taichu was momentarily dumbfounded. Yes, he is the lord of the Guardian Hall, overseeing the entirety of the ancient Yuan realm. However, he does not control the population. It is impossible to pinpoint every individual precisely. Yet, Jiang Taichu realized he must provide a satisfactory answer to Chen Badeo's inquiry. After reflecting on Chen Badeo's intentions, he finally spoke. If you grant me a month, no, merely 10 days, I shall certainly deliver a satisfactory response. 5 days, if you fail to find him, you shall die, Chen Badeo replied coldly. Jiang Taichu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Can this even be done? With only a name and an age, where am I to search in 5 days? Suddenly, he recalled that when Chen Wen killed Chu Beiqiang, he had inquired about Chu Tianlong's whereabouts. Chu Beiqiang had mentioned that he was the son brought back by Chu Beiqing and had remained in the Chu clan for half a year. Could it be that this Chu Tianlong had also offended Chen Wen? It made sense, otherwise, why would such a significant figure as Chen Badeo take an interest in a mere boy from the lower realm? Wait a moment. Chen Wen? A scion of the Imperial lineage. This name seemed familiar. Where had he heard it? My sister, he suddenly remembered. Yes, it was my sister who mentioned it. If this is indeed true, then the situation is dire. With this thought, Jiang Taichu felt his heart tremble with trepidation. Gathering his courage, he took a deep breath and said, "May I first confirm something of great importance? It is highly likely related to the person you seek." Chen Badeo stared at him. And after a long pause, he replied, "It would be best." Jiang Taichu tremulously produced a communication talisman, silently infusing it with spiritual energy. After a brief moment, a soft, somewhat sticky female voice emerged. "Brother, are you looking for me?" "I have a question that requires your truthful answer," Jiang Taichu stated with a deep breath. "All right." Jiang Qingren sensed the gravity in his tone and immediately straightened up. "You once told me there is a holy son named Chen Wen in your sacred land. Hailing from the upper realm's imperial lineage, correct?" Jiang Taichu inquired. Jiang Qingren fell silent for a while before confirming, "Yes. Our holy son is indeed named Chen Wen and comes from the upper realm's imperial lineage. However, he is a person of modest demeanor, disliking disturbances from outsiders unless he extends an invitation. Therefore, many factions, despite knowing his identity, refrain from recklessly publicizing it. If you wish to meet him, I may assist in facilitating that, but whether he agrees is beyond my knowledge." At that moment, Jiang Taichu felt utterly dazed. His mind was a cacophony of buzzing thoughts. Was there truly someone so audacious? Not only had they offended the real imperial scion, but they were also impersonating his identity. Meanwhile, Chen Badeo and the others wore expressions as cold as iron, an invisible murderous intent swirling about. They were not fools, and they understood the gravity of the situation. This Chu Tianlong had not only usurped Chen Wen's imperial bone but had also assumed his identity. "Brother, what is wrong? Speak to me," Jiang Qingren called out repeatedly. Noticing Jiang Taichu's prolonged silence. "Is he present in the sacred land?" Chen Badeo's voice pierced through to Jiang Taichu's ears. "By the way, is your holy son in the sacred land?" "I am contemplating a suitable time to pay him a visit," Jiang Taichu responded once more. "I do not know. His whereabouts are known to very few, even among our sacred lord." Jiang Qingren then shifted her tone, "I will inquire the next time I see him. But this matter cannot be rushed." "Very well, just let me know when the time comes," Jiang Taichu replied, his suspicions now allayed. "You attend to your matters. I too have things to do," Jiang Taichu concluded. "Understood," Jiang Qingren replied before severing the connection. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Taichu felt a weight lift from his shoulders, having narrowly escaped a precarious situation. He genuinely feared that he might have startled the snake in the grass. Who could know what intricacies lay hidden within? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was thick with silence. The situation was neither good nor bad. One could only hope that Chu Tianlong had not received any word from his backers, or worse, that he had not been silenced. "You performed admirably," Chen Badeo remarked. Jiang Taichu quickly responded, "It is my duty." "And is it the heavenly maiden's sacred land?" Chen Badeo suddenly inquired. Jiang Taichu, astonished at how Chen Badeo knew, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." "Ha, how brazen," Chen Badeo scoffed coldly. Jiang Taichu dared not utter a word, bowing his head low. "You may step outside and await further instructions." Chen Badeo waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, my lord," Jiang Taichu complied, retreating without delay. Once tranquility returned to the room, Chen Badeo spoke leisurely, "Little one, are you aware that you have an engaged fiancée? A fiancée?" Chen Wen furrowed his brow, puzzled by Chen Badeo's sudden revelation. "Your fiancée hails from the ancient nation of Lulan, a hidden force with a lineage spanning millions of years. Her backing is formidable, and her talents are exceedingly rare. Her beauty surpassing all. She is currently undergoing her trials, with the heavenly maiden's sacred land serving as her training ground." Upon hearing this, Chen Wen was taken aback, grasping the implication behind Chen Badeo's words. Not only had Chu Tianlong usurped his identity, but he also sought to claim his fiancée. The extent of this development remained uncertain. "Just now, you spoke of familiar faces involved. I now believe it, as they even know of your betrothal." Chen Badeo suddenly chuckled coldly. Chen Wen was struck by a terrifying thought. "Father, do you possess any tokens among the items left for me?" "Yes. A unique imperial dragon pendant crafted from the essence of a millennia-old true dragon," Chen Badeo confirmed. This plan has been meticulously executed, with my unique imperial bone, the token, and an appropriate age. As he spoke, a smirk crept across Chen Wen's face. It seems that it won't be long before I can return to the clan in an ostentatious manner. The falsehood will have become the truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Badeo and the others grew even colder. Such a scenario was not impossible. The imperial bone itself was unique and capable of generating blood. With a bit of manipulation over time, this plan could indeed succeed. Chen Wen surveyed the others before continuing, analyzing the existing clues. The one orchestrating all of this is likely within our Chen clan. Now that you have descended en masse, they must have received word. Their best course of action would be to eliminate Chu Tianlong before I can react and destroy the imperial bone. In that event, all clues would vanish without a trace. He paused, then added, however, I can still sense the presence of the imperial bone, and it has matured to a certain degree. Thus, it is plausible that those individuals did not make contact with Chu Tianlong immediately. Chen Wudi's eyes brightened. That means they have lost their optimal window of opportunity. In this case, they would never dare to act again, not even to issue a simple hint. They fear we might lure them out and expose their identities. Chen Wen nodded, precisely. For now, we can only hope that Chu Tianlong possesses some clues. As long as he has leads, none of them will escape. Upon hearing this, Chen Badeo made a decisive statement, then I and your mother shall return to the clan first. On one hand, it is essential to prevent certain individuals from acting out of desperation and inciting chaos. On the other hand, we shall discreetly establish control over the entire ancient Yuan realm, effectively sealing it off. At that moment, should they dare to make a move, they will face annihilation. Xiao Di and Xiao Mian, I need you to investigate the visitors from the upper realm who have entered the ancient Yuan realm in the past few days, and keep a close watch on them. The instant they exhibit any unusual behavior, we will take swift action. I will bear the responsibility for everything. Understood? Chen Hongnian and Chen Wudi nodded in agreement. As for you, Xiao Wan, you have two options. The first is to visit the sacred land of the celestial maidens to ascertain the situation there. If all goes as anticipated, you will have an opportunity for revenge. The second option is to return with us. We will hand over Chu Tianlong to you, allowing you to exact your vengeance personally. Without hesitation, Chen Wen declared, I shall go to the sacred land of the celestial maidens, as I also wish to confront Chu Tianlong. Rather than relying on the hands of others to achieve his goals, he relished the thought of bringing Chu Tianlong to despair. For only in this manner could he find closure for himself and his original self. Chapter 23, The Accompanying Imperial Weapon. Hundreds of betrothals. Chen Badheo nodded and said, Very well, I shall assign a helper named Chen Nu to you. His prowess is such that even few from the upper realms can match him. As for how to arrange his role thereafter, you may decide for yourself. Chen Wen promptly nodded, expressing his agreement. Once all arrangements were made, Chen Badheo instructed, You may enter now. Jiang Taichu, waiting outside, quickly opened the door and entered. I, a humble servant, greet the 5 esteemed lords, he said, bowing deeply. Chen Badheo glanced at Jiang Taichu and continued, You will accompany my son to the sacred land of the celestial maidens. You need only heed his commands. Should you succeed in this task, I shall overlook any past grievances and even reward you. However, if any misfortune befalls him, all connected to you shall face dire consequences. Jiang Taichu, both astonished and fearful, replied, I, a humble servant, will not fail you, please rest assured. Go and prepare, Chen Badheo waved dismissively. Yes, my lord. Jiang Taichu responded solemnly before hurriedly departing. By the way, your fiancée is named Lulan Xingxue. If you ascertain that she has been unfaithful with that young man, you may dismiss her without hesitation. Of course, if she aids him in wrongdoing, then she is to be eliminated. As he spoke, Chen Badheo exuded an unmatched authority, stating, The offspring of the Chen clan need not settle for lesser beings, nor should they fear any power. Father, how majestic and imposing you are. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen felt a genuine urge to applaud his father. However, he pondered that if Lulan Xingxue truly had a connection with Chu Tianlong, there would be no room for negotiation. Without Chen Badheo's prompting, he would never allow her to remain. At this moment, Yi Chenyun also spoke, My son, your father speaks the truth, this matter is non-negotiable, and no one shall transgress it. regardless of her status as a princess from a hidden ancient nation. She shall meet her end if she crosses this line. When the time of your coming-of-age ceremony arrives, I shall arrange for hundreds of suitable matches for you to choose from until you are satisfied. Even if you wish to take them all, I can advocate for you. Hundreds of matches? You can truly arrange that? Chen Wen was astonished. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Father, Mother, I understand what must be done. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. That is good to hear, Chen Yun said, patting Chen Wen's hand repeatedly. By the way, here is your accompanying imperial sword, which your father has kept safe for you. It is time to return it. With that, Chen Badheo handed over a spatial ring to Chen Wen. An accompanying imperial weapon? I possess such an extraordinary item? As a fan of fantasy novels, Chen Wen understood the significance of an imperial weapon. An accompanying imperial weapon was a rarity, reserved for those of unparalleled talent. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Chen Wen's expression turned serious as he peered inside. What he saw took his breath away. The precious spirit crystals and divine sources within were piled high, collectively exceeding 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Which force in the ancient Yuan realm could boast such a wealth of precious spirit crystals? Moreover, there were also numerous rare elixirs and materials beyond count. It was no exaggeration to say that he could consume elixirs like mere beans at this point. Suddenly, Chen Wen's pupils contracted as his gaze fell upon an unmatched sword, radiating imperial light and exuding a divine aura. Could this be my accompanying imperial weapon? At that moment, his consciousness was drawn into another realm. Before him, the imperial sword trembled violently, its overwhelming imperial might emanating and shattering the laws of the universe. In an instant, all surrounding spiritual artifacts bowed in submission and began to quiver uncontrollably. Then, the sword's brilliance erupted, piercing through the ancient void and reaching the infinite expanse. In the next moment, a towering figure wielding the imperial sword appeared amidst the heavens, exuding an immense aura that looked down upon the world. The sight was so awe-inspiring that one could not help but feel insignificant. This imperial sword is truly terrifying. Yet, who is this figure? I cannot shake the feeling that even my father would be no match for him. Chen Wen found himself dazed by the spectacle before him, taking a long time to regain his senses. Through the memories of his original self, he had acquired considerable knowledge of this world. Despite the myriad of races and ancient traditions that thrived, true imperial weapons imbued with divine resonance were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the top-tier forces had lost the ability to forge such weapons. Thus, the value of such an imperial weapon was undeniably immense. As the tremors of the imperial sword gradually subsided, the astonishing phenomena coalesced back into the blade, and Chen Wen's consciousness began to return. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Father, may I wield this imperial sword? Certainly, it is meant to accompany you, and its imperial might will not harm you, Chen Badheo replied calmly. Chen Wen, no longer doubtful, reached toward the imperial sword standing majestically within the spatial ring. As he approached, the sword showed no signs of resistance. This is promising. Chen Wen's eyes lit up, and his pace quickened instinctively. Upon grasping the sword, he felt a chilling sensation. The sharp, murderous aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down his spine. What a magnificent sword! Chen Wen couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Despite the imperial might being subdued, he could still sense the terrifying power contained within, and holding it made him feel invigorated. Father, how much power can I unleash from it? Chen Wen asked curiously. Chen Badheo responded, Let me put it this way, it is unlike ordinary imperial weapons, as it is akin to a unique lifeform. For many years, it has not been by your side and thus has not matured. At present, it is comparable to a human in its infancy, possessing tremendous potential for growth, with its limits likely surpassing that of a typical imperial weapon. The extent of its power depends on your strength and how you nurture it. Do not inquire about the training process, sentient beings will connect with their master's spirit and learn when the time is right. That is excellent news. Chen Wen's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, do not become overly reliant on it, lest it become a hindrance in your cultivation, Chen Badheo cautioned, appropriately tempering Chen Wen's enthusiasm. Chen Wen chuckled lightly, fully aware that with his current resources and background, advancing his cultivation was not an arduous task. With the Imperial sword in his possession, he would ensure his own strength progressed as well. What is this? Chen Wen's gaze suddenly fixated on the uppermost part of the blade, where two elegant and flowing characters caught his eye, Chi Chu. Could this be the name of this Imperial sword? Yet, it felt as if it was a tribute to a wretched romance. As someone with experience, he could easily discern such implications. However, it seemed improbable that a weapon of such caliber would bear an inscription. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's thoughts, Chen Badheo spoke again. Some things exist for a reason. Pursuing the truth at inopportune times will yield nothing but loss. Very well, Chen Wen realized his folly and exhaled deeply. It is time. We must prepare for our respective tasks and return home at the earliest opportunity once matters are settled, Chen Badheo instructed Chen Wen. Rest assured. I intend to return for the coming-of-age ceremony, Chen Wen replied with a light smile. Chen Badheo and the others did not hesitate further and turned to leave. As he watched the four depart, the smile in Chen Wen's eyes gradually turned to ice. After finally traversing through time, I have suffered such a tremendous loss. If I do not compel Chu Tianlong to regurgitate the ingested substance gradually, what face would I have left to exist in this world? As for those behind this, none shall escape unscathed. Chapter 24 Ascending to the Sacred Land of the Celestial Maiden, the legacy of the first Holy Master. Half an hour later, Chen Wen arrived at the outskirts of the Chu clan. At this moment, only Jiang Taichu remained, while the others had long been dispersed. Upon seeing Chen Wen, Jiang Taichu immediately approached him, saying, "Greetings, young Master Chen." Noticing that Chen Badu was absent, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure was overwhelming when faced with Chen Badu. Indeed, Chen Wen nodded. "May I inquire if we are to depart now?" Jiang Taichu asked. "Let us go," Chen Wen replied. "Then please follow me, young Master Chen." Jiang Taichu gestured as a massive spiritual vessel hovered in mid-air, gradually descending, exuding an extraordinary aura. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, this was a sacred-grade spiritual vessel, the highest-tier mode of transportation from the Guardian Palace, which Jiang Taichu had specifically summoned from the main hall. He believed that whatever Chen Wen intended to undertake, it deserved the utmost regard. As he had no desire to relive the previous ordeals, even the mere recollection sent shivers down his spine. Chen Wen's gaze settled upon the vessel, nodding in approval. "You've done well." Jiang Taichu dared not take credit. Chen Wen said little more, lightly stepping aboard the vessel, with Jiang Taichu hastily following suit. Soon, the vessel soared through the clouds, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Jiang Taichu spoke in a hushed tone, "Young master, what are your plans?" "Proceed with a bold approach. Simply state that I am here for the hidden powers, provided my identity remains concealed. Moreover, ensure that you have thoroughly investigated Chu Tianlong's forces and associates. I intend to eliminate them all at once." A slight smirk played at the corners of Chen Wen's mouth. As for whether anyone would alert Chu Tianlong in advance to sabotage his plans, he harbored no concerns. His father had already laid out a comprehensive scheme throughout the ancient Yuan realm. Should any anomalies arise, they would be detected promptly. At that point, it would be simple to trace the source and apprehend them all. "Understood, I shall make the necessary arrangements," Jiang Taichu responded repeatedly. "By the way, my surname is Yi." "Remember that," Chen Wen suddenly declared. There were numerous hidden powers in the upper realm, and coincidentally, there was a lesser-known Yi clan. This hidden power, while weaker than the forces of destiny, was perfectly suited for dealing with Chu Tianlong due to its lower ranking. "Yes, young Master Yi," Jiang Taichu affirmed. "Very well. You may leave," Chen Wen waved his hand. "Yes," Jiang Taichu nodded and exited the room. Chen Wen did not retain him, turning instead toward the chamber where he began his cultivation. The moment he entered, Chen Wen swiftly entered a meditative state. Although Chu Tianlong's power paled in comparison to his own, he had spent the past 6 years cultivating with the Emperor's bone. It was evident that Chu Tianlong had undoubtedly reached an immensely powerful realm. Thus, he needed to dedicate every moment to his training. He intended to confront Chu Tianlong personally. Time flew by. 3 days later, Chen Wen gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. Upon closer inspection, one would find a thick layer of white powder accumulated at his feet. In those 3 days, he had consumed nearly 100,000 top-tier spiritual crystals and divine essence. Yet, despite this, he had barely reached the pinnacle of the yin-yang realm, still needing time to break through. The nirvana liquid was essential for his advancement. Chen Wen could not help but sigh wistfully. Now, he eagerly anticipated arriving at the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden, where he expected to encounter many children of destiny. Eliminating Chu Tianlong was one aspect, harvesting the children of destiny was another. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips, and his spirits lifted. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chen Wen paused his thoughts and stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Upon opening the door, he was met by Zhang Taichu's figure. Greetings, young master. Zhang Taichu began, but his gaze fell upon Chen Wen, causing his pupils to constrict. As a cultivator of the sovereign realm, he immediately discerned the changes in Chen Wen. His vitality surged like a tide, and his aura felt as profound as the ocean, vastly stronger than 3 days prior. Especially considering Chen Wen had not yet broken through. What is it? Chen Wen noticed Zhang Taichu's emotional fluctuations and inquired. Zhang Taichu quickly suppressed his inner turmoil. I apologize. I was lost in thought, please forgive me, young master. He was no novice and understood the necessity of discretion regarding Chen Wen's transformation, even if it was evident. As a servant, he recognized his role. Is there something you need? Chen Wen did not expose Zhang Taichu's apprehensions. Zhang Taichu straightened, saying, We have arrived at the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. I request that you accompany me, young master. Have we arrived? Chen Wen remarked. A smirk forming on his lips. Chu Tianlong, we shall meet soon. Zhang Taichu noted Chen Wen's expression but felt an inexplicable chill crawl down his spine. Are the arrangements in place? Chen Wen inquired. Your identity has been duly communicated to the sovereign of the sacred land. And we have nearly clarified Chu Tianlong's forces and their associates. Soon, I shall provide you with a satisfactory report, Zhang Taichu assured him. Well done, lead the way. Chen Wen commanded, tempering his emotions. Please, this way, Zhang Taichu promptly gestured. Upon exiting the chamber, Chen Wen's gaze fell upon the endless mountain range ahead. In the midst of the peaks stood a palace, with spiritual clouds gathering above, casting various wondrous phenomena. Amidst the ethereal mist, spiritual cranes danced gracefully, tracing trails of light, creating a dreamlike scene. Truly magnificent, Chen Wen mused, marveling at the grandeur. The Chu clan in Qingstone Town was impressive. Yet it paled in comparison to the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. As the spiritual vessel gradually descended, the mountain gate of the sacred land came into view, growing ever larger. Ah, Chen Wen remarked, the 4 characters of the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden, they seem to embody an enigmatic Tao rhythm. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's intrigue, Zhang Taichu explained, this Tao rhythm was left by the first Holy Master for the enlightenment of future generations. Yet, to this day, no one has been able to attain its inheritance, which is indeed a pity. Even Chu Tianlong cannot? Chen Wen asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed, he too has been unsuccessful. Zhang Taichu replied. Then I am curious to see what manner of thing could deter even Chu Tianlong, Chen Wen smirked. However, he did not attempt to engage with it immediately. For his primary objective at present was to confront Chu Tianlong and discern what sort of individual dared to impersonate his identity. Chapter 25, Kneel only to heaven and earth. Not to mortals meanwhile, the disciples at the mountain gate were captivated by the slowly descending spiritual vessel. As they speculated about which eminent figure was gracing the Holy Land, the sanctum suddenly quaked. Shadows surged forth from the depths of the sacred place, racing toward the mountain gate. What is happening? Why are the sovereigns all emerging? The disciples' faces were painted with astonishment as they gazed upon the familiar yet strange figures. One among them, a man with a sword cradled in his arms and an air of aloofness, spoke nonchalantly. What do you think? Everyone turned their eyes to Chu Chang'e. His distinguished origins were no secret, and few dared to offend him within the Holy Land. Yet, it was undeniable that he possessed information that eluded the others. This spiritual vessel belongs to the Realm Guardian Hall. I once visited there with my clan's elders, Chu Chang'e continued, a smirk of arrogance tugging at the corners of his mouth. The hall master of the Guardian Hall used this very vessel to escort us. The crowd could hardly contain their disdain for Chu Changa's pretentiousness. I've heard from the elders that our sovereign has invited Hall Master Jiang more than once to serve as an honorary sovereign. He paused, almost forgetting to mention, oh, I nearly neglected to tell you, the Hall Master's surname is Jiang. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he noted the audience's stiff expressions in response to his boastfulness. Chu Changa relished their reactions and continued, if I am not mistaken, Hall Master Jiang must have acquiesced to our sovereign's request. Thus, it is not unusual for the entire clan to come forth to welcome him. Now it makes sense, one disciple remarked. How could the sovereign and others not come to greet him? The crowd's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The lower realms were, after all, mere savages. The Guardian Hall was nothing more than a gatekeeper. The true powerful forces resided among the primal races of the upper realms. Chu Changa shook his head. His eyes filled with disdain. The sovereigns and elders, however, were oblivious to the thoughts of Chu Changa and his companions. They stood solemnly, slightly bowing in respectful greeting. Especially Ji Yue, the sovereign, who had received a transmission from Jiang Taichu, indicating that a young master from a hidden upper realm clan was visiting for training. Upon hearing this news, she was so startled that she leapt from her coffin, abandoning her secluded practice in haste. A young master from a hidden power. Coming to their modest sect for training, was this not ludicrous? The most exasperating part was that there was no reason for him to flaunt his identity in such a manner. Rather than training, it seemed more akin to a display of arrogance. Had she been unaware of his status, she might have played the fool, but now, who dared to act so? Regardless, she had to serve this young master well, even if it meant offering herself as a pillow. The longer one practiced, the more one understood the terrifying nature of those great powers. With this thought, Ji Yue instinctively lowered her posture even further. On the spiritual vessel, Jiang Taichu spoke. Young master, we may disembark now. Very well, Chen Wen replied with a nod. Jiang Taichu was the first to appear before the gathered crowd. As he emerged, his repressed aura caused the atmospheric pressure to plummet. The oppressive presence of a celestial king was palpable, akin to the heavens themselves collapsing. So this is the hall master of the Guardian Hall, truly fearsome. The crowd held their breath, afraid to exhale. Chu Changa recognized Jiang Taichu immediately. Yet his expression remained calm and collected, unlike the shock displayed by others. To him, their reactions seemed overly exaggerated. Had they never encountered a true figure of significance? However, something unusual caught everyone's attention. Jiang Taichu was bowing slightly. Confusion spread among the spectators as Chen Wen stepped forward, gradually entering their line of sight. Clad in white robes, with a visage as handsome as jade, he exuded an aura of refinement that set him apart from the rest. Chen Wen approached with a composed demeanor, stopping at the edge of the vessel to gaze down upon the assembly. Jiang Taichu, meanwhile, retreated, adopting a half-crouched posture, his expression grave. He suppressed his aura to the utmost, rendering the distinctive presence of a celestial king utterly imperceptible. At that moment, Jiang Taichu's demeanor was entirely overshadowed, resembling that of a mere servant. What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that they would come to welcome Hall Master Jiang? The onlookers were bewildered. Chu Changa's expression shifted subtly. His gaze fixed intently on Chen Wen, as if verifying the authenticity of the scene before him. We humbly welcome young Master Yi, led by Ji Yue. The assembly bowed deeply, their voices resounding like thunder, echoing throughout the sacred land. Young Master Yi? Who is this person? Even their sovereign and Hall Master Jiang, such esteemed figures, must bow in deference. Simultaneously, many disciples turned their eyes to Chu Changa, seemingly questioning, did you not claim to be well informed? Did you not say the sovereign and others were here to welcome Hall Master Jiang? Now, what do you have to say? Chu Changa noted the mocking glances directed at him, and his expression darkened. When had he, a scion of a holy clan, ever endured such humiliation? As a prince's attendant, he had never been treated in such a manner. What are you doing? Kneel. Some peak masters and elders, frustrated by the disciples' bewilderment, could hardly contain their anger. What are your identities? This is someone even your matriarch would kneel to. The more they thought about it, the more they felt the urge to reprimand these foolish disciples. In an instant, a wave of kneeling swept through the assembly, creating a stunning scene. "We have seen young Master Yi," the chorus of voices erupted, echoing powerfully without pause. Yet, amidst the kneeling disciples, one stood defiantly apart. This disciple held his back straight, sword cradled in his arms, an expression of unyielding pride upon his face. As if defying the world itself. The elder, who had just relaxed, nearly choked on his anger upon witnessing this defiance. He recognized the disciple as a student of Lu Piamiao, the master of the Sixth Peak, hailing from a powerful clan in the upper realm. Accustomed to looking down upon others. Naturally, the elders had no intention of suppressing these gilded youths, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, now was not the time for individualism. Ji Yaoyue's expression darkened as she cast a cold glance at Lu Piamiao. He froze, realizing the sovereign's genuine ire. If she mishandled this situation, the consequences could be dire. Taking a deep breath, Lu Piamiao subtly retreated to Chu Changa's side, suppressing her anger as she hissed, "Kneel when told." "I'm afraid I cannot comply." Chu Changa's voice gradually rose, his head held high as he regarded Chen Wen. "I, Chu Changa, have only ever knelt to heaven and earth, not to mortals. And he is simply unworthy." Chapter 26, There is always a fool in every sect. Though Chu Changa's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated profoundly in the solemn atmosphere. Lu Piamiao was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of fool was this? He couldn't even comprehend such an obvious hint. He spoke of kneeling only to heaven and earth. Not to mortals. If he wanted to act tough, he should at least sever ties with me first. He was going to get me killed. Meanwhile, Ji Yue and the others stood frozen, as if trapped in an icy abyss, chills coursing through their bodies. At that moment, Chu Changa's voice had echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena, leaving them no way to conceal this act of defiance. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Chu Changa. Above his head appeared an orange divine soul, and at the same time, vital information materialized before him. Name, Chu Changa, age, 23, personality, arrogant, unruly, extremely jealous. Identity, third son of the patriarch of the Qing Tian clan, a holy faction. Divine soul, orange, physique, ancient true dragon body, realm, third heaven human realm, so, that's why he is unruly. He hails from an extraordinary lineage and possesses the ancient true dragon body. Even on the divine body rankings, it holds a distinguished position. When fully cultivated, it can withstand ancient divine beasts, and its dragon power can shake the heavens. Indeed, he possesses the capital to be unyielding. Just perfect. I, Chen Wen, enjoy tackling tough adversaries. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips. Through discreet investigations, it was revealed that Chu Changa had secretly allied with Chu Tianlong, making him one of his trusted confidants. Their relationship was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a few key figures within the holy grounds. Chu Tianlong primarily utilized Chu Changa's influential background to manage the expansion of the Qing Tian clan's power. Additionally, it was revealed that he and Chu Yue were siblings. Jiang Taichu quietly recounted the findings. Oh, could this be considered a full buff? Who else could possibly survive this? Chen Wen's smile widened. At that moment, Lu Piamiao realized that if Chu Changa continued his reckless behavior, the entire holy ground might suffer the consequences. She suppressed her fury once more. Rebellious disciple. Do you know the identity of young Master Yi? He hails from. Chu Changa interrupted Lu Piamiao, a proud smirk gracing his lips. Master, you are unaware. I come from the holy clan of Qing Tian, and I am the third son of the patriarch. My rank within the clan is third. My presence in the Sacred Maiden's holy ground is merely a requirement for training as per clan regulations. As for status, can he possibly surpass me? You may rise, master. I shall take charge this time. As he spoke, Chu Changa lifted his head slightly, his rebellious demeanor fully on display. Upon hearing this, Lu Piamiao's composure shattered. Shut your mouth, you fool. She roared, her voice akin to an enraged lioness. Simultaneously, the oppressive force of her life and death realm bore down upon Chu Changa. At that moment, her hatred for Chu Changa reached its peak. What was the holy clan worth? How dare he act so brazenly before the hidden powers of others? To audaciously suggest she stand up, claiming he would take charge for her, did he wish for her demise? She immediately abandoned the thought of revealing Chen Wen's identity to Chu Changa. This fool had already offended everyone. If she were perceived as deliberately assisting him, she would be doomed as well. Boom! In an instant, Chu Changa trembled under the overwhelming pressure. As he sank gradually, the ground beneath him shattered into dust. Yet, even in this moment, Chu Changa remained defiant, struggling to rise. Surges of azure light emanated from his body, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar from within. You, a mere elder of the holy ground, dare to humiliate me? You shall pay dearly for this. And you, I shall not rest until I avenge the humiliation I have suffered today. This grudge will not go unanswered. Chu Changa suddenly raised his head. His eyes bloodshot as he shouted, appearing utterly deranged. At this moment, the boundless humiliation and fury had completely consumed his reason. Since the day he was born, no one had ever dared to treat him this way, never. He vowed to bring death to all, to everyone. This person has gone mad. Observing Chu Changa's inability to grasp the situation, the disciples were left in shock. Lu Peak Master is clearly trying to save you, they thought. Yet, here he was, not only threatening her but also aiming his ire at someone else. Such a fool, living is a waste of resources. You idiot, die! Lu Pramiao bellowed, her internal pressure surging once again. Boom! Chu Changa, who had just straightened his back, was once again bent under the oppressive force, the ground erupting into a cloud of white dust. Yet, he still forced himself to stand, blood seeping from his pores. Just then, Chen Wen, who had remained silent until this point, finally spoke. That's enough. Lu Piomio was taken aback, but upon seeing Chen Wen's faint smile, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. She involuntarily halted her actions. Chu Changa felt the pressure ease and straightened his body, glaring at Chen Wen with bloodshot eyes. So, you are Chu Changa, Chen Wen remarked leisurely. Chu Changa retorted coldly, his demeanor radiating defiance. And what of it? This fool was beyond saving. Lu Piomio was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling. She believed she had done her utmost, only to encounter an arrogant fool. Chen Wen remained composed, stating calmly, the type of unruly genius I admire most is precisely you. But do you know, every person who has threatened me is dead? At this, Chen Wen's voice turned frigid, and the smile vanished from his face. Kill me? Just you? Ha ha ha. Chu Changa erupted into a wild laugh, his face brimming with disdain. It was as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Setting aside the fact that he was backed by the Imperial Clan, just having the holy faction at his back meant no one could kill him. One could only wonder, who in the world would dare offend the son of the Imperial Clan? Gui was left dumbfounded. Even now, this fool still had the audacity to be confident? Could he not see their actions? He had just proclaimed his holy lineage, yet he was still being ridiculed. Anyone with sense could discern that they had made their choice between the two. Chen Wen, all the while, displayed no emotion, merely observing Chu Changa's maniacal laughter. Soon, Chu Changa's laughter subsided, his expression twisted with malice. Each one of you will meet your end, and especially you, boy, using your background to suppress me. Today, I will show you what despair truly means. As he growled, he produced a directional teleportation token. This. Could it be that he truly meant to end it all? The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Clearly, Chu Changa intended to summon someone. Chapter 27, If Death is Inevitable. Let it be distant, the Chu clan is doomed unconsciously. Their gazes shifted toward Chen Wen on the spirit vessel. There he stood, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor remarkably serene. The white robe billowed gracefully in the gentle breeze, enhancing his poise. Such confidence, they thought, as a collective breath was drawn in by the disciples. They then glanced at their own sovereign and elders, only to discover that each bore a chilling smile, devoid of any trace of fear. It seemed that the young man indeed possessed a formidable background. The disciples' anxieties were momentarily eased. After all, they were allied with Chen Wen. If a sacrifice were to be made, then it would be their foolish senior brother from the Chu clan who should perish. As they remained resolute, Chu Changa's fury surged even more. Still putting on an act? May you all perish! He bellowed, infusing his spiritual energy into the directional transmission talisman. Instantly, light flared. and spiritual energy coursed chaotically across the talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and even after 10 breaths, there was still no response. Chu Chang's expression stiffened. Yet, he quickly produced another directional transmission talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, another 10 breaths passed, and still, silence reigned. How could this be? Chu Chang's expression finally shifted, his gaze fixated on the 2 talismans in his grasp. Could it be that the infused spiritual energy was insufficient? With frenzied determination, he poured more energy into the talismans. As the energy surged, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, and a visible panic took hold. How amusing, they thought. Even the so-called Sacred Clan offspring could not grasp the situation. The disciples erupted in laughter. However, Ji Yue and her companions were not so naive. They understood Chu Chang's significance, yet, why was he failing to react? This was unexpected. They turned their eyes toward Chen Wen, a hint of inquiry in their gazes. Could it be that he had foreseen everything, hence his calm demeanor? At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Chu Chang's forehead as he frantically retrieved a communication talisman from his robe. He injected spiritual energy into it with urgency. Time dragged on until, in a moment of desperation, the talisman finally lit up. Joy surged through Chu Chang. He had established contact at last. Just as he was about to plead for help, a thunderous roar echoed from the talisman. Is this never ending? If you're going to die, die far away. Chu Chang's smile froze. Father, what do you mean by that? I mean for you to die, you fool. Do you understand? The roar resounded again. Chu Chang inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage. Father, I am unaware of what you are facing, but please, allow me to explain. Now the Chu clan is on the brink of extinction. And you still wish for calm? What nonsense! With that, Chu Beifeng severed the connection. Chu Chang was stunned. Their clan was doomed? How could this be? At that moment, his mind felt as though it had exploded into chaos. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. The roar of Chu Beifeng had not escaped their ears. Ji Yue and her companions cast a deep, astonished glance at Chen Wen, their eyes reflecting shock, inquiry, and fear. If all of this had indeed been within Chen Wen's foresight, then he was truly a figure to be reckoned with. At last, Chen Wen spoke. Is it not your intention to leverage your background against me? Pray tell, where is your background? Upon his words, all eyes turned to Chu Chang, as if questioning. Where is your background, O man of lineage? Chu Chang clenched his fists tightly, his expression returning to one of aloofness. Do you truly believe that the demise of my family will place me in peril? You are woefully ignorant. Do you not know that I am but a servant of the Imperial Sun? Our esteemed Imperial Sun, Chen Wen, hails from the divine Imperial Clan of the Upper Realm, the most ancient and formidable Chen lineage. As he spoke, Chu Chang's icy gaze bore into Chen Wen. Is that background sufficient for you? And you may also inform this young man that my identity is more than adequate. As his words fell, the atmosphere plunged into a heavy silence. Ji Yue and her companions stood in disbelief. The heir of the sacred ground was indeed an Imperial Sun, descended from the divine Imperial Clan. This was no secret. What astonished them, however, was that Chu Chang was one of the Imperial Sun's people, and he had concealed it so deeply. In light of this revelation, there was but one explanation: Chu Chang held a significant position in Chu Tianlong's eyes, likely involving undisclosed dealings. No wonder he had exuded such confidence from the very beginning. And no wonder he remained unfazed despite their constant insinuations. If they were in his position, being associated with the Imperial Sun, they would not fear any force. For it represented the Imperial Sun's prestige. Before me, the Imperial Sun is of no consequence, Chen Wen's voice resonated, shattering the silence. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could he dare to say such a thing? Especially Ji Yue and others who were aware of Chen Wen's identity. Their minds buzzed with disbelief. They had initially thought Chu Chang to be arrogant, only to find an even more brazen individual before them, dismissing the Imperial Sun as insignificant. Your hidden power holds no weight before the Imperial Clan, Chu Chang retorted, his expression darkening. In his eyes, the Imperial Sun was beyond reproach. Indeed. Among the disciples of the sacred ground, the Imperial Son commanded more respect than even the sovereign. I not only know what I speak, but I also understand my actions. With that, the smile vanished from Chen Wen's face. Elder Jiang, shatter his bones for me. I wish to see if that so-called Imperial Son can protect him. Understood. Jiang Taichu stepped forward, unleashing the might of the Heavenly King realm. The clouds parted, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Chu Chang'e. The surrounding dust erupting and the space warping. No. Chu Chang'e's face shifted dramatically, breathless with shock. He had not anticipated that Chen Wen would dare to act, disregarding the Imperial Son's authority. In that instant, as the overwhelming force bore down, his ancient dragon body shattered, flesh tearing apart, blood spraying everywhere. Boom! Chu Chang'e collapsed to his knees, the ground beneath him cracking into fragments. At that moment, he could no longer hold back, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. A pitiful sight indeed. Jiang Taichu advanced once more, his power surging again, the heavens trembling. This, he truly dared to strike. Madness, they thought. This young man was utterly insane. To them, Chen Wen was courting death. They understood that the moment Chu Chang'e's identity was revealed, any action against him was tantamount to an affront to the Imperial Son. Crack! The renewed force bore down, and Chu Chang'e could withstand no more. His bones emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if they were on the verge of shattering. Finally, fear gripped Chu Chang'e. If his bones were to break, what purpose would he serve? I was wrong, I am willing to kneel, no, I will lie prostrate. Just spare me. It seems your Imperial Son Master is of little use to you, unable to utter a single word of protest, Chen Wen said languidly. Chu Chang'e froze. For the Imperial Son was not present in the sacred ground. Chen Wen's expression turned cold as he continued. I do not wish to see a single unbroken bone left on him. Understood, Jiang Taichu replied, increasing his strength once more. No, you cannot do this. Chu Chang'e's terrified scream was instantly drowned by the horrific sounds of cracking bones. Crack! 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 Thud! 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 Soon, a series of bone-shattering noises echoed through the scene, accompanied by bursts of blood splattering everywhere. In a short while, the ground was drenched in crimson. While Chu Chang'e lay limply on the ground, like a pile of mush, with only a faint breath remaining. The sight was both gruesome and brutal. What a ruthless method! Witnessing Chu Chang'e's state, the onlookers couldn't help but glance towards Chen Wen. Chen Wen maintained a calm smile, as if the events unfolding before him were of no concern to him. Yet, that handsome and gentle facade sent chills down their spines, making their skin crawl. The shift in emotions among the crowd did not escape Chen Wen's notice. He was utterly indifferent to it. What did it matter that everyone in the world feared him? They had all lived another life. He no longer needed to intentionally placate anyone. Noticing the stillness of the scene, Chen Wen furrowed his brow. This could either mean that Chu Tianlong was absent from the sacred ground, or that Chu Chang'e was simply insignificant. What a pity! However, he had ample time to toy with them. With this thought, a cold smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips. Young master, all of Chu Chang'e's bones are shattered. Not a single piece remains, Jiang Taichu reported, half-bowed. Well done, Chen Wen nodded in approval. It is an honor for a lowly one to serve the young master. Jiang Taichu responded hastily. Chen Wen did not reply but gradually descended towards the mountain gate, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura. They have arrived. The crowd gasped, instinctively lowering their bodies, almost pressing themselves against the ground. Somehow, the moment Chen Wen touched the ground, their anxious hearts began to race wildly, as though an invisible pressure weighed down upon them. Without pausing, Chen Wen strode towards where Chu Chang'e lay. The onlookers silently parted to the sides, creating a clear path. From the horizon, Chu Chang'e could only see the figure of Chen Wen growing larger, looming over him. At that moment, all remnants of defiance vanished from his eyes, replaced solely by terror. Even with his bones shattered, he still did not wish to die. For once life was lost, nothing else would remain. Upon reaching Chu Chang'e's side, Chen Wen gestured, enveloping Chu Chang'e in a binding force and lifting him up. It appears your master has abandoned you, Chen Wen said languidly. Chu Changa's eyes reflected a plea for mercy, but he could not utter a word, only blood flowed from his mouth. Do you know Chu Yue? I killed her. Chen Wen's haunting voice suddenly reached Chu Changa's ears. Chu Yue? Is that not my sister whom I have never met? Chu Changa was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Could it be that the annihilation of his family was due to his sister? As this thought crossed his mind went blank. A dull buzzing filling his head. It turned out that the other party had known everything all along, toying with him from the beginning. Chen Wen's voice infiltrated Chu Changa's mind once more. Just as you guessed, it was my family that eradicated the Chu clan. Upon learning the basic information about Chu Changa, he had speculated about the relationship between him and Chu Yue. It was amusing to think that both siblings were of similar ilk and had ended up in his grasp. However, he had to admit that he had quite a connection with the Chu clan. Confirming his suspicions through Chen Wen's words, the weight of dread lifted from Chu Changa's heart. Good night, brother. May you not choose the wrong master in the future, Chen Wen remarked. His hand tightening around Chu Changa, enveloping him in power. Chu Changa's pupils trembled, fear, regret, and unwillingness surged within him. At that moment, he truly felt remorseful and terrified. Already on the brink of extinction, Chu Changa's body exploded under the pressure of Chen Wen's power, blood raining down like a torrential downpour, splattering on the ground. In silence, Chen Wen activated the Celestial Destiny Great Furnace, refining Chu Changa's soul. Refinement complete. Congratulations! You have obtained a vial of orange Celestial Destiny Rebirth liquid. Ah, how delightful, Chen Wen smirked. With this vial of Celestial Destiny Rebirth liquid, along with an abundance of spiritual crystals and divine essence, he felt confident about advancing to the realm of heaven and man. After storing the Celestial Destiny Rebirth liquid, Chen Wen turned his gaze towards Ji Yue and the others. By this time, Ji Yue and her companions had already adjusted their stances and approached Chen Wen. No need to kneel, rise, Chen Wen said with a gentle smile. Seeing Chen Wen's demeanor, Ji Yue beckoned the elders and disciples to stand. In their eyes, even if Chen Wen had offended the Imperial Sun, he was not someone they could afford to provoke. Their duty was merely to serve the two factions, and everything else was beyond their concern. Young master, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to speak. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Ji Yue said, taking a deep breath before speaking. Chen Wen's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on an enchanting woman whose grace flowed like water. This woman possessed a voluptuous figure, perfectly combining allure and gentleness, clearly a rare gem. Chen Wen's attention did not go unnoticed by the others. Could it be that the young master has taken a fancy to her? Yet, this was not an unwelcome development. Ji Yue's gaze flitted over Jiang Qingren, and a calculation formed in her heart. By heavens, what a beast! The mindset of the disciples differed from Ji Yue and others, as they began to voice their discontent. Who is Jiang Qingren? The master of the Fairy Peak. Her beauty, character, and figure are all unparalleled. Especially her blend of allure and gentleness. She is the object of admiration for all male disciples. Upon witnessing Chen Wen's interest in Jiang Qingren, they all felt a wave of indignation. Jiang Qingren felt uncomfortable under Chen Wen's scrutiny, her hands clenching tightly beneath her sleeves, barely containing her dissatisfaction. Chen Wen chuckled lightly, calmly retracting his gaze. In truth, he was not focused on Jiang Qingren herself, but rather the destiny soul above her head. It could be said that among the crowd, there was only one destined child. And that was Jiang Qingren. Moreover, her destiny soul was quite impressive, reaching the green tier. He pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to pursue her. Young master, that is my sister. If you are interested, I can persuade her on your behalf, Zhang Taichu said with a wry smile. Do not be misled by her gentle demeanor. Her temperament is as stubborn as an ox. Enough, I understand your intentions. I have no interest in your sister, Chen Wen waved his hand dismissively. I spoke out of turn, Zhang Taichu quickly fell silent. As for Chen Wen's claim of disinterest, he did not believe it. While he may not understand women, he certainly understood men. Chen Wen disregarded Zhang Taichu's thoughts and instead transmitted, Speak, who among those present is related to Chu Tianlong? Today, I shall collect a bit of interest. Chapter 29, Ruthless and Unrelenting. All annihilated, there were still 15 left, 2 of whom were peak masters. Jiang Taichu spoke. Kill them all, but leave the bodies. Chen Wen said indifferently, agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Taichu struck. Instantly, the aura of the King Realm surged forth, enveloping everyone with its terrifying power. What is happening? The faces of Ji Yue and the others changed dramatically. The sudden shift left them bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Taichu moved, reaching out to grasp an elder, his hand entwined with horrifying energy that tore through layers of space. No, the elder's countenance shifted in fear, instinctively expressing his terror. Die. Crack. With a single tremor, Jiang Taichu crushed the elder's skull, blood splattering onto Ji You's face. In an instant, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Both elders and disciples were seized by unease, some even ignited with combat fervor. Ji You's pupils trembled violently as she shouted at the elders and disciples below, "Do not act rashly. I will handle this." Once the crowd managed to regain a semblance of composure, Ji Yue turned to Chen Wen. "We haven't offended you, have we?" "You have not offended me." "But they have." "Continue the slaughter," Chen Wen replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. "No, you cannot do this," Ji Yue exclaimed, her agitation prompting her to rise. Jiang Taichu, seeing this, pressed his hand against her forehead. "Do you wish to die as well?" Ji Yue's complexion turned deathly pale. Yet, after a brief moment, she mustered her courage, asserting her responsibility as the sovereign of the sacred land, declaring that she could not stand idly by while her elders perished. "Please, Jiang Hallmaster, consider this plea and provide me with an answer." Jiang Taichu remained silent, looking toward Chen Wen as if inquiring what he wished to say. Chen Wen cast a glance at Ji Yue, replying, "I am not unreasonable. Since Ji's sovereign seeks an answer, let us provide her one." "Very well," Jiang Taichu acquiesced, tossing a spiritual tablet listing the 15 individuals and their deeds to Ji Yue. This action captured everyone's attention, all eyes were fixated on the tablet. Ji Yue did not speak but trembled as she absorbed its contents. In an instant, the names of the 15 individuals materialized before her, 2 of whom were peak masters. Upon seeing this, Ji Yue's pupils constricted sharply. Initially, she merely wished to inquire why Jiang Taichu intended to kill Elder Zhao. However, upon viewing the list, she realized Jiang Taichu intended to eliminate all 15. This shattered her worldview and redefined her threshold for acceptance. Nevertheless, she was no novice. Soon, she quelled her inner shock and scrutinized all the information. By the end, she felt numb. Every single one of these individuals had betrayed the sacred land, exploiting its resources for the benefit of the Imperial Sun. Some had committed heinous acts, causing the demise of numerous disciples within the sacred land. The events chronicled within were indeed harrowing. Of course, if these individuals were to be dealt with by their own sacred land, it would be a daunting task. Firstly, they could not risk offending the Imperial Sun for the sake of the sacred land as ironclad rules. It is not an exaggeration to say that if this matter were brought before the Council of Elders, many high-ranking elders might even support such a decision, viewing it as a means to curry favor with the Imperial Sun. Secondly, how many cultivators are truly virtuous? It is merely a matter of pursuing their goals by any means necessary. Thus, the malevolent acts committed by these individuals were not considered significant. However, this was not the case in the eyes of young Master Yi. Since they had already offended the Imperial Sun, why not take the opportunity to eradicate them, thereby significantly diminishing the opposing force? These individuals were beyond her protection. Realizing this, Ji Yue sank onto the ground, her eyes reflecting both bewilderment and powerlessness. "Do you understand now, or are there any objections?" Jiang Taichu coldly inquired. Ji Yue's vacant expression betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. "What do you mean there are none? What exactly lies within? Could it be that Elder Zhao truly offended young Master Yi?" The crowd gazed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Jiang Taichu cast a detached glance at Ji Yue before striking once more. No crack. Another elder was obliterated by a single strike, blood erupting in all directions. Die. After eliminating one elder, Jiang Taichu did not pause, increasing the speed of his attacks. You cannot harm me. I am a person of the Imperial Sun. Sovereign, save me. Soon, the scene was filled with anguished cries, instilling dread in all who heard. The elders and disciples present were numbed by fear, their faces reflecting nothing but terror. Under the overwhelming might of the king's authority, they could neither save anyone nor even move. After several breaths, Jiang Taichu's slaughter finally ceased. 16 bodies lay sprawled before the onlookers, their deaths gruesome and horrific. Not a single person dared to step forward. It seemed that this Chu Tianlong was either a master of stealth or simply absent from the sacred land. Chen Wen reaffirmed his suspicions. However, considering the possibility, if Chu Tianlong were indeed present, he likely would have been silenced before Jiang Taichu's arrival. Young master, all have been slain, and the bodies remain intact. Jiang Taichu stated calmly. Do you see that sacred monument? Nail them to it so that all may behold this spectacle, Chen Wen instructed coolly. Jiang Taichu immediately grasped Chen Wen's intent. This was meant to humiliate Chu Tianlong. What mattered most to Chu Tianlong was none other than his reputation and public image. Having his subordinate slain and subjected to such humiliation would compel him to retaliate against Chen Wen, if only to preserve his own face. Understood. I shall attend to it at once, Jiang Taichu replied promptly. As he began to levitate the corpses, the expressions of the onlookers shifted once again. What was he up to? Did he intend to spare them after all? Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Jiang Taichu began to nail the bodies to the distant sacred monument. Blood cascaded down the stone, a sight that pierced the eyes of everyone present. Simultaneously, this act infused the previously silent venue with an air of chilling solemnity. At this moment, Ji Yue could no longer restrain herself. Young Master Yi, is this not a bit excessive? Chen Wen's gaze fell upon Ji Yue, causing her to shiver. In a cold tone, Chen Wen retorted. The leniency I just extended to you was in recognition of your earnest hospitality. However, that does not grant you the right to overstep your bounds, do you understand? With that, Chen Wen's demeanor shifted. If you truly seek death, I would not mind facilitating your wish. As he spoke, a palpable killing intent radiated from him. Ji Yue's expression changed. In that instant, she felt as though a blade was poised at her throat. Terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. In that moment, her perception of Chen Wen shifted yet again. Ji Yue inhaled deeply before speaking. I understand, I was being reckless. After nailing all the bodies to the sacred monument, Jiang Taichu approached Chen Wen, stating, all are now affixed to the monument. Good work, Chen Wen nodded. Jiang Taichu, showing no desire for accolades, simply stood silently to the side. All eyes in the venue were focused on Chen Wen, their depths filled with fear. If previously they had been compelled to lower themselves due to Chen Wen's status, now, they are utterly consumed by fear due to Chen Wen's ruthless cruelty. I have heard that your saintess is renowned as the most beautiful in Xingzhou. I wonder which one it is, Chen Wen remarked, gazing at Ji Yue with a languid tone. Chapter 30. It is done. The demon approached our saintess. He was quite intrigued by his fiancée and wished to ascertain the situation, whether she had already been won over. Upon his utterance, the atmosphere fell into profound silence. Their saintess was named Lulan Xingxue, a being reminiscent of a celestial fairy. If Jiang Qingren's captivating yet contradictory demeanor stirred one's heart, Lulan Xingxue's ethereal beauty was utterly bewitching. She was a celestial being capable of rendering one oblivious to the importance of cultivation and talent. Yet, paradoxically, her gifts surpassed all others within the sacred land of heavenly maidens, with only the Holy Sun barely able to rival her. The demon now turned his attention towards senior sister Lulan. Many disciples, upon realizing this, became increasingly agitated, yet they dared not voice their discontent. Ji Yue inhaled deeply and stated, our saintess, Lulan Xingxue, is currently cultivating at the peak of the Holy Master. If young Master Yi has business with her, I can escort you there. However, please understand that she possesses absolute freedom here, and I cannot compel her. Understood. This was an insinuation that Lulan Xingxue's status was not trivial, urging him to abandon any thoughts of pursuing her. Yet, did he require prodding? Chen Wen smirked slightly. If he was not intimidated by the Emperor's son, what made her a mere saintess worthy of concern? Ji Yue's expression faltered. This individual was indeed audacious beyond measure. The other disciples felt as though the sky had fallen, pondering how he could claim to be uninterested in his sister. Jiang Taichu secretly scoffed. This young Master Yi certainly had a particular taste. I hope Xiao Cheng does not remain too stubborn, Ji Yue thought. However, she would not oppose Chen Wen's request. Young Master Yi, please follow me. Very well, Chen Wen replied with a nod. The sacred land of heavenly maidens was more expansive than he had envisioned, with each peak resembling a small sect. Though the 9 peaks belonged to the same entity, they operated independently, leading to frequent open and covert conflicts over resources. Soon, under Ji You's guidance, Chen Wen arrived at the location of the fairy peak. The environment exceeded expectations, with ethereal mist swirling with spiritual energy, glowing like a dream. Upon witnessing the Holy Master personally accompany a male disciple with such deference, several practicing disciples halted their activities, momentarily taken aback. This is the peak we have prepared for you, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated throughout the fairy peak, Ji Yue explained, shifting her tone. You may take a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I shall make further arrangements. Chen Wen remained silent, surveying the surroundings. The peak he stood upon was embraced by 9 others, with 9 streams of spiritual energy cascading from above, creating a magnificent formation. Not only was the geographical location exquisite, but numerous spiritual herbs flourished there, their faint fragrance lifting the spirit. Indeed, it was quite impressive, and he nodded in silent approval. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, although this peak was categorized under the Fairy Peak, it was the oldest and most advantageous location in the Sacred Land, known as the Heavenly Maiden Peak. This was established by the first Heavenly Maiden and had remained unoccupied since her ascension to the upper realms. Even previous Holy Masters had refrained from residing there. Now that Chen Wen had arrived and chosen the Fairy Peak, they dared not place him elsewhere. Should he perceive their actions as dismissive, it would spell disaster for them. Let this suffice, Chen Wen concluded with a nod. Henceforth, this shall be your residence, young Master Yi. Ji Yue sighed in relief, though a sense of disappointment lingered. She had not anticipated that such a coveted space would be settled in this manner. You may withdraw, I prefer solitude, Chen Wen stated. Young Master Yi, please rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, Ji Yue offered, presenting him with a token. Chen Wen graciously accepted it. Once the others departed, Jiang Taichu inquired. What should I do next? Proceed as planned until we provoke Chu Tianlong's most loyal subordinates, Chen Wen replied. One of my objectives is to compel them to summon all their forces to eliminate me. At that moment, I shall ensure Chu Tianlong witnesses the dissolution of all he has painstakingly built. I understand. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Jiang Taichu stated. Why not stay here? Chen Wen pondered aloud. Jiang Taichu promptly shook his head. I reside at the neighboring Sinkhole Peak. Should you need anything, simply summon me. He then offered another token, which Chen Wen accepted without protest. Furthermore, you performed commendably, keep up the good work. Jiang Taichu was taken aback, overwhelmed by joy. It is an honor to serve young Master Yi. In that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. After all his efforts, this was the moment he had long awaited. Do not underestimate the significance of a single phrase from a member of the imperial family. Go, Chen Wen waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Jiang Taichu replied, turning to leave. Chen Wen smiled. A well-placed compliment can indeed invigorate one's spirit. With this thought, he did not linger but proceeded towards the palace's meditation chamber. He was eager to absorb the nirvana liquid, a splendid opportunity to enhance his cultivation. As Jiang Taichu descended the mountain peak, he suddenly halted, the smile on his face vanishing. Wait a moment. What did he mean by keep up the good work? Is he implying something? In an instant, Jiang Taichu's pupils widened. Of course. He must be hinting at my sister. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. I must go persuade her. To be favored by young Master Yi is an extraordinary blessing. Why remain reserved? With this thought, Jiang Taichu quickened his pace, appearing quite anxious. Chapter 31, The Unparalleled Beauty of the Mortal Realm, Lowland Snow. At the same time, the misdeeds of Chen Wen spread through every corner of the Sacred Land. At the Sacred Master Peak, the Holy Maiden Peak, a lively young girl clad in a green dress said to the woman before her, who was intently studying a chessboard. Miss, it's quite lively outside today. That little brat Chuchanga is trying to show off, and guess what happened? The woman, dressed in simple black attire, her skin surpassing snow, had her hair elegantly pinned up with a single hairpin. Aside from this, she wore no adornments. As she slightly leaned forward, a strand of hair slipped from her face, eclipsing the beauty of the mortal realm. "Oh, what could possibly excite our green so much?" the woman gently asked, tucking the hair behind her ear, revealing half of her astonishingly beautiful face. The reason it was only half visible was due to the black veil she wore. Yet, even so, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. A hint of red silk adorned her brow, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom and vivacity, even captivatingly stunning. It is said that true beauty lies in an aura of wholeness. The woman before her epitomized this perfectly. Dressed plainly, her every gesture exuded an ethereal grace, as if a celestial being had descended amidst the mundane world. Particularly, the subtle smile at the corner of her eyes could enchant all who beheld her. Indeed, a young Master Yi has just arrived at the sacred land, and the Holy Master and the others have gone out to greet him. Lulan Green eagerly recounted the events that had transpired. Lulan Xingxue paused, her hand hovering over the black piece. That young Master Yi openly provoked the Holy Sun and even nailed the slain to the sacred steel? Yes, what of it? Lulan Green replied, unable to suppress her curiosity. Seeing Lulan Xingxue remain unresponsive, she continued, "Furthermore, that young Master Yi asked the Holy Master to convey a message to you, saying he has matters to discuss and that you should meet him. He even warned that there would be consequences if you refuse." At this, Lulan Green scoffed. What does he think he is? Provoking the Holy Sun is one thing, but to dare offend our miss? We should simply let Elder Wan deal with such an arrogant insect. How amusing indeed, to act so recklessly knowing the identity of the Holy Sun. After all this, he has now set his sights on me. Regardless of his intentions, I see no harm in meeting him, given his audacity, Lulan Xingxue mused, casually placing her black piece on the board. The Holy Sun is none other than her future husband. From Lulan Green's words, it was evident that this young Master Yi was likely targeting her future spouse, and for that reason alone, she deemed it necessary to meet Chen Wen. Ha? What do you mean? Lulan Green was taken aback, surprised that her miss intended to pay a visit. Just as it sounds, come with me for a moment. Lulan Xingxue arose, her aura shifting from one of wisdom and intellect to one of nobility, akin to a celestial being, evoking a sense of reverence. Meanwhile, Zhang Taichu descended from the heavenly maiden peak and made his way towards the main hall where Zhang Qingren resided. Brother, what brings you here? Zhang Qingren was momentarily stunned upon seeing the hurried Zhang Taichu and instinctively called out, "Come here, I need to discuss something with you." Zhang Taichu grasped Zhang Qingren's hand and led her into the inner hall. Zhang Qingren appeared bewildered. What could be so significant that it couldn't be discussed in the main hall? However, seeing Zhang Taichu's serious expression, she did not refuse and followed him inside. "Sit down. I have something very important to discuss with you," Zhang Taichu began, taking a deep breath. "This matter pertains to your future, as well as mine, and even the future of our entire family. Therefore, you must consider it carefully." "Brother, what exactly is it?" "I'm utterly confused," Zhang Qingren responded, feeling lost. "Our young Master Yi seems to have taken a genuine interest in you." As long as you before Zhang Taichu could finish, Zhang Qingren's expression changed. "Get out, immediately," she commanded, her voice laced with fury. You Zhang Taichu inhaled deeply. "Little Qing, this isn't the time for pride, that is young Master Yi, the scion of a top-tier power. If you two become partners, not only will you ascend to great heights, but our entire Jiang clan will prosper. What do we strive for as cultivators if not this?" Zhang Qingren glared coldly at Zhang Taichu. "Did he send you here?" "Well, one could say that," Zhang Taichu reasoned, believing Chen Wen had indeed hinted at this. "Get lost. You tell him to get lost." Zhang Qingren exploded with anger. "Even if I cease to cultivate, I will never barter my body for gain. Your suggestion only disgusts me. What are you doing?" Zhang Taichu was taken aback, shivering at her intensity. Seeing her brother's cowardly demeanor, Zhang Qingren's rage surged. "Get out, you two." Recognizing her fury, Zhang Taichu stopped pressing the matter and said, I understand that you find this hard to grasp and accept. But please take your time to consider it, there's no rush for a response. Leave. Did you not hear me? You're serious? Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Taichu exclaimed as he scurried away. Once he left, Jiang Qingren slumped into a chair, contemplating her brother's words. She understood the implications and stakes involved. Yet, she was never one to seek glory through such means. Regardless of young Master Ye's background, she had no interest. Moreover, the recent actions of Chen Wen had solidified her belief that he was a merciless fiend. At that moment, the heavenly maiden peak suddenly buzzed with activity. A throng of disciples rushed towards the peak upon hearing of Lulan Xingxue's presence. Peak Master, trouble is brewing. A frantic voice interrupted Jiang Qingren's thoughts. Quickly regaining her composure, she commanded, "Come in." Instantly, a servant entered, breathless. "Speak, what is it?" "Lulan Xingxue has arrived and just entered our peak," the servant relayed. Jiang Qingren furrowed her brow. Lulan Xingxue was never one to intrude uninvited, and given her status, she seldom interacted with others or made enemies. Why had she suddenly come to the heavenly maiden peak? Could it be due to that fiend's words? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment, Jiang Qingren calmed her racing thoughts. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, Peak Master," the servant replied before exiting. With a sigh, Jiang Qingren left the Peak Master's hall. Whether Lulan Xingxue came for young Master Yi or not, she felt compelled to see for herself. Chapter 32, The arrival of Shangguan Xingxue shakes the entire sacred land. Meanwhile, Lulan Xingxue, guided by Luer, proceeded towards the direction of the heavenly maiden peak. "Sister Lulan, where are we headed? I don't recall the Peak Masteress' residence being in that direction. Could she be seeking a certain disciple? But that doesn't seem right. There's only the vacant heavenly maiden peak in that direction. You're unaware, aren't you? That young Master Yi has just settled at the heavenly maiden peak." "No way, that is absolutely impossible!" exclaimed several male disciples, overwhelmed by disbelief. "Ha! Who was it that just recently proclaimed that if Sister Lulan came looking, he would twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick? Keep your mouth shut, your memory is too good." As the realization dawned that Lulan Xingxue might be seeking Chen Wen, the previously raucous scene erupted into a frenzy. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly enveloping the entire sacred land. The Holy Maiden personally seeks out Chen Wen. Who is the Holy Maiden? A celestial being. Thus, for the sacred land, this was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving everyone astounded. However, when Lulan Xingxue reached the foot of the mountain, Jiang Taichu intercepted her path. Jiang Taichu cast a glance at Lulan Xingxue and calmly stated, "Halt, do you know who Our Lady is?" Luer immediately retorted, "Sister Lulan, do not. Step back, Luer." Lulan Xingxue instructed. Yes, Luer pouted and silently stepped behind her. Lulan Xingxue clasped her fists and declared, "This humble girl, Lulan Xingxue, has come to seek an audience with young Master Yi. I kindly request you to relay my message." "Lulan Xingxue? Is she the holy maiden that young Master Yi just mentioned?" Jiang Taichu thought, surprised by her initiative. Young Master, impressive indeed. At this, Jiang Taichu felt a pang of disappointment towards his own sister, who was too stubborn to recognize her own shortcomings. Look at her. Her beauty and talent surpass yours by a level. Yet here she is, seeking him out, while you're just being difficult. Is my message unclear? Noticing Jiang Taichu lost in thought, Lulan Xingxue remained unperturbed and spoke again. Jiang Taichu snapped back to reality and returned a clasped fist to Lulan Xingxue, stating, "Unfortunately, young Master Yi is currently in seclusion. Do you have any idea how long that will take?" Lulan Xingxue inquired thoughtfully. Jiang Taichu shook his head. "I truly do not know." "This is troublesome," Lulan Xingxue said, slightly bowing, ready to depart. At that moment, Jiang Qingren arrived. The surrounding disciples immediately parted to create a path. Jiang Qingren approached Lulan Xingxue and inquired, "Might I ask why the Holy Maiden has come?" Jiang Taichu shot his sister a sidelong glance, thinking, "Isn't this just a case of feigned ignorance?" Lulan Xingxue replied. I heard that young Master Yi is seeking me for something, so I came. If I have caused any trouble for Peak Master Jiang, I apologize. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at that. Same gender, yet the disparity is glaring. If I were the young master, I would undoubtedly choose her over you, Zhang Taichu thought to himself. Yet simultaneously, he speculated whether she genuinely came because of Chen Wen's words. Was there more to this? Do you know each other? Zhang Qingrun asked instinctively. She shared the same sentiment as Zhang Taichu, believing that given Lulan Xingxue's character, she had no reason to concern herself with Chen Wen. Lulan Xingxue subtly glanced at Zhang Qingrun, thinking, surely this matter is beyond Peak Master Jiang's inquiry. No, but why do I feel something is amiss? Zhang Taichu frowned. The gathered disciples also noticed the tension. Their gazes flickered between the two, as if trying to discern something. Zhang Qingrun's expression faltered, and she inhaled sharply. As your elder, I must advise you that young Master Yi is not a good person. What is my foolish sister saying? Damn it! Zhang Taichu was taken aback. Get back, immediately! Zhang Taichu exclaimed, grabbing Zhang Qingrun's hand and growling fiercely. Realizing her blunder, Zhang Qingrun refrained from arguing back. Lulan Xingxue watched Zhang Qingrun with interest. She was indifferent to whether Chen Wen was good or bad. Had it not been for Chu Tianlong and Chen Wen's unusual actions, she wouldn't have come at all. Instead, Zhang Qingrun's extreme reaction amused her. Boom! At that moment, an endless stream of spiritual energy converged from the sky, radiating outward into the boundless void, seemingly endless. Is young Master Yi about to break through? The amount of spiritual energy gathering is astonishing. As the energy amassed, the onlookers displayed expressions of shock. Lulan Xingxue's gaze turned skyward, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Such a colossal amount of spiritual energy was only present when she herself had broken through the life and death realm. Yet she wondered what realm this young Master Yi was about to ascend to. In contrast, Zhang Qingrun was aware of Chen Wen's true cultivation level, the 10th layer of Yin-Yang realm. Should he break through? It would signify his ascension to the celestial being realm. The enormity of spiritual energy heralding such a breakthrough was not lost on her. Realization washed over her, and her expression shifted dramatically. Now do you understand? Young Master Yi's interest in you is a blessing, stop being so obstinate. Once Zhang Taichu emerged from his shock, he couldn't help but feel exasperated with Zhang Qingrun. Zhang Qingrun pressed her lips tightly together, choosing silence. She acknowledged her underestimation of Chen Wen and his capabilities. Yet this did not change her perception of him as a frivolous playboy. Was it wrong for her not to like such a person? Observing his sister's demeanor, Zhang Taichu understood her thoughts but could only sigh in resignation. If this man were not her sister's interest, he would have dealt with her long ago. Foolish girl! Your existence is a waste of resources. As the spiritual energy continued to gather, it ultimately expanded for miles beyond, surging with a terrifying intensity akin to a natural disaster. At this moment, the accumulation of energy reached its zenith. It's coming. The moment of revelation is at hand, Lulan Xingxue mused internally. Just then, a surge of overwhelming aura erupted from the depths of the heavenly maiden peak, sweeping away the clouds above. It's the aura of the Yin-Yang realm. How is this possible? Lulan Xingxue gasped, her face filled with astonishment. This intensity of talent not only surpassed hers but also exceeded that of her future fiancé, who possessed the rare imperial bone, destined to become a great emperor. Now, a sudden arrival of a young man had eclipsed them all. What did this signify? The thought sent even greater shock coursing through her. Chapter 33, Who is it? Who on earth has absorbed all the spiritual energy? In the next moment, the boiling spiritual energy surged forth, cascading into the depths of Tiannu Peak like a wild torrent. The surrounding energy also vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Such a rate of absorption, could it truly signify a breakthrough into the celestial realm? The onlookers held their breaths, their hearts racing in anticipation. Due to the upheaval of spiritual energy in the sacred land, Ji Yue and the others were also stirred, rushing from their respective perches. Upon witnessing the astonishing spectacle in the sky, their expressions turned to one of awe. Is this a breakthrough by young Master Yi? Such terrifying talent. Without hesitation, Ji Yue and the others hastened towards the Tiannu peak. In mere moments, the amassed spiritual energy in the air was completely consumed, forcibly pulling in the remaining energy from the sacred land as well. With a resounding explosion, Chen Wen finally achieved his breakthrough. As the dual forces of yin and yang within him evolved into celestial power, spectral manifestations of celestial beings appeared in the air. Among these were an unparalleled warrior, a sword god embodying invincibility, and an ancient divine sovereign capable of transcending all laws. Ultimately, there were a staggering 99 celestial manifestations, each commanding the vast heavens and invoking a cataclysmic aura. 99 celestial manifestations? What kind of monster is this? Ji Yue and her companions gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Even in the legends of the mortal realm, there had never been tales of 99 celestial manifestations. Indeed, what lay before them transcended their current understanding. Lulan Xingxue stared in a daze, her astonishment beyond words. 99 celestial manifestations, and not a single one was a duplicate. This was the most terrifying aspect. She herself had only managed to manifest 59. For this, the ancient kingdom of Lulan had elevated her status to that of a saintess, bestowing upon her the title of the first in the order. In comparison to young Master Yi, could she truly be considered a genius? In that moment, even someone as wise as she found herself doubting her own worth. Who, then, is responsible for this depletion of spiritual energy? Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, a thunderous roar echoed, resonating in every ear. Everyone turned to see the source. Boom! The sky erupted violently, a horrifying force of life and death surged forth. A crimson aura of murderous intent engulfed the heavens, staining half the sky blood red. Who is this person? Such terrifying killing intent. The disciples felt a chill and shared the same thought. Boom! In the next moment, a figure shrouded in blood-red killing intent charged forth from the distance, shaking the very heavens. This individual did not appear to be one of our sect's disciples. As the figure became clearer, the expressions of the disciples changed. Ji Yue and her companions turned ashen. Just moments ago, they had thought one of their own disciples had acted foolishly. But upon realizing the newcomer was not from their sect, they breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this person? Do you recognize him? Ji Yue turned to Jiang Qingren. That is Zhao Tianlong, Jiang Qingren explained hurriedly. He is a disciple I encountered during a recent expedition. Among his peers, he possesses a commendable spirit of self-reliance and exceptional talent. I deemed him a rare talent, which is why I brought him back to the peak. Then why wasn't this reported? Ji Yue asked sternly. I forgot in the midst of young Master Yi's breakthrough, Jiang Qingren replied quickly. What about his background? Ji Yue pressed further. I checked, he comes from a humble background, Jiang Qingren affirmed. Ji Yue cast a deep glance at Jiang Qingren. While she admired many of Jiang Qingren's qualities, her cynicism towards those of lowly origins was concerning. Were it not for her brother Jiang Taichu, she would have expelled him by now. Such individuals possess merits, yet their flaws are glaring and can easily lead to disaster. With this in mind, Ji Yue decided to give Jiang Qingren a chance. Handle this matter properly, I do not wish for him to disturb young Master Yi. Otherwise, you shall all owe me your lives in atonement. Understood? Jiang Qingren nodded fervently. So, a mere insect who has just broken through to the celestial realm has stolen my spiritual energy, and has even manifested 99 celestial images. A genius, indeed a peerless genius. As Zhao Tianlong spoke, his voice turned chilling. I, Zhao Tianlong, take pleasure in exterminating such extraordinary talents. With that, an overwhelming murderous intent erupted from within him once more. Observing Zhao Tianlong in this state, Jiang Qingren's expression shifted slightly. In her memory, Zhao Tianlong had always been a sunny, self-reliant boy who cared for others. How had he suddenly turned into someone so cold and envious? Yet, she quickly rationalized that Zhao Tianlong's fury was understandable. After all, anyone would react similarly if their spiritual energy was seized at such a critical juncture. With this thought, Zhang Qingren stepped forward to obstruct Zhao Tianlong. Are you trying to stop me? Zhao Tianlong's icy gaze locked onto Zhang Qingren. Zhang Qingren was both furious and indignant, yet took a deep breath and said, I am trying to save you, haha, save me? Do you think too highly of yourself? Zhao Tianlong retorted arrogantly. Since you intend to sever ties with the Tiannu sacred land, I shall not pretend any longer. If necessary, I will simply abduct Zhang Qingren. The outcome will be the same. Do you truly believe yourself to be a reincarnation of a saint? Do you have any idea how much your incessant preaching has made me want to retch? If it weren't for the fact that your body holds some value, I would have thrown you aside without a second thought. Get out of my way, I will deal with you later. Zhao Tianlong barked coldly. You shameless. Zhang Qingren stuttered, pointing at Zhao Tianlong, her finger trembling. She had never encountered such base language before, nor had she ever been treated in such a manner. Most importantly, she had genuinely considered Zhao Tianlong as a younger brother. To discover he possessed such a vile disposition shattered her worldview. Step aside, I will handle this. Zhang Taichu approached Zhang Qingren and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. At this moment, his expression was as frigid as ice. For him, whether it was to avenge his sister or to protect young Master Yi, the best course of action was to eliminate Zhao Tianlong directly. Otherwise, should he pose a threat to young Master Yi, the consequences would be dire. Brother Zhang Qingren looked at Zhang Taichu, her eyes glistening with tears. Listen to me. I will take care of this. Zhang Taichu reiterated. Understood. Zhang Qingren stepped aside. The Heavenly King realm? This is getting interesting. Zhao Tianlong smirked, turning to Zhang Taichu. I leave this person to you. Very well. At that moment, a detached voice echoed from the void. Chapter 34, The True Breakthrough in the Ancient Dominator. As the words fell, a figure gradually materialized. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entire Tianan Peak in an instant, chilling the atmosphere to its core. The presence belonged to a being of the 8th Heaven King realm. Upon sensing the visitor's level, Zhang Taichu, who was only at the 6th Heaven King realm, underwent a drastic change in complexion. At their level, a minor gap in realm felt insurmountable, akin to crossing a chasm. Ji Yue and the others also displayed expressions of shock. If the newcomer truly unleashed chaos, they would be unable to contain the fallout. How could someone without a powerful background become so formidable? Zhang Qingren trembled all over, her face growing increasingly pale. The realization that she had brought calamity back to the Holy Land of Heavenly Maid filled her with deep regret. Li Yunyu scanned the scene, finally resting his gaze upon Zhao Tianlong, and spoke coolly, You may choose, the life of one disciple or the preservation of the Holy Land. As he spoke, his aura surged once more, waves of kingly power cascading toward Zhang Taichu and the others. Zhang Taichu's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to retreat, only to find himself suppressed, his internal power rendered powerless and flailing. Zhao Tianlong, sensing their panic, became increasingly arrogant. Ha! The prestigious Holy Land of Heavenly Maid is nothing. And you dare to act so brazenly before me? If I cannot deal with you, my master surely can. With that, Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent erupted, and he charged towards Chen Wen. Protect the young master. Zhang Taichu shouted instinctively. Ji Yue and the others struggled desperately but remained ensnared by Li Yunyu's hold. The death of a scion from a hidden power within the Holy Land would spell immense trouble for them. Zhao Tianlong relished their despair. He thrived on witnessing others crumble under pressure, finding a twisted pleasure in the chaos he wrought. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged from deep within Tianan Peak, overshadowing the realm. Are you here to kill me? How intriguing, a leisurely voice resonated. All halted, instinctively turning toward the source of the voice. A figure, exuding an ethereal aura as if descended from the heavens, gradually appeared before them. Chen Wen had broken through to the realm of celestial unity, his entire being radiating a lustrous, jade-like sheen, shimmering with 9-colored brilliance. The faint aura he emanated was ancient and mysterious, creating an invisible pressure that made one hesitant to gaze upon him. When did the first heaven of celestial realm become so formidable? Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd. Li Yunyo's attention shifted to Chen Wen, noting the unique power emanating from him. Such an extraordinary presence, he mused, impressed by this remarkable youth. Having encountered numerous prodigies from the Holy Clan of the Upper Realm, he found few who could evoke such awe at first sight. Zhao Tianlong, fixated on Chen Wen, felt his murderous intent morph into intense jealousy. Born of humble origins, his temperament had always been his weakness, particularly when faced with the strikingly handsome Chen Wen, which struck deep into his fragile psyche. If he had initially harbored murderous thoughts due to a sense of loss, he now wished to kill simply because of Chen Wen's existence. Simultaneously, Chen Wen's gaze fell upon Zhao Tianlong. Name, Zhao Tianlong, age, 23, personality, arrogant, rebellious, envious. Background, a lowly youth from a remote town, destiny soul, yellow, physique, ancient dominator body, realm, first life and death realm, a yellow destiny soul? An ancient dominator body? Remarkable. This individual surpasses even Xu Chang'e. At the same age, he has reached the first life and death realm and possesses the legendary ancient dominator body. If Xu Chang'e's true dragon body could transform into a dragon in human form, then the ancient dominator body could indeed contend with true dragons and tear apart true phoenixes. If refined to its utmost, that murderous aura could manifest as a divine path of slaughter, ultimately achieving the status of a primordial killing deity. It is no exaggeration to say that such a person is a born killer. However, your fate is unfortunate, you have crossed paths with me. A slight smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips, especially knowing Zhao Tianlong possessed a yellow destiny soul. The first fusion of a yellow destiny soul could unlock new achievements. And he began to anticipate the rewards from the yellow destiny treasure chest. As Chen Wen's gaze ignited with fervor, Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Unaware of his impending doom. In that instant, the forces of life and death entwined with Zhao Tianlong's killing intent erupted violently, piercing through the cloud layers and staining the sky a deep crimson, an eerie cacophony echoing within the blood mist. This person is terrifying. The disciples watched Zhao Tianlong, swallowing hard, their expressions filled with trepidation. At this moment, they found themselves concerned for Chen Wen. The disparity between the first celestial realm and the first life and death realm was immense. Despite Chen Wen's distinguished background, combat does not consider lineage. They could only hope that the forces behind Chen Wen would intervene. Miss, who do you think will win? Lulan Levian whispered. Lulan Xingxue blinked slowly, a contemplative look crossing her face. If he loses, then I have come to the wrong place today. And what do you wish for, victory or defeat? Lulan Levian inquired, her eyes wide. Lulan Xingxue remained composed, replying, the outcome matters little to me. However, I hope he loses, it would be better for such a devil to perish. Lulan Levian retorted. In the face of Zhao Tianlong's overwhelming killing intent, Chen Wen remained calm and unflustered. Boy, prepare to die. Zhao Tianlong bellowed, lunging toward Chen Wen. His hand enveloped in killing aura, tearing apart the fabric of space itself. Wait. Li Yunyu interjected. Zhao Tianlong's fierce demeanor faltered as he turned to Li Yunyu, questioning him with his gaze. Li Yunyu disregarded Zhao Tianlong's look and turned to Chen Wen. You are quite remarkable. Where do you hail from? Are you afraid? Chen Wen replied leisurely. All eyes turned to Li Yunyu, filled with similar curiosity. Li Yunyu, maintaining his composure, declared, I hail from the Holy Clan of the Upper Realm, one of the most prestigious forces. If you agree, this matter can cease today, and I can take you as my disciple. Only in the upper realm can your talents be fully realized. Consider this carefully, it may be the greatest opportunity of your life. Chapter 35, The Emergence of the Imperial Sword and Speculations of Identity. Is this person a fool? Zhang Taichu felt a sense of numbness. He had expected Li Yunyu to say something profound, yet this was all there was. The members of the Heavenly Maiden Holy Land regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Come on, after all this, you are merely a member of the Holy Clan? The last person who boasted about the Holy Clan has long since sipped the Mangpa soup. And what asks this about taking others as disciples? Truly absurd. Upon witnessing the reactions of those present, Li Yunyu furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Shouldn't the normal response be one of shock? What sort of place is the upper realm? What power does the Holy Clan possess? How could such a minor realm have the audacity to look down upon the holy clan of the upper realm? Conversely, the one reacting most intensely was Zhao Tianlong. Being accepted as Li Yunyo's disciple and joining the upper realm's holy clan had been his greatest achievement, propelling him to new heights and granting him the authority to disdain all the savages of the lower realm. Now he was hearing this? His master seemed to hold the current youth in high regard, even considering taking him as a disciple. What does that make him? What does his hard-won recognition amount to? As these thoughts consumed him, Zhao Tianlong's eyes turned crimson, and a surge of jealousy ignited within him, consuming his very sanity. No! He absolutely could not allow this young man to become his junior. At any cost, this young man must die. Perhaps sensing Zhao Tianlong's emotional turmoil, Chen Wen smirked slightly and remarked leisurely, "It seems your disciple does not quite agree. Look at his twisted expression, it's utterly grotesque. This scoundrel is undoubtedly doing this on purpose." Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth in rage, nearly shattering them. Yet before Li Yunyu, he dared not act out. Even with a burning desire to kill Chen Wen, he had to restrain himself. Li Yunyu cast a calm glance at Zhao Tianlong, his opinion held no significance. "Ah! But I fear that before he even joins, he may be assassinated." Chen Wen shook his head. "So, without him, you would become my disciple?" Li Yunyu looked at Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded slowly. "You could interpret it that way." Li Yunyu hesitated not a moment. "Very well, from today onward, he shall no longer be my disciple." "Master!" Zhao Tianlong's face paled, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Li Yunyu. "Considering our bond as master and disciple, you may leave now," Li Yunyu commanded coldly. "No! Master, you cannot do this. You mustn't." Zhao Tianlong's face drained of color. Without Li Yunyu's backing, all his previous misdeeds would lead to his own demise. He did not believe that, as a mere life-and-death realm cultivator, he could withstand the retaliation of those around him. Realizing this, Zhao Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Witnessing this, Chen Wen's smile widened. It was indeed amusing to toy with this master-disciple duo. As for Zhao Tianlong, he must die here. "Come forth and bow before me," Li Yunyu proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an imposing posture. He was somewhat pleased with Zhao Tianlong, yet compared to Chen Wen, he was hardly a choice. Although Chen Wen's cultivation was inferior to Zhao Tianlong's, he was significantly younger. Their holy clan lacked resources but yearned for true talent. To his surprise, this excursion to the lower realm yielded such a reward, quite remarkable indeed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile gradually crept upon Li Yunyu's lips. However, after several moments, the atmosphere remained stagnant. Chen Wen regarded Zhao Tianlong with a look of derision, showing no signs of action. Li Yunyu's expression darkened. "What do you mean by this?" The onlookers turned their gazes towards Chen Wen, clearly eager to understand his intentions. With a hint of mockery, Chen Wen replied, "Of course, I am merely playing with you." "Fool! Kill him! For the love of heaven, kill him!" Li Yunyu's rage reached a boiling point, his face contorting in fury. Never before had anyone dared to mock him in such a manner. "Scoundrel, you shall die!" Despairing, Zhao Tianlong surged forth, engulfed in a tempest of murderous intent, resembling a god of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell. At that moment, he, like Li Yunyu, was brimming with lethal intent. "Very well. I shall use you to test my sword." Chen Wen extended his hand, grasping the imperial sword. As the sword was drawn, two beams of radiant light shot into the heavens, transforming into an imperial dragon and an imperial phoenix. The two forces intertwined seamlessly, creating a magnificent spectacle. The sword's aura shattered through the 9 heavens, appearing as though the sky itself was tearing apart, with spatial turbulence radiating outward. The remaining trace of imperial might descended in an instant. All weapons trembled in unison, shooting skyward, a scene of immense shock. What manner of sword is this? It is utterly terrifying. The crowd gazed in horror, their scalps tingling and breathless. The imperial sword, it was undeniably an imperial sword, though they had never witnessed an imperial weapon. Upon recalling Chen Wen's background, Zhang Taichu quickly confirmed this realization. The sword's body shimmered like coagulated blood, its hilt adorned with the harmonious union of dragon and phoenix. And its sword aura was truly unique. Li Yunyu, also fixated on the imperial sword, felt his pupils constrict. It was undoubtedly an imperial sword, without a doubt. Whether it was a remnant, he could not ascertain, for even his own clan lacked imperial weapons, not even a half-step imperial weapon. Those possessing half-step or true imperial weapons were beyond the reach of their holy clan. Could it be that I have inadvertently uncovered a monumental secret? The thought sent shivers down Li Yunyu's spine, causing his entire being to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, Chen Wen moved. With a swift motion of his sword, the power within him surged forth like a torrential river, vast as the sea and terrifyingly unmatched. The nine-colored chaos sequence radiated brilliantly, resembling a blade that cleaved the heavens, reducing the surrounding space to mere dust. In an instant, Zhao Tianlong's imposing aura was crushed to nothingness, akin to a speck of dust overshadowed by the brilliance of the moon. Could this power truly belong to someone of the human realm? Once again, the crowd was left astounded by Chen Wen's might. Had he always been this formidable? The one most shaken was Zhang Qingren. Initially, she had believed Chen Wen to be merely a privileged scion abusing his family's influence to oppress others. Now, she realized how profoundly mistaken she was. And in a most egregious manner. He was already a force of nature, requiring no familial backing. This young master grants you death. Celestial sword technique. Slash. Chen Wen's expression turned frigid, his gaze icy, the sword exuding a chilling aura. With a single stroke, light was severed to its extremes, leaving only this solitary sword in existence. Scoundrel, even with a superior spiritual sword, I, Zhao Tianlong, shall not be outdone. After a brief moment of stupor, Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent reignited, and he roared vehemently. He then activated the ancient tyrannical body to its utmost, a dark red divine light bursting forth from his form. Boom! As Chen Wen's sword descended, Zhao Tianlong unleashed a devastating punch. The heavens trembled, and a colossal shadow of tyranny loomed over the earth. Stop! For the love of heaven! Stop! Li Yunyu bellowed in shock, instinctively directing a palm strike towards Zhao Tianlong. At this moment, he could only kill Zhao Tianlong. For if Chen Wen were harmed, not a single soul in the vicinity would survive. After all, he was a descendant of a power greater than the Holy Clan. However, Chen Wen's lethal strike was swifter and more decisive. Are you jesting? If you kill him, my achievements will be in vain. Bang! With a single stroke, Zhao Tianlong's towering form was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, his ancient tyrannical body failing to provide even the slightest resistance. Raindrops fell from the heavens, striking the hearts of all present with a chilling sense of dread. In the realm of life and death, with a single stroke of the sword, it was done. Is this truly still human? The crowd was engulfed by an endless chill, flowing from their heads to their toes, leaving them icy all over. What kind of formidable power could have nurtured such a disciple? An ancient hidden nation? The lineage of the first emperor? Or perhaps the most terrifying of all, the heavenly mandate Imperial Clan? It is all over now, utterly finished. Li Yunyu stood in stunned silence, his actions frozen in place. No, I cannot simply await my doom. I must find a way to save myself. Soon, Li Yunyu began to tremble, hastily reaching into his bosom. Chapter 36, The Foolish Son. You have brought ruin upon the entire Li clan, refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of yellow destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations on achieving a milestone. You have received a yellow destiny treasure chest. With a sigh of relief, Chen Qi exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Meanwhile, Li Yunyu had already taken out a communication talisman and promptly infused it with spiritual energy. Brother Li? A resonant male voice emerged from the talisman. Yes, Brother Gu. It is I. I have a matter to request your assistance with, Li Yunyu replied earnestly. Please, there is no need for formalities. What is it? While I may lack resources, I do have connections, Brother Gu responded amicably. Ah, I appreciate your generosity. It's about your sister. She is acquainted with the Imperial Clan's descendants. I wonder if you could assist me in requesting a favor, Li Yunyu explained. A heavy silence ensued, followed by a dismissive response. Who is this insignificant fool? do we know each other? Get lost. The connection was abruptly severed, leaving Li Yunyu frozen in shock. A chill running down his spine. The onlookers could only find the situation laughable. Now you know fear? Where did all that arrogance from earlier go? Taking a deep breath, Li Yunyu produced another communication talisman. Brother Zhao, it's Li Yunyu. Ah, of course, I recognize your voice. What can I do for you? I need your help with something, Li Yunyu stated. Let us skip the formalities between us. What do you need? I recall you mentioning you have acquaintances in hidden forces. Could you possibly assist me in requesting a favor? What do you mean? Have you offended the hidden forces? Perhaps, so I was hoping. Are you out of your mind? You offend hidden forces and then come to me? Damn! Li Yunyu clenched the now inactive talisman. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't bother, my friend. This devil has no sense of loyalty. Heed my advice, let us go for a mutual destruction. It may leave a sliver of hope. The crowd sighed at Li Yunyu's plight. Right, I should consult my father, he might have a solution. With that thought, Li Yunyu hastily retrieved another communication talisman. This was his last hope. After taking a deep breath, he infused it with spiritual energy. Xiao Yu? Father? I have made a grave mistake, Li Yunyu stammered anxiously. Do not panic, everyone makes mistakes. I am here to support you, Li Qingtian replied, exuding calm confidence. I have offended a force that possesses imperial weapons. With a deep breath, Li Qingtian's demeanor shifted. A cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the other end, as tables and chairs were reduced to mere dust. You foolish son! Do you realize you've brought disaster upon the entire Li clan? Damn! Li Qingtian roared like an enraged lion through the talisman. Li Yunyu trembled, his face as pale as a ghost. Immediately, go die. Do you understand? Li Qingtian continued to shout. Father, you said you would support me in everything? Where is this so-called father? Get out of my sight. Li Qingtian was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Li Yunyu felt numb. Do you need more time? Chen Wen's voice drifted into Li Yunyu's ears. The rigidity of Li Yunyu's body jolted awake. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. It is my fault for not recognizing your greatness, I beg for your forgiveness. He began to bow frantically. Forgiveness? Such an interesting term. Chen Wen's gaze grew colder. I truly do not comprehend its meaning. Li Yunyu felt as though the sky had fallen. Kill him, Chen Wen commanded coldly. Wait! Li Yunyu exclaimed, I am willing to serve you as a slave. Just please spare my life. You have crossed a line by harboring murderous intent towards me. Based on that alone, you are already dead. With his head bowed, Li Yunyu's eyes flickered with boundless madness. If I am to die, I shall drag you down with me. In an instant, Li Yunyu surged forward, murder in his eyes. Be careful, young master. Zhang Taichu cried out in alarm, his face pale with fear. Ji Yuyue and the others were seized by terror, sensing an icy chill throughout their bodies. If Chen Wen were to perish here, the entire Heavenly Maiden's sacred land would be reduced to ash, and everyone present, along with their families, would meet the same fate. Die for me! Li Yunyu roared, his gaze wild with fury. Yet, amidst this chaos, Chen Wen remained composed, showing no signs of panic. As everyone believed Chen Wen was doomed, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from above. Boom! Li Yunyu was obliterated into ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Heavenly Maiden Peak was left with a massive crater, half of its summit reduced to powder. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? In an instant, an 8th-tier king was killed, and half of Heavenly Maiden Peak was turned to dust. How absurd! If the bolt of lightning had been any stronger, would the entire Heavenly Maiden's sacred land have turned to ash as well? I knew it. I knew that Chen Badao would not place all his bets on just one person. After all, this is his own son. Zhang Taichu breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him that he was drenched in sweat. Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smile, entirely unfazed by the turn of events. He was well aware that at critical moments, assistance would inevitably arrive. His life was not something mere mortals could extinguish. However, today's incident served as a reminder. While one's own power is paramount, it is equally essential to cultivate one's own influence. Only that which one can control is truly powerful. We congratulate the young master on your successful cultivation and wish you an early ascension to the imperial throne. After a brief silence, Ji Yue promptly led the disciples to kneel in reverence. This time, the disciples needed no prompting, hastening to the ground with remarkable speed. Chen Wen surveyed the scene. Noting only two individuals remained standing, particularly the girl clad in a black veil, her face hidden behind a white shroud. What keen and radiant eyes! A true ethereal beauty. Chen Wen's gaze swept over Lu Lanxingxue, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. This young woman was flawless in figure, temperament, and a beauty that was impossible to conceal. All these attributes combined to create a harmonious perfection, making her the brightest gem in the room. Even his sister would hesitate to claim superiority over this woman. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's scrutiny, Lu Lanxingxue appeared composed, calmly meeting his gaze. Chapter 37, Lu Lanxingxue's invitation for a conversation. At the same time, the essential information about Lu Lanxingxue caught Chen Wen's attention. Name, Lu Lanxingxue, age, 18, personality, wise, composed. With high aspirations, warm on the outside yet cold within. Identity, princess of the ancient Lulan kingdom, a hidden realm, and the contemporary saintess. Fate soul, 7 colors, physique, destiny empress body, realm, ninefold cycle of life and death, Lu Lanxingxue? Is this not the name of my betrothed? A 7-colored fate soul. A destiny empress body. An 18-year-old at the ninefold cycle of life and death. This is invincible indeed. Soon, Chen Wen found himself captivated by Lu Lanxingxue's fate soul and physique. A fate soul of legendary caliber speaks for itself in terms of strength. However, what truly astonished him was the destiny empress body. This can be regarded as one of the most superior physiques, embodying the pinnacle of fortune. When the empress body reaches its zenith, it can integrate destiny within itself, channeling the fortune of heaven and earth, becoming the mother of the universe and reigning supreme throughout eternity. What it means to be the true child of destiny, this is it. Suppressing the turmoil within. Chen Wen sighed inwardly. At that moment, Lu Lanxingxue spoke up. Lu Lanxingxue. Yi Wuqing. Chen Wen collected his thoughts and replied. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Please, Lu Lanxingxue said calmly. Her response took him quite by surprise. He was eager to discern her true attitude. Green. Wait here, Lu Lanxingxue instructed before striding towards the palace. Interesting, Chen Wen thought, chuckling softly as he followed her inside. Wait, we are still kneeling. The crowd exclaimed in confusion. What was their relationship? Ji Yue turned to Jiang Taichu, as if inquiring. She had some understanding of Lu Lanxingxue, regarding her as both a mentor and a friend. Yet, she had never witnessed such initiative from Lu Lanxingxue before. Whether it was disciples from the sacred ground showing goodwill or talented youths from external sects drawing near, she had always remained indifferent. Her greatest interests, apart from cultivation, were chess and music. It was fair to say that even as a woman, she perceived Lu Lanxingxue as someone without flaws. Now, she could not comprehend why Lu Lanxingxue would extend an invitation to Chen Wen, especially so proactively. Could it be that she was also drawn to Chen Wen's status? Jiang Taichu shrugged, equally perplexed. He was unaware of the situation. Jiang Qingren's expression remained inscrutable, lost in thought. On the other side, Chen Wen accompanied Lu Lanxingxue into the inner chamber. Lu Lanxingxue took a seat, first pouring a cup of tea for Chen Wen before serving herself. Chen Wen glanced at her and, without hesitation, took a sip. I heard that young Master Yi has business with me, may I inquire what it pertains to? Lu Lanxingxue gently sipped her tea before speaking. Chen Wen replied flippantly, this young master is in need of someone to warm my bed. And your status as a saintess barely qualifies you for the role. Thus, I wish to inquire if you have any interest. You jest, young Master Yi. Lu Lanxingxue responded without anger, her tone unruffled. Of course, if you truly have such a necessity, I can assist you in finding a suitable companion. This woman is intriguing. Chen Wen mused. As a princess of a formidable faction, her calm demeanor in the face of such teasing was indeed remarkable. A slight smile played on Chen Wen's lips. He had been observing the subtle shifts in Lulan Xingxue's expressions, only to find that every word she spoke was sincere, devoid of pretense. In other words, she was genuinely willing to help him find a bed warmer. Such a fiancée was either foolish or exceptionally astute. What if I only desire you? Chen Wen's tone gradually shifted to seriousness, his gaze becoming more assertive. Lulan Xingxue paused in her actions, replying, "This young lady is already betrothed. I hope young Master Yi understands." What does a betrothal mean? It can easily be annulled. This young master can bear the consequences, Chen Wen retorted, leaning closer to her. His posture suggestive. In an instant, a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, fresh and soothing, prompting an involuntary deep breath. With Chen Wen's audacity, Lulan Xingxue's expression finally darkened. "Young Master Yi, please conduct yourself with decorum, I do not wish to repeat myself." Chen Wen gazed deeply at Lulan Xingxue before returning to his seat. "You did not come to me solely to hear my words, did you?" Lulan Xingxue picked up a cup of spiritual tea, taking a delicate sip before stating. "Since we have broached the subject, I shall not keep my thoughts hidden any longer." Her wise eyes locked onto Chen Wen's. "You are specifically targeting Chen Wen. Are you not?" Of course, the Chen Wen she referenced was the one impersonating Chu Tianlong. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged. "And what of it? What if not?" "I do not concern myself with your motives, nor do I wish to delve into the details. Let this matter rest here," Lulan Xingxue declared before shifting the conversation. "I can take charge. No one will hold you accountable for your actions. I hope you will contemplate this seriously and not squander your innate talent." Lulan Xingxue had her suspicions about Chen Wen's origins. While others might be intimidated by the imperial sword, she, hailing from a hidden ancient country, had encountered true imperial swords before. She sensed the imperial might within Chen Wen's sword, yet it felt immature, akin to a child. Such a situation could only arise from innate gifts, leaving no room for other explanations. Thus, she concluded that this sword was not a family heirloom. Furthermore, even if it were a family heirloom, it would not pose a threat to her. Setting aside her own lineage, her future husband's paternal and maternal lines belonged to the Destiny Emperors, a coalition of 3 formidable factions capable of standing against any force across the realm. Chen Wen chuckled coldly. "What gives you the right to dictate his fate? Could it be that you're betrothed, is he?" Lulan Xingxue neither confirmed nor denied it. "Whether it is or not is of no consequence to you." It seemed evident that even if these two were not entangled romantically, their relationship was far from trivial. Chen Wen pondered the extent of their connection. "If I refuse?" he inquired. Lulan Xingxue regarded him steadily, her eyes betraying no emotion. "As I have stated, the choice lies entirely with you. I merely hope you can bear the consequences. Should the reality truly be as you assert, you would not have come here to act as an intermediary," he replied, then shifted his tone. "I may lack many virtues, but stubbornness is not one of them. I am resolute. If you possess the capability, feel free to act." Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chen Wen, a chill emanating from her eyes. To her, Chen Wen's stance was tantamount to refusing a toast and demanding punishment. Yet, her expression soon returned to tranquility. "Very well, I shall observe from a distance." With that, Lulan Xingxue rose and exited. As Chen Wen watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowed. Just moments ago, he sensed a fleeting glimmer of hostility from her. Did she wish to eliminate him in the name of Chu Tianlong? How intriguing, indeed. He was eager to see if, once Chu Tianlong's identity was revealed, she could still protect him. As for the hidden ancient country, if they sought annihilation, they were welcome to try. "Young master, I have urgent matters to report." Zhang Taichu's voice broke through the moment. Chen Wen reined in his cold demeanor and replied, "Come in. It seems there is no text provided for me to refine and translate. Please provide the content you would like me to work on." Chapter 38, Proceeding to Kill. Unafraid of any power soon, Zhang Taichu entered. "What is it?" Chen Wen glanced at Zhang Taichu. Zhang Taichu immediately replied, The matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. Oh, do tell. Chen Wen's interest was piqued. In recent years, Chu Tianlong, leveraging his status, has developed a force of over 100 factions, both overtly and covertly. Among them, there are 30 royal families, 15 imperial families, 5 sacred families, and 2 hidden sections. It can be said that Chu Tianlong currently has no rivals within the entire ancient Yuan realm. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Oh, he possesses some capability. Additionally, Chu Tianlong is quite astute. Despite employing somewhat unscrupulous methods behind the scenes, he maintains a commendable public facade. Take the Sacred Land for instance, almost all disciples support him and would even willingly sacrifice their lives for him. The peak masters and elders within the Sacred Land also hold him in high regard. Any request he makes is promptly fulfilled. At this point, Jiang Taichu paused, hesitating to continue. What is it? Chen Wen inquired. I also discovered that Chu Tianlong is the only one permitted to enter Lulan Xingxue's residence. And he has done so on multiple occasions. However, their interactions seem unremarkable, and Chu Tianlong publicly claims they are merely friends. The people of the Sacred Land believe this narrative. In their eyes, Chu Tianlong does not seem like someone who would deceive them. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged as he responded, Understood, please continue. After conversing with Lulan Xingxue, he had already prepared himself mentally for this revelation. Therefore, Jiang Taichu's words didn't have much of an impact on him. Yes, my lord. Jiang Taichu acknowledged before continuing. You mentioned that you plan to consolidate all of Chu Tianlong's forces and capture him in one fell swoop, right? Now there is an opportunity. It depends on how you wish to proceed. Chen Wen's eyes brightened, finally encountering something of interest. Oh? What opportunity? Chu Tianlong has an independent peak within the Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land, located in the core area of the Sacred Land. This peak is extraordinary, frequently struck by heavenly lightning, said to be the result of a gravitational thunder field above. It is rumored that anyone who can assimilate this thunder field can, at best, alter their internal spiritual energy attributes, or at worst, transform their constitution. Over the years, no one has managed to subdue it, but Chu Tianlong, utilizing his identity, has claimed it as his own. However, despite his efforts, he has been unable to subdue it. Yet, he is wise enough to recognize this limitation and has turned it into a tool for winning hearts. Every year, he holds a tea gathering there, inviting talented individuals with the claim that whoever can tame it will own it. This has allowed him to forge connections with numerous talents and, through them, their respective factions. With his title as the son of the emperor, those factions are naturally inclined to ally with him. Thus, his personal influence continues to grow. You are suggesting that I could take advantage of this tea gathering? Chen Wen grasped the implication. Jiang Taichu nodded earnestly. Indeed, the gathering is taking place in these days, and the disciples of those factions have already arrived. However, this year, Chu Tianlong is absent. His trusted aide is hosting the gathering. Therefore, this presents an excellent opportunity. How to proceed is up to you to decide, Jiang Taichu added. Chen Wen, fully understanding Jiang Taichu's intentions, declared, Lead the way. Since Chu Tianlong is not present, I, the true Chen Wen, shall preside over this tea gathering in his stead. My lord, please follow me, Jiang Taichu said, leading Chen Wen toward the Thunder Peak where Chu Tianlong resided. Soon, the sight of Chen Wen descending the mountain was witnessed by various disciples passing by. Why is that demon coming down again? Has someone offended him once more? Look in that direction. Could it be? Let us follow him and see. Many disciples, suppressing their anxious hearts, quietly trailed behind. Upon confirming that Chen Wen was heading towards the Thunder Peak, the scene erupted in chaos. Remembering the enmity between Chen Wen and their sacred son, they felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, even the dullest among them understood that Chen Wen was targeting their sacred son. This cannot stand. We must not allow that boy to disrupt the Thunder Peak. We must inform Sister Lulan and the Sacred Lord. With this thought, numerous disciples hurriedly activated their communication talismans to relay the news. Shortly after returning to the Heavenly Maiden Peak, Lulan Xingxue received a report from Lulan Lure. Not good, Mississippi. That boy is heading towards the Thunder Peak. Lulan Lure rushed to Lulan Xingxue's side. As Lulan Xingxue's personal maid, She was well aware of the delicate relationship between Lulan Xingxue and Chu Tianlong. Thus, upon learning this news, she rushed over immediately. Lulan Xingxue furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. It seems some individuals truly prefer punishment over advice. She had initially thought that with her warning, Chen Wen would exercise some restraint. However, she never expected that as soon as she departed, Chen Wen would charge towards the Thunder Peak. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. This incident further diminished her regard for Chen Wen. Should we ask Elder Wan to eliminate him? Lulan Luer suggested urgently. In truth, she held a favorable view of Chu Tianlong. In terms of both appearance and talent, she believed he was worthy of her mistress. Thus, she had often played the role of matchmaker between the two. Now that Chu Tianlong's peak was in jeopardy, she naturally hoped her mistress could extend a protective hand. Let us observe his intentions first before deciding to eliminate him, Lulan Xingxue replied. All right, let us go and see, Lulan Luer nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Lord's Hall. Reporting to the Sacred Lord, I have something to announce. Ji Yue had only just sat down when another attendant approached to report. With a sigh, Ji Yue lamented the recent events. There had been so much happening that she barely had a moment to breathe. If this continued, she would surely reach her breaking point. Dealing with someone like Chen Wen left her feeling both frustrated and powerless. Come in, Ji Yue adjusted her composure before speaking. Soon, a servant entered, bowing low. I pay my respects to the Sacred Lord. Enough, speak plainly, Ji Yue waved her hand. Reporting to the Sacred Lord. Young Master Yi is heading towards the Thunder Peak, the attendant stated, not daring to slouch. What did you say? Ji Yue stood up in shock, her face betraying her astonishment. The attendant swallowed hard before repeating, I said, young Master Yi is heading towards the Thunder Peak. Damn it, is this never ending? Ji Yue exclaimed before hastily making her way towards the Thunder Peak. Chapter 39, Confrontation at Thunder Peak under the guidance of Jiang Taichu. Chen Wen swiftly arrived at the exterior of Thunder Peak, accompanied by a multitude of disciples eager to discern the purpose of his visit to Thunder Mountain. However, their advance was halted by two guards clad in the attire of the sacred ground, who barred their passage with a stern warning, halt! Entry is forbidden without permission. Step aside, or face death, Jiang Taichu retorted coldly. The guards, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, quivered momentarily. Yet, emboldened by their status as attendants of the Crown Prince, they insisted, this is the private domain of the Holy Sun. Please leave. You may choose to die. Jiang Taichu declared, stepping forward as a surge of terrifying power radiated from him. The guards, caught unprepared, were obliterated into a mist of blood. The onlooking disciples trembled in fear at this gruesome display. Some concealed guards, alarmed, hastened towards the main peak to report the incident to the overseeing elder. Such furtive movements did not escape the notice of Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu, yet they remained indifferent. My lord, this way, Jiang Taichu beckoned once more. Understood. Chen Wen nodded and followed closely. Let us pursue them, the disciples, without hesitation, surged forward in pursuit. Before long, a series of continuous peaks came into Chen Wen's sight. Exuding an eerie atmosphere as torrents of thunder raged in the sky, with arcs of lightning cascading downward, resembling a tempest of thunder. The scene was both breathtaking and chilling. Additionally, an overwhelming gravitational force pressed upon them. This mountain holds intrigue, Chen Wen mused, no wonder Chu Tianlong claimed it as his own. This is Thunder Mountain, where the legendary gravity thunder array is said to reside, Jiang Taichu elaborated. However, this is merely a legend, its authenticity remains uncertain. At that moment, Xian Hongxiao interjected. What lies above is not merely the gravity thunder array. Chen Wen's expression shifted, what is it then? If I am not mistaken, it could be the shattered world thunder pearl, fragmented since the ancient times, Xian Hongxiao replied thoughtfully. The shattered world thunder pearl? Chen Wen echoed instinctively. Indeed. It is one of the 10 divine artifacts of antiquity, containing the immensely terrifying shattered world thunder. The renowned Thunder Lord of Ur wielded it to vanquish countless deities and demons. At that time, the shattered thunder swept across vast territories, reducing the ancient realms to ashes. However, following that battle, the shattered world Thunder Pearl was shattered and vanished from existence alongside the Thunder Lord. The current shattered world Thunder Pearl likely has only regained a fraction of its power. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there a way to obtain it? Perhaps you may not be able to acquire the complete shattered world Thunder Pearl, but if it has merely regained a portion of its strength, the prospect changes. Xian Hongxiao explained. Do you see those gathering bolts of thunder? She continued. Chen Wen nodded. They are an anomaly caused by the Thunder Pearl absorbing the heavenly thunder. There is but one method to subdue it: you must absorb these heavenly thunders and become a more formidable source of thunder. Once it detects a new source, it will willingly enter your body. At that point, you simply need to imprint it. However, this process may entail danger, so consider your decision carefully, Xian Hongxiao cautioned. Can my chaotic sequence body subdue it? Chen Wen inquired. Absolutely, Xian Hongxiao replied with certainty. Then it is settled, I shall proceed, danger be damned, Chen Wen resolved decisively. Xian Hongxiao offered no further commentary, allowing Chen Wen to make his own choice. My lord, those individuals are atop Thunder Peak. Zhang Taichu's voice rang out at an opportune moment. Let us go forth and confront them, Chen Wen replied, gathering his focus. Understood, Zhang Taichu resumed leading the way. But paused momentarily to add, I nearly forgot to mention, you will encounter gravitational and thunderous assaults while ascending. Be prepared. Very well, Chen Wen nodded. Without further delay, they approached the mountain's base. As they neared the foot of the mountain, the sheer terror of the contained thunder and gravity became palpable. Especially as some of the thunder had fused with the gravitational force, transforming into a far more formidable entity. At that moment, many disciples were engaged in training, harnessing the power of the heavy thunder. These disciples were all subservient to Chu Tianlong, and it was for this reason they were permitted to train here. Upon spotting Chen Wen, their activities came to an abrupt halt, their expressions a mixture of awe and envy at the arrival of such talented individuals. Wait, what is that? One disciple suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, revealing a throng of sacred disciples following closely behind. Those are our sacred disciples. How did they gain entry? Another gasped. This is bad, these two may not be here for a tea party, the realization dawned upon them. The gathered disciples quickly converged. Fixated on Chen Wen and Zhang Taichu, particularly unnerved by the palpable aura surrounding Zhang Taichu. Meanwhile, at the summit of Thunder Mountain, a grand palace stood, encased by a golden protective array that shielded it from the descending arcs of lightning. Within the palace, nearly 50 young men and women had gathered, each exuding an extraordinary presence. At the forefront, 8 individuals commanded attention, their overwhelming aura and profound inner strength were nothing short of majestic. Among them, 2 men stood out, their demeanor and energy particularly striking, even while seated. Atop a dais, 2 elderly figures sat, their strength formidable, both at the heavenly king level. Just then, a guard entered, kneeling before the elders. Esteemed elders, I have come to report, the guard stated promptly. Speak, Zhao Feng replied coolly. Sir, there are intruders causing a disturbance, the guard informed. This announcement sent ripples of shock through the gathered disciples, who instinctively turned towards the guard. Curiosity piqued at the identity of those audacious enough to disrupt the crown prince's domain. Who? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Tasked with overseeing the tea gathering by Chu Tianlong. He could not afford any failures. The presence of intruders was akin to a direct affront. It is that young man who just arrived at the sacred ground. The one they call young Master Yi, Ning Wei swiftly replied. Humph, utterly reckless, Zhao Feng slammed his palm onto the table, reducing it to dust. In truth, they had already received word of Chen Wen's brutal slaying of Chu Changda and the subsequent display of the deceased elder upon the sacred monument. He had been preoccupied with preparations for the tea gathering, leaving him unable to address other matters. However, to his astonishment, he had yet to confront Chen Wen. Yet the latter audaciously dared to approach him. Who, may I ask, is this young Master Yi? At that moment, the figure clad in black, shrouded in a veil of darkness, spoke up, Mu Jiuzhou. Seated nearby, Shimen Zhan Tian slowly lifted his eyelids, his golden gaze flickering. He is a young man who claims to hail from a hidden force, Zhao Feng remarked coldly. Hidden force? Upon hearing this, Over 60% of the disciples present experienced a jolt of surprise. In contrast, Mu Jiuzhou and Shimen Zhantian remained unfazed, exhibiting no fear of disciples from such elusive factions. At this juncture, Zhao Feng gradually rose to his feet. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you care to join this old man in witnessing a thrilling spectacle of murder?" "I am indeed interested," Mu Jiuzhou was the first to respond, his voice low and unsettling. "I too wish to partake in the excitement," Shimen Zhantian echoed, standing alongside him. Before long, others began to rise as well, drawn into the unfolding drama. Chapter 40, Stepping onto the Unrivaled Path, Astounding the World. Look, is that Master Zhao? And masterly, he has emerged as well. No. It is they and all the talented youths who have come forth. With one person's exclamation, the crowd at the foot of the mountain quickly grasped the situation. They turned their gazes upward towards the lofty figures of the gifted men and women, who gazed down upon the world with an air of dominance. Chen Wen, who was about to ascend the mountain, paused momentarily. He raised his head slightly, his eyes calm as still water, exuding an aura of unparalleled superiority. Unbeknownst to him, he stood in opposition to the dozens of geniuses above, showing no sign of retreat. "Is that the lad?" Mu Jiuzhou and Shimen Zhantian immediately pinpointed Chen Wen's location. Upon witnessing Chen Wen's composed demeanor, unperturbed by their overwhelming presence, they could not help but frown slightly. To them, Chen Wen, at the first level of the celestial realm, was hardly significant. Yet, his aura and personal charisma were remarkably striking. Even seasoned witnesses of genius such as themselves felt an overwhelming pressure upon seeing Chen Wen. Chen Wen calmly withdrew his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Among the talented youths, 6 were identified as the chosen ones. Among them, 2 possessed soul ranks that had reached the green level. If his deductions were accurate, these 2 should be the offspring of the reclusive forces mentioned by Jiang Taichu. His gaze then shifted to the 2 elders on the other side. From them, he sensed a murderous intent. "Ah, it seems these 2 intend to eliminate me." With this realization, a smirk appeared on Chen Wen's face. "Young master, those 2 at the king level are among Chu Tianlong's most trusted subordinates and are highly valued by him." As Jiang Taichu spoke, he swiftly changed the subject. "I will handle those 2, you deal with the talented youths, is that agreeable?" He held no concern for Chen Wen's safety, especially after the recent incident involving Li Yunyu, which solidified his belief that a true powerhouse was secretly safeguarding Chen Wen. "Very well," Chen Wen nodded. Among these disciples, the strongest were the 2 standing at the forefront. Yet they were merely at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. He held absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish them all. At that moment, Zhao Feng, fixated on Chen Wen, spoke up, "You are that young Master Yi? Come down and speak." With that, Chen Wen moved, taking a step forward. Instantly, the chaotic sequence was activated, unleashing unmatched power that surged forth from beneath his feet. Bang! In an instant, the heavens trembled, and a cacophony of thunder erupted as the terrifying force surged ahead. The 9 colored waves of energy, akin to the very shackles of the universe, crushed all obstacles, forging a colossal path. Heavenly thunder, rocks, and mountain ranges were reduced to dust, and the entire mountain range was obliterated in an explosion. How is this possible? At the highest point, Zhao Feng and his companions lost their cold smiles, replaced by sheer astonishment. In a heartbeat, an invisible force swept through them, violently pushing them back. Bang! They collided harshly against the protective barrier behind them. The force that passed through them shattered the barrier along with the palace, sending dust swirling into the air. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were directly forced down from mid-air, engulfed by a massive wave of debris. Meanwhile, Mu Jiuzhou and the other talented youths were swiftly swallowed by the dust cloud. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the arriving Lulan Xingxue, Ji Yue, Zhang Qingren, and others, all of whom displayed expressions of shock. 1 foot had flattened the mountain range. To them, this was utterly outrageous, incredibly brutal. After all, Chen Wen was merely at the 1st level of the celestial realm. "No one can look down upon me and speak." At that moment, Chen Wen's calm voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned even more horrified. Such simple words, "No one can look down upon me and speak," conveyed an arrogance and dominance that was unparalleled. Jiang Taichu could not help but glance at Chen Wen, his astonishment evident. This approach was something he had never considered. Chen Wen had once again surprised him. "Miss, this young Master Yi is truly domineering," Lulan Luer remarked. Lulan Xingxue stared at Chen Wen's profile for a long while before saying, "Indeed. He is a dragon among men, yet he is far too stubborn." Lulan Luer fell silent, for she too believed Chen Wen was overly presumptuous. Knowing well the consequences of offending the Imperial Son yet still behaving so brazenly. Such a person, no matter how domineering or extraordinary, held little value. Swish! Moments later, figures emerged from the ruins. Except for Shimen Jiantian and Mu Zhozhou, who suffered minimal damage, the others appeared somewhat disheveled. Surprisingly, none of them showed anger, rather. They suppressed their fury. As gifted disciples, being trampled by a mere first-level celestial realm individual was a source of humiliation. Yet undeniably, Chen Wen had crushed their pride. Meeting the gazes of these individuals, Chen Wen casually dug at his ear and said, "Now you may speak, how would you prefer to die?" At this, the scene fell into utter silence. "This bastard is too arrogant." Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were instantly engulfed in rage, unleashing their terrifying king-level power, creating a colossal domain in midair. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent, suffocating all present. Here it comes. The two peak masters were finally ready to take action. Witnessing this, the disciples involuntarily swallowed hard. The peak master of Heavenly Thunder was not someone the peak master of the Sacred Land could compare to. This disparity was not only evident in strength but also in the heritage of their cultivation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the sovereign of the Sacred Land might not be a match for these two peak masters. "Bastard, you shall die." Zhao Feng suddenly roared, his hand reaching out towards Chen Wen. "Old Zhao, may I have a word?" Ji Yue, observing the unfolding situation, decided to intervene. After all, if these two sides clashed, it would be the Sacred Land that would suffer the losses. Get lost, or perish. Zhao Feng spun around, his icy gaze locking onto Ji Yue. Ji Yue's expression faltered. But recalling Zhao Feng's allegiance to the Imperial Son, she could only swallow her indignation. "Come and die." Zhao Feng wasted no time, launching a strike towards Chen Wen. Terrifying power ripped through all obstacles. The golden might of the king crackling in his hand like a raging sun. "Oomph, your opponent is me." Jiang Taichu stepped forward, blocking Zhao Feng's attack with one hand while sealing off Li Yundong on the other side. "Esteemed young masters, that bastard is yours to handle." With that, Zhao Feng exchanged a few words before engaging in combat with Jiang Taichu. They were well aware of Jiang Taichu's strength, which is why they had placed their hopes on Mu Zhozhou and the others from the beginning. They could hardly believe that so many could not defeat a single Chen Wen. Of course, had they known that Chen Wen had slain a first-level life and death realm individual with a single strike, their confidence would have been greatly diminished. Chapter 41, A Single Strike to End It All. How do you wish to meet your demise? With those chilling words, Shimen Jiantian's voice turned icy, his eyes seething with a murderous intent. Upon witnessing Shimen Jiantian's decisive move, Mu Zhozhou refrained from further provocation, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by Shimen Jiantian. This also presented an opportunity to gauge the strength of Chen Wen, who was now poised for confrontation. The other talented youths cast derisive glances at Chen Wen, their superior demeanor on full display. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Wen vanished from sight. Alarmed, both Shimen Jiantian and Mu Zhozhou's expressions shifted dramatically. The other onlookers remained oblivious to the unfolding events. When Chen Wen reappeared, his hand was already descending toward Shimen Jiantian. Chaos Hand of the Heavens. His palm loomed like a celestial shield, radiating chaotic energy. The immense force surged forth, resonating with a power that seemed to awaken the very fabric of reality. As he struck, the space around them trembled violently, an overwhelming force radiating outward, sending Mu Zhozhou and the others flying in its wake. How is this possible? Shimen Jiantian's face contorted in horror, for the force descending upon him shattered his protective barriers entirely. The energy within him was forcefully repelled, causing chaos within his own body. In the next instant, Chen Wen's palm struck down upon Shimen Jiantian's head. No! In a moment of desperation, Shimen Jiantian activated his Nine Suns body. unleashing a blinding light akin to 1,000 suns, attempting to counter the impending attack. Wave after wave of divine radiance surged forth, clashing against Chen Wen's descending hand in a futile effort to withstand the blow. Yet, with a resounding impact, the radiant defenses crumbled, and the unrelenting force surged through, overwhelming Shimen Zhantian. This can't be true! He screamed, terror-stricken. I am the scion of an ancient clan, you dare to kill me? Chen Wen remained unfazed, his hand descending unerringly upon Shimen Zhantian. The resulting explosion turned him into a cloud of crimson mist, the ground beneath them collapsing into a crater shaped like a handprint. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Every cultivator present bore expressions of shock and disbelief. A single strike had felled a genius at the third level of the life and death realm, leaving no opportunity for resistance. It was utterly preposterous. Even the most exalted among them could not fathom the depths of Chen Wen's power. How astonishing, Lulan Green couldn't help but exclaim. Lulan Xingxue inhaled deeply, her gaze towards Chen Wen shifting with newfound respect. How is this possible? Zhao Feng, witnessing the scene unfold, involuntarily halted his actions. The notion of Chen Wen slaying Shimen Zhantian was beyond his comprehension. They had believed Shimen Zhantian's group sufficient to eliminate Chen Wen, while they merely needed to distract Jiang Taichu. Yet, it was clear they had gravely underestimated Chen Wen. Ha! What are you all staring at? This is merely the beginning. Soon, all of you shall perish. Jiang Taichu laughed heartily at the sight of Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's pale faces. Their expressions turned even more dismal. Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of green fate nirvana liquid. Congratulations, you have achieved a new milestone and received a green fate treasure chest. While the individual may have been eliminated, I hope the rewards from the chest prove worthwhile, Chen Wen mused, a smirk gracing his lips. So, do any of you wish to inquire about how you might meet your end? Chen Wen's attention shifted back to Mu Jiuzhou and the others, who now wore expressions of utmost dread, yet were too intimidated to voice their thoughts. The mere act of striking down Shimen Zhantian seemed impossible unless one wielded the most potent of abilities. Yet Chen Wen had executed the move with apparent ease. Thus, despite their resentment, they could not deny the undeniable truth. In terms of sheer strength, none among them could match Chen Wen. The onlookers were left in awe, realizing how a single statement could render the elite cultivators of Qingzhou utterly speechless. This was true dominance. This was invincibility. Chen Wen shook his head, bemused by the so-called geniuses who cowered in fear. It appears you are all nothing but bullies who prey on the weak. Mu Jiuzhou clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists alternating between tight and loose. He had never endured such humiliation since his emergence into the world. Yet, he was acutely aware of the need to tread carefully. Chen Wen's gaze fell upon Mu Jiuzhou once more. Why not step forward and see if you can withstand a blow from me? To be honest, I am still not satisfied. In an instant, all eyes turned to Mu Jiuzhou, as if urging him to accept the challenge. His expression twisted in distress. What are you all staring for? My life matters too. If you wish to test your strength, do it yourselves. Suppressing his fury, Mu Jiuzhou forced a smile. My friend, you are truly putting me in a difficult position. However, if you seek excitement, I have a suggestion. Have you seen that thunder domain above? It is said to be a gravity thunder array formed by the essence of heaven and earth. If one can integrate its source into their soul sea, unimaginable power awaits. With your prowess, I am confident you could claim it. Oh, that does sound worth trying, Chen Wen nodded thoughtfully. Mu Jiuzhou exhaled silently, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Internally, he chuckled coldly at the thought. If that gravity thunder array were so easily tamed, would it still be available for you? Go ahead, after you two exhaust yourselves, I shall swoop in and seize the victory, he mused, envisioning himself as the ultimate victor. Yet, at that moment, Chen Wen abruptly shifted his tone, suddenly striking Mu Jiuzhou across the face. Mu Jiuzhou's expression morphed in disbelief. Chen Wen's unexpected assault caught him entirely off guard. As he attempted to defend himself, Chen Wen's palm shattered his divine defenses and struck him squarely. With a loud crack, Mu Jiuzhou was sent sprawling, half of his face obliterated. You wretch! You seek death. In an instant, Mu Jojo sprang back to his feet, his aura erupting in a tempest of dark energy, while a colossal shadow of fury loomed behind him, filling the atmosphere with a malevolent crimson hue. The crowd gasped collectively, witnessing Mu Jojo's true power for the first time. His strength surpassed that of Zhao Tianlong by a considerable margin. How would he respond now? Lulan Xingxue glanced at Mu Jojo, then turned her attention back to Chen Wen. Chapter 42, Alone, he buries the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. Breathing the laws of heaven and earth, underestimating his own strength. With a thunderous shout, Chen Wen extended his hand towards Mu Jojo. His hand was entwined with the power of the chaos sequence, swiftly penetrating all of Mu Jojo's attacks. Even the towering shadows of divine beings were pierced through by that single hand. I refuse to believe it. Mu Jojo bellowed with a fierce expression, his power surging as he relentlessly squeezed the essence of his divine body. You are far from enough, Chen Wen replied coldly. His momentum undiminished as he again crushed Mu Jojo's counterattack. Then, with a heavy grip, he seized Mu Jojo's head, unleashing unparalleled strength that rapidly engulfed his entire being. Bang! Mu Jojo's knees buckled, crashing to the ground, sending tremors through the earth and creating a cloud of dust. Put! Unable to withstand it any longer, Mu Jojo spat out a mouthful of blood. Following this, his divine body shattered, blood splattering in all directions. The onlookers involuntarily swallowed hard, sensing only an overwhelming chill. In this state, Mu Jojo had no strength left to resist. What kind of monster is this? They had witnessed many talents from Qingzhou, but none compared to this terrifying creature. Luolan Xingxue clenched her fist slightly, her gaze towards Chen Wen completely transformed. Chen Wen had once again redefined their understanding. Looking down at Mu Jojo, Chen Wen sneered, "You thought to lure me into subduing the thunder array for your gain, didn't you? Your scheme was cleverly devised. But do you think this will be your end? Very well, today I shall show you how I will conquer that power while you kneel and watch." With that, Chen Wen shifted his tone, "Each one of you present, do not say I do not give you a chance. Immediately summon your allies. I will take you all on single-handedly." At this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. One against all? Moreover, he demanded that these talented individuals summon more people. Such audacity was simply outrageous. Kneeling on the ground, Mu Jojo, pale as death, looked up in shock. Yet, all he saw was Chen Wen's imposing silhouette, indifferent to all. In that moment, he realized he had not only lost in strength but also in sheer presence. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Chen Wen strode towards the thunder array. Was he truly intending to subdue the gravity thunder array alone? Upon witnessing Chen Wen's actions, the audience was once again astounded. Many had attempted to seize control of this gravity thunder array over the years, yet none had succeeded. Even their most gifted prince could only sigh in despair. "Miss, do you think he can succeed?" Luolan Liuan inquired, taking a deep breath. The other disciples turned their eyes to Luolan Xingxue, now fully convinced by Chen Wen's strength. Like Luolan Liuan, they sought an answer from Luolan Xingxue. Luolan Xingxue shook her head, uncertain. She had also contemplated the thunder array but had never found the right method. The lethal intent within and the unpredictable inner source were not something a mere celestial could contend with. Yet, this was Chen Wen, a man who had shattered her numerous preconceptions. The last person to do so was her fiancé. Understanding dawned on them. It was merely a lack of confidence. Luolan Liuan and the others exchanged knowing glances, ceasing their inquiries. Mu Jojo struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with fury. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had reached directly beneath the gravity thunder array, gazing upward at the tumultuous sea of thunder. Only by drawing near could one truly appreciate the terrifying force of the lightning. The arcs of lightning, thick as pillars, resembled dragons swimming in a stormy sea. Their violent and searing power seemed poised to erupt. It was no exaggeration to say that without his chaos sequence body, he would not even have the qualification to approach. "Sister Shaozi, what should I do?" Chen Wen inhaled deeply. "Very simple, plunge into this tumultuous sea of thunder, unleash your chaos sequence body, and absorb all that lightning into your being. Just endure the successive waves of impact, the rest will be handled by your chaos sequence body. Xian Hongshao's voice resonated softly. Understood, Chen Wen nodded. In an instant, he activated the Supreme Chaos Technique. Instantly, the power of the chaos sequence surged within him like a volcanic eruption. Simultaneously, his physical body responded in harmony with the technique, releasing the latent power contained within his cells. This power is formidable. With a sudden release of strength, Chen Wen stirred a tremendous tempest, and invisible pressure descended, causing the very heavens and earth to ripple. Bang! 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 Under the weight of this invisible pressure, those below could no longer bear it, collapsing one after another, gasping for breath. Though Mu Jojo and the others managed to hold on, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, they realized that the power Chen Wen had previously wielded was still far from his current potential. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Chen Wen surged forward, plunging into the gravity thunder array. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he had vanished into the depths of the ocean. What is he doing? Is he seeking to flaunt his power? The crowd was dumbfounded. To them, this act seemed no different from courting death. Facing the celestial thunder, especially of such magnitude, even the strongest physique and power would be reduced to ashes. Even Luolan Xingxue, who had remained composed throughout, furrowed her brow. Chen Wen's actions shattered her understanding. Even someone from a supreme force had never witnessed such audacity. Ha ha ha. Well done. Well done. On the other hand, Mu Jojo, momentarily stunned, soon became overwhelmed with excitement. Though he had hoped for Chen Wen's demise within the gravity thunder array, it had merely been a wishful prayer. He never imagined Chen Wen would actually do as he desired. If Chen Wen survived this, he would consume all that lightning. Boom! At that moment, the gravity thunder array above erupted, the arcs of lightning awakening like dragons unleashed, thrashing about wildly. The heavens and earth were filled with an air of impending doom as endless lightning cascaded downwards. If the previous downpour of lightning was but a drizzle, now it was a torrential storm. This terrifying phenomenon spread rapidly outward, leaving all in awe. What is that? Suddenly, a voice cried out. Everyone turned in unison. And what greeted their eyes was a magnificent silhouette reflected in the heavens and earth. The figure stood tall and proud, surrounded by surging lightning that made it appear as if a celestial being had descended. It's that boy, he hasn't perished. My heavens, he is absorbing the lightning. Upon recognizing the figure, exclamations erupted among the crowd. How is this possible? Mu Jojo's pupils constricted, involuntarily retreating a step. Come! Chen Wen roared, his fighting spirit ablaze as he faced the oncoming lightning. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the cosmos. In no time, he had pushed his technique to its limits. His breathing resembling the rumble of thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. The successive vibrations sounded like the drumbeats of time itself. Good, bring it on. As the influx of thunder intensified, Chen Wen was suddenly enveloped in an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, and the chaotic sequence began to reciprocate gradually. Eventually, the once dominant thunder began to wane, while the nine-colored sequence of light illuminated the entire firmament, revealing celestial phenomena in succession. Observing the ever-changing sky and the increasingly potent aura of Chen Wen, the onlookers fell into a state of numbness. Not only had he ventured alone into the domain of thunder, but he had also absorbed all the lightning. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. So, you were here all along. Chen Yin's eyes suddenly blazed with twin bursts of brilliance. Chapter 43, Forceful Erasure. Before long, a pearl, no larger than an infant's fist, materialized within the rift of space. Had Chen Wen not consciously sought it out, its existence would have remained imperceptible, so deeply was it concealed. The pearl was entirely black, with only a few strands of dark lightning flickering across its surface. With each tremor of the pearl, it resembled a heartbeat. Yet from within emanated a force far mightier than the thunder of the heavens. Suddenly, the pearl surged forth, transforming into a flash of lightning that swiftly entered his body. The heavy thunder pearl vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Chen Wen was instantly jolted. Before he could comprehend the situation, a ferocious and oppressive force erupted within him, sweeping outward with alarming speed. A pained roar escaped Chen Wen's lips, echoing through the air, as he was engulfed by the black lightning. exploding into a dazzling display of thunderous light. What is happening? The onlookers were once again rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had been awed by Chen Wen's presence. But now, all had changed. In the air, only the sudden outburst of black lightning remained, leaving no trace of Chen Wen behind. Observing this scene, Mu Jojo was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Although he was unaware of the events unfolding, he sensed that Chen Wen's aura had completely dissipated. In such a state, he could not believe that Chen Wen could possibly survive. What does it mean that heaven does not entirely forsake mankind? This is it. He merely needed to await the arrival of the people from the divine demon hall, and he would emerge as the ultimate victor. With this thought, Mu Jojo's previous despair transformed into a surge of exhilaration. "My lady, that boy's aura has completely vanished," said Lulanlayu, taking a deep breath. Lulan Xingshue's expression also shifted from its prior calmness. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Let us wait and see." Lulanlayu understood that even Lulan Xingxue could not predict the outcome, which was why her words were so ambiguous. Soon, the crowd's attention was once again drawn to the black lightning. The instant the black lightning appeared, the very fabric of the space altered. The previously overwhelming gravitational thunder array now seemed merely turbulent and forceful. Yet now, the words turbulent and forceful could scarcely encapsulate the enormity of the situation. It felt as though they were engulfed by inexorable destruction, as if the entire world had been submerged in the abyss of hell. Those present felt as if they could be obliterated into ash at any moment. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had withstood the onslaught of the heavy thunder and regained his sense of bodily control. Upon closer inspection, one could see his chaotic sequence voraciously absorbing the power of the heavy thunder pearl. In contrast, the heavy thunder pearl was no longer as arrogant, desperately attempting to reclaim its power. Yet, faced with the predatory nature of the chaotic sequence, it had no strength left to resist. Retreating like a sorrowful bride in a corner of his body. The chaotic sequence is indeed formidable. Chen Wen observed this spectacle with an urge to chuckle. Originally, the heavy thunder pearl had aimed for the source of heavenly thunder within him. Now, it had unwittingly walked into a trap, losing even the power it had painstakingly regained to the sequence's relentless plundering. "Control your divine form well, otherwise, I might just expose your secrets," he mused. Just as Chen Wen was intrigued by the unfolding events, a scolding female voice broke through his thoughts. "Ah, is this the intelligence you mentioned, Sister Shaozi? I wondered why it concealed itself within the rift of space to evade detection. What are you dawdling for?" "I'm on the brink of death." The voice resounded once more. Chen Wen collected his thoughts. "Mind your tone, your fate is now in my hands." "You." The voice was both furious and agitated. "You little scoundrel. You're quite ruthless. Speak, what do you desire?" "Submit to me," Chen Wen declared. "I've barely clung to life. There's no way I'll become anyone's tool again." The voice retorted defiantly. "Oh, then you may cease to exist," Chen Wen responded, pushing his physique to its utmost limit. Wait. Everything is negotiable." The voice cried out in desperation. Chen Wen ignored the plea and asked, "Sister Shaozi, can you erase its intelligence?" "Such cruelty?" Xianhong Shao pondered momentarily before answering. "Is it cruel? I see it otherwise. Its former self may have been among the 10 divine artifacts, but now, it is merely a potential spirit entity. Besides, it invaded my body with the intent to drain me dry. Were it not for my chaotic sequence, it wouldn't even have the right to bargain. Should it be so foolish, then I shall send it on its way. I can, but it may cause some damage to the future enhancement of the heavy thunder pearl. You must consider this carefully," Xianhong Shao informed him. "What kind of damage?" Chen Wen inquired, furrowing his brow. "The intelligence will be aware of the enhancement direction of the heavy thunder pearl and will consciously strive to restore its previous powers. Without its presence, the enhancement would solely rely on the pearl's own consciousness. In such a scenario, whether the heavy thunder pearl can fully recover, or return to its former state, remains uncertain." Xianhong Shao explained. "Isn't that a form of amusement?" Chen Wen smirked slightly. "Alright, you suppress it with the sequence, the rest is up to me." Seeing Chen Wen's resolve, Xian Hongxiao refrained from saying more. What are you doing? No. You cannot do this. I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit. As Xian Hongxiao unleashed a torrent of power upon the heavy thunder pearl, the spirit intelligence finally felt fear. It had never anticipated Chen Wen would be so ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation. Now, it regretted its earlier arrogance and trembled in fear. You have but one chance with me. Since you desire freedom, I shall send you to the heavens. The vast earth will be yours to roam as you please. Chen Wen stated coolly. No, no, no. I regret it. I should not have bargained. The voice pleaded urgently. As long as you are willing, I shall assist you wholeheartedly. Without any ulterior motives. Yet, all that awaited it in response was Chen Wen's silence and resoluteness. No. The spirit intelligence thrashed wildly. But no amount of struggle could change the undeniable truth. The onlookers had no inkling of the turmoil occurring within the black lightning. As they awaited Chen Wen's movements, their glimmer of hope gradually faded. After all, the prolonged silence and the absence of his aura could only suggest one possibility: Chen Wen had perished within that maelstrom of black lightning. At that moment, a tremendous surge of demonic energy erupted in the air, sweeping through the entire scene with blinding speed. He has arrived. My master is here. Mu Jiuzhou's eyes lit up. And he could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 44, Arrival of Major Forces. Chen Wen faces a dire fate. The atmosphere was thick with the aura of the Heavenly King realm. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. To possess such power, one was already at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the ancient Yuan realm. Haha, Zhang Taichu, can you still laugh now? Zhao Feng burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Taichu remained unfazed, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. This was the moment they had been anticipating. The more individuals that arrived, the greater the number of casualties would be. Only then could they uproot these adversaries, allowing Chu Tianlong to witness despair firsthand. Soon, an elder with white hair and a youthful visage, enshrouded in swirling black mist, appeared before the crowd. This elder was none other than Mu Jiuzhou's master, Mu Chongyun. An elder of the hidden ancient clan, the Mu clan. Mu Chongyun's gaze swept over the assembly before finally landing on Mu Jiuzhou. Upon seeing his disciple's tattered clothing and the evident damage to his spirit body, his brows knitted tightly, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Mu Jiuzhou possessed the heavenly demon ninefold body, with 9 opportunities for awakening. Each awakening would triple his power. However, the sole drawback was its extreme demands for resources and cultivation. A single misstep could lead to total failure. Thus, even as an elder of the Mu clan, he willingly took on the responsibility of safeguarding Mu Jiuzhou. What he did not anticipate was that merely attending a tea gathering would lead to such calamity for Mu Jiuzhou. It could very well nullify all the efforts the Mu clan had invested in him. The thought of this intensified the killing intent in Mu Chongyun's eyes. Who did this? He demanded. At his words, the atmosphere fell into a chilling silence. Everyone felt the oppressive aura of his fury. The one who harmed my disciple is dead. Mu Jiuzhou suddenly spoke. Dead? Mu Chongyun's brows furrowed even more tightly. What do you mean? Master, look up. Mu Jiuzhou pointed towards the sky. Mu Chongyun raised his gaze, his pupils narrowing in shock. What has happened to the gravity thunder array? He gasped. Moreover, why had the thunder turned black? The more he scrutinized, the more horrified he became. He had once attempted to subdue this gravity thunder array but had failed. Yet, he distinctly remembered that the previous thunder had not possessed this overwhelming impact. Just a glance filled him with a sense of dread. As if goosebumps erupted across his body and his mind buzzed. He was certain that if he approached, he would be reduced to ashes. Without even a shred of resistance left. Suppressing the turmoil within, Mu Chongyun turned to Mu Jiuzhou and asked, "What has happened to the gravity thunder array?" Mu Jiuzhou recounted the entire sequence of events without reservation. A first heaven-human realm expert? First, he struck down Shiman Zhantian with a single palm. Then suppressed his own disciple. After that, he plunged into the gravity thunder array, forcibly absorbing the thunder. In the end, he was annihilated by the black thunder. reducing his very soul to ashes. As Mu Chongyun listened to Mu Jojo's account, he felt as though he were deciphering an ancient text. Setting aside the absurdity of a first heaven human realm expert killing two at the third death realm, the act of charging into the gravity thunder array alone was utterly ridiculous. Yet, he knew his disciple would not deceive him in front of so many witnesses. Moreover, fabricating such a tale would serve no purpose. After a long pause, Mu Chongyun digested the information and remarked, "So, that young man came alongside him?" With that, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Taichu, who appeared calm and composed. Mu Chongyun was aware of Jiang Taichu's position as the master of the Realm Guardian Hall. Though the Realm Guardian Hall was not a significant force, Jiang Taichu had exceptional talent. At under 35 years of age, he had already reached the fourth Heavenly King realm. And his individual strength was formidable. They had crossed paths during a prior expedition, engaging in a brief confrontation, which had ended in a stalemate due to Mu Chongyun's advantage in realm. Of course, neither had used their true trump cards. Indeed, Mu Jojo quickly affirmed. "Jiang Taichu, I can spare you, but you must reveal the origins of that young man." Mu Chongyun's gaze bore down on Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu met Mu Chongyun's stare coolly. "And what if I refuse to speak?" A glint of coldness flashed in Mu Chongyun's eyes. "If you remain silent, you shall share the same fate as that young man." The expression on Jiang Taichu's face vanished. "Who do you think you are to threaten me?" Boom! As he spoke, his internal aura surged forth, clashing violently with Mu Chongyun's presence. The two unmatched waves of energy erupted, distorting the space around them and shattering the ground into a swirling storm of dust. Isn't he at the fourth Heavenly King realm? How has he suddenly ascended to the sixth? Zhao Feng and Li Yundom's faces paled in disbelief as they looked at Jiang Taichu. It turned out that Jiang Taichu had not exerted his full strength in their previous encounter. Though the difference between the sixth and fourth Heavenly King realms seemed minor, it represented an insurmountable chasm for cultivators. Mu Chongyun was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Jiang Taichu had closed the gap in realm during their time apart. Given that they had previously been 3 realms apart, one could only wonder what the outcome would be if Jiang Taichu were of the same age as him. The thought filled Mu Chongyun with both shock and jealousy, driving him to the brink of madness. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, another 19 formidable auras approached from the distance. Among them were Heavenly King and Nirvana realms, each exuding formidable strength. What is happening? The onlookers gasped in shock as they turned towards the approaching figures. 19 silhouettes raced towards them, rapidly growing larger. Upon witnessing this, the numerous talented disciples collectively sighed in relief. Their allies had finally arrived, alleviating their fears of meeting their demise here. Truth be told, Chen Wen had truly frightened them. Even if he had perished within that mass of black thunder, they remained uneasy, fearing that he might suddenly emerge from it. "You are indeed a prodigious talent. Comparable to myself," Mu Chongyun conceded, before changing his tone, "but now, do you still believe that withholding information is a wise choice?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward Jiang Taichu, eager to see how he would respond to such overwhelming pressure. "Rather than wondering about my identity, allow me to reveal it to you myself." Chen Wen's voice suddenly resonated before Jiang Taichu could reply. With those words, everyone froze in place, their pupils widening in astonishment. They recognized that voice all too well. And in unison, they turned to the source. Chapter 45, Have you waited long? I shall now send you on your way. Before their eyes floated Chen Wen, surrounded by a myriad of black lightning, his aura overwhelming, distorting the very space around him. He appeared as if he had risen from the depths of hell. Indeed, he had not perished. How is this possible? As they beheld Chen Wen's form, the astonishment on their faces deepened. Luolan Xingxue was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across her features. Just moments ago, she had thought Chen Wen was doomed. "Master, it is he, the disciple he seeks to slay." Mu Jojo pointed at Chen Wen, his voice a cold snarl. Mu Chongyun disregarded Mu Jojo's outburst and focused intently on Chen Wen's figure. The second-tier celestial realm. His aura was profound and boundless. He possessed an extraordinary presence, exuding a unique charisma. Aside from the discrepancy in realm, there was little difference from what Mu Jojo had described. No wonder he had bested Xiao Zhou, he indeed had the capability. In mere moments, Mu Chongyun had formed a preliminary judgment of Chen Wen. Clearly, at this moment, Chen Wen had harnessed the power of the heavy thunder pearl to achieve a breakthrough. Swish! Swish, swish! At that moment, the 19 powerful figures arrived at the scene. Immediately, they began searching for their respective disciples. Upon learning the circumstances, they too were as stunned and incredulous as Mu Chongyun. Their disciples were renowned geniuses within their respective factions and across the entirety of the ancient origin realm. Yet, they had been trampled by a mere celestial realm youth, compelled to seek their aid. This was absurd, yet undeniably real. Two stark realities loomed before them. One was Chen Wen's origins. They could hardly believe that someone without a substantial background could possess such strength. The other was the fate of the gravity thunder array suspended in the air. Had he absorbed it? If true, they would not mind keeping Chen Wen here, regardless of his formidable origins. They doubted that anyone behind Chen Wen would dare offend all 20 of their factions at once. A multitude of thoughts raced through their minds, leading them to a preliminary decision. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, a senior elder from the Beast God sect spoke up. "I am Zhao Hong, Grand Elder of the Beast God sect, pleased to meet Elder Mu." To these individuals, Mu Chongyun's status and strength placed him at the pinnacle. Thus, it was only natural for Jiang Taichu to handle the situation. "Ah, it is Brother Zhao, I am honored," Mu Chongyun responded with a courteous bow. "How shall we proceed?" "We await your guidance," Zhao Hong inquired. The others remained silent but clearly acquiesced to this decision. A flicker of determination crossed Mu Chongyun's eyes as he spoke. "Since you all place such trust in me, I shall take a bold step." He then turned his gaze towards Chen Wen. "I am Mu Chongyun, elder of an ancient hidden clan. May I inquire which faction you hail from, young friend?" A hint of a smirk graced Chen Wen's lips. He had not anticipated Mu Chongyun's swift suppression of his fury. Yet, he had no intention of indulging them. "Who are you to question my identity?" Chen Wen replied languidly. Mu Chongyun's expression hardened. "Young man, do not provoke me. You are already a dead man, why do you speak so much?" Chen Wen raised an eyebrow, his voice turning icy. "Elder of a hidden ancient clan? You are a disgrace. You seek death." Mu Chongyun's fury ignited, his hand reaching out towards Chen Wen. The power of rebirth surging forth, piercing through layers of space. "Kill him! Kill him!" Seeing his master take action, Mu Jiuzhou was suddenly invigorated, appearing almost maniacal. He could not fathom that Chen Wen, no matter how formidable, could surpass his master. Once Chen Wen was dead, he would reclaim his title as the foremost in Qingzhou. And who would dare speak of his humiliation at Chen Wen's hands? Heavy thunder slash. Chen Wen's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion of his hand, countless strands of black lightning coalesced into a colossal sword of thunder, exuding an aura of untold destruction. Slash! Chen Wen uttered coldly, bringing the sword down. The sword energy surged forth, unyielding and fierce. Boom! With a single stroke, the power emanating from Mu Chongyun was thwarted. Simultaneously, Mu Chongyun was sent reeling backwards, leaving craters in his wake. How is this possible? Mu Chongyun's pupils trembled with disbelief, especially as the pain radiating from his hand served as a reminder that he had been forced back. A 6th-tier King Realm cultivator, repelled? Just moments ago, he had been unable to accept Jiang Taichu's thwarting of his attack, yet now, his assault had not only been blocked but he had been directly pushed back by a mere 2nd-tier Celestial Realm cultivator. This shattered his perception of reality. This is impossible. Equally astonished were Zhao Hong and the others. This was their first glimpse of Chen Wen in action, and they had not anticipated his overwhelming prowess. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed that a celestial realm could face off against a king realm directly. The gap between them spanned 2 entire realms. In contrast, Chen Wen was forced to retreat, each step crushing the ground beneath him. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself. A tempest of 9-colored light erupting around him, his black hair whipping wildly. Indeed, facing a king realm was still a challenge. Chen Wen suppressed the surging blood energy, his gaze icy. In an instant, Chen Wen moved again, transforming into a flash of lightning, vanishing from the air. When he reappeared, he stood before Mu Jiuzhou. Mu Jiuzhou, No longer the maniac he had been, stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Have you waited long? I am here to escort you on your journey. Chen Wen's voice echoed ominously. Mu Jojo stiffened, his pupils instinctively widening. Upon seeing Chen Wen, he cried out in desperation, "Master, save me, save me!" You dare? Mu Chongyun roared, stepping forward as an immense force surged forth from him, like a tidal wave. Instantly, the ground erupted in a tempest of dust and debris. Chen Wen seized Mu Jojo, who was already paralyzed with fear. Facing the oncoming assault, he showed no inclination to retreat. Gripping Mu Jojo, he unleashed his power. The unmatched force manifesting as chains of nine-colored energy, crashing forward. Boom! In the clash, Mu Jojo was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, while Chen Wen was sent hurtling backwards. Mu Chongyun stood in shock, witnessing his disciple's demise unfold before his very eyes, and even more horrifically, at his own hands. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly stillness. They were astounded by Mu Jojo's death, equally shocked by Chen Wen's might. The recent attack had been delivered without restraint from Mu Chongyun, yet the result was that Chen Wen had merely been propelled backwards, unscathed. This was simply outrageous. You wretched cur, I will see you dead. After a fleeting moment of shock, Mu Chongyun erupted with fury, his murderous intent surging like a tempest. Chapter 46, Rage Unleashed. A murderous intent rising kill me? As he gazed at the furious charge of Mu Chongyun, Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Boom! In an instant, an unparalleled force erupted from within him, sweeping outward and collapsing everything in its vicinity. The sheer magnitude of this power was terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' expressions twisted in disbelief. This wretched creature must perish. Otherwise, our divine demon palace shall never find peace. Mu Chongyun's eyelids twitched as the power within him surged once more. A dark mass of demonic energy erupted from his body, morphing midair into a monstrous face that forcefully countered Chen Wen's overwhelming pressure. Die! Mu Chongyun broke through the obstruction, delivering a decisive strike aimed at Chen Wen's head. In the face of such aggression, Chen Wen remained unfazed, calmly activating his chaos sequence body. A vibrant shield of 9 colors instantly enveloped him. The ancient incantations resonating in the air, vibrating deep within the hearts of all present. Bang! Mu Chongyun's palm struck the shield, the chilling demonic energy swirling around it. Yet, for a moment, the shield remained unbroken. I refuse to believe this, Mu Chongyun hesitated briefly, then steeled himself, amplifying the power in his hand. Boom! With another devastating blow, the shield finally rippled with immense waves before dissipating into nothingness. In the instant the shield vanished, Chen Wen was forced to retreat several steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Conversely, Mu Chongyun was also propelled backward by the backlash, leaving a long trail in the air. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Once again, Mu Chongyun had been defeated. That lad is extraordinarily strong. Lulan Lion inhaled deeply, involuntarily exclaiming in admiration. Lulan Xingxue remained silent, yet her hand, concealed within her sleeve, had turned pale from the pressure. Though she could achieve such feats, it was worth noting that she was at the 9th layer of life and death realm. This highlighted the true strength of Chen Wen. Mu Chongyun had previously clashed with her aura, and even a fool could deduce the implications. Observing his own defenses shattered, Chen Wen sighed softly. It seems my chaos sequence body still requires further growth. Come now, it was merely an automatic defensive shield to withstand 2 strikes from the King realm. What more could one desire? Xian Hongxiao retorted sharply, You needn't be so disheartened, I merely expressed a thought. You are indeed strong. Mu Chongyun's icy voice echoed once more as he steadied himself. Abruptly, his tone shifted, But if you believe that this alone can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall show you that the King realm is not to be trifled with by mere celestial realm beings. Boom! As his words fell, Mu Chongyun's eyes blazed crimson. A torrent of demonic energy surging from within, ascending into the heavens and staining the clouds a deep crimson. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, suffused with an overwhelming sense of bloodlust, chill, and darkness that weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present, suffocating them with dread. Mu Chongyun was now serious. Would that boy be able to withstand it? The onlookers instinctively turned their gazes to Chen Wen. Yet, to their astonishment, even in such dire circumstances, Chen Wen's expression remained devoid of panic. Rather, they sensed a hint of exhilaration in his demeanor. Yes, exhilaration. It was as though Chen Wen eagerly anticipated this battle. Divine Demon Coiling Dragon Seal. Mu Chongyun stepped forward, the surrounding energy boiling like a frenzy of demons. As he continued to weave his seals, boundless demonic power rapidly converged, coalescing into a vast emblem. The emblem bore ancient and intricate runes that danced upon its surface, emanating a chilling and violent aura. Interesting, Chen Wen remarked, moving into action. Chaos overarching hand. Chen Wen advanced, gathering power rapidly in his palm. This wretched creature. Observing Chen Wen's poised stance, Mu Chongyun was filled with rage. For he sensed an overwhelmingly tyrannical force brewing within that hand. Die. Without hesitation, Mu Chongyun unleashed the divine demon coiling dragon seal upon Chen Wen with tremendous force. Come. Then. Chen Wen's lips curved into a slight smirk as a colossal hand, capable of obscuring the sky, shot forth to meet the attack, obliterating the surrounding space in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. In an instant, the two assaults collided violently. A terrifying force erupted, shattering everything around them, sending clouds of debris swirling through the air. This is impossible. Mu Chongyun's face contorted in shock. For his divine demon coiling dragon seal had failed to gain the upper hand. In the next moment, the backlash from their collision surged toward both combatants, swiftly engulfing them. Mu Chongyun's flesh erupted, his spiritual body shattered, as he was violently slammed into the ground, creating a tremendous upheaval. Simultaneously, Chen Wen was also sent flying by the coiling dragon seal, spewing forth another mouthful of blood. This. The crowd stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Clearly, they had never anticipated that even with full force, Mu Chongyun would not gain a significant advantage over Chen Wen. Zhao Hong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. If even Mu Chongyun was not Chen Wen's equal, what chance did they possess? The answer was evidently clear. They had once coveted the gravity thunder formation under Chen Wen's command, but now, the thought sent shivers down their spines. Noticing the subtle signs of his body beginning to fracture, Chen Wen furrowed his brow. It appeared that the gap in realms meant that even with an extraordinary physique, he could not continue to withstand such force indefinitely. Boom! In the next moment, the battered Mu Chongyun surged forth from the ground, his tattered clothing soaked in blood. Waves of terrifying demonic power swirling around him, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Mu Chongyun was now dead serious. The crowd felt a stirring in their hearts. Young master, shall I take over? Zhang Taichu turned to Chen Wen. Chen Wen assessed his condition and replied, very well. Stepping back. He deemed it unnecessary to continue this struggle, for he still had contingencies to rely upon. As Zhang Taichu took Chen Wen's place, the calm demeanor of Mu Chongyun was gone. What are you staring at? Come and assist. His ferocious roar echoed in their ears. If I perish today, none of you shall escape. The atmosphere grew tense with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The crowd fell silent. Though Mu Chongyun's approach was unscrupulous, was that not the nature of this world? No matter how strong a single individual might be, they could not withstand the combined efforts of many. Alas, what a pity! With this thought, the crowd couldn't help but sigh softly. Chapter 47, Overpowering Celestial Kings Without Defeat. An escalating feud. Did you truly believe you were the only one with reinforcements? Zhang Taichu scoffed, then with a grand gesture, declared, emerge. Instantly, 10 figures materialized from the ether. A collective gasp swept through the onlookers, their gazes riveted on the newcomers. Each of the 10 emanated the power of a celestial king, rivaling Zhang Taichu himself. Mu Chongyun's arrogant demeanor crumbled, replaced by an icy dread that chilled him to the bone. These celestial kings had been lurking in the shadows, eluding their detection. What did this signify? It suggested that Zhang Taichu had foreseen this confrontation from the outset, patiently awaiting their arrival to spring a carefully laid trap. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Reluctantly, he conceded that they were likely doomed. Zhao Hong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, Zhang Taichu. Are you truly willing to jeopardize the entire realm guarding hall for the sake of this reckless youth? Are you aware that each faction present here possesses the power to obliterate your organization from existence? He is the one who offended us, not you. If you withdraw with your entourage, we are prepared to overlook this transgression. Consider your decision carefully, lest you bite off more than you can chew. Zhao Hong's words resonated throughout the assembly, their attention shifting towards Jiang Taichu. As he had pointed out, their respective factions were no less formidable than the realm guarding hall. Jiang Taichu's current advantage stemmed merely from an informational disparity. Even if they were to perish here, their demise would be avenged by the combined might of numerous influential forces. Not even Chen Wen's backers could guarantee the safety of the realm guarding hall. The choice now rested with Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu, however, ignored Zhao Hong's appeal and turned to Chen Wen. Young master, the reinforcements have been assembled. You. Zhao Hong's face contorted in fury at being disregarded. A fiery rage smoldering within his eyes. Chen Wen issued a terse command, slaughter them all. What? He intends to kill them all. The crowd recoiled in disbelief. Their eyes fixed on Chen Wen. As you wish, Jiang Taichu replied, then with a sweeping gesture, ordered, attack. Leave no one alive. Yes, Hall Master. The elders of the realm guarding hall responded in unison, charging forward with unrestrained ferocity. Jiang Taichu followed closely behind, his movements swift and deadly. Jiang Taichu, you'll regret this. Spare me your empty threats. Die. No. Soon, a cacophony of desperate cries reverberated through the air, the atmosphere thick with the stench of death. Chen Wen turned his gaze upon the trembling disciples. Now, it's your turn to meet your maker. You. The disciples' faces paled with terror. Even Shimen Jiantian and Mu Jiuzhou had fallen with a single blow. What chance did they stand? As the disciples scattered in panic, Chen Wen smirked, unleashing a horizontal palm strike. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, crushing everything in its path, reducing over 20 disciples to a bloody mist. His hand moved again, drawing the Emperor's sword. A blinding light cleaved the sky, unleashing torrents of spatial turbulence. No! The disciples screamed in terror as the sword's edge sliced through their bodies. You dare, you mongrel! You face me! Die! Jiang Taichu roared, launching a swift and deadly assault on Zhao Hong. Thwack! Another 10 disciples were bisected by the sword, their blood splattering like rain, a scene of gruesome carnage. 9 left. Chen Wen announced, his voice soft yet chilling, as he surveyed the petrified survivors. His words, though spoken quietly, struck their hearts like a death knell. Don't kill me, please. Don't. We're willing to submit, to be your dogs. Yes, we're willing, we're all willing, the 9 disciples stammered, prostrating themselves before Chen Wen. They had been utterly broken by the sheer brutality of the scene. A single palm strike, a single sword stroke, had decimated their ranks, leaving them with nothing but despair. Chen Wen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. I regret to inform you that you are not even worthy of being my dogs. Die. With those chilling words, Chen Wen raised his hand and unleashed another devastating palm strike. No. Their terrified cries were cut short as the remaining disciples were reduced to a bloody mist, leaving no trace of their existence. Fusion complete. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 portions of Crimson Celestial Nirvana Elixir and 1 portion of Orange Celestial Nirvana Elixir. Congratulations! You have completed the fusion of the Crimson Soul, achieving a new milestone and obtaining a Crimson Celestial Treasure Chest. A faint smile played on Chen Wen's lips as he heard the notifications in his mind. This, gulp. The onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had witnessed cruelty before, but never had they seen such cold-blooded brutality, a man who could slaughter nearly 50 people without so much as a blink. In their eyes, Chen Wen had become something far more terrifying than a mere demon. Young mistress, that young man is utterly ruthless, Lu Lan Luer whispered, her face pale. Lu Lan Xingxue shook her head. No, I find myself admiring that quality. However, this feud has now been cemented, and the real drama is about to unfold. What do you mean? Lu Lan Luer asked, turning to her mistress. Before this, I, like you, believed him to be a reckless fool, unaware of his own limitations. But now, I'm not so sure. Perhaps this was all part of his plan. What plan? Lulan Lure was even more confused. It's just a hunch. Pay it no mind. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Chen Wen's retreating figure. What could my betrothed have done to provoke such unbridled rage? Even though his circumstances are unique, he is not someone you can simply defy. A sigh escaped Lulan Xingxue's lips. While she didn't despise Chen Wen, and even found herself admiring him to some extent, she would always choose her betrothed. Not only because of their existing relationship, but also because of their future. In her eyes, Chen Wen was undoubtedly a genius, but he was still far behind her betrothed, who possessed an emperor bone. Meanwhile, the battle between Jiang Taichu and the others had come to an end. All of Mu Chongyun's men were dead, save for Zhao Feng and Li Yundong. On Jiang Taichu's side, 1 elder had perished and 3 were injured. Young master, what shall we do with these 2? Jiang Taichu asked, tossing the 2 men, who were as limp as rag dolls, onto the ground. Chen Wen's gaze fell upon them. It seems you weren't as important as you thought. They didn't even bother to save you. Zhao Feng's expression changed. The people Chen Wen was referring to were the hidden forces of the Thunder Peak, who were loyal to Chu Tianlong. But it doesn't matter. They'll die eventually. For now, I'll settle for killing you 2 as a down payment. With that, Chen Wen raised his foot. If we die, the Emperor's son will avenge us. Your arrogance won't last long, Zhao Feng and Li Yundong shouted. Avenge you? Chen Wen sneered. That spineless coward is probably cowering in some corner. Don't you dare insult our Emperor's son. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong retorted. The faces of the surrounding disciples changed. The humiliation of their own sacred son indeed stirred a sense of indignation within them. The dog may be loyal, yet its master is far from human. With that thought, Chen Wen resolutely stamped down. Bang! With a single step, he crushed the skulls of 2 individuals. First, gather all remaining corpses and affix them to the sacred monument. Second, clear away the treasures from the Thunderbolt Peak and distribute the spoils among yourselves. Third, ensure the proper arrangement for the deceased elder, securing a lifetime of peace for his family. The talented youth shall be welcomed into the Guardian Hall, receiving the highest caliber of training. Yes, responded Jiang Taichu immediately. Chen Wen spoke no further and turned to depart. The bait had been sufficiently laid, now he awaited the arrival of a multitude of fish. His intent was crystal clear, to ensure that Chu Tianlong bore witness to his utter destitution. Meanwhile, Ji Yue and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Chen Wen's receding figure, at a loss for words. With events having escalated to this extent, it was irrevocably out of hand, and no one could intervene. All they could do was pray to remain unscathed by the unfolding turmoil. Chapter 48, The Trail of Chu Tianlong and the Acceptance of the Immortal Legacy. As Chen Wen departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. The once vibrant Tianlai Peak now lay in a state of utter desolation. Soon after, everything at Tianlai Peak was swept away by Jiang Taichu and his companions, leaving behind only ruins. No one dared to intervene or protest against this devastation. In a secluded inner space of the Tianlai Peak range, dozens of men and women sat, all of whom were of the Heavenly King realm, their auras vast and oceanic. However, their expressions were grim. At this moment, an elder named Fu Xiao, seated at the head of the group, spoke up. That despicable scoundrel has gone too far. If we cannot reclaim this situation, how shall we face the Emperor's heir? As he spoke, he slammed his palm onto the nearby table, shattering it into pieces. Upon hearing his words, no one dared to respond. In fact, during the recent battle, they should have stepped in to provide support, but ultimately, they had decided against it. They were uncertain whether Jiang Taichu had hidden forces at his disposal. As one of the backup forces for the Emperor's heir, they could not afford to act recklessly and risk their own annihilation. I propose that we mobilize the power of the upper realms in the name of the Emperor's heir. Only in this manner can we contend with the forces behind that young man. After a brief silence, an elder named Tang Yuan spoke. I disagree. We can only mobilize the upper realm's power with the Emperor's heir's consent, otherwise, we cannot bear the responsibility, countered an elder named Yi Chong, shaking his head. Agreed. Ultimately, the majority sided with He Chang's perspective. I've made contact, I've reached the Emperor's heir. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with tension once more, an extremely excited voice rang out. At this proclamation, everyone's eyes sparkled with fervor. Prior to Chen Wen's arrival, they had already attempted to reach Chu Tianlong through a unique communication talisman, but to no avail. Particularly, since Chu Tianlong had promised to return for the tea gathering but had yet to appear, their foreboding feelings intensified. Now that they had finally connected with him, it alleviated their anxiety somewhat. "Quickly, bring it to me," Fu Xiao called urgently. Xiao Shan, not daring to delay, promptly handed the communication talisman to Fu Xiao. He took a deep breath before infusing his spiritual energy into it. "What is it?" A gentle yet authoritative male voice resonated through the talisman. "It is the Emperor's heir. He is unharmed." Fu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Your Excellency, I am so glad to hear you are well. I am in a different space and just recently awakened, so it is normal that you could not contact me," Chu Tianlong replied, his tone devoid of significant emotion. "That is a relief," Fu Xiao replied repeatedly. "Now, please tell us what has transpired." Hearing something unusual in Fu Xiao's tone, Chu Tianlong sensed that the matter was more than just a concern for his safety. Tang Yuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor and recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a man enveloped in golden tribulation light, with imperial shadows flickering behind him, bore an icy expression, his eyes shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. Surrounding him, golden particles cascaded down, distorting the space into a watery veil, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The man possessed flowing golden hair, an exceptionally handsome visage, and an aura that exuded both tranquility and authority, compelling others to instinctively submit. This man was none other than Chu Tianlong. After a prolonged period, he finally reined in the turbulent energies within and around him, speaking softly. "You say this person is named Ji Wuqing and hails from a hidden power?" "Indeed, this information was obtained from Ji Yue," Fu Xiao promptly replied. "I require another half-month to accept the legacy, and I cannot return just yet. Therefore, unite with Mu Jiuzhou and the others in this matter. Additionally, I will notify the forces in the upper realms to ensure they are in position within half a month. After that, I shall personally confront that young man." "Understood. I will fulfill this task without fail," Fu Xiao replied, his excitement barely contained. He had awaited this moment for a long time. "Very well, then." With that, Chu Tianlong severed the connection. Clenching the communication talisman, his eyes turned cold and resolute. "I care not who you are or whether you are intentionally targeting me. I no longer need to heed anyone's opinions or rely on anyone's strength. This time, I shall use you, a disciple of a hidden power, as a stepping stone to bolster my return to the imperial lineage." With this thought, the chill in Chu Tianlong's gaze gradually dissipated, returning to a state of calm. This immortal legacy was of paramount importance to him, and he could not afford any missteps during the next half-month. With this legacy, combined with his innate constitution and imperial bone, he would have the means to contend with the foremost prodigies upon his return to the upper realms. Simultaneously, within the heavenly mandate imperial family of the upper realms, Chen Badeo received a transmission from Chen Wudi. "You say that Chu Tianlong has made contact with his subordinates?" Chen Wudi nodded. "Yes, Chu Tianlong is currently in a different dimensional space. We attempted to locate his position, but time was insufficient for success. When we tried to investigate again, we found no trace of him. Thus, I can conclude that this space can block all forms of detection. During this brief period, has anyone else managed to reach him?" Chen Badeo inquired with a hint of implication. Chen Wudi shook his head. "No. It appears that Chen Wen was indeed correct. They have truly withdrawn." Chen Badeo chuckled coldly before asking, "And what of Chen Wen? What is the current situation?" Without hesitation, Chen Wudi recounted Chen Wen's recent actions. "Quite interesting," Chen Badeo mused with a light laugh. "Since Chen Wen wishes to play, let us indulge him. If you manage to locate Chu Tianlong, do not act hastily. Let us observe how much commotion he can stir." "Understood," Chen Wudi replied. "I will continue my investigation." Chen Badeo offered no further comments and promptly severed the connection. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Wen had returned to his residence and immediately entered the training chamber. This time, not only had he acquired 6 vials of heavenly mandate nirvana liquid, But he had also received 2 additional heavenly mandate treasure chests, including the one obtained from Zhao Tianlong. He now possessed 7 vials of heavenly mandate nirvana liquid in 3 treasure chests. He was eager to see what rewards awaited him this time. With that thought, Chen Wen hastily retrieved the 3 heavenly mandate treasure chests. Chapter 49, The Ancient Alchemist's Medicinal River, Seeking the Path to Immortality, Ding. The Crimson Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have obtained a vial of Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid. Would you like to accept it? This. Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that the Nirvana liquid was indeed one of his most pressing needs. Without further hesitation, he accepted it. Instantly, a vial of Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid nestled within his spatial storage. Next. Ding! The Orange Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have acquired the Ancient Alchemist's Medicinal River Refining Experience, accompanied by a tome of Medicinal River Alchemy. Would you like to accept it? Ancient Alchemical Refining Experience? This is truly a remarkable find. In the realm of alchemy, what holds the utmost significance? Undoubtedly, it is experience. With this newfound knowledge, achieving the status of an alchemist emperor becomes merely a matter of time. Chen Wen felt a surge of excitement. Would you like to accept it? Without delay, he responded affirmatively. In an instant, a stream of information flooded into Chen Wen's mind. Concurrently, a unique power began to unfurl within him, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. One could observe a shimmering red aura encircling Chen Wen, steeped in mystery and ancient wisdom. This phenomenon persisted for 3 hours, after which his fluctuating aura gradually subsided. As Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of red vanished. Incredible! Chen Wen breathed in awe, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. Upon fully assimilating the information, he recognized the astounding prowess of the alchemist from the Medicinal River. He had achieved the title of Alchemist Emperor at the tender age of 25, attained the status of Alchemist Sage at 30, commenced worldly cultivation at 50, and reached the threshold of the alchemical path at 70. By 90, he had become the legendary Alchemist Emperor, leaving behind a storied legacy before vanishing from the realm of Xin Yuan. As for the Medicinal River's alchemical tome, it contained not only the supreme alchemical techniques but also the extensive collection of formulas he had amassed throughout his life. These formulas encompassed nearly everything, from those that had survived the ages to those long forgotten. It could be said that this compendium was a treasure trove of alchemical wisdom. What a remarkable fortune! Chen Wen expressed his gratitude towards Zhao Tianlong, who had so generously provided this boon. Gathering his thoughts, he wasted no time and began to form alchemical seals. His hands danced through the air, crafting intricate gestures, while flickers of firelight illuminated the shapes he conjured. Commence! Chen Wen swiftly summoned various spiritual materials, which spiraled into the seals, undergoing a continuous process of refinement. Extraction, purification, harmonization, and fusion, each step unfolded meticulously. After half an hour, Chen Wen's hands trembled as flames surged between them, culminating in the formation of 6 dragon's breakthrough pills. These spiritual pills, resembling the size of dragon's eyes, shimmered in a golden-brown hue, adorned with intricate patterns, while wisps of pill clouds ascended gracefully. The pill's markings and ethereal clouds were a manifestation of a royal pill's essence. Remarkably, he had crafted a royal pill on his very first attempt. It appears I truly am a genius. However, Chen Wen discerned a flaw within his creation. The pinnacle of alchemical refinement yields 9 pills per furnace, anything less is considered subpar. He had only produced 6, attributed in part to his novice status, but more significantly due to the lack of a superior alchemical furnace and spiritual fire. Such tools are essential for enhancing both the success rate and quality of pills. It seems I must seek out these invaluable resources at the earliest opportunity. With that thought, Chen Wen turned his attention back to the dragon's breakthrough pills. This was a long-lost ancient spiritual pill. For cultivators below the Heavenly King realm, consuming it could facilitate a breakthrough without any adverse effects. However, it could only be taken once, multiple doses would yield no further benefit. Let us test its efficacy. With that in mind, Chen Wen swallowed a dragon's breakthrough pill. As the spiritual pill dissolved within him, an overwhelming surge of power exploded throughout his body, waves of energy crashing against his form. Incredible, this potency is astonishing. I wonder how much benefit you will bestow upon me. Without hesitation, Chen Wen activated his cultivation technique, pushing his chaotic sequence body to its limits. In an instant, the pill's power was rapidly absorbed, as if draining a turbulent lake. Boom! The explosive surge of power propelled him upward, shattering the barriers of his previous realm. The oppressive energy dissipated, filling the sky with a dazzling spectrum of colors. He had successfully reached the third heaven human realm. Gradually, his aura began to stabilize. Is this all? Chen Wen felt a mix of disbelief and exhilaration, his emotions akin to a roller coaster ride. The legendary dragon's breakthrough pill had only facilitated a minor breakthrough, significantly underwhelming his expectations. This is quite normal, your foundational strength far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Achieving even a small advancement is indeed a considerable feat. The ethereal voice of Xian Hongsha chimed in. Well, in that case, it does hold considerable value, Chen Wen remarked, glancing at the 5 remaining spiritual pills in his hand. Perhaps the nirvana liquid had instilled in him a sense of illusion, leading him to subconsciously believe that this ancient spiritual pill would yield unimaginable rewards. It is important to remember that the primary function of the nirvana liquid is to unlock the shackles of the sequence, with the enhancement of one's cultivation being merely an ancillary benefit. Additionally, it continuously refines the essence within the body, fortifying one's foundation. Thus, when compared to the nirvana liquid, the ancient spiritual pill falls short in more ways than one. Nevertheless, as Xian Hongsha aptly stated, while the ancient spiritual pill may not compare to the nirvana liquid, it remains a rare treasure in its own right. He should learn to be content. With this realization, Chen Wen's emotional state gradually stabilized. He had undeniably become a true alchemist king. From the knowledge acquired from the medicinal river, he had gleaned much about the path of alchemy. For instance, ascending from alchemist king presents a formidable challenge. It requires not only absolute experience but also a certain level of cultivation and soul power. Otherwise, one would be akin to a child wielding a weapon, unable to utilize it effectively. Next, the final green destiny treasure chest was the one he had eagerly anticipated the most. Ding! The green destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have obtained a sacred secret technique, the immortal leisure art, which can be upgraded to imperial grade or even higher. This technique is an initial secret art that merges breathing methods with mental states, combining combat and cultivation. Practicing it allows one to integrate breathing techniques with the cosmos, achieving a state of unity with the heavens. In moments of rise and fall, the might of the heavens surges, resonating with thunderous roars. Upon reaching its zenith, one can transcend into the ethereal realm, freely seeking the path to immortality. Wow! This secret technique is remarkable. Upon learning about this technique, Chen Wen was instantly invigorated, all previous tension evaporating. What does true immortality mean? It is not merely about eternal life but rather transcending into a realm beyond worldly confines. While the might of the Emperor realm is impressive, they are still not truly immortal. It is evident that if this secret technique is cultivated to its utmost potential, the implications are nothing short of terrifying. Never mind. I shall cultivate it without delay. Chen Wen suppressed his excitement and began his training fervently. Chapter 50, The Alliance to Eliminate Chen Wen. Chu Tianlong's triumphant return in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. At this moment, Chen Wen's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation, subdued yet profound, akin to turbulent waves held at bay. His breath resembled that of a bull, resonating like thunder, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response. The essence of the universe seemed to converge, a harmonious blend of the heavens and earth. After a considerable period, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long plume of white mist. This technique was undeniably potent, yet exceedingly esoteric. Even after 3 days, he had merely grazed the surface of its profundity. Nevertheless, he felt an immense sense of worth in his endeavors. This secret method not only transformed his breathing technique but also fundamentally reshaped his very soul. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that with continued practice, he might unwittingly forge an entirely new path in cultivation. Beyond this breathing technique could also be employed in combat, thereby enhancing his personal combat prowess. Now, he found himself eagerly anticipating the magnificent potential that awaited him should he master this art to its fullest extent. Once he had fully calmed his mind, Chen Wen emerged from this enigmatic realm. The moment that lay ahead was of utmost significance. He now possessed 8 drops of the celestial nirvana liquid. Ultimately, the level he could attain depended entirely on the feedback from these potent forces. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen hesitated no longer. With a flick of his hand, the 8 drops of celestial nirvana liquid levitated and swiftly entered his body. The moment they infused within him, 8 terrifying energies erupted, resembling a colossal vortex of spiritual power. In an instant, the chaotic sequence of his being unfurled, radiating a kaleidoscope of chaotic light. Chains of sequence burst forth, intertwining in mid-air, casting reflections of ancient celestial phenomena. Simultaneously, boundless spiritual energy converged, frantically surging into Chen Wen's being. Boom! Chen Wen's body trembled violently, waves of vitality crashing forth, as his aura began to rise exponentially. Outside, chaos erupted. Numerous forces began to descend upon the celestial maiden sacred land, encircling the vicinity with a formidable blockade. These forces hailed from various realms, their grandeur overwhelming. As the convener of this gathering, Fu Xiao emerged from the depths of the Thunder Peak. He appeared invigorated, his previous fury now entirely absent. "Is it possible that we have offended someone again?" someone murmured. "Have you not noticed? Even Fu Lao has emerged, it must be the Emperor's summons regarding that young man." "Ha! This is the consequence of excessive arrogance. Offending the Emperor is unwise. Just wait, that young man's fate will surely be dire. Should have dealt with him sooner. Look at the chaos that has unfolded in our sacred land these past few days." Witnessing the unfolding scene, many disciples of the sacred land felt a surge of excitement. They believed that only with Chen Wen's demise could tranquility return to their realm. Simultaneously, atop the sacred master peak, Ji Yue learned of the situation. She sighed softly, recognizing that this matter had escalated beyond the sacred land's capacity to intervene. There was a real possibility of her sect being embroiled in the ensuing chaos. Reflecting on this, she sighed once more. At that moment, Tang Yuan entered, taking his seat at the head of the table with an air of superiority. Disregarding Ji Yue's position as sacred master, Ji Yue quickly composed herself and inquired, "What brings you here?" Tang Yuan glanced at her, stating, "The Emperor is benevolent by nature and has decided to afford the sacred land an opportunity. Before the Emperor returns, you must arrange everything, otherwise, if the sacred land is reduced to ruins, do not blame us." Ji Yue understood she had no choice. 5 days, she replied. "Very well. I will arrange everything within 5 days, she confirmed. "Take care of yourself," Tang Yuan remarked, turning to leave with an air of indifference. Ji Yue leaned back in her chair, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness. Meanwhile, at Saintus Peak, Lu Longreen hurried into the inner hall, exclaiming, "Miss! A great upheaval is occurring outside." Lu Lanxingxue, who had been engrossed in a game of chess, set down her pieces and replied, "Your excitement suggests that the forces offended by young Master Yi have arrived? How did you guess, miss?" Lu Longreen was taken aback. Lu Lanxingxue chuckled lightly. "It is not difficult to deduce. But why are they not making their move?" Suddenly, Lu Longreen asked. Lu Lanxingxue's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Because they are awaiting someone." Lu Longreen's eyes brightened with realization, they were waiting for the Emperor's return. Lu Lanxingxue rose slowly, moving to the window. Her gaze contemplative. Indeed, he should return now. Given his demeanor, this matter will not be resolved quietly. And what of the miss? Which side do you believe will prevail? Lu Longreen inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The young Master Yi may possess his own confidence, yet the Imperial Clan is not one he can provoke lightly. Lu Lanxingxue's tone shifted. "Rest assured, the Qin clan will not remain passive. Moreover, he has been growing rapidly in strength over the years. Perhaps the power he wields is far greater than we can imagine." "Ha ha! I knew the emperor would not falter. Upon hearing Lulan Xingxue align herself with Chu Tianlong, Lulan Green felt a surge of exhilaration, for she held a more favorable view of him compared to Chen Wen. Well then, I am aware of the situation. You may leave for now, Lulan Xingxue instructed. Understood, I shall take my leave, Lulan Green responded before exiting the room. Miss, shall we take action? An elderly female voice inquired after Lulan Green had departed. Lulan Xingxue replied nonchalantly, what do you think? Understood, I shall prepare at once. The elderly voice responded before fading from the scene. Lulan Xingxue's eyes glimmered with an unquenchable light. Elsewhere, Zhang Taichu was also aware of the forces besieging the sacred land. However, he remained unperturbed, for everything was within Chen Wen's control. In essence, all their actions over the past few days had been directed toward this singular moment. 3 days had swiftly passed, and the encircling forces around the celestial maiden sacred land had swelled to 50. All those offended by Chen Wen had taken their positions. Yet, under Fu Zhao's negotiation, they had yet to strike, as they awaited Chu Tianlong's return. 2 more days slipped by, and a figure gradually descended upon the celestial maiden sacred land. At that moment, Chen Wen completed his breakthrough. Chapter 51, We await the return of the Divine Prince. The grand army advances towards the celestial maiden peak as Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light erupted from his pupils, piercing through the ages like astonishing divine radiance. Upon closer inspection, one could observe a 9-colored chaos swirling around him, mysterious and ancient. That terrifying yet restrained aura was vast like the deep sea, gathering the momentum of myriad phenomena. He had finally completed his breakthrough. Chen Wen exhaled a long breath, and the fluctuating energy within and around him converged at that moment. This breakthrough had lasted a full half-month, marking the longest duration from absorbing the nirvana liquid to achieving a breakthrough. Yet, the ultimate gain was immensely satisfying. He had broken through 4 minor realms. At this point, he had undoubtedly reached the 6th heavenly human realm. If one were to factor in his breathing combat technique and the innate talent for absolute combat, his strength could ascend to an unimaginable height. The only regret he felt was that the 8 drops of nirvana liquid still could not unlock the second sequence shackles. Nor was there even a hint of signs of unsealing. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Xian Hongshao's words. Indeed, the further one advanced, the more challenging it became to unseal the sequence shackles. However, one could argue, if these sequence shackles were so easily unsealed, it would be too trivial. With this thought, Chen Wen felt a sense of relief. It was time to emerge from his seclusion. The outside world had likely undergone significant changes. As he pondered the impending events, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, a figure gradually came into view for all to see. This individual had golden hair, a handsome and refined appearance, and his eyes, though calm and unwavering, concealed the power of a thunderstorm. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, with an ancient presence surging forth, creating a unique atmosphere. His every gesture exuded an invisible pressure, an imposing presence accumulated from long-standing authority, subtly overshadowing all. This person was none other than Chu Tianlong, returning from another dimension. Little ones, we have the honor of welcoming the Divine Prince. At this moment, Fu Xiao arrived in grand fashion with a group of people at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Chu Tianlong, Fu Xiao promptly knelt on one knee and proclaimed with solemnity, "We await the return of the Divine Prince." Tang Yuan and others quickly followed suit, echoing, "We await the return of the Divine Prince." Instantly, their voices resonated powerfully in the air. The Divine Prince has returned. The Divine Prince has returned. The Divine Prince has returned. At that moment, the entire sacred land erupted in fervor, voices surging in a cacophony. The news spread like wildfire. Every disciple was shouting with excitement, as if they had awaited this moment for an eternity. Furthermore, the disciples of the sacred land rushed towards the mountain gate, eager to extend their greetings to the Divine Prince upon his return. Simultaneously, at the Saintess Peak, Lulan Green hurried into the inner hall, exclaiming, "Miss, the Divine Prince has returned." Lulan Xingxue paused momentarily, then nodded, "I understand. Should we not join in the festivities?" All the disciples of the Sacred Land are heading to the mountain gate. Lulan Green exclaimed in excitement, yes. Lulan Xingshue's gaze drifted contemplatively, no rush. Let us wait a moment. What? Lulan Green was momentarily puzzled. Lulan Xingxue did not elaborate. If you are interested, you may go and take a look. No need to stay here with me. Then I shall remain with you. Mississippi Lulan Green pondered briefly and shook her head. Lulan Xingxue chose not to pursue the matter further and returned her focus to the chessboard. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, Chu Tianlong regarded Fu Xiao and the others before nodding slightly. You may rise. Yes, Divine Prince. Fu Xiao and the others promptly stood up without hesitation. Chu Tianlong's gaze traversed past Fu Xiao and landed on a group of figures not far away. These individuals bore icy expressions and a fierce aura. Their cultivation levels at least at the Heavenly King realm, with the leading few having reached the Saint realm. It was evident these were the forces that had come to surround and attack Chen Wen from various realms. Chu Tianlong clasped his fists from a distance and addressed the foremost individuals. Junior Chen Wen pays respects to all esteemed seniors. Regarding Chu Tianlong, they were keen to show due respect, for he was a descendant of the celestial Imperial Clan. An elder named Mu Zhongtian returned the gesture, Divine Prince. There is no need for such formality. We have come both for vengeance and at your invitation. Our clan leader has stated that this operation will be directed solely by you, Divine Prince. Chu Tianlong nodded. Rest assured, I, Chen Wen, will ensure justice is served and uphold the trust you have placed in me. Mu Zhongtian and the others nodded, their previously grim expressions softening slightly. Though they claimed to seek revenge, those from significant powers understood that surrounding a descendant of a hidden clan did not necessitate such a large force. Their eagerness to participate was more about establishing connections with the Imperial Clan through this operation. At that moment, a large number of disciples surged towards the mountain gate, creating a dark mass. Upon spotting Chu Tianlong, their eyes lit up. Whether it was prearranged or a shared understanding among them, they simultaneously knelt, creating an immensely striking scene. Moments later, a resounding voice rose, we beseech the Divine Prince to vanquish the demon and restore peace to our sacred land. Upon witnessing this, Fu Xiao and the others exchanged subtle smiles, feeling a sense of shared honor. Meanwhile, Mu Zhongtian and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. For they had not anticipated Chu Tianlong's profound influence within the Celestial Maiden's sacred land. One could not help but admire his remarkable ability to command respect. At this juncture, Chu Tianlong made his move. He slightly bowed and gestured for them to rise. Please, stand. We are all disciples of the sacred land. There is no need for such grand gestures. The disciples did not rise, insisting, we hope the Divine Prince will grant our request and restore peace to our sacred land. Chu Tianlong's expression turned serious. It is our duty as disciples to protect the peace of the sacred land. I, in the name of my fellow disciple Chen Wen, agree to your request. The disciples erupted in excitement. With Chu Tianlong's affirmation, they felt certain that victory was assured, and only death awaited Chen Wen. Rise. There is no need for such formality between us. Chu Tianlong once again gestured for them to stand, his face displaying a warm smile. This time, the disciples complied without hesitation. In their eyes, regardless of Chu Tianlong's lofty status, he remained their saint son, not merely the Divine Prince. Shall we return or directly confront the Celestial Maiden Peak? Fu Xiao whispered. Chu Tianlong paused, surprised. That rascal has yet to emerge from the Celestial Maiden Peak? Indeed. He has been in seclusion all this time, Fu Xiao confirmed with a nod. Has there been no movement at all? Chu Tianlong's brow furrowed. Fu Xiao understood that Chu Tianlong was inquiring about the actions of Chen Wen's backing forces, and he nodded, yes, it has been Jiang Taichu orchestrating everything. Chu Tianlong then nodded, are our people in position? All are concealed in the shadows, awaiting only your command, Divine Prince, Fu Xiao promptly replied. Very well. Let us go meet that young man, Chu Tianlong decisively declared. Understood, Fu Xiao replied, excitement coursing through him. In truth, he had long awaited this moment. Had it not been for waiting for Chu Tianlong's return, he would have already led the gathered forces into action. Chapter 52, The Coffin Bearers and the Murder of Shishinlong at the same time, within the Celestial Peaks. Chen Wen had only just emerged from seclusion when he heard the sound of knocking at the door, a familiar voice calling out. Come in, he beckoned directly. Jiang Taichu hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, bowing slightly. I am Jiang Taichu, at your service, my lord. Though he maintained his composure. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Taichu. It had only been a mere fortnight, yet his young master had shattered 4 small realms. And the power radiating from him was tenfold what it had been before. What did this signify? Only a fool would fail to comprehend it. Take a seat and we shall converse, Chen Wen instructed, gesturing for him to sit at the lowest position. Shushenlong has returned, Jiang Taichu said, taking a deep breath. Chen Wen's eyes gleamed with interest. Finally, he has returned. This news was the most welcome tidings he had received in days. This is fortuitous, he remarked. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What course of action shall we take? Jiang Taichu inquired eagerly. Nothing at all. We shall simply wait for them to come to us, Chen Wen replied, his tone growing ominous. Now, they are the ones who are anxious, not us. Jiang Taichu nodded in understanding. I shall monitor their movements. Chen Wen shook his head. There is no need for such trouble, they are likely already on their way here. Already? Jiang Taichu gasped, startled. Just then, the communication talisman in his possession began to glow. He immediately turned to Chen Wen, who smiled reassuringly. Pay no mind to me. Without hesitation, Jiang Taichu infused spiritual energy into the talisman. Master, Shushenlong is leading the various factions towards the celestial peaks, a hurried male voice emanated from the talisman. Jiang Taichu looked at Chen Wen in shock, his assertion had proven accurate. Do not obstruct them, allow them to ascend the mountain, Chen Wen suddenly interjected. Jiang Taichu quickly relayed the message. Did you hear that? The master has instructed you to take no action. Understood, came the relieved reply from the talisman. Jiang Taichu concluded the communication. You may return now, Chen Wen gestured dismissively. But... Jiang Taichu's expression shifted uneasily. Chen Wen chuckled softly. Do not worry. They cannot harm me. Very well. Jiang Taichu recognized Chen Wen's resolve and refrained from further protest. Once Jiang Taichu had departed, Chen Wen turned to his aide. Uncle. The next steps will be your responsibility. Rest assured, young master, with me here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Chen Wen's aide then shifted the topic. The clan leader and the others are prepared, every last one of them must perish here. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Wen's mouth. Everything is in place. We are merely awaiting our guests to fall into our trap. Meanwhile, within the celestial peaks, Lulan Xingxue suddenly stood up. Leaving? Lulan Luer queried, bewildered. Where to? Considering the time, they should be nearing the celestial peaks, Lulan Xingxue responded thoughtfully. What? The celestial peaks? Lulan Luer was even more perplexed. Observing Lulan Xingxue already making her way out, she had no choice but to follow suit. Others shared Lulan Xingxue's sentiments, such as Ji Yuiwei and Zhang Qingrun, who hurriedly made their way to the celestial peaks, albeit for different reasons. Ji Yuiwei, as the Holy Master, was primarily concerned about the potential destruction of the sacred ground during the conflict between the two major factions. In contrast, Zhang Qingrun and the others were more interested in witnessing the final outcome. To them, victory seemed destined for Shushenlong. After all, a single faction could hardly stand against dozens, especially one backed by an imperial clan. On the other side, Shushenlong had arrived at the foot of the celestial peaks, accompanied by a multitude of factions. Behind them trailed a group of coffin bearers, carrying a total of 88 black coffins, precisely matching the number of those slain by Chen Wen and nailed to the sacred monument. The sight was striking and foreboding. How audacious, Shushenlong remarked coldly, observing the unguarded celestial peaks, as if inviting him in. Initially, he had anticipated that Chen Wen would have a contingent lying in wait. Yet this was the scene before him. Your Highness, shall I lead the charge? Fu Xiao, ever perceptive, suggested promptly. In such circumstances, it was difficult not to suspect an ambush. Surround the celestial peaks with your men. As for leading the charge, I am not so timid as to fear this. Shushenlong waved his hand confidently. Understood, I will take care of it immediately, Fu Xiao responded, turning to carry out his orders. Let us proceed, Shishinlong declared, leading the way up the celestial peaks. The others, including Mu Chongtian, followed without hesitation. Come, let us see for ourselves. The throngs of disciples followed closely behind, creating a dark, oppressive atmosphere. Even before their arrival, a terrifying aura began to descend upon the summit of the celestial peaks, causing the air around Chen Wen to ripple violently, as if it were boiling, leaving an overwhelming sense of suffocation in its wake. They have finally arrived. Chen Wen, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. With this thought, he rose to his feet. At that moment, Shishinlong and his entourage stood outside the celestial palace. Observing the unguarded entrance, Shishinlong's expression darkened. Since his debut, he had never encountered such blatant disregard. Today, regardless of Chen Wen's affiliations, he must capture him, otherwise, his authority as the emperor would be undermined. With this thought, a chilling murderous intent flickered within Shishinlong's heart. Just then, Lulan Xingxue and her companions arrived at the scene, landing gracefully upon the celestial peaks. Shishinlong's gaze swept over the newcomers, finally resting upon Lulan Xingxue. She blinked, a smile gracing her lips, to which Shishinlong responded with a warm smile and a nod of acknowledgement. He held Lulan Xingxue in high regard, genuinely fond of her. She returned the nod, reciprocating his sentiment. Greetings, Your Highness. Ji Yue approached hesitantly, offering a respectful bow. Shishinlong's gaze shifted to her. I have already stated, Holy Master. There is no need for such formality. Ji Yue sighed. I shall refrain from further comments. I merely hope that you will spare the sanctity of the holy ground. Shishinlong smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, the sacred ground is also my home. I would not bring ruin upon it. Then I shall express my gratitude here, Your Highness. Ji Yue bowed again before gracefully stepping aside. Set down the coffins, Shishinlong commanded suddenly, his voice turning icy. Yes, Your Highness, came the prompt reply from the coffin bearers, who immediately lowered the black coffins. Nearly 70 black coffins were placed upon the ground, causing a tremor that filled the already somber atmosphere with a sense of impending doom. Shishinlong slowly lifted his gaze, his cold eyes fixating on the entrance. Isn't the intention to eliminate this emperor? Why do you not dare to show yourselves? As his words echoed, the tense atmosphere thickened further, suggesting that an epic confrontation was imminent. Upon this reflection, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. With a resounding clang, the previously shut door creaked open. A figure stepped forth. Chapter 53, The Celestial Titan, the Rebirth of Eternity. He has emerged. The crowd trembled in unison. At that moment, Chu Tianlong immediately fixed his gaze upon the figure stepping through the grand entrance. Before him stood Chen Wen, tall and poised, clad in flowing white robes. His visage as striking as jade. Chen Wen radiated an aura that commanded attention, akin to an ethereal being descending upon the mortal realm. With each step he took, his serene presence expanded, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming brilliance. Witnessing this, a piercing light ignited within Chu Tianlong's cold eyes, and his own aura began to resonate fiercely. In an instant, the two invisible forces collided, shattering the air into a tempest of dust and chaos, waves of energy surging outward with reckless abandon. How terrifying! The onlookers, gripped by fear, instinctively recoiled, wary of being swept up in the chaotic energies. Chen Wen gradually halted, his gaze locking onto Chu Tianlong. He felt a curiosity towards him. For he was no ordinary youth, selected at the tender age of 10 to be the vessel of the imperial bone. It was hard to believe he bore no hidden depths. Before him, Chu Tianlong appeared striking, with golden locks cascading down his shoulders. His demeanor was resolute, and his countenance strikingly handsome. At this moment, a chilling intensity radiated from him, distorting the air around him with an oppressive force. Above his head, a golden life soul shimmered, ancient and mysterious, with astonishing life patterns swirling within. It subtly hinted at a potential to divide into 7 colors. No wonder he can withstand the burdens of my imperial bone, he is indeed extraordinary. Chen Wen's interest in Chu Tianlong intensified. Soon, vital information about Chu Tianlong materialized before him. Name, Chu Tianlong, age, 16, personality, cold, hypocritical, ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Identity, Holy Son of the Celestial Maiden Sanctuary, False Imperial Son. Life Soul, Golden, Physique, Celestial Titan. Supreme Emperor's Immortal Bone, Realm, Ninefold Life and Death Realm, Note, Hidden Fate, Rebirth of Eternity, upon awakening memories, can transcend the Golden Life Soul and achieve legendary destiny. My goodness, what a revelation! After reviewing Chu Tianlong's details, even Chen Wen felt a wave of astonishment. Not only was he endowed with a golden destiny, but he also possessed a concealed legendary fate. The Celestial Titan represented a peak physique, capable of withstanding the mightiest of emperors in battle, an unparalleled sovereign in close combat. Moreover, he was unbound by earthly constraints, perpetually surpassing limits, a being of immense martial prowess. As for the Supreme Emperor's Immortal Bone, its promise of future greatness was unquestionable. When fully matured, it could cleave through the heavens. In summation, Chu Tianlong was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Chen Wen then shifted his focus to Chu Tianlong's realm. He was currently at the sixfold celestial realm, while Chu Tianlong stood at the ninefold life and death realm. A staggering 13 realms apart. At first glance, the disparity seemed vast, especially considering Chu Tianlong's status as a prodigious talent. However, Chen Wen did not believe himself devoid of combat potential. Setting aside his destiny furnace, which could temporarily suppress a tenth of the celestial sun's strength, his own innate combat talent and supreme combat breathing technique could secure his position in battle. With his chaos sequence physique, he could elevate his power boundlessly within the limits of his physique. With this clarity in mind, Chen Wen was prepared for the impending confrontation. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianlong, all his secrets had been laid bare, yet he could feel the pressure emanating from Chen Wen. The last time he felt such intensity was against Lulan Xingxue, whose realm was comparable to his own, whereas Chen Wen was merely a sixfold celestial realm cultivator. To feel such pressure from someone of lesser cultivation spoke volumes. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar stirring within him. Upon Chen Wen's arrival, his imperial bone quivered, almost yearning to escape his body, a sensation entirely foreign to him. Suppressing the anomaly within, Chu Tianlong fixed a cold gaze on Chen Wen and inquired, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" A cold smile graced Chen Wen's lips. He hadn't anticipated that Chu Tianlong's first question would pertain to his identity. Clearly, his presence had sown seeds of doubt in the other's mind. However, he was not inclined to reveal his true self just yet. He intended to dismantle Chu Tianlong piece by piece, allowing his identity to become the final straw that would break the camel's back, making him realize that even if he claimed his imperial bone, it would ultimately lead to naught but despair and demise. "I am the one who will kill you," Chen Wen declared coldly. Such audacity! The crowd gasped, astonished by Chen Wen's bold proclamation. In an instant, he had escalated the stakes, leaving no room for hesitation. "Kill me?" Chu Tianlong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Never has anyone dared to speak to this imperial son in such a manner. "If you seek death, I shall grant your wish." As his words fell, an unmatched force surged forth from Chu Tianlong, golden light radiating fiercely. The air above them transformed into a vast battlefield, rolling clouds and various phenomena merging and unfolding, gathering myriad forms into a dragon. The might of the dragon surged, overwhelming the landscape. At that moment, it seemed as if the very heavens were enveloped by Chu Tianlong's aura, every strand of energy crushed to oblivion. How formidable! This is the strength of an imperial sun. The onlookers felt a wave of suffocating dread wash over them. Intriguing. Chen Wen remained undaunted. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, he advanced toward Chu Tianlong with measured determination. With each step forward, his own aura intensified, the nine-colored sequence radiating like an erupting volcano. The golden celestial barrier was cleaved apart, shattered beyond recognition. This scoundrel! Observing the relentless force approaching, Chu Tianlong's eyelids twitched. Such an intensity had long surpassed the limits of the life and death realm, let alone the celestial realm. As Chen Wen approached within 10 feet of Chu Tianlong, the chaotic energy reached its peak. "What are you pretending for?" Chen Wen exclaimed, stepping forward, unleashing a torrent of power that surged forward like a dam bursting. In an instant, the nine-colored sequence surged forth like 9 rampaging dragons, relentless and unyielding. With a powerful sweep, the carefully constructed battlefield of life and death disintegrated into nothingness. Boom! Simultaneously, the entire celestial maiden peak was reduced to ashes, waves of residual energy sweeping outward. Retreat, quickly! The atmosphere turned perilous, filled with the urgent cries of Ji Yue and others. Such a powerful clash could spell doom for all but those above the life and death realm if they failed to withdraw in time. In a heartbeat, the once crowded scene was left with only Chen Wen and Chu Tianlong. The only distinction was Chen Wen's calm demeanor, while Chu Tianlong's aura grew increasingly frigid. Chen Wen's might had once again redefined Chu Tianlong's understanding. Who exactly are you? Chu Tianlong's voice was icy once more. You talk too much, Chen Wen retorted. And in an instant, he charged forward, intent on closing the distance between them, ready to engage in close combat. You wish to battle me? Seek death. Chu Tianlong bellowed with great intensity, as the celestial tribulation surged violently within him, while the divine form of the Kunpeng manifested externally, transforming into a majestic and imposing shadow of divinity. Chapter 54, Invincible in Flesh? I shall still annihilate you in the next moment. The form of Kunpeng trembled violently, and the celestial tribulation light surged forth, transforming into an unmatched pressure that crushed all. Space and time began to collapse, erupting in a series of explosive bursts. Is this the celestial overlord body? Truly a name well deserved. But you are up against me. Chen Wen unleashed the first sequence of shackles, and his power erupted alongside it. The unmatched waves of energy forcefully halted the encroaching pressure and scattered it in midair. With a swift dash, Chen Wen confronted the oncoming celestial tribulation light. Break! Chen Wen coldly snorted, raising his hand to deliver a fierce chop. The celestial tribulation light was cleaved in two, like a membrane of light severed by his strike. The nine-colored hand blade swiftly pierced through all, descending heavily towards Chu Tianlong. Trivial skill. Chu Tianlong scoffed coldly, his celestial overlord body shuddering as if the very heavens were trembling alongside it. With a resounding boom, the descending blade-light was forcefully shattered into nothingness. At that moment, Chen Wen had already closed in, instantly gathering his strength in midair and delivering a heavy punch. The celestial overlord palm. Chu Tianlong remained unfazed, raising his hand to counter with a palm strike. A colossal golden palm radiated with imperial light, ancient patterns entwined around it, exuding terrifying might. Boom! The two assaults collided violently, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shook the surroundings to pieces. Simultaneously, the recoil from their clash struck both combatants with tremendous force. Chen Wen felt a tremor throughout his body, the nine-colored sequence light rampaging within him, yet he did not retreat an inch. In stark contrast, Chu Tianlong was enveloped by a golden flow of light, as if a rain of gold were cascading around him. The ground beneath them crumbled once more, erupting into clouds of dust. This dog of a bastard! Feeling the impact reverberating through his body, Chu Tianlong's expression darkened ominously. In the same realm, no one had ever lasted more than 3 exchanges in close combat with him. Yet now, after merely 2 exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. This was unfathomable, igniting a surge of fury within him. This is astonishingly powerful. The onlookers gasped in awe at the unfolding scene, particularly struck by Chen Wen. It was evident that Chu Tianlong was fighting earnestly, yet he was subtly the one at a loss. This shattered their preconceived notions. To be frank, they had never envisioned such an outcome. Swish! At that moment, Chen Wen surged forward, taking advantage of Chu Tianlong's enraged state to strike with unparalleled ferocity. Without a doubt, Chen Wen intended to collide with Chu Tianlong in pure physical might. Only by shattering the opponent's proudest aspect could one instill a sense of despair. To engage in physical confrontation with me? Ha ha ha, what a gross miscalculation. My celestial overlord body shall suppress all physiques. Chu Tianlong, too, perceived Chen Wen's intentions, but he harbored no fear. Swish! In an instant, he charged forward without hesitation, clashing with Chen Wen using raw physical power. Upon their bodies colliding, the earth shook, and the heavens quaked, astonishing phenomena cascading around them. The 9-colored sequence light and golden celestial tribulation light met in a continuous barrage, ancient markings flashing, mysterious sounds reverberating endlessly. Boom! 1 strike. Boom boom. 2 strikes. Boom boom boom. 3 strikes. The two appeared to lose themselves in the moment, continuing to clash strike after strike. Clearly, both sought to subdue the other with absolute strength. This is utterly outrageous. Witnessing the spectacle, the onlookers felt their scalps tingle, afraid to even breathe. How could that young man be so formidable? The Imperial Prince had yet to subdue him even after such a prolonged engagement. Lulanlaya murmured a few words before suddenly glancing up at her lady. Lady, do you think the Imperial Prince will win? He may not prevail, Lulan Xingxue replied, taking a deep breath. He may not prevail? Lulanlaya's mind exploded with disbelief as she instinctively looked up. Boom boom boom. With the echoes of the strikes, Chu Tianlong was forcefully sent flying after the final clash. How could I possibly lose? My celestial overlord body cannot falter. Chu Tianlong's pupils dilated. A mix of rage and terror. Invincible in flesh? I shall still annihilate you. Chen Wen's voice thundered as he transformed into a meteor, crashing into Chu Tianlong. Boom! In a single impact, the nine-colored sequence light erupted, piercing through Chu Tianlong's defensive might. Puff! In that instant, Chu Tianlong's flesh ruptured, blood splattering in all directions. The next moment, he was sent hurtling like a bullet, obliterating the mountains behind him into dust. This, hissing. The crowd stared in shock at Chen Wen, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is the celestial overlord body? It is said to be invincible in close combat, with unmatched physical defense. Yet such an invincible physique was shattered, not only in the manner it excelled but also against an opponent 13 minor realms lower. What kind of monster is this young man? In that instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Chen Wen were filled with trepidation. He truly lost. How could this be possible? Lulanlaya murmured, her eyes filled with incredulity. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chen Wen, particularly on the swirling nine-colored sequence light. This astonishing flow of spiritual light was something she had never encountered before, the power emanating from it sent chills down her spine. After all, she was the destined empress, endowed with divine favor that even the celestial overlord body did not possess. Yet, even so, she harbored a lurking suspicion that her divine physique may not hold an advantage against Chen Wen's physical prowess. Meanwhile, Mu Chongtian and the others furrowed their brows. They were evidently taken aback that a renowned prince could be suppressed by an unremarkable individual. They even began to question whether this person was indeed a prince. Lady, the prince cannot truly have lost, can he? Lulanlaya gasped. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. His true strength lies not in the celestial overlord body but in that imperial bone. Just watch, he will surely emerge victorious in the end. As for that young Master Yi. At this point, Lulan Xingxue's tone shifted. If he possesses only this level of skill, he is destined to lose. I told you so, how could the prince lose so easily? Lulanlaya patted her chest in relief. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed, and all remnants of the ruins were obliterated into nothingness. A figure cloaked in golden light emerged from the debris, striding forth. It is the prince. He is unharmed. As they beheld Chu Tianlong, who appeared disheveled yet fully restored, the crowd involuntarily narrowed their eyes. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head, gazing at Chen Wen. This prince acknowledges that I indeed underestimated you. But from here on, you shall understand that your strength is utterly insignificant to me. Before your father, what worth do you have? Chen Wen stepped down, channeling his chaotic might. Chapter 55, The Mortal Body Shakes the Tao Artifact. The Emperor's bone finally reveals itself in an instant. A colossal hand capable of obscuring the heavens took shape, sending forth waves of air in all directions. Die! Chen Wen uttered coldly, raising his hand to deliver a fierce blow downward. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure seemed to crush the very fabric of the universe. This secret technique is truly terrifying. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, particularly feeling the overwhelming momentum that threatened to shatter their bodies at any moment. Come forth! Amidst the vortex of power, Chu Tianlong remained composed. With a deep shout, a stream of light erupted from within him, transforming into a massive ancient map. The map radiated mysterious Tao rhythms, and suddenly, four divine beasts emerged, exuding unparalleled majesty. Is this a Tao artifact? The eyes of Mu Zhongtian and others widened in shock. This is bad, it's the Divine Beast burial map. Even the usually calm Jiang Taichu's expression shifted. It must be noted that although the Divine Beast burial map is merely a Dao artifact, it is no less formidable than an ordinary Imperial artifact. In particular, this map contains a trace of the essence of the four Divine Beasts. If the host's power is sufficiently strong, it can resurrect the Divine Beasts to their peak strength, capable of annihilating all below the Emperor realm. During the ancient times, the burial Dao sovereign used this very map to bury all the beings of a vast ancient realm. Countless half-step emperors perished under the suppression of the four Divine Beasts, leading to the resounding reputation of the burial Dao sovereign throughout the ancient world. It was unexpected for him to discover that Chu Tianlong possessed such a Dao artifact, rivaling an Imperial artifact. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue also displayed a look of astonishment. Her relationship with Chu Tianlong was quite intimate, having collaborated in ruins exploration and fought side by side on numerous occasions. Yet, she had never witnessed him utilizing this Dao artifact. With this, even when facing Chen Wen, who wielded an Imperial artifact, Chu Tianlong would remain unaffected. Once the Imperial artifact's suppression was lifted, the odds of victory for Chu Tianlong increased significantly. Realizing this, Lulan Xingxue could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Break for this prince. Chu Tianlong swiftly formed seals with both hands, unleashing streams of light upon the burial map, powerfully activating the might of the Divine Beasts. The four Divine Beasts, each governing a realm, let out a deafening roar, colliding with the descending colossal hand. Boom! The two forces clashed violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In mere moments, the chaotic hand failed to withstand the assault and exploded. Chen Wen, too, was forced back by the shockwave, his blood energy surging wildly. You bastard, die! Witnessing this, a fierce killing intent flashed in Chu Tianlong's eyes. Swiftly forming seals once more, he directed the burial map towards Chen Wen with lethal intent. His objective was simple: having gained the upper hand, he aimed to seize the opportunity to eliminate Chen Wen entirely. As Chen Wen regained his composure, the burial map descended upon him, the four Divine Beasts charging towards his vital points. This is finally over. The onlookers sighed in resignation. Such power, such distance, such speed, left Chen Wen with only a path to death. Nevertheless, this was already commendable, to have pushed Chu Tianlong to this extent. Chen Wen had truly proven himself remarkable. Oh no! Observing this scene, Jiang Taichu, who knew someone was protecting Chen Wen, also fell into a state of panic. He understood that if Chen Wen were to perish, the ramifications would be dire for him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Chen Wen. Even a mere Divine Beast dares to challenge me, how audacious! Chen Wen's icy voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a brilliant nine-colored divine light emanated from him, his blood energy surging like a dragon's breath. Thud, thud, thud. His breathing was like thunder, his body resonating like a drum, unyielding. The entire realm seemed to tremble in response. At that moment, Chen Wen appeared as a corporeal war god, exuding an overwhelming aura, enveloped in streams of light that pierced the heavens. The descending burial map was thus compelled to slow under the weight of his terrifying presence. How could this be possible? Chu Tianlong felt the pressure from the burial map intensify, nearly obliterating the seals in his hands. Get lost! Chen Wen roared, delivering a powerful punch that struck the burial map. Boom! With that single blow, the phantoms of the four Divine Beasts were shattered into nothingness, and the burial map was forcefully sent flying back. Chu Tianlong's eyes widened, and he was propelled backward, the ground beneath him collapsing into dust with each step. This. Gulp! The crowd stared in horror, fear coursing through them like electricity. To withstand a Dao artifact with mere physical strength and descend it flying with a single strike, what kind of monster is this? The most terrifying part was that this individual was merely at the 6th level of the human realm. Jiang Taichu stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew his young master was powerful, but he had never anticipated such ferocity. To shake a Dao artifact with pure physicality, this was beyond absurd. Miss! What on earth did I just witness? That young man actually managed to shake a Dao artifact with his physical body, Lulan Luer said, dumbfounded. Lulan Xingxue remained silent, swallowing hard. Not only had Lulan Luer been shocked, but she too was taken aback. According to her expectations, for Chen Wen to resolve this lethal crisis, He would need to summon an imperial sword. There was no other way. Yet, she never imagined that Chen Wen would use his physical body to contend with a Tao artifact. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have thought herself mad. Undeniably, Chen Wen had once again reshaped her understanding. Meanwhile, the invincible image of Chu Tianlong began to crumble at that moment. "You bastard! You are far too arrogant!" Chu Tianlong suddenly erupted, surging from the ground. His body was enveloped in golden light, and a complex seal appeared on his forehead. Additionally, behind him emerged the form of a Kuanping, along with an ancient imperial shadow. The moment this imperial shadow manifested, the atmosphere of the entire realm shifted. As if a primal suppression had descended, compelling all things to submit to its might. Chen Wen's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as he glimpsed a radiant golden bone pulsating on Chu Tianlong's chest, adorned with ancient Tao patterns, enigmatic and venerable. "Is this my imperial bone? Indeed extraordinary, no wonder they risked so much to seize it." A slight smile crept across Chen Wen's lips. "Is it finally time to utilize it?" Lulan Xingxue mused internally. In her mind, the primary reason Chu Tianlong surpassed most prodigies was due to this imperial bone. Now, with the reinforcement of the imperial bone, the Tao artifact would only grow stronger. Consequently, Chen Wen's defeat seemed inevitable. With this thought, Lulan Xingxue let out another sigh of relief. "You bastard, how do you wish to die?" Chu Tianlong stepped forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The light of the imperial calamity piercing through millions of miles, ascending into the ninth heaven. Simultaneously, a dreadful power surged forth, obliterating the aura that Chen Wen had constructed. Without a word, Chen Wen silently drew forth the imperial sword. In that instant, the imperial might surged forth, a killing intent boiling over the heavens. Chapter 56, A sword splits the Tao artifact, revealing an invincible presence, the imperial sword? The fierce murderous intent on Chu Tianlong's face froze. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But what of possessing the imperial sword? "I hold a Tao artifact and the essence of an emperor, sufficient to suppress all imperial artifacts." In an instant, a stern expression returned to Chu Tianlong's visage. "You bastard, even with an imperial artifact, you cannot escape your doom." With a roar, he swiftly formed seals with both hands. The imperial shadow behind him mirrored his actions. Under the dual enhancement of the seals, the burial world diagram once again radiated brilliance, and the power of the four divine beasts surged rapidly. A divine beast's burial field swiftly took shape in the air, with blood-black energies flowing like chains that wove through it, exuding an aura of chilling terror. Burial world prison lock. As he moved his hands, the chains writhed once more, intertwining to form a bizarre array. This array had no blind spots, entrapping even the forces of heaven and earth within it. Die. With the array fully formed, Chu Tianlong showed no hesitation as he directed it towards Chen Wen. As the array descended, the very essence of the space where Chen Wen stood was obliterated, rendering the scene utterly horrifying. Heaven-slaying sword slash. Chen Wen slowly raised his eyelids, a pitch-black array reminiscent of a black hole coming into view. Within this array, there was not a shred of vitality, only suffocating despair. Slash. Chen Wen coldly exhaled, unleashing the imperial might and sword energy suppressed within the blade. The imperial power surged forth. The sword energy cleaved through the expanse, and beneath a single stroke, the array split open like a torn canopy, revealing a sliver of the sky. That unstoppable sword energy sliced through all obstacles, crashing heavily against the burial world diagram. So swift. Chu Tianlong's pupils dilated as he hastily formed seals, channeling the might of the imperial essence into the burial world diagram, further amplifying its power. Yet, the burial world diagram could only withstand a few breaths before being forcibly cleaved in two by the sword strike. How could this be possible? Witnessing his carefully crafted Tao artifact being severed, Chu Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Boom! At that moment, Chu Tianlong was also thrust backward by the sword strike, crashing through a series of spatial barriers behind him. Spitting out blood, he could no longer contain himself, his face still a mask of astonishment. That single sword strike not only severed his Tao artifact but also nearly shattered the protection of his imperial essence. It was no exaggeration to say that had he not possessed the Imperial essence, he would have perished from that blow. A sword severed a Tao artifact? What manner of monster is this? The spectators were rendered numb, gazing in shock at the unfolding spectacle. Mu Chongtian's face underwent a drastic transformation. They had come to witness the prowess of Chu Tianlong, the Imperial Scion. Yet now, they were witnessing him being utterly dominated by an unknown junior. When had the heirs of the Imperial lineage become so inept? At this moment, Lulan Xingxue stood frozen in place, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. A sword severed a Tao artifact. She felt a shiver run down her spine. In that instant, her gaze towards Chen Wen transformed completely. Simultaneously, her unwavering confidence in Chu Tianlong's inevitable victory began to crumble. Chen Wen slowly raised his sword, a killing intent palpable. Now it is time for me to speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Chu Tianlong's icy, blood-red gaze flickered, the power deep within him stirring. Yet he continued to restrain himself, aware that unleashing that power would surely invoke the wrath of the multitude. Let the forces you summon take action, you are far too lacking, Chen Wen said coldly. This single remark shattered the internal conflict within Chu Tianlong. You vile wretch, you have successfully provoked this Imperial Scion. At that moment, Chu Tianlong gradually rose, his aura chilling rapidly, an icy presence enveloping the entire sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. What is this aura? The crowd observed Chu Tianlong's transformation, their expressions shifting in unison. They had never witnessed him in such a state. Until now, Chu Tianlong had exuded a sunny, scholarly demeanor, even as an Imperial Scion. He had seemed amiable. But now, they beheld a figure so cold and sinister that it sent shivers down their spines. If they had previously regarded Chen Wen as a demon due to his mercilessness, now Chu Tianlong embodied a devilish terror from within. Seeing this, Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smirk. At last, your true nature is about to reveal itself. No matter how much one feigns virtue, they will inevitably lay bare their darkest self when faced with existential peril. This is an immutable truth. It is fitting for those who idolize him to see what he truly is. With the Imperial essence as the foundation, the myriad manifestations of the sacred land as the array, and the multitude of disciples as bait, the Shura slaughter array rises. As Chu Tianlong rapidly formed seals, the phantom of his Imperial essence burst forth, soaring into the air. Simultaneously, the entire sacred land morphed into a bizarre array, the black-red aura of slaughter converging to create a hellish realm. Shadows of the deceased began to revive, crawling forth from the depths of hell, their anguished screams echoing as if they were enduring unspeakable torment. Look, isn't that Elder He? And Brother Zhao, Sister Yi, Junior Brother Li, and the others? What is happening? Why are they within that array? Do you think they were slain by the Imperial Scion? I have heard that certain arrays can refine people into them. With this statement, the crowd erupted in chaos. Reflecting on it, they recalled how each year, several elders and disciples within the sacred land mysteriously disappeared or even perished. Initially, they believed these individuals had fallen victim to hostile forces. But now, it seemed they had all met their end at the hands of their own Imperial Scion. In an instant, the expressions of all disciples towards Chu Tianlong morphed. Damn it! Ji Yue and others' faces darkened in an instant, while the disciples merely speculated. The peak leaders and elders discerned the truth immediately. This array was a remnant formation of their sacred land, left behind by the founding patriarch. Due to its incomplete nature and cruel essence, it had remained forbidden. Yet, they never anticipated that Chu Tianlong not only appropriated the formation but also refined the elders and disciples of the sacred land into it. Such actions were utterly heinous, deserving of divine retribution. At that moment, Chu Tianlong's image crumbled entirely in their hearts. Miss, what is this array? I sense a repulsive aura, Lulan Luer inquired. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze upon Chu Tianlong, her expression contemplative. I never thought I would misjudge someone, she finally said. What? Lulan Luer was momentarily taken aback. It's nothing, Lulan Xingxue replied, though her gaze towards Chu Tianlong now held a tinge of disappointment. Just then, the heavens and earth shifted. An endless surge of spiritual energy rushed forth, flooding into Chu Tianlong's body. His aura soared rapidly, soon breaking through the 9th level of the life and death realm's barrier. Yet, Chu Tianlong remained unsatisfied, hastily forming seals once more. Chapter 57, Who are you? The stunned Chu Tianlong, get out here! Chu Tianlong roared. And as he grasped the air, the entire heavenly maiden Holy Land quaked violently. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating endlessly. This is bad. Ji Youyue's expression shifted dramatically. The commotion clearly indicated that the dragon vein of their sacred land was being extracted. If Chu Tianlong's act of summoning the people of the Holy Land to nourish the formation was akin to harming the elite of the sacred ground, then forcibly drawing the dragon vein's power was tantamount to uprooting the Holy Land entirely. At that moment, Ji Youyue could no longer remain passive. Emperor, this is excessive. Chu Tianlong suddenly looked up, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Excessive? This emperor can destroy a mere Holy Land, who dares to voice otherwise? Get lost. If you utter another word, I will slay this wretched creature and then deal with you. You. Ji Youyue's face turned pale with indignation. Yet, considering the current situation, she could only swallow her fury and humiliation. Despite the harshness of Chu Tianlong's words, they were undeniably true. Not only was she powerless, but the entire Holy Land was insignificant before the Imperial Clan. The Peaks and disciples present also felt a mix of anger and helplessness. They realized that the true demon was Chu Tianlong, not Chen Wen. It was a bitter irony that they had once pleaded with Chu Tianlong to eliminate Chen Wen. Seeking clarity for their sacred land, now, it was but a farce. The one who truly sought to destroy the Holy Land was always Chu Tianlong, not Chen Wen. Lulan Xingxue observed silently, her disappointment growing more profound. In contrast, Mu Chongtian and the others nodded slightly, satisfied with Chu Tianlong's current state. In their eyes, this was the majesty an emperor should possess. What was a mere Holy Land? Its destruction was trivial. Chu Tianlong coldly withdrew his gaze, intensifying his actions. Another dragon's roar erupted, unleashing a tremendous pressure that shattered the ground, sending invisible waves outward and stirring up a towering dust storm. As the momentum reached its zenith, a golden dragon-like apparition surged from the earth. In an instant, the world felt as if it were burdened by an immense weight. A heaviness settled, making it difficult to breathe, compelling many to bow down. Is this the power of the Holy Land's dragon vein? Truly terrifying, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Great! Chu Tianlong's eyes gleamed as he gestured, manipulating the dragon apparition to surge toward him. As it entered his body, a surge of blood energy erupted from him, his golden hair flying wildly. He broke through the life and death realm, ascending directly into the third stage of nirvana. However, one could discern the crimson glow in his eyes and the flushed hue of his skin, clear signs of the repercussions of forcibly elevating his realm. Yet, he dismissed such concerns. With the Emperor's bone, the killing formation, and a portion of the dragon vein's power at his disposal, he no longer needed to feign strength against Chen Wen. All that mattered was eliminating Chen Wen, then everything would be worthwhile. With a thunderous stomp, Chu Tianlong unleashed unmatched power, obliterating everything in his path into fine dust. Wretched creature, prepare to pay with your life. He bellowed as he charged forward, a storm of murderous intent roaring around him, transforming the sky into a hellish landscape. Miss? Is this the end? Lulan Luer inhaled deeply. Lulan Xingxue nodded, acknowledging the grim reality. The spectators sighed, secretly wishing for Chen Wen's victory. Yet they understood the futility of such hopes. Faced with the approaching killing formation, Chen Wen coldly uttered, "Come forth." Boom! In an instant, boundless, world-falling thunder erupted from Chen Wen, enveloping the heavens in black lightning. Within moments, the sky and earth transformed into a tempest of thunder. Serpentine bolts roaring as the space began to collapse. The Shura killing formation that had engulfed the realm was obliterated into ashes upon encountering such overwhelming yang energy. The figures that had been howling were crushed in an instant, appearing to bow before Chen Wen, a release for them. This is the gravity thunder array? Chu Tianlong, caught mid-charge, was forcibly halted. His expression darkened as he realized the gravity thunder array was originally his own creation, now turned against him. The realization was far more painful than death. How is this possible? The crowd was equally stunned. Unable to comprehend how Chen Wen had not only survived but also countered the Shura killing formation's lethal intent. All eyes turned to Chen Wen at the center of the Thunder Domain. He stood there, cloaked in thunder, resembling a thunder god descending from the heavens. His presence rivaling that of the skies. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Wen moved, drawing his left hand across the Emperor's sword. In an instant, the tremendous thunder ignited the 3-foot imperial blade, piercing into the heavens. Boundless thunder roared from the sword, reminiscent of black lightning dragons taking form. Slashed through the heavens. Chen Wen's eyelids flickered as he swung the sword down toward Chu Tianlong. The Emperor's sword, empowered by the Emperor's pearl, channeled the might of both imperial forces into a single strike. The sword's aura gleamed, illuminating 19 continents, severing the illusory fabric of the 9 heavens. This is bad. Chu Tianlong sensed the impending doom, swiftly forming seals and unleashing secret techniques. Yet, he found none could withstand this strike. This is impossible. Each of his attacks bore the strength of the dragon vein and Emperor's bone. Chu Tianlong's pupils widened, a mix of horror and unwillingness flooding his gaze. Get out here! In his final moment of desperation, Chu Tianlong summoned the Emperor's bone within him. The golden bone radiated an enigmatic aura, generating a golden wave adorned with ancient imperial patterns. Boom! Just as the sword descended heavily upon this luminous barrier, it barely broke through. The wave shattered, sending shockwaves through the Emperor's bone, releasing a terrifying force that surged forth. Swish! Chen Wen surged forward, arriving before the Emperor's bone, a lethal glint in his eyes. Assist tyranny, and you shall be crippled. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, dispersing the Emperor's bone's power into nothingness. The bone dimmed, transforming into a stream of light that merged back into Chu Tianlong. Put! Chu Tianlong spat blood, his visage a portrait of despair. He had witnessed the impossible, barehandedly shattering the Emperor's bone. This act shattered his very soul. Chu Tianlong, trembling in shock, gazed up. Who are you? Chen Wen replied languidly, Is the Emperor's bone useful? Is it useful? Chu Tianlong found himself momentarily speechless, while the others were left utterly bewildered. They were more astounded by Chen Wen's formidable prowess. Lulan Xingxue, in particular, felt as though her comprehension had been irrevocably shattered at the moment Chen Wen sent the Emperor's bone flying. A terrifying thought surged into Chu Tianlong's mind, causing his pupils to explode with disbelief. No way. It cannot be. How could this brat possibly be? Yet the more he denied it, the more the figure of Chen Wen before him conformed to the memory he held deep within. In an instant, he was enveloped by sheer terror. This was the most profound secret buried within his heart. Have you remembered? Chen Wen's haunting voice shattered Chu Tianlong's reverie. Startled, Chu Tianlong stumbled back a step, and then, in a frenzy, he bellowed, Why are you still standing there? Kill him for me. By the end of his outburst, Chu Tianlong's voice was a desperate scream. Chapter 58, the entire army advances, urging the Emperor to act after a brief silence. Fu Xiao and his companions swiftly brought forth their forces, enveloping the scene in an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the area was filled with a multitude of arrivals. An ominous atmosphere of impending doom suffocating all in attendance. It was as if the end had come. As this scene unfolded, the onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Initially, they had breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Chen Wen's victory over Chu Tianlong. Yet, they now realized their grave oversight. Despite Chu Tianlong's apparent weaknesses, he was still the Emperor. That singular identity alone was enough to bring everything crashing down. In stark contrast to the shock reverberating through the crowd, Chen Wen remained unflustered, calmly surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon thousands of formidable warriors, hailing from various factions. The strongest among them reached the Saint Realm, while the weakest were at the King Realm. If he were truly just a product of a hidden power, these individuals would indeed be like an avalanche, capable of obliterating him with ease. However, he was anything but. After a measured withdrawal of his gaze, Chen Wen turned his attention back to Chu Tianlong. In a mere 6 years, you have managed to gather such formidable forces. Your capabilities are indeed impressive. But today, I intend to make you witness the annihilation of all that you have built. Chu Tianlong's pupils contracted sharply, his heart gripped by terror. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Eliminate Chen Wen. At this moment, Chu Tianlong was consumed by fear, his singular focus being to eradicate Chen Wen at any cost. It seemed that only then could his secrets remain concealed, preserving his status as the emperor. Kill. Fu Xiao commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, over 100 warriors surged towards Chen Wen, their murderous intent palpable. Among them were several top-tier kings, even some at the emperor level. The remaining forces stood poised, awaiting the arrival of Chen Wen's allies. As the crowd witnessed this unfolding drama, they instinctively held their breath, afraid to make a sound. In stark contrast, Chen Wen merely lifted his eyelids and calmly uttered, "Eliminate them all." As his words fell, bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, instantaneously reducing the assailants to mere ashes. The spectators were rendered speechless. In an instant, over 100 powerful warriors were annihilated. What sorcery was this? Mu Zhongtian and the others felt their pupils constrict in disbelief as they observed the scene. Even they, in the midst of it all, sensed a life-threatening crisis from the recently unleashed bolts of lightning. This signified that the strength of the one who struck was on par with their own. What are you dawdling for? Continue, press on. After a brief, stunned silence, Chu Tianlong shouted again, his fear intensifying. But Mu Zhongtian and his associates hesitated to act. Nevertheless, Fu Xiao's voice rang out coldly, "Charge." With that, another wave of over 100 warriors surged forward, their strength surpassing the first wave, most being at the emperor level. These individuals constituted the very core of Chu Tianlong's power. He had invested tremendous resources to cultivate and command them. Kill. Chen Wen commanded once more. In an instant, another barrage of thunder struck down, obliterating the advancing warriors yet again. Silence fell over the arena, an oppressive stillness enveloping all. At that moment, every gaze turned towards Chen Wen, their expressions transformed. Again, 100 warriors were reduced to ash in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for reaction. It was too absurd, too terrifying. Chu Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. The faces of Mu Zhongtian and his companions also shifted dramatically. Particularly Fu Xiao, who trembled uncontrollably. These were the forces he had summoned personally, yet they had been wiped out in an instant, leaving him breathless. Why the silence now? Chen Wen turned to Chu Tianlong and queried nonchalantly. Chu Tianlong glared at Chen Wen, his eyes brimming with fear and unending rage. In his view, Chen Wen was merely a failure. Why then did he persist in this desperate struggle to destroy everything he had built? Chen Wen smirked coldly. As I stated, I will allow you to witness the dissolution of everything you have established. You. Chu Tianlong ground his teeth in frustration, glaring daggers at Chen Wen. You should be careful with your words. At that moment, Mu Zhongtian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. He hailed from an ancient hidden clan and was one of the few supreme beings present. Chen Wen slowly raised his gaze, fixing it on Mu Zhongtian. Ancient hidden clan. From the Mu family? Mu Zhongtian's demeanor turned grave. I am the great elder of the Mu family, Mu Zhongtian. And what of you? Care to reveal your identity? Chen Wen's gaze shifted to Yu and the others. Presumptuous. Yu and the others immediately retorted, their voices icy. Chen Wen's casual demeanor incited their ire. Throughout their journeys, few dared to provoke them so boldly, especially someone of merely the sixth heaven realm. Presumptuous? Chen Wen's tone shifted, his expression hardening. What are you even worth? Very well, Mu Zhongtian replied, his laughter tinged with rage as he repeated the phrase 6 times. With a wave of his hand, he declared, let this young man see for himself what we are truly capable of. Boom! In an instant, dozens of factions stepped forward, shaking the very heavens and earth. Their overwhelming aura pressing down upon Chen Wen. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive, suffocating the already tense environment. Everyone turned their eyes towards Chen Wen, as if silently questioning his next move. They understood that facing dozens of factions could prove disastrous, even for someone backed by hidden powers. Attempting to suppress me with your forces? Allow me to show you what true power looks like. Chen Wen waved his hand, commanding, come forth. As his words echoed, The very fabric of the atmosphere shifted. The once clear sky transformed into a vast realm of thunder. Figures emerged from the tempest, hundreds materializing one after another. Standing suspended in midair, gazing down upon all below, their presence locking down the very essence of the atmosphere. The crowd instinctively looked up. Their expressions morphing from shock to sheer terror. Saints? No, they were all saints. And wait, there were even those of the supreme realm. How could this be possible? This young man was undoubtedly more than just a hidden power. It was inconceivable that he was merely that. Panic seized Mu Zhongtian and his companions. Especially Mu Zhongtian and Chen, both of whom hailed from hidden powers. They knew well that it was impossible to mobilize hundreds of saints or even 100 supremes. It wasn't that they lacked such powers, it was simply that they could not be summoned. It was akin to reality. The valuation of power and the ability to mobilize it were equivalent concepts. This was disastrous, they had been thoroughly deceived. In an instant, Mu Zhongtian and his companions trembled uncontrollably. Miss, he can't possibly be from an ancient kingdom, or even an imperial family, can he? Lulan Lion's face turned pale. Lulan Xingxue did not deny it but could not affirm it either. Even if he wasn't, he was certainly not far off. With a sigh, she lamented, it seems we have misjudged him. What about the emperor? What will he do? Lulan Lion asked again. Lulan Xingxue remained silent this time. What, lost your tongue? Is it your nature to be taciturn? Chen Wen observed Mu Zhongtian and his companions, speaking leisurely. Mu Zhongtian did not respond but turned to Chu Tianlong. Emperor? You ought to speak up, we came here for you. They earnestly implored the emperor to intervene and vanquish their adversaries. Chen Yu and the others echoed their call. In their eyes, only Chu Tianlong possessed the capability to unravel this deadlock. As long as the imperial lineage sent assistance, their lives would be spared. Chapter 59, The False Emperor? I am nothing but a sham. Chu Tianlong's expression fluctuated dramatically, ultimately leaving him speechless. Defeat had settled within him. And his singular thought was to survive, indifferent to the fate of those around him. What is going on? As Chu Tianlong remained unresponsive, the crowd began to murmur in confusion. Logically, he should not remain unmoved after such humiliation, especially those like Mu Zhongtian, who had come for his imperial status. It was clear that anyone with sense should know to stand tall in defense of the name of the emperor. My lady, the emperor shows no reaction. Lulan Liu inquired of Lulan Xingxue. With a gentle sigh, Lulan Xingxue replied, his position is unique, he bears burdens we cannot fathom. Chen Wen's fate is a rare one even in the upper realm, let alone in the ancient Yuan realm. Thus, his current demeanor is not unexpected. What do you mean? Lulan Liu pressed. Lulan Xingxue offered no further explanation, assuring her, do not worry, he will not perish. Very well. Acknowledging her mistress's reluctance to elaborate, Lulan Liu ceased her inquiries. In contrast, the expressions of Mu Zhongtian and the others grew increasingly grim. We implore the emperor to act and vanquish our foes. They cried in unison once more. As time slipped by, Chu Tianlong still offered no reply, extinguishing the hope within Mu Zhongtian and his companions. Chen Wen suddenly laughed. It seems your emperor is quite ineffective. This provocation shattered Mu Zhongtian's restraint, and he shouted in madness, are you not the emperor? Where are you? Speak. I curse your ancestors. If I am to die, I will drag you down with me. In an instant, Mu Zhongtian surged towards Chu Tianlong with unparalleled speed. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. A smirk appeared on Chen Wen's lips. It appears the show is about to begin. Xiaoxue, save me. Xiaoxue, help. Chu Tianlong's face was a mask of terror as he stumbled backward. Lulan Xingxue, with a soft sigh, murmured, it is time to act. Despite some disappointment in Chu Tianlong's behavior, the bond they had forged over the years compelled her to save him. Just then, a figure flashed, sending Mu Zhongtian hurtling backward. Blood spewing from his mouth mid-air. What just happened? Who intervened? The crowd gasped, their attention fixed on the fleeting figure. They beheld a stunning woman with silver hair, whose presence exuded immense power and undeniable sovereign. Chen Wen's expression darkened. He had assumed Lulan Xingxue would refrain from intervening, but her involvement had turned the tide. From this moment on, they were irrevocably opposed. With this realization, Chen Wen slowly turned to Lulan Xingxue and asked, "Are you certain you wish to interfere?" The crowd gasped in unison, grasping the implications. This silver-haired woman was indeed one of their holy maiden's allies. Yet, why would she choose to assist Chu Tianlong? Was it merely due to their friendship? Lulan Xingxue stepped forward, halting near Chen Wen. With a heavy sigh, she declared, publicly, "His imperial family shares deep ties with our ancient nation. Personally, he is my betrothed. Thus, today, I shall ensure his survival." Betrothed? What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions. Zhang Taichu stood in disbelief, aware that Chu Tianlong was an impostor. Suddenly, it dawned on him Lulan Xingxue was the betrothed of this false emperor. Yet now, his fiancée sought to protect a fraud against him. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming. Chen Wen glared at Lulan Xingxue, his voice cold as ice. "Whoever aids him becomes my enemy, and they shall perish. This is my stance, my attitude, and your final opportunity." Lulan Xingxue shook her head. "I have no intention of antagonizing your allies." "You already have," Chen Wen bellowed, radiating menace. Lulan Xingxue's expression shifted as she sensed the cold aura emanating from him, coupled with a palpable threat. Yet, she was resolute in her mission to protect Chu Tianlong. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lulan Xingxue's demeanor hardened. "I recognize the power behind you is formidable. But it is not insurmountable. His lineage includes the Destiny Imperial Clan, while my own backing is the hidden ancient nation. Together, our three forces are unmatched. Depart now. And I shall consider this matter closed, otherwise, I will summon the Imperial forces. You will not only perish, but all those who stand with you shall fall as well. Remember, this is not a negotiation, but a command." Her tone was icy and resolute. Had it not been for the extraordinary aura exuded by Chen Wen, she would have taken swift action without hesitation. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Tianlong trembled in fear. If he were truly the emperor, this would be inconsequential. Yet, as a counterfeit, the arrival of the imperial forces would seal his fate. Kill me, and my allies too? Ha! Suddenly, Chen Wen burst into laughter, as if he had heard a jest. Lulan Xingxue furrowed her brow, bewildered by his reaction. Logically, upon revealing their identities, he should have retreated. After a pause, Chen Wen's laughter subsided, replaced by an icy demeanor. "You need not bother summoning anyone, I shall handle it myself." He produced a communication talisman and spoke, "Brother, sister, someone threatens to annihilate me and our family." "What say you?" "Wait," came the curt response from Chen Wuti before the connection was severed. "Brother? Sister?" Lulan Xingxue's brow knitted in concern, sensing something ominous. Only a fool or one with absolute confidence would dare call for reinforcements at such a time. Clearly, Chen Wen belonged to the latter. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Chu Tianlong unexpectedly spoke up. "We shall depart, this emperor has no desire to engage with these fools." Yet internally, he was more anxious than anyone else. Sensing that the arrival of those two could unveil his true identity, Lulan Xingxue turned abruptly, fixing her gaze on Chu Tianlong. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid? Why would I fear such a lowly figure?" Chu Tianlong managed a forced smile. Lulan Xingxue scrutinized him for a long moment before cryptically stating, "If you stand firm, no one shall harm you today." "I." Chu Tianlong's expression stiffened. "It seemed that after learning the outcome, you would be the first to seek my demise." Chen Wen observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, particularly fixating on Lulan Xingxue, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. At that moment, the atmosphere above suddenly became tumultuous, with boundless thunder raging. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged, forcefully tearing apart the sky, shattering even the constraints of the heavenly decree. Chapter 60, The identity of Chu Tianlong is exposed, and Lulan Xingxue is overcome with shame and rage. What on earth is happening? In an instant, everyone looked up. Before their eyes unfolded the violent and shocking spectacle of the sky being torn apart. They had never witnessed such a scene. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Two figures emerged from the depths of the fractured firmament, a man and a woman. The man was enveloped in a cascade of thunder, with a radiant sun at his back. Resembling a deity descending from the heavens, shining with unparalleled brilliance. The woman donned fiery armor, wielding a flaming spear, her form and features exuding perfection, akin to an unparalleled goddess of war. As these two appeared, the laws of heaven began to crumble, and various creatures let out low growls. The entire world was plunged into an oppressive silence, echoing only with the sounds of space collapsing. Could it be that these two are the elder brother and sister of young Master Yi? How terrifying! The onlookers gazed at the two figures hovering above. Exuding an air of supremacy, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had encountered many talented individuals, yet none possessed such an overwhelming presence. This must be the true demeanor of those from the upper realms. At that moment, Lulan Xingxue recognized the newcomers. Her pupils constricted. A wave of unprecedented shock rippling through her. She knew these two. One was the infamous primordial tyrant, whose thunderous fists had shattered all forbidden places in the ancient world, compelling the younger generation to bow their heads. The other was the Queen of the Red Abyss, renowned for leading a campaign in her name, single-handedly slaughtering millions of foreign foes, ensuring a century of peace in the realms beyond. If the primordial tyrant was invincible to the outside world, then the Red Abyss Queen was an absolute ruler, revered by countless armies. Yet, this was not the most crucial point. The most significant revelation was that both were descendants of the Chen clan. Connecting this to Chen Wen's earlier transmission, Lulan Xingxue's expression changed repeatedly, her unease deepening. At this moment, Chen Hongmian spoke. "Little brother, who dares to threaten my Chen clan?" Little brother? It was indeed he who had summoned them. The crowd turned their gaze toward Chen Wen. But wait, wasn't he a Yi? How did he become associated with the Chen clan? Confusion swept through the onlookers' faces. Chen Wen smiled leisurely. "It is her." He pointed towards Lulan Xingxue. Chen Hongmian abruptly turned, her icy gaze fixating on Lulan Xingxue, exuding a menacing aura. An invisible killing intent surged forth, causing the fabric of space to buckle, the air swirling violently. Lulan Xingxue's complexion paled as she sensed death approaching. In that moment, Lulan Wanan sprang into action, delivering a powerful strike to barely fend off the impending blow. As she dissipated the force, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Wanan, are you all right?" Lulan Xingxue exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support her. Lulan Wanan shook her head. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Chen Hongmian. This was terrifying. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Even as an elder powerhouse, she had heard of Chen Hongmian's formidable reputation, yet never had she imagined that this younger generation could possess such strength. "You may die," Chen Hongmian coldly declared, her hand gripping the red lotus spear, causing the heavens to tremble with a resounding roar. In an instant, crimson flames surged forth, engulfing the atmosphere, twisting the very fabric of space. "Miss, retreat, quickly!" Lulan Wanan shouted, her face etched with fear. This time, Lulan Xingxue did not back away. Instead, she positioned herself in front of Lulan Wanan. "Minji, it's me, the little girl you took to hunt spirit beasts back then." "Little Snow?" Chen Hongmian paused, her actions faltering as realization dawned upon her. "So it is you." Yes, it's me." Lulan Xingxue breathed a sigh of relief. "To annihilate my Chen clan, how audacious!" Chen Hongmian retorted coldly. Lulan Xingxue's eyes flickered as she quickly interjected, "Minji, there must be a misunderstanding. I spoke those words to protect Chen Wen." "Protecting Xiao Wen? Ha!" Chen Hongmian scoffed. "Tell me, how exactly did he protect you?" Chen Wen interjected, "By threatening to kill me, of course. Now, do you have anything to say?" Chen Hongmian's gaze turned sharply towards Lulan Xingxue. Indeed, Lulan Xingxue felt a jolt of realization. Although she had suspected something earlier, confirming it through their interaction caused her mind to explode. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. "Minji, you must be mistaken. He is a Yi. He is the true Chen Wen." She gestured toward Chu Tianlong, who lay like a lifeless dog. This revelation drew the attention of all, as they too were engulfed in confusion. As events unfolded, they remained bewildered. Mistaken? Ha! Chen Hongnian erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd jest. Her laughter soon subsided. Do not compare me to the likes of you. You may mistake your fiancé, but I shall never mistake my brother. Boom! The implication of misidentifying her fiancé struck Lulan Xingxue like a thunderclap, draining the color from her face. Who are you? She shouted at Chu Tianlong. Her composure fracturing for the first time. I. Chu Tianlong opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. Chen Hongnian glanced at Lulan Xingxue. A cold smile gracing her lips. Let me enlighten you, his name is Chu Tianlong, a beast who, 6 years ago, conspired with foreign enemies to forcibly extract my brother's imperial bone. Moreover, he has impersonated my brother, the crown prince, to wield power and deception. Now, I trust you understand. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in shock. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Lulan Xingxue's mind spiraled into chaos. The person she had been close to was a fraud? The one she had been protecting was an impostor? The one she held dear was a counterfeit? In the end, had she shielded a fake to confront her true fiancé? What madness was this? Her face drained of color, Lulan Xingxue felt an impulse of shame and fury. Lulan Luer's face mirrored her shock, devoid of color. The person she had admired, the one she had supported, turned out to be such a sham. Are we supporting a counterfeit? The reality was surreal. They had shielded an impostor to slay the true crown prince. Heavens, what were they doing? Mu Zhongtian, Fu Xiao. And others stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and unbridled rage. They, too, had been figures of some significance in their realms. Yet they had been duped by such a charlatan. At this moment, they would gladly rip Chu Tianlong to shreds to quell their pent-up fury. Beyond them, the members of the Holy Land were equally bewildered, their minds buzzing. They had never imagined that Chu Tianlong could be a fraud, let alone commit such heinous acts. As if extracting others' imperial bones wasn't enough, he had the audacity to impersonate an identity for deceitful gain. Had the true heir not arrived, would the false one have been allowed to flourish? Such a despicable creature deserved to perish 1,000 times over. Moreover, they had not anticipated that this young Master Yi was the genuine Chen Wen, the true crown prince. Now they finally comprehend why Chen Wen exudes such confidence and dares to provoke Chu Tianlong. With such an identity, who would dare to fear? As for Chen Wen's intense animosity towards Chu Tianlong, they can also grasp the reasoning. If they were in his position, they would undoubtedly act in a similar manner. If not with even greater fervor. You are courting death. Lulan Xingxue suddenly lifted her head, raising her hand to strike down at Chu Tianlong. At this moment, an aura of lethal intent enveloped Lulan Xingxue, as boundless rage surged within her. Chapter 61, Enraged and Humiliated, How Do You Wish to Die? Chu Tianlong was not one to submit easily, he countered with a palm strike of his own. Bang! The clash of their hands unleashed a shockwave, causing the ground beneath them to crack. Lulan Xingxue trembled, yet her murderous intent remained unshaken as she lunged once more at Chu Tianlong. In her eyes, only the death of Chu Tianlong could redeem her from this profound humiliation. Who was Lulan Xingxue? Born of an ancient, secluded nation. Inheritor of secret arts passed down through millennia. Since her emergence, she had relied on her intellect, leaving no detail unnoticed. Yet now, she found herself ensnared by a counterfeit. Thus, it became imperative that Chu Tianlong meet his end. As for their feelings, forget them. Meanwhile, Chu Tianlong, weary from his battle with Chen Wen, struggled to maintain his footing. After exchanging a blow with Lulan Xingxue, he could no longer suppress the blood that surged forth from his lips, leaving him in a dismal state. Faced with Lulan Xingxue's relentless assault, shock and dread filled his expression. He sensed the chilling intent to kill within her strike. And he lacked the strength to fully defend himself. No. As the lethal attack drew near, fear seized Chu Tianlong, his pupils trembling in terror. Bang! Just when he believed his demise was imminent, Chen Hongnian intervened. A fiery gunshot sliced through the air, cleaving the very fabric of the world in two. A colossal fire dragon surged into the earth, carving a massive chasm that separated Lulan Xingxue from her prey. Why? Lulan Xingxue gazed at Chen Hongnian in disbelief. unable to comprehend why he had chosen to save Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongmian coldly declared, "It is not your place to kill him, step aside." Feeling the sting of humiliation and rage, Lulan Xingxue's countenance darkened. "Leave." Chen Hongmian's voice rang out with chilling authority, brimming with murderous intent. "Miss. Perhaps we should retreat for now and await reinforcements," Lulan Wanwan urged hastily. Lulan Xingxue's expression shifted as she finally halted her attack. Realizing that persisting would surely lead to her demise at Chen Hongmian's hands. After casting a lingering glare at Chu Tianlong, she withdrew to the sidelines. Ha! How absurd! Truly absurd! At that moment, Chu Tianlong erupted into maniacal laughter, drawing the attention of all present. Struggling to his feet, he shouted, "You pretend to be innocent now? It's utterly revolting. Did I not ask you what you would do if I were not Chen Wen? Did you not assert that you like me for who I am, not my identity? Yet now that you know the truth, you seek to kill me, attempting to absolve yourself of responsibility. I must commend your performance, you've deceived the world, but not me." As he laughed maniacally, blood spewed from his lips, heightening his tragic appearance. "You're talking nonsense." Lulan Xingxue's face flushed with rage, trembling uncontrollably. "Nonsense? Shall I strike you down again? You've long suspected the truth of my identity. Did you truly think I was oblivious during our time together? You refrained from probing deeper because you knew you were wrong, and now you seek to profit from your errors. Should I be discovered in the future? You would have the option to attack or retreat, just as you do now. Tell me, have I spoken falsely? Have I slandered you?" In a final outburst, Chu Tianlong shouted, his demeanor wild and liberated. You. Lulan Xingxue trembled with fury, her face flushed, yet ultimately found herself speechless. Ah, what a spectacle! The onlookers were left at a loss for words, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Was Lulan Xingxue's display of emotion genuine or merely a fade to evade responsibility? The truth was indeed uncertain. Ha! What now, Lulan Xingxue? Do you still feign innocence and play the victim? Observing the crowd's reaction only fueled Chu Tianlong's mania, as if he had vindicated himself. Xiao Wen. How shall we proceed? Chen Hongmian cast a cold glance at Lulan Xingxue before addressing Chen Wen. Nodding in response, Chen Wen stepped forward, deliberately ignoring Lulan Xingxue as if she were mere air. Lulan Xingxue's expression shifted again, lost in thought. As Chen Wen approached, Chu Tianlong abandoned his earlier bravado, hastily retreating. The assembly watched intently, eager to see how Chen Wen would confront Chu Tianlong. Under the weight of Chen Wen's imposing presence, Chu Tianlong could no longer sustain his composure and fell to his knees, utterly defeated. "I am sorry, it was my fault, please spare me, Your Highness," he pleaded, bowing repeatedly, discarding all remnants of his former pride. In the face of death, Chu Tianlong cast aside all dignity. The crowd felt a wave of disgust wash over them, akin to swallowing filth. The figure they had idolized turned out to be such a wretched creature. Particularly, Mu Zhongtian and others felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing they could tear Chu Tianlong apart for having been deceived by such a charlatan. Wrong? Spare you? Chen Wen chuckled coldly, "What audacity you possess." With that, he brought his foot down upon Chu Tianlong's head, driving him into the ground. However, he moderated his force, ensuring that he did not crush him outright. Removing his foot, Chen Wen reached out, lifting Chu Tianlong with ease. In an instant, the sight of Chu Tianlong bloodied and gasping was laid bare before all. Chen Wen moved once more, plunging his hand into Chu Tianlong's chest, then yanking outwards. Blood sprayed forth, and Chu Tianlong's anguished screams echoed through the air. Chen Wen extracted a palm-sized bone, glimmering with a golden sheen, resonating with imperial essence. In the reflection of this imperial essence, ethereal images of divine beings materialized, ancient laws pulsing with mystery. So this is the imperial bone? Truly terrifying. It is no wonder Chu Tianlong harbored ill intentions and achieved such heights in such a short span. The crowd watched Chen Wen's grasp of the imperial bone, their breaths quickening in anticipation. "I have returned the imperial bone, will you spare my life?" Chu Tianlong gasped, a note of desperation in his voice. Returned it? Chen Wen sneered. You are mistaken, it is mine to reclaim, not to return. Yes, yes, it is yours, it is yours. Chu Tianlong nodded vigorously. With it, you shall soar to new heights, surpassing the younger generation and achieving greatness. Chen Wen's cold laughter intensified. I, Chen Wen, possess a terrible habit. I never share what belongs to me. Should it aid in tyranny, it becomes worthless to me, no matter how extraordinary it may be. At this, Lulan Xingxue's complexion paled slightly. The crowd turned their gazes toward her, comprehending the double entendre in Chen Wen's words. As he spoke, Chen Wen's grip tightened. And with a sudden motion, the imperial bone began to fracture. Infinite forces of ancient laws surged forth, yet they could not withstand the chaotic energies at play. Crumbling piece by piece. Until the very end, with a resounding crack, the imperial bone was crushed, sending golden light scattering in all directions. While the breath of the emperor roared incessantly. My goodness! Do not give it to me! The crowd was left in utter shock. They could hardly fathom that Chen Wen could be so ruthless, without a hint of hesitation. That was the imperial bone. A possession that guaranteed one would become a great emperor. Such audacity and determination were truly invincible. In an instant, Chen Wen had once again shattered their worldview. Lulan Xingxue gazed at Chen Wen, her eyes fixed solely on his majestic figure, which stood tall enough to shake the heavens. Undoubtedly, Chen Wen had once more transcended her understanding. If it were her in that position, she would have found it utterly impossible. Just as everyone had thought. That was the imperial bone, a guarantee of greatness. Chu Tianlong was equally stunned. He regarded the imperial bone as a treasure, yet Chen Wen treated it as mere refuse. Effortlessly crushing it. What then, could his previous actions possibly mean? Answer me one question, and I might grant you a swift demise, Chen Wen spoke languidly. Still death? This outcome was unacceptable to him. Chu Tianlong shook his head, asserting that unless Chen Wen promised to spare his life, he would not utter a single word. I admire your tenacity, Chen Wen remarked, casting Chu Tianlong to the ground. He first stomped down, shattering Chu Tianlong's spiritual orifice. Then proceeded to grind his bones and flesh to pulp. Ag! The arena echoed with Chu Tianlong's harrowing screams, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. How ruthless! Such was the singular thought that consumed the onlookers. Chu Tianlong could not endure for long, desperately shouting for Chen Wen to cease, to stop. Exclaiming that he would answer. You have no chance left, Chen Wen replied, ignoring Chu Tianlong's wails, his actions unyielding. Chu Tianlong lost consciousness from the pain, only to be jolted awake repeatedly. The ground soon became saturated with crimson, flesh mingling with the muck, rendering it impossible to distinguish one from the other. It was only when Chu Tianlong was on the brink of death that Chen Wen tossed him to Chen Wudi. Brother, I leave him in your hands. Very well. Chen Wudi caught Chu Tianlong with one hand and commenced the soul-searching procedure. The most straightforward and effective method was undoubtedly soul extraction. Gulp! The crowd instinctively swallowed hard, watching in trepidation. Next, it is your turn, Chen Wen slowly raised his gaze towards Mu Zhongtian and the others. Their faces paled dramatically as they fell to their knees, proclaiming that they had been deceived by Chu Tianlong, leading them to such a defiant act. We beseech the young emperor for mercy. At that moment, true regret washed over them. There is no ignorance in my presence, Chen Wen coldly snorted, before declaring, kill them all. No. Mu Zhongtian and the others attempted to plead for their lives, but soon they were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the approaching assailants, their cries growing increasingly frantic. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura of slaughter, the air filled with incessant wails of despair. As figures fell one after another, blood sprayed like rain, quickly staining the ground a deep red. The scene was grotesquely sanguinary. This massacre continued for over 100 breaths, with every single member of dozens of factions perishing. The inhabitants of the Holy Land dared not even breathe, trembling in fear as they looked on. Chen Wen slowly turned his gaze, fixing it upon Lulan Xingxue, demanding, Speak, how do you wish to die? This, my goodness! The crowd was astonished, staring at Chen Wen in disbelief. They had not anticipated that he would take such drastic measures. For when Lulan Xingxue had shielded Chu Tianlong, Chen Wen had proclaimed that anyone who aided Chu Tianlong would become his enemy, destined to meet their end. Chapter 62, Arrival of the Ancient Kingdom's matriarch Luran Xingxue was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation before her. Chen Wen intended to kill her? Was it merely due to her defense of Chu Tianlong? Was it because of his words? Was it all a result of this misunderstanding? Luran Wanwan glanced at Chen Wen and said, "Your Highness, may I utter a word?" Chen Wen's expression remained cold, his murderous intent unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Luran Wanwan asserted that the matter indeed stemmed from a misunderstanding. The young lady had been deceived by Chu Tianlong into making such a decision. She too was a victim. Thus, it was unjust for him to treat her in such a manner. Chen Wen scoffed, "Deceived? How utterly laughable. Shouldn't you first inquire of your lady whether she was ignorant and misled, or if she was already aware of everything? And shouldn't you ask her whether the current predicament is a consequence of her own actions?" Luran Wanwan found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter his claims. "Let us not delve into that," he continued. "Her preferences and actions are of no concern to me. My reason for wanting her dead is simple. For one who has harbored murderous thoughts against me time and again, I must eliminate her first. Do not attempt to divert this. Her intent to kill me arose because of Chu Tianlong. If I had not contacted my family and was merely wronged by Chu Tianlong, would her act of killing me not be utterly unjust? From my perspective, is there any fault in wanting to end her life?" By the end of his statement, Chen Wen's voice had turned as cold as steel. Luran Wanwan's expression stiffened, leaving her utterly at a loss for words. The situation had indeed arisen from Chu Tianlong's impersonation. Yet had it not been for the lady's own willing dissent, he would not have found such an opportunity. Even she, as a guardian, could see that. While her lady had strong ties with both factions, the fundamental reason lay in the subtle relationship between her and Chu Tianlong. Otherwise, given her character, she could have easily used Chen Wen's hand to dispose of Chu Tianlong. Were she successful, the engagement would have become void. As for the truth of Chu Tianlong's words, she dared not make any assertions. Regarding her lady's awareness of the situation and her choice to ignore Chu Tianlong's deception, she remained uncertain. Often, the motives behind her lady's actions eluded her understanding. Thus, to attribute everything to a misunderstanding was indeed unfair. Luran Xingxue's complexion had turned completely pale, as Chen Wen's words struck a chord deep within her. Although there had been no transgressive actions between her and Chu Tianlong, she had indeed been drawn to him and harbored thoughts of complicity. Every action she had taken today was a means of atonement she had long contemplated. As for her murderous intent towards Chen Wen, that too was true. Initially, she had not regarded Chen Wen as a significant threat and had wished to discern his intentions and the forces behind him. However, as Chen Wen's power grew beyond her control, she lost the opportunity to act. Throughout this ordeal, her miscalculations had two main points. First, she had not anticipated that Chu Tianlong would see through everything and choose this awkward moment to expose her. Second, she had not foreseen that Chen Wen would be the true protagonist. It was these factors that had led to the current predicament. Nevertheless, she did not believe her actions were wrong. In this world, no one owed anyone anything, and everyone would choose to seek their own benefit while avoiding harm. "Step aside, or you shall perish," Chen Wen declared, suddenly raising his sword and pointing it at Luran Wanwan, the atmosphere thick with killing intent. Luran Wanwan fixed her gaze on Chen Wen and then glanced at Chen Hongnian nearby, instinctively swallowing hard. This matter had indeed reached a deadlock, and she could not resolve it alone. "Wanwan, let one bear the consequences of their own actions," Luran Xingxue interjected, now fully composed, regaining her former wisdom and serenity. "My lady." Luran Wanwan began to speak, but was silenced by Luran Xingxue's gesture to retreat. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped aside. Luran Xingxue faced Chen Wen, taking a deep breath. "It is true that I was attracted to Chu Tianlong, and my murderous intent towards you was genuine. However, I have acted purely according to my heart, and I bear no regrets. If you believe that I have caused you harm, I must apologize. But it seems you have come too late. If you wish to kill me, I shall not sit idly by. Come, let me witness your true strength." At this, Luran Xingxue assumed a stance of readiness. Chen Wen's imperial sword trembled, releasing a terrifying aura that enveloped the area in a chilling tension. Even at this critical juncture, Luran Xingxue remained evasive, showing no signs of remorse. Such a person was not worth sparing. As Luran Xingxue's aura sharpened, a silvery power surged forth, transforming into a massive imperial phoenix that loomed around her. Who would emerge victorious? Observing this scene, the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Just as the two were about to unleash their attacks, an invisible force penetrated the void between them, halting their impending clash. Simultaneously, this force constrained the very fabric of existence, creating an overwhelming pressure that threatened to render all present unconscious. Who is it? Instinctively, everyone looked towards the sky. They beheld a distorted space, a chasm trembling violently, as if on the verge of fracturing. It was truly terrifying. The crowd swallowed hard, their eyes wide with fear. Chen Wen furrowed his brow. Within this force, he sensed absolute suppression. In contrast, Luran Xingxue lowered her head slightly, resembling a repentant child. She recognized the newcomer immediately, but was astonished to see the one she respected most arrive. "Little one, it has been over a decade since we last met. Seeing you grown brings me great joy." A venerable female voice resonated. "Auntie?" Chen Wen felt a stir within his heart. He realized that Chen Hongyan had appeared beside him. She was the ancient matriarch of the Luran kingdom and Luran Xingxue's grandmother. However, she shared a close bond with his own grandmother, having deep ties of friendship. "You still owe her a debt of gratitude. When you were besieged by the forces of destiny, she was the one who came to your aid. Moreover, your engagement with Luran Xingxue was facilitated by her. This time, she has traversed the void to intercede on your behalf. You may handle this situation as you see fit. We shall support whatever decision you make." "I understand," Chen Wen nodded. He then withdrew his internal power and bowed towards the sky. "Little one pays respects to Auntie." "Indeed. In terms of appearance, disposition, and talent, you are more than suitable for my wayward granddaughter. I must take the time to have a proper chat with my old sister to express my gratitude for providing me with such an excellent grandson-in-law," Ji Qingying remarked with a light laugh. Luran Xingxue lowered her head in silence, offering no retort. In her view, the situation had escalated beyond her control. Certainly. From the very beginning, she held a deep admiration for Chen Wen. Particularly after the recent events, her fondness for him has only intensified. This is the primary reason she tacitly accepted the situation once more. Observe, this exemplifies the art of conversation, without mentioning the act of saving. A single phrase encapsulates the matter. Ji Qingying implies that it was Lulan Xingxue who erred, yet out of respect for her, she chooses to overlook it. As for the engagement, it shall proceed as usual. The onlookers could not help but marvel at Ji Qingying's adeptness in handling affairs. However, upon reflection, it seems Chen Wen is not at a loss. The forces aligned with Lulan Xingxue are ultimately those of an ancient, reclusive nation with a legacy spanning countless ages. In terms of both depth and individual prowess, they are hardly inferior to the celestial Destiny Imperial Clan. Should Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue unite, it would indeed be a formidable alliance. At that juncture, Chen Wen would be truly capable of traversing the myriad realms with confidence. Moreover, Lulan Xingxue is herself a paragon of wisdom, beauty, and innate talent. Across the vast expanse of the earth, few can surpass her. Thus, any individual of sound mind should recognize the prudent choice. Just as everyone assumed the matter was settled, Chen Wen once again bowed respectfully to Ji Qingying, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for her praise and affection towards him. "Yet, while this may be resolved on your end, it shall never be forgotten by me, Chen Wen." With that, he advanced step by step towards Lulan Xingxue, and with each stride, the temperature around him plummeted. Upon reaching within a yard of her, the atmosphere had already turned frigid, a chilling aura of menace howling like a tempest. Chen Wen then produced a marriage certificate. Lifting his gaze to confront Lulan Xingxue directly, "For the sake of my aunt, I may grant you a reprieve. However, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my fiancée, and our ties are severed." With that declaration, he drew a blade across his finger, inscribing a bold character of divorce onto the marriage certificate, the crimson letters glaringly vivid. Witnessing this scene, Lulan Xingxue's pupils trembled in disbelief. Blood ceased, and his fingers stilled. Chen Wen then seized the marriage certificate and thrust it before Lulan Xingxue with force. You, Lulan Xingxue, are hereby divorced. Chapter 63, So what? I, Chen Wen, will personally erase the thread of fate. You, Lulan Xingxue, have been divorced. In an instant, only Chen Wen's cold and resolute voice echoed throughout the hall. What a true man! The crowd gazed in astonishment at Chen Wen, their hearts stirred with an indescribable fervor. To openly divorce in front of the ancient kingdom's elder ruler was an act of defiance against the allure of the hidden powers. Who else could match this audacity? At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chen Wen completely transformed. For reasons unknown, they perceived him as remarkably tall and stalwart. As if his spine could uphold the heavens. Even Jiang Qingren, who had held certain misconceptions about Chen Wen, now regarded him with admiration. This is what it means to be a true man. In stark contrast, Lulan Xingxue wore an expression of disbelief. Her beautiful eyes vacant as they fixated on the marriage certificate at her feet. She, Lulan Xingxue, had been divorced. This was more painful than death itself. Moreover, it unfolded before the entire Holy Land and her most revered grandmother. At this moment, she felt not only overwhelming shame but also an unquenchable fury. After a prolonged silence, Lulan Xingxue finally regained her composure, slowly lifting her gaze, her eyes cold as frost. You have gone too far. And what if I have? Chen Wen replied indifferently, his gaze devoid of any tremor. Lulan Xingxue fixed her stare on him. After a long pause, she suddenly let out a cold laugh, declaring, just for this. I will never allow you to have your way. From the day we forged our marriage pact, this matter is no longer solely in our hands. You detest me. Do you? Then I shall ensure that you remain disgusted for a lifetime. As she spoke, Lulan Xingxue's demeanor took on an eerie allure. Chen Wen furrowed his brow sharply. It was evident to anyone with sense that there were hidden implications in Lulan Xingxue's words. Could it be that their engagement was not as straightforward as it appeared? Just then, Ji Qingying interjected, Little one, your great-aunt did not expect you to possess such a strong character. If you could relent for the sake of your great-aunt, I would be most pleased. However, the fact that little Shui is your fiancée is not only a matter agreed upon by our elders but also a destiny ordained by the heavens. From the day she was born, her thread of fate has been inscribed upon the eternal dragon and phoenix stone of the ancient kingdom. And you, by mere chance, are her destined partner, a guiding insight bestowed by the eternal mountain. From the moment your marriage pact was established, your thread of fate was also inscribed eternally. Therefore, your affair is not something that can be decided by a mere marriage certificate. At this, Ji Qingying shifted her tone, if you truly mind. Your great-aunt can personally bring little Shui to apologize, both to you and to the Chen family. Lulan Xingxue bit her lip, her fists clenched beneath her sleeves, turning pale. To her, every concession from her grandmother felt like a humiliation. This humiliation was not only directed at her but also at her grandmother. Was it not merely a misunderstanding? Why cling to it so tightly? As a man, cannot one exhibit a little magnanimity? Yes, she held feelings for Chu Tianlong and had even clashed with him. However, she had never crossed any lines, never. Now, both she and her grandmother had bowed in submission. What more did they want from her? What more did they want from them? Chen Wen did not respond immediately but turned to Chen Hongmian. Sister, is there no way to resolve this? Chen Hongmian took a deep breath. Yes. There is, by personally visiting the Eternal Dragon and Phoenix Mountain to erase your thread of fate. Aside from that, there is no other solution. Understood. Chen Wen nodded. Then once again bowed to the void, grateful for his great-aunt's assistance in the past. However, in life, there are certain matters that one cannot tolerate. Therefore, I must regretfully decline to retreat, great-aunt. With that, Chen Wen bowed deeply once more. After this, Chen Wen's demeanor shifted. He was no longer the humble figure he once was. Soon, I shall ascend the Eternal Dragon in Phoenix Mountain and erase the thread of fate with my own hands. At that time, I kindly ask my great-aunt not to impede me, otherwise, I shall be compelled to act inappropriately. Chen Wen, you are being excessively tyrannical. Lulan Xingxue roared. Her eyes blazing with fury, her aura chilling the air. Chen Wen slowly turned to confront Lulan Xingxue, coldly stating, "So you think I have given you face?" Lulan Xingxue's anger surged, nearly overwhelming her. "Enough!" Ji Qingying's voice rang out coldly, shaking the very heavens, releasing boundless cosmic power. Lulan Xingxue trembled and begrudgingly withdrew her strength. Chen Wen cast a cold glance at Lulan Xingxue but refrained from further aggression. While he could show no mercy to Lulan Xingxue, he had to give face to Ji Qingying. "Little one, are you truly determined to proceed in this manner?" Ji Qingying's tone shifted. Throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in erasing their thread of fate atop the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain. Many have harbored such thoughts. Yet none have returned alive. You have a bright future ahead of you. Is it truly worth risking it all for a moment of anger? If you retract your statement now, your great-aunt will pretend she never heard it. Chen Wen could sense the subtle change in Ji Qingying's tone, a hint of veiled threat. Yet, having faced death once, he feared nothing. With this thought, he raised his head abruptly, enunciating each word clearly. "So what? If I, Chen Wen, were to perish on the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain, I would accept it." This how incredibly resolute. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. In the face of Ji Qingying's threat and the peril of the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain, he remained unwavering. It could only be said that Chen Wen embodied the aspirations of all. "Very well, I shall await your arrival in the ancient kingdom." Ji Qingying's voice grew cold, her demeanor shifting. "I will certainly go to Lulan Ancient Kingdom within half a year." Chen Wen replied firmly, disregarding Ji Qingying's threats. For him, if reason were to be discussed, he could engage in that as well. If it came to brute force, then he would prove to be even more formidable. How impressive! The crowd found themselves at a loss for words to describe their feelings. Boom! In the next instant, the heavens trembled, countless spatial rifts appearing. Fragments of space fell like rain, ancient beings torn to shreds in the chaotic currents. This tremor persisted for 10 breaths, nearly collapsing the very fabric of the universe. Everyone collapsed to the ground, awestruck by the spectacle. "Return immediately." Ji Qingying's parting words echoed before she vanished, clearly enraged. Never had anyone dared to show her such disrespect. Especially not a mere youth. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chen Wen. "I shall await you in the Lulan Ancient Kingdom. And we shall see how you plan to erase it. Moreover, I will remember this humiliation today." Chapter 64, The Chaotic Slaughter Tribulation. Acquiring the Golden Destiny treasure chest. "Remember this, what can you do to me?" Chen Wen remarked coldly. Lulan Xingxue's gaze sharpened instantly, her eyes turning icy as they fixated on Chen Wen. After a brief moment, she suppressed the tumult of her emotions and replied in a chilling tone. 6 months from now, I, Lulan Xingxue, will make you swallow those words back." With that, Lulan Xingxue did not linger any longer and left with Lulan Wanwan and others. Chen Wen merely chuckled coldly, utterly dismissive of Lulan Xingxue's fierce words. To him, it would take no longer than 6 months to set foot in the ancient kingdom of Luolan. By that time, no one would be able to obstruct him from severing the ties of fate. As for Luolan Xingxue's defiance, let it be. He truly did not mind extinguishing another life. Once Luolan Xingxue and her companions vanished, Chen Wuti finally brought the barely hanging on Chu Tianlong before Chen Wen. Chen Wen collected his thoughts and inquired, "So, was there any gain?" In his memory, he had only glimpsed a shadow. Beyond that, there were no further discoveries. Chen Wuti shook his head in response. "None. It appears those individuals were sufficiently cautious." Chen Wen's expression gradually turned colder. "Dream on if you think you can uncover their presence from me." Saying so, Chu Tianlong managed a feeble, bitter laugh. "Those people will cling to you like parasites, leaving you in perpetual unrest. Just wait, before long, not only will you die, but everyone connected to you will perish as well." Ha, cough. In the midst of his maniacal laughter, Chu Tianlong's wounds were aggravated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking even more dispirited. Chen Wuti cast a cold glance at Chu Tianlong before tossing him to the ground. "You deal with him." Chen Wen did not spare Chu Tianlong a glance and declared, "I do not know whether I will die, but you are certainly about to." With that, he stomped down. As the specter of death loomed, Chu Tianlong still struggled in terror. However, Chen Wen offered him no further chances, crushing his body into a mist of blood with a single foot. In the next moment, a spatial ring flew out. Chen Wen caught it with one hand and then tossed it into the spatial ring. Refinement complete. Congratulations! You have acquired a Golden Destiny Nirvana liquid. Congratulations! You have successfully refined the Golden Destiny and achieved a new accomplishment, obtaining a Golden Destiny treasure chest. Congratulations! You have successfully slain 10 children of destiny, achieving a new accomplishment and obtaining the supreme divine ability, chaotic slaughter tribulation. It can be upgraded. Note, this divine ability can transform the chaotic sequence power within the body into a slaughter tribulation form, with a maximum of 99 transformations. Each level's power increases exponentially. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can utilize the forces of heaven and earth to slay all beings, defy reincarnation, and pierce through eternity. By heavens, what a marvelous treasure! As Chen Wen confirmed the details of the chaotic slaughter tribulation, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Undoubtedly, this was a being far more powerful than the chaotic overlord's hand. Congratulations! You have successfully refined the reincarnator of all ages, triggering a hidden reward, and obtained a card for the ultimate induction technique of all ages. Note, this secret method allows one to pursue the fate of a person across countless ages above and explore the ultimate future below. Anything or anyone related to them cannot escape detection. Note, this experiential secret method can be used directly without the need for cultivation. This, by heavens! Refining individuals with hidden identities yields rewards? Chen Wen was momentarily stunned. Most importantly, this ultimate induction of all ages was remarkably extraordinary, capable of tracing a person's past and future. It was a pity that it was merely an experience card, allowing the targeting of only one individual and with a time limit. Contemplating this, Chen Wen felt a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, in a concealed space within the Chen clan of the upper realm, a seemingly refined and feeble middle-aged man glanced at the individuals below and inquired, "Have the arrangements been made?" "Everything is in order. They must have uncovered clues by now," a man clad in black promptly replied. "Are you certain there are no flaws left behind?" The man furrowed his brow slightly. The black-clad individual nodded. "There are no issues whatsoever. Everything is proceeding as per your guidance, Master." "Very well, then you may leave." The middle-aged man nodded. The black-clad individual acknowledged and then vanished from the spot. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered incessantly, surprised that matters had unfolded in such a manner. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. "Chen Wen, you have exceeded my expectations. To be honest, I am rather eager to meet you." As he spoke, a faint smile crept across his pale face. Simultaneously, the communication talisman in Chen Wudi's hand began to vibrate. "Return at once, we have unearthed the individuals behind this," Chen Badeo's voice resonated. "Unearthed?" Chen Wen trembled all over. Chen Wudi also became serious. "Who? How did they find out?" "The second faction's Chen Baiyuan, Shu Tianlong, is his illegitimate son. This was uncovered by examining the correspondence records of the clan members over the past decade," Chen Badeo stated coldly. "And what discoveries were made from searching his memories?" Chen Wudi pondered before speaking. "He destroyed all relevant memories, but the evidence is irrefutable. He cannot escape this matter," Chen Badeo replied. "Then I shall return immediately." "I saw that shadow in Shu Tianlong's memories," Chen Wudi promptly decided. "Bring Xiaowen back with you," Chen Badeo instructed. "All right," Chen Wudi agreed without hesitation. After severing the connection, Chen Wudi turned to Chen Wen. "What do you think?" "Too smooth, yet there are no flaws to point out," Chen Wen reflected. "Indeed. Let's return and confirm. I reckon we can enhance our confidence further," Chen Wudi sighed. He harbored significant doubts regarding the information provided by his father. However, on the other hand, since his father was so certain, it proved the matter was devoid of loopholes. Thus, no matter how skeptical he felt, he could only harbor doubts. With this thought, Chen Wudi reined in his thoughts. "Are you returning with me, or?" "I need to stay a few more days. I feel on the verge of a breakthrough." Chen Wen replied, shifting the subject. "I suspect that this return will not be as peaceful as imagined. Only with strength can I shatter all dissent." Chen Wudi gazed deeply at Chen Wen. "Fine, as you wish, a few days' delay is acceptable." "Xiao Mian. Wait for Xiaowen to return, I shall head back to assess the situation." Rest assured, no one can harm Chen Wen while I am present, Chen Hongnian responded. Very well, Chen Wudi nodded and stepped forward. Under the gazes of the crowd, he reached out with bare hands, tearing through the sky once more, vanishing into the void. This is invincible. The crowd inhaled deeply, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Sister, you will handle the aftermath here, I shall enter seclusion for a few days. Chen Wen suddenly stated. Go ahead and rest easy, Chen Hongnian nodded. Ji Yue, being perceptive, swiftly approached from a distance. My lord, given the current circumstances, would it not be prudent to enter seclusion at the Sacred Master Peak? It is the focal point of the Sacred Land's formations, where all spiritual energy converges. There is no need to worry about depleting the energy. Very well. Chen Wen did not hesitate and readily agreed. My lord, this way, please. Ji Yue promptly led the way. Chen Wen said no more, stepping forward to follow her. Watching Chen Wen depart with Ji Yue, the onlookers felt as though they had entered another realm. To speak bluntly, who could have anticipated such an outcome? Most crucially, everything that Chen Wen had demonstrated could only be described with one term: it shattered all conventions. They have truly witnessed what it means to be a monster. And what it means to possess overwhelming power. Jiang Taichu glanced at the somewhat dazed Jiang Qingrun and spoke leisurely. Now you understand the extent of your ignorance. Do you not? Yet, it is too late for regrets. A man of such stature as the young master, upon returning to the Imperial Clan, can have any woman he desires. You would do well to temper your disposition, otherwise, you will inevitably bring about your own destruction. Jiang Qingrun's lips moved. Yet in the end, she found herself unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. Chapter 65, The Ultimate Tracking Method, Unmasking the Mastermind on the Other Side. Ji Yue led Chen Wen to the summit of the Holy Master Peak. Young master, this is my exclusive retreat, feel free to assess its suitability, she said, bowing slightly. Chen Wen surveyed the space and found the cultivation chamber suffused with ethereal energy, visible to the naked eye as it gradually coalesced into a mist. Additionally, the ground was inscribed with a formation, a familiar energy pulsating within it. What formation is this? Chen Wen inquired. Have you recognized it, young master? Ji Yue responded eagerly. This is the Earth Dragon Captivation Formation, designed to suppress the underground dragon veins. During my cultivation, I harness the dragon vein energy that seeps forth to nurture my spiritual power. Of course, if you wish, young master, you may also absorb some of the energy. The mention of dragon vein energy sparked a glimmer of interest in Chen Wen's eyes. However, upon observing his expression, Ji Yue felt an unsettling apprehension. A nagging suspicion that she might have invited trouble. Enough, I find this place quite satisfactory, Chen Wen affirmed with a nod. Ji Yue quickly composed herself, relieved that he was pleased. Then I shall not disturb your cultivation, young master. Yes, attend to your matters, Chen Wen waved his hand dismissively. Ji Yue nodded and exited the cultivation chamber but remained nearby, taking on the role of guardian for Chen Wen. After sealing the stone door of the chamber, Chen Wen settled in a spot rich with spiritual energy. He intended to employ the ultimate tracking method immediately, feeling that everything had been unfolding too smoothly. Even within Chu Tianlong's soul, he could not glean precise information. It was perplexing that after years of investigation, he had suddenly unearthed the orchestrator behind everything. With that thought, Chen Wen wasted no time and activated the ultimate tracking method on Chu Tianlong. Instantly, a profound aura coursed through his being, and an influx of information surged into his mind, akin to a tidal wave. The myriad experiences of Chu Tianlong, from his first life to the present, flashed before Chen Wen like a series of vivid images. Time slipped away as he captured a shadow in his vision. He discerned how this figure had gained Chu Tianlong's trust and facilitated the extraction of his imperial bone. All was laid bare before his eyes. As the timeline stretched further back to the moment of Chu Tianlong's demise, Chen Wen's expression grew increasingly grim. There was not a shred of useful information in Chu Tianlong's memories. Was it truly as his father had discovered that this was orchestrated by Chen Baiyuan? The ultimate tracking method does not merely unveil the past lives of the target, it can reveal all related connections. Perhaps a different approach was warranted. If he could track any conversations regarding the extraction of bones in Chu Tianlong, he might uncover more. However, This investigatory method was taxing on one's spiritual energy, and given his current capabilities, he could not sustain it for long. Just then, the voice of Xian Hongxiao echoed softly in his mind. Indeed, how did I overlook this? Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he focused on the shadow, applying the ultimate tracking method once more. Instantly, a series of scenes unfolded before him, revealing a woman and a middle-aged man discussing matters concerning Chu Tianlong. This information corroborated the fact that Chu Tianlong was indeed the illegitimate son of the middle-aged man. Suddenly, Chen Wen felt a violent tremor in his spiritual sea, a searing pain enveloping his entire being, provoking a wave of nausea. Continue, he declared resolutely, refusing to yield. One day, the middle-aged man spoke to the woman about the imperial bone, during which his name, Chen Baxian, surfaced. According to Chen Baiyuan, this tale emerged while they were drinking, recounting a humorous incident of a cat swapping for a prince. It was this anecdote that ignited Chen Baiyuan's sinister thoughts. In Chen Baio's words, Chu Tianlong, being an illegitimate child, would likely be overlooked upon entering the clan, perhaps even deemed unworthy of recognition. However, if he returned in Chen Wen's stead, he would not only be acknowledged as the clan leader's son but also serve as a strategic pawn within the clan leader's faction. Upon realizing this, Chen Wen felt his resolve begin to waver. Gasping heavily, his eyes turned a bloodshot hue, sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Baxian? Chen Wen's gaze hardened, and he became convinced that this person was the true mastermind behind everything. To discuss a humorous incident while under the influence of alcohol, especially one as trivial as a cat swapping for a prince, seemed too convenient to be mere coincidence. Nevertheless, Chen Baxian had concealed himself too well. Even this lone clue could not incriminate him. A single slip of the tongue could absolve him entirely. If the family could not bring him to justice, then Chen Wen would take matters into his own hands. Regardless of who he was, Chen Wen would not hesitate to act. With that thought, a murderous intent surged within Chen Wen. After a considerable time, he managed to quell his fury. For now, his priority was cultivation. Only by strengthening himself could he pursue his desires. He turned his attention to the Golden Destiny treasure chest. Ding! The Golden Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have obtained a drop of Golden Chaos liquid. Note, this liquid is a primordial polymer of the Chaos series, capable of maximally repairing damage to Chaos series entities. Upon consumption, for 1 minute, you can utilize your absolute combat talent without limitation, significantly enhancing your power. By the heavens! Another splendid treasure. Chen Wen's eyes lit up once more. Unlike the growth-type divine ability of the Chaos Kill, this was a timely boon, maximizing benefits in a short span. Alas! It was limited to just 1 minute. Yet, he was keen to discover how much his power could elevate when completely disregarding damage while activating his absolute combat talent. With this thought, a radiant light ignited in Chen Wen's eyes. Soon, he regained his composure, redirecting his focus to the Chaos Kill. The ultimate goal of the Chaos Kill was to consolidate the power of the Chaos series into a lethal calamity, with a potential to condense up to 99 layers. After comprehensively understanding the cultivation method for the Chaos Kill, Chen Wen began his practice. As he initiated the process, Chen Wen continuously formed seals, feeling the chaotic energy within him surge. Yet, as time passed, he found himself unable to consolidate the killing calamity. Failure after failure ensued. After countless attempts, as Chen Wen formed seals once more, the chaotic energy gradually took on a crimson hue. He witnessed the gathering power coalescing into a massive storm of calamity, with blood-red lightning flashing and the cries of death echoing. In an instant, the entire Holy Master Peak was engulfed in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, obliterating the surrounding energies. What technique is this? The commotion drew everyone's attention. Could it be that young Master Chen is responsible for this? As this thought crossed their minds, everyone rushed towards the Holy Master Peak. Chen Hongmian's eyes sparkled as she darted toward the source of the calamity, while Ji Yuyue had already grown numb to the unfolding events. Chapter 66, Consecutive Breakthroughs, the emergence of the darkened dragon spirit in the instant the killing calamity took form. She felt as though she were enveloped by a dense aura of murderous intent. Moreover, there lingered an ominous sensation that should the dark clouds of tribulation descend upon her, it would either spell her demise or leave her grievously wounded. Yet, what was her cultivation level? And what of Chen Wen's? It could only be said that such a monstrosity had transcended all conventional understanding. Soon, the group arrived at the Sacred Lord Peak. As they beheld the ever-expanding killing calamity, they were rendered speechless. A slight smile graced Chen Hongmian's lips. It appeared that her younger brother had indeed encountered numerous fortuitous events. Not to mention, the divine power before them was undeniably among the pinnacle of abilities. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, the chaos of the killing calamity had stirred such turbulence. At this moment, he had already condensed the calamity and grasped its methods of application. Observing the turbulent clouds above, the seal in his hand gradually dissipated. Only those who mastered this divine technique could comprehend its terrifying nature. It was an indiscriminate assault. Once unleashed, the entire Sacred Lord Peak would be reduced to ashes. As the dark clouds began to dissipate, Ji Yue finally exhaled a long-held breath, realizing her back had grown damp with perspiration. She had genuinely feared that Chen Wen might take action, for should he do so, the Sacred Lord Peak would be irrevocably lost. The next step involved consuming the Nirvana liquid. She hoped it would yield a delightful surprise. A spark ignited within Chen Wen, and a droplet of resplendent golden liquid, imbued with an aura of mystique, hovered in the palm of his hand. This was his first time consuming such high-grade Nirvana liquid. With determination, he took a deep breath and swallowed the golden liquid in one swift motion. Boom! In an instant, a colossal force erupted within him, engulfing every cell like an exploding volcano. Yet, this power was not ferocious, rather, it was gentle as the rain, offering a sense of comfort and warmth. Rise! Chen Wen dared not delay, swiftly channeling the chaotic sequence body to attract this immense power. Bang! 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 In that moment, the chaotic sequence body resonated like a war drum, producing ancient and profound sounds that echoed rhythmically throughout the cosmos. What is happening? At the instant the resonant sound reverberated, aside from Chen Hongmian, the others were paralyzed with fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. It was as if an invisible pressure bore down upon them, rendering them incapable of rising, no matter how they struggled. At that moment, the chaotic sequence energy surged forth from the boundless void, transforming into 9 colored chains that spanned the horizon. As the power reached its zenith, the second chain within Chen Wen began to loosen. Ancient and mysterious chaotic energy began to leak forth. In an instant, the world trembled, with primal energy bursting forth like sparks in midair, radiating outward in concentric circles. Deep within the infinite sky, billions of chaotic energies expanded, summoning ancient phantoms. 9 colossal chaotic dragons roared as they dragged a chaotic battlefield through the vast emptiness. This, gulp. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left trembling, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of dread. The scene was so extravagant that it far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet, the loosened second chain ultimately remained unbroken. Seeing this, Chen Wen sighed in resignation. He truly understood the words of Xin Hongxiao. The first chain was relatively easier to break, while the second posed a challenge 1,000-fold greater. However, he did not emerge empty-handed. The loosened second chain unleashed a torrent of powerful energy that surged back into him. In that moment, Chen Wen sensed his cultivation barrier wavering, waves of power continuously surging upward. Boom! The spiritual energy in the air rapidly coalesced, pulsating violently as if boiling water. The instant the energy cascaded downward, connecting the internal and external realms, the barrier of his cultivation finally shattered. 7th layer of the celestial realm. 8th layer of the celestial realm. 9th layer of the celestial realm. 10th layer of the celestial realm. Just as he was about to break into the life and death realm, Chen Wen realized that the influx of spiritual energy from the outside had dwindled. No! To be precise, the external supply of energy was insufficiently rapid to meet his needs in such a short time. However, if he were to halt now, he could not fathom when he might achieve another breakthrough, as every opportunity for advancement was a fleeting chance. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmian also took note of this situation. Without hesitation, she activated all available spiritual arrays. Chen Hongmian suddenly fixed her gaze on Ji Yue. Gus smiled wryly and shook her head. My lord, you are unaware. This is the maximum capacity of our sacred ground. She too bore unspoken burdens. Their sacred ground, particularly the sacred Lord Peak, had already gathered spiritual energy to a significant degree. Yet, Chen Wen's immediate demand was far beyond their sacred ground's capacity to provide. But then again, how many cultivators seeking to break into the life and death realm required such an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy? Even during her own breakthrough to the Heavenly King realm, it had not been this extravagant. Chen Hongmian's expression darkened suddenly. She had not anticipated that such a vast sacred ground would be unable to resolve this matter. However, it was too late to ignite the spiritual crystals for supplementary energy. As she sensed the aura radiating from Chen Hongmian, everyone trembled uncontrollably on the ground, afraid to utter a sound. Just then, Chen Wen made his move, striking the earth with great force against the dragon prison formation. Desperate times called for decisive measures. Since there was an insufficiency of power, he would utilize this dragon vein to compensate. Roar! In the instant Chen Wen's palm struck down, the prison formation shattered under the impact of chaotic energy. A resonant dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens, and a torrent of golden light erupted forth, akin to a frenzied beast unleashed. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in dragon might, a terrifying pressure collapsing layers of space, swiftly spreading throughout the entire sacred ground. Not good. Ji Youyue's complexion changed drastically. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Chen Wen would target the dragon vein, and in such a violent manner no less. It was crucial to understand that this formation was not merely to suppress the sacred ground's fortunes, it was also designed to confine the dragon vein below. For the dragon vein had attained a level of spiritual transformation. Without confinement, it could not be harnessed for the sacred purpose. Now, with Chen Wen recklessly breaking the formation, he was bound to become the target of the dragon spirit's wrath. In that event, not only could Chen Wen perish, but the entire sacred ground could face annihilation. At this moment, Chen Hongmian furrowed her brow tightly, gripping her prison-suppressing spear firmly. She realized that the dragon spirit had indeed darkened, fueled by years of pent-up resentment. Should Chen Wen wish to absorb its power, he must first obliterate it. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, she held no absolute confidence in her younger brother's capabilities. Chapter 67, Devouring a Dragon Vein, Advancing to the Realm of Life and Death. The denouement had arrived. In stark contrast to Chen Hongmian's composure, the disciples and elders present had resigned themselves to their fate, their eyes sealed shut in utter despair. They surmised that even if Chen Wen were to falter against the dragon vein, Chen Hongmian would be there to safeguard them. However, they possessed no such assurance. Should the sacred ground be decimated, their grim destiny was all but certain. Roar! Abruptly, the surging energy of the dragon vein coalesced into a colossal dragon, its eyes blazing with crimson ferocity. With a skyward surge, its gaping maw unleashed an earth-shattering draconic that pulverized the main hall of the Holy Lord, scattering dust and debris in a cataclysmic explosion. Insolence! A frigid reprimand echoed from the ruins. Boom! Simultaneously, streams of iridescent, sequential energy erupted, obliterating all obstacles as a figure wreathed in crackling lightning and nine-colored radiance emerged. What is that? The onlookers were jolted, their pupils dilated as they beheld Chen Wen, seemingly resurrected from the abyss. Roar! The dragon spirit fixed its gaze upon Chen Wen, once more unleashing a deafening roar. A colossal vortex of energy, intertwined with the golden essence of the dragon vein, tore through the air, hurtling towards Chen Wen with annihilating force. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing with icy resolve. With a rapid succession of hand seals, the churning chaotic energy in the air transmuted into a killing tribulation. The killing tribulation expanded at an alarming rate, encompassing the entirety of the Holy Lord Peak before abruptly halting. Crimson lightning crackled within the killing tribulation, and countless phantasms conjured a vista of carnage and hell, suffusing the heavens with an aura of chilling desolation. Evidently, Chen Wen had exercised restraint to prevent collateral damage. Flee! Quickly, quickly, quickly! Ji Youyue roared, her voice laced with urgency. The crowd, heeding her warning, scrambled to escape the confines of the Holy Lord Peak. Die! Chen Wen uttered, his voice a chilling decree. Instantly, the killing tribulation descended with indiscriminate fury. The combined assault of the killing energy and crimson lightning reduced everything on the Holy Lord Peak to ashes. The dragon spirit, battered by the onslaught of the killing energy, contorted grotesquely, riddled with countless wounds. This incredible. The onlookers, observing from afar, were utterly dumbfounded. It was undeniable that Chen Wen had undergone a profound transformation, far surpassing his strength before his seclusion. Chen Hongnian's lips curled into a subtle smile as she relaxed her grip on the hell-suppressing spear. Chen Wen moved once more, traversing the distance to the dragon spirit in a single stride. To the astonishment of the crowd, he seized the dragon spirit with his bare hand. Chaotic energy surged from his palm, engulfing the dragon spirit in a torrent of destructive power. Bang! In an instant, the dragon spirit detonated, transforming into a stream of pure dragon vein energy. Hiss! Was that a bare-handed obliteration of the dragon spirit? How terrifying! The crowd, witnessing this scene, felt a chilling sensation creep down their spines. Chen Wen acted again, seizing the dragon vein energy and swallowing it whole. Then, he assumed a meditative posture, poised for another breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly, a torrent of untamed power erupted, scattering the clouds and tearing a spatial rift into the heavens. The crowd, numb with awe, could only stare blankly at the spectacle unfolding before them. After an indeterminate period, Chen Wen's breakthrough finally arrived. At the instant the bottleneck of the life and death realm shattered, 99 celestial phenomena erupted from Chen Wen's body. These 99 celestial phenomena manifested in the firmament, each evolving into profound Tao principles and transmuting the celestial energy within into the power of life and death. 99 celestial phenomena? How is this possible? Even Chen Hongnian was astounded. She was evidently unaware that her younger brother had manifested 99 celestial phenomena upon reaching the celestial realm. She recalled that she had only manifested 90 celestial phenomena during her breakthrough, a feat that had caused a stir within the clan and even alerted the attention of the Grand Ancestor. The repercussions of her younger brother's achievement reaching their ears were beyond her imagination. It was unprecedented, even in the upper realm, for anyone to successfully manifest 99 celestial phenomena. Even the legendary figure had only managed 96. With this realization, Chen Hongnian's gaze towards Chen Wen underwent a profound transformation. Perhaps, in the future, her younger brother would ascend to become the most formidable of them all. After an immeasurable duration, the 99 celestial phenomena finally completed the metamorphosis of celestial energy into the power of life and death, and a domain of life and death enshrouded the surroundings, resembling a yin-yang seal of life and death. At that moment, Chen Wen finally completed his breakthrough, and the surging aura within him gradually stabilized. First level of the life and death realm. Finally, he had broken through. Chen Wen exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. He could now sense the boundless vitality and surging power within his body. Without exaggeration, he could now vanquish Chu Tianlong with a single move, even without resorting to his absolute combat prowess. Breakthrough complete? Ji Yue, observing Chen Wen from afar, swallowed involuntarily. She sensed a palpable threat emanating from Chen Wen. This signified that, with this breakthrough, Chen Wen had acquired the power to contend with her. The realization left Ji Yue somewhat dazed. It had only been a short time since Chen Wen had arrived at the sacred ground, barely half a month. It was simply astonishing. Zhang Taichu, one of Chen Wen's earliest followers, was equally astonished. While he did not feel the same level of threat as Ji Yue, he knew that Chen Wen's combat prowess defied simple estimation. He would not be surprised if Chen Wen could even defeat him. Chen Wen retracted the celestial phenomena in the sky, and the aura within him subsided. This humble one congratulates Master on the successful completion of his breakthrough. Ji Yue, recognizing the shift, promptly offered her congratulations. Others followed suit, chanting in unison, "We congratulate Master on the successful completion of his breakthrough." Chen Wen nodded and descended to the ground. Chen Hongnian approached Chen Wen, remarking, "Impressive, you've truly opened my eyes." Chen Wen scratched his nose, replying, "I'm merely showing off my rudimentary skills." "You little rascal." Chen Hongnian tapped Chen Wen's forehead and inquired, "What are your plans now?" "I'll leave it to you, sister." Chen Wen understood that Chen Hongmian was referring to the matter of returning to the Imperial Clan. After this breakthrough, his desire to return to the upper realm had become even more urgent. While the lower realm offered a degree of safety, its spiritual energy and resources were ultimately insufficient to support his continued growth. "I'll give you half a day to make your arrangements," Chen Hongmian declared. "Understood," Chen Wen replied. Indeed, he needed to make proper arrangements for those who had aided him, such as Jiang Taichu. One could be ruthless at times, but never ungrateful. With that thought, Chen Wen turned towards Jiang Taichu and Ji Yueyue. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's intentions, Jiang Taichu and Ji Yueyue tensed. Chapter 68, Two Choices for You. Jiang Qingren's initiative. Ji Shengzhu, I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you in recent days, Chen Wen said, halting before Ji Yueyue. Ji Yueyue, taken aback, quickly replied, No, it's no trouble at all. It is an honor for the Holy Land to have you here. Then it seems I shall be staying a while longer, Chen Wen stated with a sudden gravity. Ji Yueyue was momentarily stunned. She had merely been exchanging pleasantries, not expecting him to take it seriously. Swish, swish, swish. The elder disciples turned their gazes toward Ji Yueyue, as if to say, why bother being polite? If he stays any longer, the Holy Land will be in ruins. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Chen Wen broke into a smile. I was only jesting. However, I must admit, I am rather unpopular. That's not it, it's just. Ji Yueyue attempted to explain, but Chen Wen interrupted her. Let us not beat around the bush, we all know certain things. With that, he shifted the conversation. I recently made a breakthrough and drew upon the dragon vein of your Holy Land. This is my debt to you. Now, I present you with two choices. First, I will compensate you with a certain amount of spirit crystals and divine essence. Second, I offer you a favor of mine, which will remain valid indefinitely as long as it does not cross the line. Upon hearing this, Ji Yueyue was greatly shaken. She had never anticipated Chen Wen would bring up the dragon vein, let alone offer compensation. To be blunt, even if Chen Wen caused the Holy Land to crumble, none would dare voice a complaint. Suddenly, she realized that although Chen Wen was a prince, he was distinctly different from others. The gazes of those around them shifted as well. Previously, they had compared Chu Tianlong to Chen Wen, but now it seemed utterly ridiculous. What qualifications did Chu Tianlong have to be compared to Chen Wen? The gap was too vast. Taking several deep breaths, Ji Yueyue finally composed herself. I choose the second option. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've made your decision. This favor is mine alone, not that of the Imperial Clan. Ji Yueyue nodded earnestly. Yes, I want your favor. Over the past few days, Chen Wen had shown them numerous miracles and shattered many of her preconceived notions. She believed that given enough time, Chen Wen could establish a dynasty of his own, and perhaps even that a dynasty was not his ultimate goal. Thus, she was willing to gamble on a future with Chen Wen. Very well, Chen Wen nodded. I express my gratitude on behalf of the entire Holy Land. Ji Yueyue quickly bowed. Chen Wen lightly raised his hand, lifting Ji Yueyue from the ground. Rise, your gratitude has been received. Yes, my lord. Ji Yueyue did not refuse and quietly stepped aside. Chen Wen's gaze shifted to Jiang Taichu. Old Jiang, I must thank you for your assistance during this time. No. It's no trouble. It is my pleasure, Jiang Taichu replied hastily. Chen Wen smiled, appreciating Jiang Taichu's demeanor, which was both respectful and emotionally rewarding. With this in mind, Chen Wen spoke again. I present you with two choices. First, I grant you a favor of mine, which remains valid indefinitely as long as it does not cross the line. Second, you may serve as my attendant, but I have one demand, absolute loyalty. Should you harbor any disloyalty, I shall personally eliminate you, without a hint of leniency. Thud. Jiang Taichu did not hesitate for a moment, kneeling before everyone present. I swear to the heavens that in this life, I shall serve only Chen Wen. If I entertain even the slightest disloyalty, may heaven and earth conspire against me. To him, this was not merely a choice. He had awaited this moment for far too long. The onlookers gazed at Jiang Taichu with envy. To be an attendant of the prince, and to potentially return to the Imperial Clan, what a remarkable ascent. Jiang Qingrun observed her brother, her expression complex. Though reluctant to admit it, she finally understood the saying, opportunity knocks but once. If she had accepted her brother's proposal back then, would she now be standing beside Chen Wen? With this thought, her clenched fist, hidden beneath her sleeve, tightened. Since you have chosen the second option, I shall grant you half a month to handle matters regarding the Guardian Hall, Chen Wen stated, glancing at Jiang Taichu again. Once you are finished, you may come find me at the Chen clan. I accept the order, Jiang Taichu promptly bowed to the ground. Go, Chen Wen waved his hand. Only then did Jiang Taichu rise, bowing respectfully to Chen Hongmian before departing. Chen Wen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on Jiang Qingrun. Noticing his attention, Jiang Qingrun felt a surge of anxiety. Compared to her initial aversion, her emotions were now far more intricate, tinged with a sense of hesitant anticipation. What she did not realize was that Chen Wen's focus had always been on the green fate's soul atop her head. In this vast holy land, she alone remained as the destined child. Should he act or not? Chen Wen's eyes flickered with indecision. Seeing Chen Wen's unwavering gaze, Jiang Qingrun's palms grew clammy. Ji Yue cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Qingrun, exasperated. What are you waiting for? Go and offer yourself already. Jiang Qingrun's complexion fluctuated wildly, her mind racing with images of Chen Wen's imposing figure during battle. Ultimately, she overcame her rationality and stepped forward from the crowd. This action immediately drew the attention of all present. Chen Wen redirected his gaze to Jiang Qingrun, curiosity evident on his face. Jiang Qingrun halted a short distance from Chen Wen, took several deep breaths, and finally lifted her head. I hold great admiration for you, my lord. And I humbly request an opportunity. At this declaration, the entire venue fell silent. Jiang Qingrun's words implied a revelation of intent that was unmistakable. Now, it remained to be seen how Chen Wen would respond. As this thought crossed their minds, everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Wen. Chapter 69, a reaction finally arose. Inquiring about Chen Bashuan's information under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Wen stepped towards Jiang Qingrun. An immediate tension enveloped Jiang Qingrun, her entire being instinctively taut. Ultimately, Chen Wen halted before her, their proximity so intimate that they could discern each other's unique scent. Just as Jiang Qingrun felt on the verge of losing her composure, Chen Wen unexpectedly extended a finger, gently lifting her chin. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, she found herself ensnared by a profound whirlpool, as if it could absorb all her emotions. Instantly, a flush of shyness adorned her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly charming. The allure of a woman's modesty surpasses that of countless earthly treasures, and this was precisely that. A faint smile curved Chen Wen's lips as he retracted his finger. In the midst of Jiang Qingrun's daze, he turned and departed without uttering a word. What does this mean? The crowd stood bewildered, including Ji Yue, whose expression mirrored confusion. Could it be that he was uninterested in Jiang Qingrun? Yet, that seemed implausible. If he bore no interest, why had he gazed at her more than once? Regaining her senses, Jiang Qingrun's initial shyness morphed into indignation, feeling humiliated. Chen Wen paused, casting a sidelong glance at her. The unspoken words you are unworthy reverberating with forceful authority. Jiang Qingrun, aflame with embarrassment and anger, realized she lacked the standing to retort. Return to where you belong. Ji Yue interjected, sensing the situation escalating, and directed a sharp admonishment at Jiang Qingrun. Clenching her lips, Jiang Qingrun refrained from replying, proving she was not entirely foolish. Ji Yue exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing that Jiang Qingrun might recklessly confront Chen Wen, leading to an irremediable situation. My lord, it is a failure of my guidance. And I sincerely apologize, Ji Yue continued, bowing towards Chen Wen. He cast a disinterested glance in her direction, stating, let this matter rest. I do not wish for anyone to take liberties on my behalf, understood? Ji Yue stiffened momentarily before rapidly affirming, understood, understood. Unbeknownst to her, she was drenched in perspiration from the tension. Sister, let us depart. Chen Wen disregarded the crowd's reactions, turning to Chen Hongyan. Very well, she nodded. Then drew her weapon, piercing the air. The sky shattered like a broken mirror, a vast void opening into the boundless depths, revealing chaotic spatial currents swirling violently. Simultaneously, A tremendous atmospheric pressure surged downward, stirring up towering whirlwinds, a scene of profound awe. "Hold on to me," Chen Hongmian instructed, glancing back at Chen Wen. "Ha?" Chen Wen momentarily failed to comprehend. "Embrace me, or you will be flung into another dimension during the spatial transition," she reiterated. "Understood," Chen Wen nodded, finally stepping forward to embrace her. Instantly, a unique fragrance enveloped him, the softness of her form igniting a wave of embarrassment. Chen Hongmian shot him a glance. "Are you that nervous?" Likewise, she sensed the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat and the surge in his body temperature. "I am a man, not a eunuch. How could I remain entirely unaffected?" Chen Wen thought, exasperated. Most crucially, he was not truly Chen Wen. "Your embrace is so awkward it's as if you're not holding me at all," she remarked again. Chen Wen yearned to protest that should she tighten her grip, he might lose composure. "Honestly, as a man, can you not be more straightforward?" Seeing him unresponsive, Chen Hongmian took the initiative, wrapping his arms around her waist. In that moment, they became inseparably close. Chen Wen felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Chen Hongmian noticed the shift, her cheeks tinting faintly. At last, she understood why he had been so hesitant. After rolling her eyes at him, she did not withdraw. "Are you ready? Let us go." Once her emotions settled, Chen Hongmian spoke. Chen Wen, now composed, exhaled lightly, "Let us proceed." Without further ado, Chen Hongmian clasped him tighter with her left arm and ascended towards the rift in the sky. Ji Yue and the others observed everything, acknowledging the complexity of familial relationships among the prominent families. Soon, Ji Yue turned to Jiang Qingrun, offering consolation, "Do not overthink it, from now on you shall not encounter him again." Jiang Qingrun remained silent, quietly turning away. Watching her retreating figure, Ji Yue sighed, initially believing Chen Wen harbored genuine interest in Jiang Qingrun, never anticipating the situation would escalate in this manner. She merely hoped Jiang Qingrun would come to her own realization and not destroy herself. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Hall, Chen Wudao presided over the assembly, surrounded by numerous individuals, including Chen Badao. Each presence exuded an intimidating aura, radiating authority without a hint of anger. "I have just received word that Xiao Mian has returned with Xiao Wen. This is a momentous occasion for our clan and must be treated with the utmost respect." Upon hearing this, many in the assembly exchanged furtive glances. Furthermore, Chen Wudao continued, "On the day of Xiao Wen's return, all except those in seclusion must be present. Additionally, the coming-of-age ceremony will be held 3 days after Xiao Wen's return. We shall invite representatives from various clans to witness, demonstrating that our Chen clan fears no threats from any power. Whether by destiny or calamity, only we of the Chen clan shall dictate our fate. Do you understand?" "Understood." The attendees replied in unison, not daring to oppose. "Very well. Now, each of you may return to your posts and summon your respective factions," Chen Wudao stated coolly. "Yes." They replied and subsequently departed one by one. In no time, the hall was left with only Chen Badao and Chen Wudao. "How do you intend to handle the matter concerning Chen Baiyuan?" Chen Wudao inquired first. Chen Badao's eyes radiated a murderous intent, "Kill him." Chen Wudao regarded him for a moment before responding, "Be mindful of the repercussions, do not incite panic among the people." Chen Badao remained silent, noticing his reticence. Chen Wudao added, "Now that Xiao Wen has returned, keep a watchful eye to ensure that no malicious individuals pose a threat. Whoever dares to harm my son, even if I must relinquish my position as clan leader, I shall see to their end," Chen Badao declared, his voice icy and resolute. "Withdraw," Chen Wudao sighed, gesturing dismissively. Without further comment, Chen Badao turned and exited. "Sigh, children grow, and yet they remain oblivious to their parents," Chen Wudao lamented, exhaling deeply. On the other side, Chen Wen had arrived in the upper realm. Before him lay an expansive world, rich in spiritual energy, with clouds drifting and practitioners soaring through the skies. Beyond the visible, he could sense the rules and heavenly laws here, far more complete than in the ancient realm. The perfected regulations and heavenly laws directly influence a practitioner's future and ultimate potential. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ant here is superior to those in the lower realms. Yet, this is precisely what makes it all the more exhilarating. I can truly spread my wings. Ancient realm, I, Chen Wen, have arrived. With this thought, a brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. Are we to linger here forever? Chen Hongyan's voice broke through his reverie. Ah! I got a bit lost in thought, Chen Wen chuckled sheepishly, quickly releasing his hold. Humph! Chen Hongyan shot him an exasperated glance, choosing not to dwell on his blunder. By the way, sister, are you familiar with Chen Bashuan? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wen decided to inquire about Chen Bashuan's information. This way, he could adequately prepare himself in advance. Chen Bashuan? Chen Hongyan suddenly stiffened, gazing at Chen Wen in astonishment. What do you want to ask him for? Chapter 70, Assembling the 100,000 Crimson Prison Army, returning to the Imperial Clan. How do you know about Chen Bashuan? Chen Hongyan furrowed her brow before Chen Wen could respond. Maintaining a steady expression, Chen Wen joked. If I were to say that the mastermind behind my predicament is Chen Bashuan, would you believe me, sister? Chen Hongyan's pupils constricted, and after a lengthy pause, she inquired. Are you serious? Do you believe it? Chen Wen refrained from giving a direct answer. Without further comment, Chen Hongyan produced a spirit shuttle. Its surface adorned with intricate array seals, radiating formidable energy, clearly exceptional in nature. Once the spirit shuttle stabilized, Chen Hongyan seized Chen Wen and they vanished into it. Before Chen Wen could fully comprehend the situation, she grasped his shoulders, tilting her head to confront him directly. If you say it, I will believe it. Chen Wen suddenly smiled, for he too was taking a gamble. Thankfully, his sister did not disappoint him. Provide me with the evidence, and we shall report it to the family. Let us take action against him, Chen Hongyan stated coldly. Chen Wen shook his head. I cannot present concrete evidence, but I am 90% certain that he is the one behind it. As he explained how he acquired this information, he discreetly omitted any mention of the heavenly fate Great Furnace. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongyan's expression turned icy. What was labeled as coincidence was merely a long-planned scheme. However, she quickly shifted her focus. Without tangible evidence, you might not even pass the scrutiny of father and brother. What do you mean? Chen Wen raised an eyebrow, clearly unprepared for this implication involving their father and brother. Chen Hongyan glanced at him before revealing, Did you not wish to inquire about Chen Bashuan? Strictly speaking, he is our second uncle. Chen Wen looked at Chen Hongyan, intrigued. With a sigh, she continued, Our Chen clan comprises numerous factions, each possessing its own strength and heritage. The faction to which Chen Bashuan belongs was originally weak and had little say within the clan. However, during a clan defense war, their faction was nearly annihilated, leaving only the elderly, weak, and infirm. To support them, the family integrated their members into other factions. Chen Bashuan was young at that time and was taken in by our grandfather. Due to their similar ages, we have always referred to him as second uncle. Chen Bashuan has exhibited remarkable talent since childhood, combined with a gentle disposition and great compassion, earning him the respect of the younger generation. Certainly. His relationship with our father is closer than that with our aunt and third uncle. By the way, our aunt is also a remnant of that faction. But unlike Chen Bashuan, she is reclusive, seldom making public appearances. Furthermore, our grandfather and grandmother favored Chen Bashuan even more than their biological son. If all goes well, he is destined to become the future patriarch of the Chen clan. Yet, during a trial, he was crippled, while our father remained unharmed. No one knows what transpired between the two during that trial. The Chen clan expended great effort to heal Chen Bashuan, but at the cost of his cultivation, thereby severing his exceptional talent. Consequently, he lost his eligibility to compete for the position of patriarch. Nevertheless, even without that title, he holds a position as a highly esteemed elder within the clan, second only to our father. In essence, he is the first elder who attained his status without relying on cultivation. Truly impressive, Chen Wen marveled. In an imperial clan, lacking sufficient strength renders one unable to command respect. Yet, Chen Bashuan managed to instill confidence among the clan members solely through his personal charisma. This underscored the extraordinary stature he held within the clan. He also came to understand why Chen Hongnian remarked that without concrete evidence, it was nearly impossible to topple Chen Bashuan. Given his connections and prestige, even their father would find it difficult to act against him. However, I harbor a strong dislike for him. I find him to be quite hypocritical, Chen Hongnian interjected suddenly. Humble individuals often tend to be insincere, Chen Wen remarked, unperturbed. He believed such insincerity to be unconscious and not particularly off-putting. However, it was the feigned humility that posed a genuine concern. As for which category Chen Bashuan fell into, the answer was evident. By the way, from what you just said, Chen Bashuan is related to our brother? Chen Wen pondered before asking. Chen Hongnian nodded. Our brother is his disciple, and he even considers him his godson. What? Chen Wen was taken aback. You heard me correctly. All of our brother's abilities are inherited from him, and Chen Bashuan dotes on our brother excessively. As she spoke, Chen Hongnian shifted the conversation. Because of this, even Chen Bashuan's biological son is envious of our brother. Additionally, Chen Bashuan's son is 2 years older than you. He will likely participate in the adult ceremony alongside you. Be mindful, as he may attempt to make things difficult for you due to his connection to our brother. Chen Wen was unconcerned about any potential difficulties posed by Chen Bashuan's son. His primary concern was the relationship between his brother and Chen Bashuan. After all, Chen Bashuan was someone he must confront. Yet, as his sister pointed out, toppling Chen Bashuan would require overcoming the obstacles posed by their father and brother. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's predicament, Chen Hongnian gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Let this be between us. You can act as you wish from here on out. As for father and brother, they need not be considered. Once the deed is done, can they truly blame you? Chen Wen shuddered, gazing at Chen Hongnian in astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated such unwavering support from her. You are my younger brother. What is Chen Bashuan to me? Of course, I will support you unconditionally. With that, Chen Hongnian continued, I suspect our brother and father share the same sentiment. Ultimately, we shall act, and if necessary, we will stand against the entire clan together. Understood. Chen Wen replied, nodding emphatically after contemplating her words. Now, rest for a while. We still have a few days before we reach the clan, Chen Hongnian said, patting Chen Wen's shoulder. Chen Wen accepted this without objection. All right, call me when we arrive. Chen Hongnian nodded in agreement. With that, Chen Wen turned and walked towards his room. Once he had disappeared, Chen Hongnian's expression turned completely cold as she retrieved a communication talisman. Before long, a cold female voice emanated from the talisman. Master, gather the 100,000 Crimson Prison Army and have them expedite their arrival at the Eternal Life Imperial Domain, Chen Clan. Understood, the voice replied without question. Chen Hongnian severed the connection, her voice laced with icy determination. If the Chen clan cannot provide justice, then I, Chen Hongnian, shall deliver it myself? Meanwhile, in his room, Chen Wen's smile faded. For him, Chen Bashuan had to perish. If Chen Bashuan and Chen Wudi intervened, he would have to carefully contemplate whether this family was worth his continued loyalty. With this thought, Chen Wen cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in his cultivation. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the spirit shuttle finally arrived at the location of the Chen clan within the Eternal Life Imperial Domain. Chapter 71, A Family Welcome. No respect given, little brother, we have arrived. Chen Hongnian gently knocked on the door of Chen Wen. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of sharp light flashing through. Simultaneously, the aura within and around him surged violently, distorting the surrounding space into chaotic currents. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Chen Wen finally reined in all his energies. Over the course of 5 days, he had expended hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals and divine sources. While this did not advance his realm, it undeniably enhanced his strength qualitatively. One could confidently say that he was now more than twice as powerful as he had been 5 days prior. Reflecting on this, Chen Wen chose not to linger further. After tidying himself up, he opened the door. Before him stood Chen Hongnian, whom he had not seen for 5 days. She quickly cast her gaze upon Chen Wen, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in her eyes. In this world, there were few talents capable of surprising her, for she herself was a prodigy of exceptional caliber. In the short span of 5 days, She could distinctly sense a remarkable transformation in Chen Wen, one of a qualitative nature. What an astonishing gift! At that moment, she felt a sudden realization that she had perhaps underestimated her little brother's potential. It might not be long before the family dynamics shifted due to his influence. Is something the matter? Do I have an issue? Chen Wen inquired. Chen Hongmian collected her thoughts and shook her head. I was taken aback by your strength. In comparison to you, I'm still leagues behind, Chen Wen jested lightly. Chen Hongmian laughed. What? You wish to surpass your sister so soon? Indeed. That way I can protect you, Chen Wen replied with a grin. Chen Hongmian paused momentarily, then stood on her toes to tap Chen Wen's forehead. You have a sweet tongue. Very well, I like it. Chen Wen did not respond but instead asked, has the family arrived? Chen Hongmian immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Yes. They have. Then let us proceed, Chen Wen said with a smile. Alright, Chen Hongmian nodded and stepped outside first. Without hesitation, Chen Wen followed suit. Soon, he emerged from his room, and an astounding scene greeted his eyes. Before him lay a series of ancient and magnificent palaces, surrounded by layers of mystical arrays, with mysterious symbols swirling within them. In the sky amidst the clouds, fearsome spirit beasts lay coiled, their snoring echoing like thunder, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Clearly, these were the guardian beasts of the Chen clan, their power rivaling that of the clan members. Moreover, the most striking aspect was the aura of the entire family, exuding a harmonious unity, embodying a unique law of its own. This was the essence of ancient heritage, the very foundation of the imperial lineage's enduring legacy. As Chen Wen traversed the grand expanse of the Chen clan, he beheld a large gathering of family members ahead. His grandfather, Chen Wudao, along with his parents and elder brother, were among them. Their faces were marked by restrained excitement. Alongside them stood numerous elders and younger disciples, each exuding an air of excellence that set them apart. Even standing still, they emanated an overwhelming pressure, distorting the space around them. Ah! What a sight! 1, 2, 3. 59. As Chen Wen activated his celestial vision, 50 destined children came into view. Regardless of whether this assembly comprised all the clan members, the fact that a single family could produce over 50 destined individuals was truly extraordinary. This was a testament to the Chen clan's immense fortune. Ah, a golden destiny? Chen Wen's gaze suddenly fell upon a pale middle-aged man. Simultaneously, the details of the man flashed before him. Name, Chen Bashuan, age, 45, personality, hypocritical, ruthless, skilled in patience, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Identity, Grand Elder of the ancient Chen clan. Hidden identity as the master of the 9 Nether Jail. Destiny Soul, Golden, Physique, 9 Transformations Overlord Body, Realm, 10th Heaven King Realm. Chen Bashuan? 9 Transformations Overlord Body? Chen Wen's expression gradually turned cold. It is worth noting that the 9 Transformations Overlord Body is an exceedingly rare physique. One that possesses an inconspicuous aura. Under normal circumstances, it would appear as an ordinary mortal body, capable of misleading others. However, individuals with this physique can undergo 9 transformations. When it reaches its ultimate form, it can evolve into an overlord body, allowing one to attain enlightenment through the physical form and carve a unique path. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Reflecting on this, a slight smile played at the corners of Chen Wen's mouth. With such a physique, Chen Bashuan likely had no fear of being rendered powerless from the very beginning. In fact, the reason he had been crippled in the past might have been a self-directed performance. What better way to ensure steady growth than to conceal one's true capabilities and gather one's subordinates discreetly? Nonetheless, this was good news for Chen Wen. Due to Chen Bashuan's crippled state, he had only reached the 10th Heaven King realm thus far. With the aid of the golden chaotic liquid, defeating Chen Bashuan was not out of the question. As for the 9 transformations overlord body, he had even less to fear. The chaotic sequence body could suppress all physiques. What are you dawdling for? Don't keep grandfather and the others waiting. Chen Hongmian's voice broke into Chen Wen's thoughts. Understood. Chen Wen hastily snapped back to reality. Chen Hongmian leaped onto the spirit shuttle first, and upon seeing this, Chen Wen promptly followed suit. The gazes of the gathered crowd fell upon Chen Wen. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Chen Wen's demeanor and appearance were quite impressive, even deserving of the terms remarkable or exceptional. Yet, in their eyes, a 16-year-old in the first realm of life and death still seemed lacking. Moreover, the matter of Chen Wen having been stripped of his divine source and imperial bones was no secret within the Chen clan. Thus, in their view, Chen Wen was already a person without much future. Before long, Chen Wen landed gracefully on the ground. "Young man, I greet my grandfather and all esteemed elders." Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Chen Wen remained unperturbed, cupping his fists in a respectful salute. His posture was poised, neither servile nor arrogant. Seeing this, Chen Badao and Yi Chenin could not help but smile. Their son had brought them pride. Despite the multitude gathered to welcome him, few were genuinely sincere. Most wished merely to witness a spectacle. In their hearts, they viewed Chen Wen through a lens, believing that he, having not grown up in the Imperial Clan, must have picked up numerous uncouth habits from the lower realms. Though such perceptions were harsh, those in high positions often regarded lower-tier cultivators in this light. "Good to have you back, good to have you back." Chen Wudao expressed his satisfaction with Chen Wen, repeating his statement. "This must be little one. A true dragon among men, your elder brother is indeed fortunate." At that moment, Chen Bashuan suddenly spoke, a gentle smile gracing his face, making him quite likable. Chen Wen turned to Chen Bashuan, blinking innocently, "Who are you?" At this, the entire gathering fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 72. A sudden outburst of violence shocks the clan. Chen Bashuan never anticipated such a blatant disrespect directed at him, causing the smile on his face to falter. As the crowd processed the scene, many were visibly taken aback. Not only was Chen Bashuan a hero's descendant, but he had also rendered great service to the imperial family. For Chen Wen, a recently returned member of the clan, to behave so rudely was utterly incomprehensible. Chen Badao quickly interjected, introducing, "Xiao Wen, this is your second uncle, Chen Bashuan. Apologize at once." "Apologize? Ha!" Chen Wen responded, casting a glance at Chen Bashuan. "Oh. So you're my second uncle. Surely, you wouldn't mind my rudeness." Chen Badao frowned slightly, clearly perplexed by Chen Wen's demeanor. After their brief prior encounter, he had not perceived Chen Wen as someone who would be so audacious. Chen Wudao, observing the exchange, shot a discontented look at Chen Wen. As the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Bashuan suddenly chuckled. "Xiao Wen speaks truthfully. As his second uncle, I would naturally not take offense at his impudence. Furthermore, I must admit my own shortcomings. I should have introduced myself first." With Chen Bashuan's gracious dismissal, the mood in the room lightened considerably. Chen Wen regarded Chen Bashuan with a faint smile. Just as the introductory information suggested, Chen Bashuan was adept at feigning humility while being exceedingly hypocritical. In truth, we, the younger generation, owe a debt of gratitude to Xiao Wen. Had it not been for his entanglement with a woman, we would not have been able to return to the clan so promptly. At that moment, a young voice unexpectedly rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone turned towards the source of the voice. It belonged to a youth known as Chen Kuang, a member of the second faction. Although only 16, Chen Kuang had already reached the 5th level of the life and death realm, surpassing Chen Wen significantly. However, none anticipated that a junior would so swiftly express discontent, especially in a public setting, directly undermining Chen Wen. Whether this was Chen Kuang's own initiative or instigated by others, it was akin to a slap across Chen Wen's face. Now, all eyes were on how Chen Wen would respond. As the clan leader, Chen Badao merely furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. Matters among the younger generation should not warrant his interference unless they escalated beyond reason. Chen Wen slowly turned, striding towards Chen Kuang. Rather than showing alarm, Chen Kuang wore an intrigued smile, eager to see Chen Wen's intentions. Upon reaching a mere 3 feet from Chen Kuang, Chen Wen suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful stomp to Chen Kuang's chest. Caught off guard, Chen Kuang had no time to react. He had never imagined that Chen Wen would dare to strike, especially in front of so many prominent figures. With a resounding thud, Chen Kuang's shirt ripped apart, and he was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he crashed against the wall behind him. Chen Wen coldly remarked, "You worthless fool. What makes you think you can act like a big shot in front of me? He then surveyed the crowd, declaring, anyone who wishes to challenge me should do so openly, rather than skulk around like a rat. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the audience's expressions darkening. Chen Wen's words had effectively insulted them all. A recently returned member had not only flouted clan rules but also dared to provoke their authority, an audacious affront indeed. You're courting death. Chen Kuang roared, charging forward with murderous intent. In an instant, Chen Wen moved, extending a hand to grasp Chen Kuang from a distance. All of Chen Kuang's defenses shattered at once, as if a mountain were descending upon him. Panic washed over Chen Kuang's face as he hastily formed seals with his hands, launching strikes against the descending palm. This is impossible, he gasped, his expression turning to one of sheer shock. In an instant, Chen Wen's hand crushed through all of Chen Kuang's defenses, landing heavily atop his head. Unmatched force coursed through Chen Kuang's body as he felt his flesh explode and blood splatter everywhere. Stop! A voice cried out urgently. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure bore down upon Chen Wen. Die! Chen Wen retorted coldly, pointing his finger as if it were a sword, unleashing a swift and lethal sword energy that sliced across Chen Kuang's neck. A line of blood appeared, and a head was sent flying. Silence enveloped the scene, as disbelief swept through the crowd. No one dared to believe that Chen Wen would actually kill someone so brazenly, especially after just returning. Get back! At that moment, Chen Hongmian took action, shattering the oppressive aura with a single shot. The terrifying killing intent emanating from her surged forth, challenging the heavens themselves. You seek death. Upon witnessing his son's demise, Chen Baxkang's fury ignited, and a murderous aura radiated from him. Come then. Chen Hongmian stood firm, her power escalating rapidly. Just as a confrontation seemed inevitable, Chen Wudao finally spoke up, enough. Do you have no regard for the rules? What rules? If there were any, my son would not be dead. Chen Baxkang bellowed. Chen Wudao's voice turned icy. I shall reiterate this once, return to your places. Very well. But I hope the old clan leader can grant me justice, in accordance with the ironclad laws of the Imperial Clan. Chen Baxkang glared at Chen Wen, then retreated. The crowd remained silent, yet their thoughts echoed the same sentiment. They believed Chen Wen, a newcomer, was far too reckless and audacious. If such behavior continued unchecked, chaos would surely ensue within the clan. Chen Wudao's gaze shifted to Chen Wen. Do you realize that killing within the clan is punishable by death? I only know that if someone attempts to kill me, I must eliminate them first, Chen Wen replied nonchalantly. You are distorting the truth. Who is the real aggressor here? Chen Baxkang shouted, visibly enraged. Unfazed, Chen Wen stated, the witnesses are not blind. Your son was the first to harbor murderous intent toward me. I acted merely in self-defense. If you had not provoked me, he would not have lost control, Chen Baxkang retorted. Chen Wen merely chuckled. Had he not strutted around like a peacock, I would not have engaged him. Is this your justification for your actions? Are you suggesting that Brother Xian should also intervene? Chen Baxkang's fury escalated further. Shrugging, Chen Wen replied, that is of no concern to me. I abide by a single principle, life and death are trivial matters. If you defy me, prepare for a reckoning. Persist in your defiance, and I shall ensure your demise. By the end of his declaration, Chen Wen's voice was as cold as steel. The onlookers were left speechless, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Chen Wen's audacity was staggering, yet they found themselves unable to counter his claims, as Chen Kuang had indeed instigated the confrontation. Nevertheless, if everyone behaved in such a manner, the entire clan would descend into chaos. You're talking nonsense. Chen Badeo, infuriated, felt as if he might explode. In the next moment, he glared at Chen Wudao and Chen Badeo, his eyes ablaze with rage. Look at this. This is the scion we welcomed back into our family. Tell me, does he see his kin? Does he respect his elders? Does he even acknowledge our rules? Today, I, Chen Baxkang, declare that if the clan cannot deliver justice, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 73, Kneel and Apologize, present the supreme elixir. As the words fell, the power within Chen Batsang surged violently, sweeping away the clouds and enveloping the entire scene in an instant. Those of weaker cultivation felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. clearly indicating that Chen Batsong was truly intent on murder. At that moment, Chen Wudi from the crowd began to move. Under the watchful eyes of all, he stepped towards Chen Wen, ultimately stopping beside Chen Hongmian. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the resolve in the other's eyes. In the next heartbeat, they launched their attacks. Chen Wudi was surrounded by a tempest of thunder, the ferocious lightning racing forward, compressing the very heavens and earth. Chen Hongmian brandished the prison-suppressing spear, flames of crimson fury roaring forth, incinerating the surrounding air into ashes. In a fleeting moment, the two terrifying forces collided with Chen Batsong from a distance. The air trembled with an unending barrage of power, shattering the surrounding space into fragments. With a unified shout, they declared, "Move, and you shall perish." Chen Batsong's eyelids twitched, and he coldly bellowed, "Very well. It seems this family of three thinks they can act with impunity. Today, I shall see what you three will use to kill me." "They are not three. There are four," came the languid voice of Yi Chenyan. At her words, the entire venue shook. If Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi's actions could be dismissed as mere skirmishes, the involvement of Yi Chenyan altered the landscape entirely. She was the matriarch of the Chen clan after all. Chen Batsong's expression shifted drastically. Chen Wudi and Chen Hongmian together gave him confidence. But Yi Chenyan was an entity not to be underestimated, especially given her notorious reputation for madness. Why did Chen Hongmian lead with her name as a woman? Guarding the borders alone? It was an inheritance from Yi Chenyan. One could say Chen Hongmian was the youthful version of her. "I care not who it is. Anyone who harms my children must die," Yi Chenyan declared, stepping towards Chen Hongmian and the others. Her icy voice resonated in everyone's ears. In an instant, the atmosphere was saturated with a chilling intent to kill. Chen Batsong glared fiercely at Yi Chenyan. As the matriarch, would she truly disregard the ironclad laws of the clan? Yi Chenyan slowly raised her head and retorted, "If you wish to discuss the iron laws, you'd best clean up your own mess first." "You." Chen Batsang began to retort, but Yi Chenyan interrupted, "Silence. Did I permit you to speak?" With that, she surveyed the crowd, her authority palpable. "First, my son never knew that one cannot strike within the clan, thus his actions are understandable. Second, in his first strike, he did not mean to kill, it was Yi Kwang who first harbored murderous intent, thus he deserves his fate. Third, the clan's regulations state that grievances among the younger generation must be settled by themselves, elders are prohibited from intervening. Yet you, Chen Batsong, have repeatedly violated these laws. Thus you shall be the first to perish." The crowd was rendered speechless. How could it be that in a single moment, Chen Batsong was condemned for capital offenses, and the one who committed murder, Chen Wen, was deemed innocent? This family was truly ruthless, each more cunning than the last. "You are distorting the truth," Chen Batsang stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Chenyan. Yi Chenyan regarded him with calm disdain, "Whether the truth is distorted or not, I shall report to the Elder Council. In due time, it will be clear who is guilty and who is innocent. If you insist on taking action, I would not mind sending you on your way." Chen Batsong's expression shifted. Should this matter be reported, Chen Wen would face no more than confinement. As Yi Chenyan stated, Chen Wen had ample justification for his actions, whether in his first strike or in subsequent lethal intent. But for him, the facts were indisputable, and his murderous intent was laid bare. Should the higher authorities pass judgment, he would either face death or pay a heavy price. As this realization dawned, cold sweat broke out all over him. No, that lad must have planned this from the outset, waiting for me to take the bait. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crept into his mind. Upon this reflection, he turned to gaze at Chen Wen, whose calm demeanor and faint smile greeted him. This boy was undoubtedly scheming. Without a doubt. The realization only fueled Chen Batsong's fury, nearly pushing him to the brink of rage. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Chen Baxian interjected. "Look at the chaos you've stirred, old Song. You still haven't tempered that impulsive nature of yours. My dear sister, I understand your maternal instincts. But old Song is a father too. Let me mediate, shall we let this matter rest?" Chen Batsong remained silent, his face a mask of tension. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Yi Chen coolly stated, "This matter is not mine to decide, it must be resolved by my son." "Chen Wen, what is your stance?" Chen Xian inquired, shifting his gaze to him. Chen Wen smiled lightly and replied, "I am not one to be merciless when in power. Let him cripple his own cultivation, and this matter can be put to rest." The crowd felt a surge of incredulity towards Chen Wen's audacity. What a splendid figure of a person, yet his words were laden with irony. Chen Xian's expression twitched uncontrollably. Chen Wen's shamelessness even tested the limits of his hypocrisy. Forcing someone to cripple their own cultivation was far worse than killing Chen Song outright. "You." Chen Song was about to erupt in rage when Chen Xian shot him a warning glance, silencing him. Chen Xian took a deep breath. "Old Song. You have indeed gone too far this time, but let us discuss the matter of self-crippling his cultivation further. If you could lower your demands, I would be willing to agree as long as it does not harm his foundation." Chen Wen regarded Chen Xian thoughtfully before stating, "First, I require him to kneel and apologize before the entire clan. Second, I want the elixir in his possession. As for the elixir, it was told to him by his mother, it was obtained by Chen Song from an ancient relic. With this elixir, he is confident he can elevate his strength to a new level." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's expression shifted. If Chen Wen's first demand concerned Chen Song's pride, the second demanded his very lifeblood. It must be noted that the supreme elixir was something Chen Song had labored greatly to procure. Moreover, the fact that Chen Wen, a mere new returnee to the clan, could accurately name the supreme elixir indicated the influence of Yi Chen behind the scenes. Thus, whether Chen Song liked it or not, he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not let it rest. Realizing this, Chen Xian cast a deep glance at Chen Wen. Everything stemmed from this young man before him. If Chen Wen was orchestrating all of this, it only underscored how much more formidable he was than anyone had anticipated. Yet, upon reflection, Chen Xian felt a twinge of melancholy. The puppet master had not even made his move, yet he was already experiencing the overwhelming prowess of his opponent. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. With that thought, Chen Xian's lips curled into a faint smirk. Is there no room for negotiation? After collecting his thoughts, he once again turned his gaze to Chen Wen. Chapter 74, I have killed, and I shall claim the supreme medicine. Simply forfeit your cultivation, Chen Wen stated coolly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chen Wen inhaled deeply, turning to the seething Chen Baka, just agree to it. That is absolutely impossible. Chen Baka instinctively roared. You think you can threaten me? If you want to die, I will gladly escort you. As she spoke, Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings. Let me see who dares to intervene. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Chen, pressing down upon Chen Baka. You. Chen Baka's expression shifted once more. At that moment, Chen Wen interjected, agree to it. Brother Xian, how can I agree to this? Seeing Chen Baka still indignant, Chen Wen sighed. If you are truly dissatisfied, then I shall not involve myself. Chen Baka's face changed continuously, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Yet under Chen Wen's gaze, he gritted his teeth and resentfully uttered, fine, I agree. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen slowly withdrew his gaze. You truly agreed? The crowd collectively gasped. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Chen Baka slowly lowered his proud head and said to Chen Wen, I apologize. Kneel. Chen Wen coldly regarded Chen Baka. Do not go too far. Chen Baka suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Wen remained unfazed. Indeed, I am going too far. What can you do about it? You. Chen Baka's rage surged, the murderous intent within him thrashing violently. But ultimately, he gradually bent his knee, kneeling before the incredulous crowd. Is this sufficient? Chen Baka glared at Chen Wen, his eyes brimming with animosity. Apologize, Chen Wen stood his ground. Fine, I shall remember this humiliation, Chen Baka growled. Suppressing his murderous intent, I apologize. What do you intend to do? Chen Baka suddenly glared at Yi Chen, his face displaying shock. At that moment, Yi Chen had placed a hand upon his shoulder. The overwhelming power immobilized him before he could react. Simultaneously, Chen Wen made his move. swinging his sword towards Chen Baka's head. The sword energy surged, the force of chaos flashing past. Thud! Chen Baka's head rolled to the ground. Calmly, Chen Wen retracted his spirit sword and stated, "I have changed my mind." Though the words were soft, they resonated like thunder, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend. What does it mean to say, "I have changed my mind"? A mere newcomer dares to toy with his kin, treating lies as trifles. How audacious! Xiao Wen, this is excessive. Chen Bashwan suppressed his fury. Chen Wen's actions not only challenged the family's ironclad rules but also slapped Chen Bashwan in the face. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to disrespect him in such a manner, never before. Chen Wen cast a glance at Chen Bashwan, saying indifferently, time and again, "He has revealed his murderous intent. You think I have given him face? I, Chen Wen, may lack many virtues, but when it comes to delivering retribution, I never hesitate." You. Chen Bashwan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, Chen Baka had indeed exhibited his murderous intent more than once. Yet, one must ask. After subjecting someone to such humiliation, do you expect them to greet you with smiles? That is, quite frankly, an impossible request. At this juncture, Yi Chenyun spoke. "I execute this as the matriarch, a sinner who disobeys punishment and repeatedly harbors murderous intent. Should the elders deem this execution unjust, they may strip me of my title." The crowd was left in a daze. This family truly knows how to spin a tale. Chen Baka had already been deemed in the wrong. Now, he had been labeled a sinner of repeated murderous intent, and he had lost his life. Where do you seek justice for this? The next moment, Yi Chenyun coldly declared. First there was Chen Baiyuan, now there is Chen Baka. Do you truly believe my faction has no capable members? As her words fell, the terrifying bloodlust surged, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Several elders from the second faction's faces shifted slightly. The incident involving Chen Baiyuan was no secret within the clan. Consequently, members of the second faction had distanced themselves from him, aiming to avoid being implicated. After all, the Patriarch's faction was currently the most powerful among the clans. No one would wish to offend them without necessity. As for Chen Baiyuan, he had been entirely abandoned. Continuing, Yi Chenyun shifted her tone. I declare that today's events are not concluded. Regardless of who silently instigated this, I will investigate thoroughly until all involved parties are unveiled. Upon hearing this, many faces changed. Especially that of a youth among the crowd, whose clenched hands concealed beneath his sleeves trembled. It was evident to any discerning observer that Chen Kuang had been manipulated. Now, with Yi Chenyun's relentless pursuit, matters would become truly troublesome. It was clear that not long from now, the clan would be embroiled in a storm of bloodshed. Enough, let today's matter conclude here. However, I hope such incidents do not recur. As many felt anxious, Chen Wudao spoke, solidifying the conclusion. Yi Chenyun glanced at her father-in-law and did not oppose. At the very least, her objectives had been met. As the matriarch, no one understood better than she the importance of moderation. A sigh of relief washed over many. Yet, numerous gazes toward Yi Chenyun and Chen Wen flickered uncertainly. The two had unwittingly staged a remarkable performance. Meanwhile, Chen Bashwan's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Wen, brows furrowed. Before Chen Wen's return, he had wished to meet him. Now, seeing him, he had suffered 3 hidden losses, each one unavenged. The only solace was that he had remained hidden, avoiding exposure. This way, he still had ample time and space to manipulate everything. With this thought, Chen Bashwan couldn't help but exhale in relief. Alright, everyone else disperse. Xiao Wen, come with me, Chen Wudao instructed once more. No one objected. Even if Chen Wudao had not spoken, they were eager to leave. It could be said that very few present held any fondness for Chen Wen. In a large family, those who are most favored are often those endowed with exceptional talent yet adhere to the rules. Regrettably, Chen Wen embodied neither trait. Just as the members of the second faction prepared to collect Chen Baka's remains, Chen Wen's voice rang out, "Wait." Chen Bahahong glared coldly at Chen Wen, "What? Are we not even permitted to collect the body?" Chen Wen did not respond. Instead, he approached Chen Baka and extended his hand, promptly retrieving a spatial ring. Do not overstep your bounds. Chen Baohong's complexion changed drastically. The spatial ring carried by Chen Baka was bound to contain valuable items. Chen Baohong was willing to collect the body for two reasons: 1, Chen Baka was his brother, and 2, the contents of the ring. Calmly, Chen Wen secured the spatial ring and shot a glance at Chen Baohong. Is there an issue with me claiming the spoils of war? Do you not collect them regularly? This boy, utterly shameless. Observing Chen Wen's demeanor, the crowd felt an overwhelming impulse to strike him. You very well, I, Chen Baohong, shall remember this. With gritted teeth, Chen Baohong uttered these words before embracing Chen Bangkong and departing. Ah, be sure to carry the spatial ring with you, Chen Wen said leisurely. Let us go. Chen Baohong suddenly halted, followed by a deep roar. The others did not linger any longer. After casting a lingering glance at Chen Wen, they gradually departed. Chen Baohong stepped forward to Chen Wen, smiling. Little one, you have truly opened the eyes of your second uncle. Now, tell me, what do you desire? I shall present you with a token of our meeting. A token of our meeting? I shall make sure to take full advantage of this opportunity, Chen Wen thought. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Chen Hongnian had been observing Chen Wen's actions closely, and upon witnessing this moment, she realized that Chen Baohong was likely in for a significant expense. Chapter 75, Siblings Unite to Acquire the Ancient Royal Pill. Then I shall not hold back, Chen Wen remarked, casting a glance at Chen Baohong. Chen Baohong chuckled softly. If you are courteous to your second uncle, that would truly be a sign of distance. Feigning contemplation, Chen Wen replied, Second uncle, you are well aware of my predicament. I have just returned to the clan and am already facing opposition. If I linger any longer, my personal safety may be at risk. Therefore, I do not require extravagant gifts. A mere imperial artifact or a single imperial pill would suffice. If that is not feasible, then a pill that could swiftly elevate me by 1 or 2 realms would do. A scowl darkened Chen Baohong's face, his lips twitching in disbelief. You brat, you dare to make such demands? You speak as if it's all so simple. The expressions of Chen Badeo and the others were equally remarkable. Only Chen Hongnian struggled to contain her laughter, nearly bursting with amusement. Indeed, my little brother, splendidly done. Chen Wen forced a smile, appearing innocently harmless. Second uncle, my requests should not be excessive, should they? Ha, not excessive, you say? Though he could not voice his true sentiments, Chen Baohong managed a strained smile. Little one, my capabilities are limited, I truly cannot produce such items. This time, Chen Baohong spoke truthfully. While the Chen clan could indeed provide imperial artifacts and pills, they were not simply dispensed at will. Typically, only those who had rendered significant contributions or possessed great potential were bestowed such honors. As for Chen Baohong, despite having a certain level of prestige, he could never part with such treasures for mere favors, especially to someone he had personally calculated against. Oh, since second uncle faces difficulties, let it be, Chen Wen said, shifting the topic. In truth, I do not require gifts. You need not concern yourself with your previous statements. Chen Baohong's lips twitched once more. You claim you do not need it, yet why do you still bring it up? You are truly putting me on the spot. Second uncle is not the type to go back on his word. You misunderstand him entirely. As Chen Baohong seethed in indignation, Chen Hongnian interjected, pushing him to the edge. Second uncle, I recall you recently acquired an ancient royal pill called the Xianlong Bajidon. Why not gift it to my little brother? Although this royal pill was not an imperial pill, it would be perfectly suited for my brother. Moreover, it is highly demanding on the body and not particularly suitable for you, second uncle. Chen Baohong's countenance darkened, his smile nearly faltering. If Chen Hongnian's previous remark had nudged him toward the precipice, this one had shoved him right off. What was the Xianlong Bajidon? It was an ancient royal pill he had painstakingly obtained. Despite being merely a royal pill, it far surpassed typical holy pills. Most importantly, upon consumption, it could not only enhance one's physique but also facilitate a rapid transformation, maximizing personal strength. As the possessor of the 9-turn overbearing body, he could exploit the pill's effects to their fullest extent. While the loss of this pill would not entirely obliterate his chances to break through the 9-turn overbearing body, parting with it for Chen Wen was more painful than a slap to the face. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Chen Badeo discerned Chen Bashuan's dilemma and said, "Little one, come with me to see grandfather, he has been waiting impatiently. You all may return for now and arrange accommodations for him." "Very well. Then there is no need for a gift, second uncle. I appreciate your intentions," Chen Wen remarked, seemingly oblivious to his father's meaning, reiterating his point before leaving. Damn! Chen Bashuan felt an urge to curse. Chen Badeo shot a disapproving glance at Chen Wen. As if to say, "Are you genuinely unable to comprehend my words, or are you merely feigning ignorance?" Realizing that he could no longer remain silent without raising suspicions, Chen Bashuan understood he must maintain his facade. At least Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin would form an opinion of him. Before achieving his aims, he needed to preserve his reputation. With this in mind, Chen Bashuan resolved that Chen Hongnian was right, the Shenlong Bajidon held little value for him. Since it was beneficial for Chen Wen, he would bestow it upon him as a greeting gift from this uncle. With that, Chen Bashuan handed a quaint little pillbox to Chen Wen. "Children and their antics, Xian Di, how can you take this seriously?" Chen Badeo immediately interjected. Chen Bashuan smiled, placing the pillbox in Chen Wen's hands. "This is my gift as your uncle, why should you interfere, elder brother?" "You." Chen Badeo shook his head in exasperation, then shot a stern look at Chen Wen. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and thank your second uncle." Chen Wen quickly donned a smile. "Thank you, second uncle. I will make good use of this spirit pill and not let you down. Of course, I must utilize it well. I intend to use it against you, allowing you to truly grasp its potency." As this thought crossed his mind, an icy chill settled in Chen Wen's heart. That is good, Chen Bashuan said, patting Chen Wen's hand reassuringly. "Father, let us go," Chen Wen said, raising the pillbox in his hand. Observing Chen Wen's actions, Chen Bashuan felt a surge of tension rising within him. Chen Badeo said nothing more, leading Chen Wen toward the location of Chen Wudao. As he watched Chen Wen depart, Chen Bashuan's smile remained plastered on his face. Yet a tempest of murderous intent brewed within him. Everything he had sacrificed today would soon be repaid 1,000-fold. Before long, Chen Wen followed Chen Badeo to a grand and ancient palace. Upon entering, Chen Wen discovered that everything was far simpler than he had imagined, exuding an aura of profound simplicity. "Have a seat," Chen Wudao gestured, pressing his hand down. Only after seeing his father take a seat did Chen Wen sit beside him. With Chen Bashuan and the others, he could be reckless and rude, but with his grandfather, he held nothing but respect. "How does it feel to be home?" Chen Wudao initiated the conversation. Chen Wen responded, "It feels wonderful, I have received so many welcoming gifts upon my return." Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Wen before saying, "Such is the nature of a large family. You performed admirably today. However, remember this, one must always know when to stop. Otherwise, you risk pushing yourself to the edge of a cliff, leaving you with no way to retreat. Do you understand?" "Grandson will remember this," Chen Wen acknowledged. Knowing Chen Wudao was imparting wisdom, he refrained from contradicting him. Yet, at times, certain matters left no room for negotiation. Just like with Chen Bashuan, he must eliminate him, and no pleas for mercy would sway him. Chapter 76, The Anger of Chen Bashuan and Chen Wudi regarding the marriage contract. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Wen before speaking. Chen Wen narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something unusual. "Did someone from the ancient kingdom of Lulan come to persuade us?" "The issue lies with your grandmother and my mother, who both have a fondness for Lulan Xingxue. Furthermore, your grandmother's relationship with Ji Qingying inevitably influences their views." With a soft sigh, Chen Wudao understood. It was these two women who were dissatisfied with him. No wonder my grandmother did not come to welcome him. The crux of the matter was here. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Wen's mind. "Grandfather, you are also a man, you understand that while some things can be tolerated, there are others that cannot. Therefore, I can only express my apologies to my grandmother and mother." Chen Wudao gazed deeply at Chen Wen. "Since you have made up your mind, then follow your own path. Remember, as long as you do not harm the Chen clan, I will support you in everything." "Grandson." "Thank you, grandfather." Chen Wen replied earnestly, his demeanor extremely serious. Very well, you may go now, someone will take you to your residence. Chen Wudao waved his hand. Yes. Grandfather. Chen Wen acknowledged and turned to leave the hall. Once Chen Wen departed, Chen Wudao spoke again. Have we confirmed the matter concerning Chen Bakong? It's confirmed. Xiaodi saw Chen Batsong's background in that boy's memories. Everything was orchestrated by him from the shadows, Chen Badu replied solemnly. Chen Wudao sighed. Handle it discreetly. The coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. We must not provide others with fodder for gossip. Chen Badu's lips moved, yet he ultimately relented. Understood. I recognize your intent to seek justice for Xiao Wan, to make an example of him. However, the family's reputation and the relationships between factions must not be neglected. As you are the clan leader, do you comprehend? I understand. Chen Badu responded, though his tone was rigid. Chen Wudao regarded Chen Badu, choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, Chen Bashwan had returned to his residence. At that moment, a strikingly handsome yet defiant-looking young man stood before him, his gaze sharp like a hawk's. This youth was none other than Chen Bashwan's son, Chen Guchen. At this moment, Chen Bashwan's previous gentleness was replaced with an icy demeanor. Who allowed you to act independently? Chen Guchen felt a shiver run down his spine under his father's intense scrutiny and could only lower his head, admitting, Father, I understand my mistake. Mistake? This was far beyond a mere mistake, you nearly implicated me as well. Chen Bashwan's wrath surged anew. In such circumstances, how could you even consider directing others to act? Where is your brain? How could I, Chen Bashwan, have produced such a fool? In a fit of rage, Chen Bashwan smashed the table beside him to pieces. Chen Guchen's stubbornness flared in response, Yes, I am the fool, but isn't that a result of your favoritism towards Chen Wudi? Have you ever cared about my well-being? If an outsider were to see, they might think he is your true son. Now you demand something from me, who do you think you are, and by what right? Chen Bashwan trembled with anger, disappointment filling his eyes. He had nurtured Chen Wudi merely to serve a purpose in crucial moments, a fact clear to anyone. Now, his own son wielded this against him. Disappointment, he felt only an endless wave of it. What do you mean by that? Have I struck a nerve? Chen Guchen became increasingly frenzied. I cannot stand Chen Wudi, nor his entire family. If it weren't for Chen Badu, you would have been the clan leader. And I would have been the young clan leader. What place would Chen Wudi have then? I'll put it plainly, if you cannot deal with Chen Wudi, then eliminate that Chen Wen. Let them experience the pain of losing a loved one. Chen Bashwan's anger subsided slightly as he fixed a piercing gaze on Chen Guchen. What do you intend to do? I told you not to act, did you not hear me? I'll say it again, Chen Wen cannot die now. At least not for the time being. Do you understand? As he spoke, a chilling and murderous aura bore down on Chen Guchen. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying howl, sending shivers through the air. Chen Guchen's heart raced. He had never witnessed such a fearsome side of his father. I understand. Chen Guchen stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Seeing Chen Guchen respond, Chen Bashwan withdrew his pressure. If you are truly dissatisfied, you may openly challenge him at the coming-of-age ceremony. Assess his strength for me, do you comprehend? Understood, I will ensure it is done. Chen Guchen dared not show any defiance. You may go now. Chen Bashwan waved his hand. His son took his leave. Is it wise to let the young master face him? That fellow who killed Chu Tianlong is certainly no simple adversary, a figure in black whispered. If my son cannot even defeat a mere impostor, then he might as well perish. Chen Bashwan shifted his tone, you know Xiao Chen's nature. Merely suppressing him will lead to greater backlash. Rather than harboring this uncertain element, it is better to allow him to pursue a goal, this way. He may find some solace. Moreover, we can observe the current state of that lad, allowing us to devise appropriate strategies moving forward. Understood. The figure in black nodded and vanished once more. Chen Bashwan's expression turned stoic, his voice cold. What is mine is not easily taken. It won't be long before I make you pay back 100-fold. At the same time, Chen Wen had returned to his prearranged residence, guided by the servants. Before him stood a palace that could only be described as opulent beyond measure. Chen Yun and others had been waiting outside the hall, and upon seeing Chen Wen, they rushed forward. "Come, dear, let me take you for a stroll and see if you are satisfied. If not, we shall change it," Chen Yun exclaimed, pulling Chen Wen along. Chen Wen felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "Then I shall take a good look. Let us go." Chen Hongmian joined them, wrapping her arm around Chen Wen's left. Watching the three, Chen Wudi suddenly felt superfluous. "Brother, let us go." Chen Wen turned to Chen Wudi. "You all go ahead. I'll sit in the hall for a while." Chen Wudi pondered before responding. "Go on, don't mind this wooden block." Yes. He doesn't understand what charm means." With that, the two led Chen Wen deeper inside, leaving Chen Wudi feeling bewildered. "I was merely being polite. You two really left me behind. How outrageous." Chapter 77, The Customs of the Coming-of-Age Ceremony in the Great World Divine Tree. An hour later, Chen Wen came to a halt, overwhelmed by the vastness surrounding him. "As long as it is arranged by you, mother, I am content." "Very well. Should you find discomfort in your accommodations later, do not hesitate to inform me," she replied. Noticing Chen Wen's waning interest, Chen Yen chose not to press further. "Mother." "Thank you," Chen Wen suddenly spoke up. Chen Yen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled. "There is no need to be so polite, my child. By the way, has the date for the coming-of-age ceremony been set?" Chen Wen recalled the matter. Chen Yen's expression turned serious. "I was just about to discuss this with you. Come. Let us sit in the inner hall." As they moved towards the inner hall, the four of them soon settled down. Chen Yen glanced at Chen Wen before saying, "This coming-of-age ceremony will be the most grand and lively event in recent years. Strictly speaking, you and your peers of 16 are not eligible to participate. However, due to your unique circumstances, the clan has made an exception. Furthermore, the clan intends to publicly announce your return at this event. Many factions will surely attend to witness the occasion, and there will be those who target you. Regardless of the situation, you must prioritize your own safety. We shall handle the rest." "Understood," Chen Wen nodded. He had anticipated this scenario, so he was not overly surprised. The specifics of the ceremony remained a secret, to be revealed only on the day itself. Chen Yen continued, "However, the ultimate goal of the ceremony is to determine the order of the imperial heirs. Therefore, the process of absorbing the imperial essence to cleanse the bloodline is essential and holds significant importance for one's future. This is what sets the descendants of the imperial family apart from others, and the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Remember, by any means necessary, strive to absorb as much imperial essence as possible. Only then can you secure a higher position among the heirs and gain access to greater resources." "Imperial essence? Cleansing the bloodline? My interest is piqued," Chen Wen smirked slightly. "I understand, I will not disappoint you." "That is good to hear," Chen Yen nodded with satisfaction. "But soon." She seemed to recall something and said, "It is likely that the ancient Lulan kingdom will send representatives as well. Is it Lulan Xingxue?" Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Chen Yen shook her head. "It should be the king and queen of the ancient Lulan kingdom, coming under the pretense of attending the ceremony." "Ha! They must be coming because of the marriage contract," Chen Hongmian remarked coldly. Chen Yen did not deny this. "There is no need for you to be too confrontational. Treat them as elders. You know my character, mother. I am not one to hold grudges against those who are reasonable," Chen Wen responded with a light laugh. "Indeed. You seem bold in your words," Chen Wudi interjected, rolling his eyes. Chen Yen smiled throughout. "As long as you know your limits, I shall not worry." With that, she shifted the conversation. "We shall not disturb you further, do let us know if you need anything. Rest assured, I will not be courteous." Chen Wen replied with a grin. Chen Yen said no more and stood up, followed by Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi as they nodded at Chen Wen and took their leave. Once they departed, Chen Wen's smile gradually faded. The coming-of-age ceremony in 3 days was bound to be tumultuous. Even if no one targeted him, he had no intention of letting things slide. He intended to confront Chen Bashwan openly, regardless of the latter's backing or influence within the Chen clan. With this thought, Chen Wen did not linger and turned to enter the training room. As soon as he settled, he retrieved the spatial ring he had obtained from Chen Bashuan. He was eager to discover its contents, especially the coveted supreme herb. According to his mother, this supreme herb, known as the nine-yang suspended wood root, was nurtured by the essence of the sun and moon and the marrow of the earth for millennia. It was said that within the entire upper realm, there was likely no other root of its kind. In terms of rarity, it was comparable to divine medicines, even imperial medicines. This was precisely why she had gone to great lengths to procure it from Chen Bashuan. In addition to that, it possessed a remarkably rare ability to enhance the vitality of the human body to a certain extent. There was even a chance of acquiring a regenerative life talent. What he currently lacked the most was the ability to recover after using his absolute talent. If he successfully obtained this talent, could it not mean that he could wield his full combat power without reservation? Thinking of this, Chen Wen felt a surge of excitement and then transferred his consciousness into the spatial ring. Instantly, the contents of the ring unfolded before his eyes. Pristine crystals, divine sources, and various spiritual materials lay neatly within. These were not things he particularly needed. Compared to what his parents had provided, they were insignificant. After a brief scan, Chen Wen's attention was drawn to an ancient stone box. The box was adorned with archaic runes, clearly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, he opened the stone box. Within lay a piece of blackened wood, roughly the length of 3 fingers. Golden sun patterns naturally adorned its surface, emanating a gentle warmth that filled the box. Is this the nine-yang suspended wood root? Chen Wen gazed at the wood, taking another deep breath. No, this is not the nine-yang suspended wood root, a voice, that of Xian Hongxiao, echoed softly. It was clear from her tone that she was astonished. What is it, then? Chen Wen inquired. It is a fragment of the Great World Divine Tree's root. Judging by the aura emanating from it, it still retains a faint life essence, Xian Hongxiao explained. The Great World Divine Tree? Chen Wen gasped, his heart racing. As a former fan of fantasy novels, he understood the significance of divine trees. The Shan Haijing records 3 great divine trees, Fusang, Zhenmu, and Ruomu. Each of these trees possesses unique powers, yet all are transcendental entities. At that moment, Xian Hongxiao spoke again. It is said that the Great World Divine Tree is the source of all existence, the origin of life. When chaos first emerged, it gave rise to all things in the name of the seed of life, ultimately creating a vast world. Whoever possesses it can not only cultivate a world within themselves but also harness the powers of that world. Just imagine, you as one person embodying an entire world. Who could possibly challenge you then? Moreover, the Great World Divine Tree itself possesses divine power, bestowing unimaginable strength upon its host. Impressive, was all Chen Wen could think, feeling a surge of exhilaration. What kind of situation would arise if he were to possess the Great World Divine Tree? His mind racing, he asked, Elder, do you have a way to revive it and plant it within me? Chapter 78, The Spirit Aperture and the Great World Divine Tree. The emergence of the Imperial ranking the chaotic sequence energy within you possesses the unique ability to nurture the Great World Divine Tree. This is your distinct advantage. As for whether you will succeed, that ultimately hinges on your fortune, Xian Hongxiao mused. Chen Wen's eyes immediately brightened, and he inquired, what must I do? Quite simply. You must first inject the chaotic sequence energy into the roots of the divine tree. Once it has fully assimilated into chaos, you will guide it into your spirit aperture. Thereafter, you need only continue nurturing it with the chaotic sequence energy until it takes root and sprouts within your spirit aperture, Xian Hongxiao responded. Understanding. Chen Wen wasted no time and began to channel the chaotic sequence energy, steadily infusing it into the roots of the divine tree. The moment the chaotic energy surged forth, the roots of the Great World Divine Tree seemed to awaken, actively absorbing the energy. Oh! How intriguing, Chen Wen thought, suddenly motivated. Releasing his grip on the restraints and allowing the tree to draw in the energy. Initially, he had anticipated a prolonged struggle. But the process proved to be far smoother than he had envisioned. As time passed, the roots of the Great World Divine Tree exhibited significant transformation under the continuous absorption of chaotic sequence energy. The most prominent feature was that the once withered roots began to develop fissures, as if shedding their old skin. The surface markings, once simple, evolved into intricate patterns. The essence contained within became increasingly ancient and enigmatic, particularly the unique aura that seemed to emanate from the boundless expanse of time and space. A pure, white radiance blossomed forth, divine and immaculate. However, Chen Wen's countenance soon turned pale, as he felt an overwhelming sense of depletion. The chaotic sequence energy required by the roots far exceeded his expectations. Most alarmingly, he observed a peculiar phenomenon: the roots appeared to cling to his palm like a magnet, resisting all attempts to shake them off. "Xiaozijia, you must think of a solution quickly, I feel as though I am being drained dry," Chen Wen exclaimed in urgency. Xian Hongxiao replied calmly, "Do not fret. With your current strength of chaotic sequence energy, it is sufficient to support the root's absorption. Your only concern should be whether it can revive and be properly guided into your spirit aperture." "All right, I shall persevere," Chen Wen said, taking a deep breath and refocusing his mind. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and Chen Wen's lips had turned completely pale, his eyes darkened, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. A closer inspection would reveal that his body trembled violently, as if he had been drained repeatedly to the point of exhaustion. "Xiaozijia, I truly need you to devise a plan, I can barely hold myself together," he implored once more. Xian Hongxiao maintained her composure. "A man cannot simply give up, it is merely a matter of enduring a few more trials. As cultivators, we have faced far greater challenges than this." Chen Wen felt utterly defeated. While others might relish their conquests, he was enduring sheer torment. Yet, he found himself unable to counter her words. Finally, when he could bear it no longer, the roots of the great world divine tree began to exhibit a change. The increasingly intricate divine patterns began to interconnect, forming a complete divine sigil. The entire root began to metamorphose, resembling a stream of chaotic energy. "Now is the time. Whether you succeed in guiding it into your spirit aperture rests on this moment," Xian Hongxiao urged. Chen Wen was jolted into action. Casting aside all distractions and focusing intently, he calmed his mind, allowing his spirit to envelop the roots, gradually guiding them into his body. Xian Hongxiao's voice echoed again. Chen Wen remained silent, following her instructions meticulously, extending his spirit to encase the roots. Perhaps due to the nurturing influence of the chaotic sequence energy, the roots offered no resistance as they were enveloped. "Excellent, the first step has been successfully completed," Chen Wen thought, suppressing his excitement as he proceeded to channel his spirit, gradually guiding the roots deeper into his being. The roots offered no struggle, allowing themselves to be drawn in, swiftly transforming into a stream of light as they entered his spirit aperture. "Now, mobilize the chaotic sequence energy to acclimate the roots to the environment of the spirit aperture," Xian Hongxiao instructed once more. "Understood," Chen Wen replied. At this juncture, he no longer cared about being drained. Focusing entirely on channeling the chaotic sequence energy within his spirit aperture. However, he was also cautious, simultaneously absorbing divine essence and spirit crystals. Only by maintaining a beneficial cycle between the internal and external energies could he sustain his efforts. Thus, the fate of the roots sprouting depended on the ensuing developments. Xian Hongxiao shifted her tone, reminding him, "Remember, regardless of what happens, you must endure, for this is your only opportunity. Should you fail, the roots will lose all vitality, and your efforts will be in vain. Rest assured, having come this far, even if it dies, I will ensure it lives again." Chen Wen gritted his teeth defiantly. With that declaration, Chen Wen accelerated the pace of absorbing spirit crystals and divine essence, simultaneously hastening the release of chaotic sequence energy. Outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with less than 2 days remaining until the adult ceremony. The younger generation of the Chen clan began returning from various realms, including those who had ventured into hidden domains and others who had been sent to the lower realms for experience. Due to Chen Wen's breach of tradition, this adult ceremony permitted participation from 3 age groups, the eldest being 18 and the youngest 16. In a family as prominent as the Chen clan, a mere 2-year difference could create a significant divide. Consequently, many younger members harbored considerable grievances against Chen Wen. Had it not been for his actions, their ceremony would have taken place 2 years later, allowing them to return with even greater strength. Simultaneously, Numerous influential families from the ancient realm were invited to witness the event. They understood that this gathering served as a public demonstration by the Chen clan, compelling them to send representatives to bear witness. As another day passed, only one evening remained before the adult ceremony. The Chen clan announced the latest imperial ranking, revealing 1. Chen Tianming, second layer of rebirth, 17 years old. 2. Chen Tiandu, first layer of rebirth, 18 years old. 3. Chen Zai, 10th layer of life and death, 18 years old. 4. Chen Guchen, 9th layer of life and death, 16 years old. 5. Chen Guyuan, 8th layer of life and death, 17 years old. 6. Chen Xingxue, 8th layer of life and death, 17 years old. 7. Chen Xingmeng, 8th layer of life and death, 16 years old. 8. Chen Zhu, 8th layer of life and death, 18 years old. 9. Chen Zi, 8th layer of life and death, 16 years old. 10. Chen Feng, 8th layer of life and death, 18 years old. The Imperial Ranking, also known as the Reserve Imperial Ranking, was compiled by the clan elders based on various evaluations. These 10 individuals were the prime candidates for the adult ceremony. Barring any unforeseen events, they would likely secure the top positions in the future. Upon the announcement of the Imperial Ranking, a wave of excitement rippled through the Chen clan. Numerous youths began inquiring among their elders about the ranked members. Concurrently, the roots that Chen Wen nurtured also experienced a significant breakthrough. A subtle breath of vitality emanates from the surface of the sacred tree's roots. Chapter 79, Breakthrough and Emergence. The coming of age ceremony commences. Is it finally happening? Chen Wen's eyes widened with anticipation, and he instinctively augmented the influx of chaos sequence qi. This time, it didn't take long for the divine tree root to fully awaken. Upon those concentric great world divine inscriptions, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest, emanating a milky green aura. Within the effulgence, a nascent bud emerged, as if all creation were suddenly rejuvenated. Soon, the entire divine tree root was enveloped in a halo of white light. The milky green aura rippled across the halo's surface, resembling waves upon a tranquil lake. Is it alive? Chen Wen murmured, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Within this white aura, he perceived an ancient and arcane power. Could this be the divine force of the great world divine tree? He sensed a profound vitality within the milky green aura, as if it could restore vigor to all that was lifeless. Does this mean that even if I sustain grievous injuries in the future, I won't perish without relying on the absolute tinder? The realization ignited a fervent excitement within him. Sensing his thoughts, Immortal Hongxiao gently interjected, strictly speaking, your assumptions are correct. However, your great world divine tree has only just sprouted, and the aid it provides is far more limited than you imagine. Its true prowess lies in its capacity to form a great world within your body. Once you possess a great world as your foundation, your chaos sequence physique will be able to unleash unimaginable power. It can be said that you will be virtually unrivaled under the heavens. And invincibility throughout the ages will no longer be a mere aspiration. Heavens, that's incredible! This endeavor was truly worthwhile. Overwhelmed with elation, Chen Wen exclaimed. By the way, you mentioned that its divine force could be harnessed by me. How can I utilize it? Immortal Hongxiao replied, you merely need to activate the divine tree root. But I advise you not to attempt it lightly. While the divine force is potent, it places a tremendous burden on your body. Moreover, the vitality bestowed by the divine tree cannot replenish the energy expended by the divine force. You must find your own means to do so. I see, there's a catch. I knew everything came at a price, Chen Wen lamented. Very well, you have half a day remaining. Quickly absorb the power being returned by the divine tree root and see how much you can improve, Immortal Hongxiao urged. Understood. Chen Wen responded and immediately began absorbing the energy permeating his body. The power returned by the divine tree was far more refined and gentle than anticipated, allowing him to assimilate it with ease. Boom! As the power fully integrated into his body, an unimaginable force assailed the bottleneck of his cultivation. Chen Wen felt the barrier to his next realm begin to loosen as waves of energy surged upward. Boom! The spiritual energy in the air rapidly converged, pulsating intensely, like boiling water. As the spiritual energy poured down, connecting the inner and outer realms, the barrier finally shattered. Second layer of the life and death realm. Third layer of the life and death realm. In quick succession, Chen Wen broke through 2 minor realms, and the volatile power within him gradually subsided. The aura emanating from Chen Wen was now more than 3 times stronger than when he was in the first layer of the life and death realm. Already invincible among those of the same cultivation level, his strength had now increased threefold. One could only imagine how formidable he had become. Coupled with his absolute combat talent and a drop of chaos elixir that could infinitely enhance his combat prowess within a minute, he now possessed absolute confidence in vanquishing Chen Bashuan, regardless of the hidden cards the latter might hold. With this realization, Chen Wen exhaled a breath of turbid air. Only now did he truly possess absolute confidence. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Chen Wen immediately snapped out of his reverie. He then realized that he had consumed nearly 5 million units of divine source and spirit crystals during those 3 days. Had he not acquired a substantial amount of divine source and spirit crystals beforehand, such a feat would have been unimaginable. It could only be said that the price he paid for the divine tree root to sprout was exceedingly high. Fortunately, it was all worthwhile. After brushing the dust from his clothes, Chen Wen rose and approached the door. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Chen Hongmian. "Little brother, you." Chen Hongmian was about to speak, but she noticed that Chen Wen had advanced 2 minor realms in the past 3 days. Had Chen Wen been weak? Advancing 2 minor realms in a short period would have been insignificant. However, who would dare say that Chen Wen, who had manifested 99 celestial human aspects, was weak? It seemed she had underestimated her younger brother's potential. With this realization, Chen Hongmian managed to suppress the shock in her heart. "Is the coming-of-age ceremony about to begin?" Chen Wen inquired preemptively. Chen Hongmian snapped back to reality. "Yes, everyone has gathered at the main venue, only you are missing." "Alright, I'll change my clothes first." Chen Wen replied and turned back into the room. Soon, Chen Wen emerged, impeccably dressed. Chen Hongmian was momentarily stunned. Dressed in white, Chen Wen was the epitome of grace and handsomeness. Even she, who had seen countless talents, struggled to find someone who could surpass Chen Wen. "What's wrong?" Chen Wen asked. Noticing Chen Hongmian's slight daze, Chen Hongmian shook her head, composed herself, and said solemnly, "Before we go to the main venue, take a look at this." With a wave of her hand, a curtain of light appeared in mid-air, displaying the Heavenly Sun rankings. Chen Wen glanced at it, immediately memorizing the information of the top 10 individuals. What is the Heavenly Sun rankings? The 10 strongest individuals participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. Of course. There may be some who are feigning weakness, Chen Hongmian explained. The 10 strongest? Chen Wen's heart stirred, and he returned his gaze to the light curtain, eventually settling on Chen Tianming, who was ranked first. 17 years old and in the second layer of the Nirvana realm, truly extraordinary. Even her fiancé was only in the 10th layer of the life and death realm at 18. However, cultivation level did not always dictate everything. There were always those whose strength far exceeded their cultivation level. Chen Hongmian added, "Chen Tianming is immensely powerful. He is hailed as another Chen Invincible, a born emperor with a destiny blessed by the heavens. Furthermore, he displayed unparalleled talent from a young age. During his 10 years of training, he conquered the younger generation of an entire realm in just 5 years. After returning 2 years earlier, he trained in the upper realm's Emperor Ancient Realm but maintained a low profile. To this day, no one knows how strong he truly is. He is also the most closely watched rising star in the clan, and there have been numerous suggestions to grant him the same level of nurturing as your elder brother. So, if nothing unexpected happens, your greatest rival will be him. Also, he is from the second faction, and your return has already offended them. So he might try to reclaim their honor. Therefore, you must be wary of him." Chen Tianming, eh? The most closely watched rising star? It seemed this coming-of-age ceremony would be more captivating than anticipated. The corners of Chen Wen's mouth curled into a smile. Those familiar with him would know that he was intrigued. Chapter 80, the center of attention, the innate protagonist Chen Tianming. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Wen finally spoke. "I will be cautious." "Very well, I shall say no more." Chen Hongmian glanced at Chen Wen and stepped outside. Without hesitation, Chen Wen followed closely behind. However, After a short distance, Chen Hongmian suddenly halted. By the way, if you wish to stir up a commotion during the grand ceremony, feel free to do so. I will handle everything. Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped what Chen Hongmian meant. It was merely regarding the matter of Chen Badashian. He could not help but acknowledge that having such a sister was indeed his greatest fortune. Reflecting on this, Chen Wen involuntarily chuckled softly and nodded emphatically, "All right. Let us proceed." With Chen Wen's affirmation, Chen Hongmian chose not to say anything further and briskly made her way toward the venue of the grand ceremony. Meanwhile, at the grand venue, the expansive hall was already teeming with an overwhelming crowd. Various powerful spiritual beasts and flying contraptions circled in the air. Numerous cultivators from the Changsheng Imperial domain had arrived in response to the news, filling the audience seats amidst a cacophony of voices. Upon the high platform, representatives from various esteemed families had also taken their seats. At the center sat Chen Badashian and Yi Chenyun, serving as the patriarch and matriarch, presiding over this grand event. Not far from Chen Hongmian, a pair of middle-aged individuals wore expressions that were far from pleasant. Dressed in opulent attire, they exuded an air of nobility. Their appearances strikingly exceptional. In particular, the middle-aged man possessed a regal demeanor, radiating an imposing aura with every movement, a testament to his prolonged tenure in high positions. This pair was none other than the sovereign and sovereigness of the Lulan ancient kingdom, known as Lulan Yutian and Emo Xingxue, respectively. The name Lulan Xingxue was a fusion of their names, signifying the extent of their affection for their daughter. As time passed, various murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Yet, they dared not voice their opinions too loudly, only whispering critiques about Chen Wen's tardiness. At this moment, Emo Xingxue could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Patriarch Chen, it seems your son's demeanor surpasses the rumors. We, too, are notable figures within our respective factions, yet we have been left waiting for quite some time." Chen Badaxuan's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that Emo Xingxue's words carried a deeper meaning, subtly alluding to the notion of Chen Wen's aloofness regarding Lulan Xingxue. However, as Chen Wen was indeed late, he could not chastise Emo Xingxue for her impoliteness, despite his discontent. Contemplating this, Chen Badashian finally addressed the crowd. "I apologize for the wait, my son is indeed at fault. When the banquet commences, I will raise a toast to all of you, hoping for your understanding." Emo Xingxue cast a glance at Chen Badashian. Though still somewhat displeased, she refrained from further comment. As a sovereigness, she was no fool. Some matters were best left acknowledged in passing. Prolonged insistence would reflect poorly on her. Moreover, the Qin clan was an imperial lineage, ranking among the foremost powers within the Tianming faction, while the Lulan ancient kingdom was formidable. Engaging in a bitter rivalry with the Chun clan would ultimately lead to their own detriment. "Ha, dear Chen, you exaggerate. As cultivators, it is not uncommon to miss the timing for training. As for the toast, it is unnecessary, we have not gathered in a long time. If you truly have time, let us indulge in a hearty drink when the banquet begins." Lulan Yutian addressed the assembly of dignitaries. "Indeed, we must celebrate with a grand feast." Others chimed in agreement. "Very well, I shall gladly accompany you in revelry," Chen Badashian responded with a hearty laugh. At the same moment, at the center of the grand venue, a gathering of over 1,000 young individuals convened, all participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. Among this multitude, 10 stood at the forefront, akin to stars surrounding the moon. In particular, one youth attired in white, possessing an extraordinary countenance, sat cross-legged at the center. His aura was so commanding that a circular space cleared around him, no one daring to approach. It was as if an invisible force repelled those nearby. Yet, curiously, there was not a hint of spiritual power emanating from the youth. Resembling an ordinary mortal, a peculiar mark adorned his brow, with tendrils of dark energy swirling within, enhancing his already striking features with an air of enigma and allure, making him seemingly unattainable. This youth was none other than the supernova Chen Tianming, as referred to by Chen Hongmian. The second and third-ranked Chen Tiandu and Chen Zai were undoubtedly remarkable talents within the Chun clan, yet they paled in comparison to Chen Tianming's brilliance. It is no exaggeration to assert that Chen Tianming's radiance emanated from within, independent of mere appearance or strength. Some individuals are simply born to be protagonists, and Chen Tianming epitomized this notion. At the venue, whether among the guests or the upper echelons of the Chen clan, all eyes were drawn to Chen Tianming. They perceived that such a prodigy, provided he did not meet an untimely demise, would undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier genius, overshadowing the younger generation. "Who is that youth in white?" a middle-aged man named Ying Long inquired. Ying Long hailed from the Qin dynasty, an ancient royal lineage. The Shi Huang faction was on par with the Tianming faction, and particularly, the ancient royal family of the Qin was among the most formidable within the Shi Huang powers. Upon hearing this, the dignitaries on the high platform turned their attention to Chen Wen, clearly intrigued by Chen Tianming. Sometimes, when one cannot extinguish such a glaring genius, it is wiser to pursue alternative avenues, such as forming alliances, marriage, or familial connections, common investments for powers of their stature. Chen Wen chuckled lightly. "His name is Chen Tianming. Our clan's supernova. What are your thoughts, brother Ying? Are you considering a betrothal? My youngest daughter is of a similar age." Ying Long did not conceal his intentions. Believing that a talent of Chen Tianming's caliber, born into an imperial lineage, would make an ideal marriage prospect, thus he stated directly. Chen Wen burst into hearty laughter. "If a marriage alliance with your noble house could be arranged, it would indeed be our clan's honor and a blessing for my child. However, to solidify such an alliance, we must first ascertain his personal wishes, as it has always been our clan's custom. Then it is settled," Ying Long proclaimed decisively. In his view, it was inconceivable that Chen Tianming would decline. The only variable was whether the Chen clan would accept. Chen Wen remained silent. As the patriarch, he naturally hoped to cultivate a closer relationship with the ancient royal family of the Qin. Yet, as the leader of his faction, he was reluctant to witness such a development. After all, Chen Tianming belonged to the second faction. And should it gain the support of the ancient royal family of the Qin, the internal dynamics of their clan would inevitably be disrupted. Furthermore, considering the recent discord between Chen Wen and the Lulan ancient kingdom, the reactions of the other factions were notably varied. While others were concerned about the implications of the Chen clan's alliance with the ancient royal family of the Qin, Lulan Yutian and Mo Shengshua's expressions darkened slightly. Unlike their indifference towards Chen Wen, they were immediately captivated by Chen Tianming. Yet they understood that even without Ying Long's advance, Chen Tianming and Lulan Xingxue would have no future together. Nevertheless, Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue have yet to annul their engagement. In their eyes, Chen Wen's aspiration to ascend the eternal dragon in Phoenix Mountain to erase the threads of fate binding them together seems more challenging than reaching the heavens. Ultimately, the undeniable truth remains that these two individuals are destined to unite, a fact that cannot be altered. However, after witnessing Chen Tianming, their dissatisfaction with Chen Wen has intensified. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted, proclaiming the arrival of Chen Wen. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback, their gazes converging upon the location of Chen Wen. Chapter 81, Ancestors' Blessing and Imperial Aura. Before one's eyes stood Chen Wen, clad in a flowing white robe, his visage resembling that of a jade crown, exuding an air of grandeur. At that moment, Chen Wen's presence radiated magnificence. The slight upward curve of his lips revealed a hint of mischief, momentarily eclipsing all surrounding brilliance. In contrast to the throngs gathered around Chen Tianming, the only disparity was in their cultivation levels. Yet, in terms of aura and appearance, Chen Wen undeniably overshadowed Chen Tianming. How remarkable! This young man is truly an epitome of elegance. I have never felt such envy towards another. What a strikingly handsome lad! How could one possess such allure? Yet, what does looks matter in the grand scheme? Can it satiate hunger or compensate for a lack of cultivation? Ultimately, he remains a trifling figure at the third realm of life and death. Surely, you have not heard? This audacious youth has offended the second faction of the Chen clan upon his return. Chen Tianming is aware. The white-robed youth at the center of the Grand Assembly is indeed a member of that faction. With Chen Tianming present, do you believe this young man will fare well at the ceremony? Moreover, the reason the Chen clan has made an exception to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to participate in this grand event is precisely because of this youth. One must understand that in such familial gatherings, the earlier one participates, the greater the disadvantage. I fear that many have developed a profound disdain for him already. Just wait. Should he dare to take the stage, he will undoubtedly become a target, and the outcome is all too predictable. Alas, what a pity! In an instant, several individuals sighed quietly. Concurrently, the various factions on the high platform turned their attention to Chen Wen. Particularly, Yinglong and Lulan Yutian were aware that Chen Wen had triumphed over a counterfeit at the 9th realm of life and death while wielding the power of the 6th realm. As for the strength of Chu Tianlong, they were less informed. However, based on Lulan Shangshue's accounts, he was deemed quite formidable by lower realm standards. Yet, they did not place significant weight on that, for no matter how high the standards of the lower realm, they paled in comparison to those of the upper realm. Additionally, those who journeyed from the upper realm to the lower realm had their abilities suppressed by the heavenly Tao. This back and forth rendered comparisons between lower realm talents and their upper realm counterparts utterly futile. Nevertheless, upon catching sight of Chen Wen, they were still astonished. To ascend 7 minor realms in less than half a month is indeed extraordinary. However, they soon shook their heads. Such rapid advancement in a short span is not necessarily a boon. If not driven by a reckless pursuit of success, it implies a weak foundation. Whichever the case, they regarded him as lacking in merit. In contemplating this, their disappointment in Chen Wen deepened. If anyone were to feel astonished at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Chen Badao and Yi Chenyan. Only they truly understood whether Chen Wen's foundation was stable or if he was merely seeking quick results. At present, a singular thought occupied their minds: their son would likely steal the spotlight at this adult ceremony, captivating all eyes. In that instant, their anticipation heightened. "Brother Chen, this must be your son," Yinglong remarked once more. Chen Badao, with a slight smile, replied, "Forgive me, brother Ying, and esteemed guests, for any amusement caused. A 16-year-old at the 3rd realm of life and death, and he has never relied on family cultivation. That is indeed commendable," Yinglong mused. As for Chen Wen's strength or excellence, Yinglong refrained from comment, merely emphasizing its rarity. Such is the allure of language. Nevertheless, it was evident that Yinglong's perception of Chen Wen was rather conventional. I believe others shared a similar sentiment. A 16-year-old at the 3rd realm of life and death might be considered a top talent in the lower realm, yet in the eyes of prominent upper realm factions, he is merely adequate, and as for his future, well, that remains uncertain. "Ha, I am quite pleased with this young son," Chen Badao laughed heartily. Yinglong smiled but remained silent. Mo Chen Shui merely scoffed, and others reciprocated with amused expressions. They perceived Chen Badao's reaction as a father's protective sentiment. However, it is understandable, after all, he is his son. How could he demean him in front of others? Unbeknownst to all this, Chen Wen steadily approached the center of the assembly. The other participants cast their gazes upon him, their expressions a mix of scrutiny, inquiry, disdain, aloofness, and even hostility. Chen Wen's gaze swept across the crowd. 10 sons of destiny were present, including one with a green aura and another with a blue aura. Ah, is that a golden destiny? Chen Wen's eyes finally settled on the white-robed youth seated cross-legged at the center. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. To encounter another with a golden destiny so soon is quite unexpected. It seems to be a prominent family after all. In an instant, the foundational details of the white-robed youth materialized before him: name, Chen Tianming, age, 17, personality, composed, aloof, ruthless. Identity, descendant of the ancient Chen clan. Son of the elder of the 2nd faction, king of the Imperial ancient realm. Destiny soul, golden, physique, emperor's body. Born with Imperial fate, realm, 2nd Nirvana realm, good gracious. A 17-year-old at the 2nd Nirvana realm, how astonishing. As for the Emperor's body, it is an exceedingly formidable constitution, exuding the might of sovereignty. Coupled with the innate Imperial fate, it bestows an aura of nobility upon him. Those endowed with such fate can establish their own factions, uniting the faith of the masses. Once the power of belief accumulates to a certain level, they can dictate the world with a mere word, determining life and death. Furthermore, it is evident that Chen Tianming has already formed a faction and possesses a degree of belief power. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Reflecting upon this, a fervent flame danced in Chen Wen's eyes. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny upon him, Chen Tianming, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Two invisible beams of light pierced through everything, pressing directly towards Chen Wen. Chen Wen remained unperturbed, calmly gazing at Chen Tianming, even allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue appeared in Chen Tianming's otherwise cold gaze, only to vanish just as swiftly. In his eyes, Chen Wen indeed possessed a courage and demeanor distinct from others, yet still remained vastly inferior. As the thought flitted through his mind, he gradually closed his eyes once more, betraying no hint of emotion. Do you look down upon me? This is becoming increasingly fascinating. My anticipation for this ceremony grows ever greater. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Chen Wen's lips. At that moment, Chen Baxian rose from the high platform and declared, "Today marks the annual adult ceremony of the Chen clan. On behalf of the Chen clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our guests." With that, he clasped his fists in salute to the assembled crowd. "Now that all attendees are present, I hereby announce the official commencement of the adult ceremony. Let us offer our prayers to the ancestors, seeking their blessings for our clan's youth to receive the Imperial Aura's baptism." As these words fell, the participants in the assembly stirred with anticipation. They had toiled tirelessly for this day. Whether they would emerge as dragons or mere worms, the forthcoming moments would reveal all. Chapter 82, That little stability, just for Mother to play with. The first place 9 array masters, already prepared, responded in unison before approaching an ancient altar. The altar featured 9 positions, each adorned with corresponding array symbols. These symbols interconnected, converging at the altar's center. As the 9 individuals continuously formed seals, an ancient aura surged forth, causing the array diagram to shimmer and flicker. "Rise!" With a resounding command, the 9 array masters pressed their palms firmly onto the designated points. The altar trembled violently, sending shockwaves throughout the entire assembly. "We, the descendants, beseech our ancestors for protection, assisting our clan's youth in completing their coming-of-age ceremony." The 9 array masters altered their formation once again, kneeling at the array points, praying to the heavens. "Permit it." Shortly after, an ancient voice echoed, seemingly transcending time itself. As the voice faded, 9 beams of light erupted from the altar, merging with the fortunes of the Chen clan. Instantly, the world around shifted, as an endless flow of golden light swiftly spread forth. In a heartbeat, the entire territory of the Chen clan was enveloped by this radiant stream. An overwhelming imperial might weighing heavily on the hearts of every cultivator present. As the light surged, ancient divine figures began to manifest, overlooking the realms. Was this indeed the protection from the ancestors of the Chen clan? Truly extraordinary. In that moment, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Even though it was known that these divine apparitions were mere remnants, none dared to be complacent. With the ancestral figures summoned, the coming-of-age ceremony could commence at any time. At this juncture, a middle-aged man named Chen Baiyuan addressed Chen Badu and the others. Chen Baxiang nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "Before we begin the Imperial Aura baptism, I must reiterate the rules to all present. The ceremony lasts only 15 minutes, and the extent of one's gains depends entirely on individual capability. During this baptism, all means may be employed to seize the descending Imperial Aura. However, inflicting harm upon others is strictly forbidden. Those who knowingly transgress will face immediate disqualification or, in severe cases, execution. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Chen Baxiang raised his voice slightly. "Understood." The assembled youths replied in unison. Chen Wen's lips curled into a faint smile. To him, the method was inconsequential, he was determined to take action regardless. However, he found himself particularly intrigued by this Imperial Aura baptism. According to his sister, it pertained to one's future potential, even offering a chance to defy fate. It was precisely for this reason that the coming-of-age ceremonies had always been so grandiose throughout the years. "Very well. You may take your positions and await the descent of the Imperial Aura," Chen Baxiang instructed, nodding. As these words were spoken, the previously murmuring youths adjusted their demeanor, gathering towards the center. Faced with the Imperial Aura baptism, they hardly cared about proximity to Chen Tianming. They knew that the central position would yield the highest amount of Imperial Aura. Chen Tianming cast a glance at the youths, his expression still indifferent. Yet he did not voice any objections. In his eyes, even if they occupied his position, they posed no threat. This was the embodiment of Chen Tianming's confidence and pride. Conversely, Chen Wen chose not to gravitate towards the center, instead seating himself at the periphery. At a glance, the assembly had formed two distinct factions, with Chen Wen appearing rather isolated. Witnessing this, many spectators shook their heads in derision. In their view, he had been ostracized even before the event had begun, rendering the outcome predictable. As for the Imperial Aura baptism, it was clear that Chen Tianming would emerge as the ultimate victor. On the high platform, representatives of various factions observed everything unfold. Although they shared similar thoughts, they refrained from voicing them. After all, Chen Wen was still the son of Qin Bado, and some decorum was necessary. Since everyone seems to be merely watching, how about we place some bets for entertainment? Suddenly, Mo Qinshui spoke up. Foolish, Lulan Yutian frowned. He understood that his wife was attempting to create a spectacle for their daughter, hence the suggestion. However, he did not regard it as a prudent idea. It could very well backfire, leaving him in a precarious position. Yet, with the words already spoken, it was too late to retract them. He could only hope that his wife would exercise some discretion to avoid an irretrievable situation. Oh? How shall we wager? Ying Long inquired. Let us use this Imperial Aura baptism as the betting ground, with Chen Wen as the target. Feel free to place your bets. If you guess correctly, I will return threefold. If wrong, then I must apologize, Mo Qinshui replied languidly. Ha, this is indeed amusing, Ying Long laughed heartily, while others expressed intrigue. In their view, betting on Chen Tianming held no uncertainty, he would undoubtedly accrue the most imperial aura. However, if Chen Wen emerged victorious, the situation would become far more entertaining. Given Chen Badu's protective nature, he would never allow his son to finish last. Thus, regardless of Chen Wen's capabilities, he would not leave empty-handed. I shall start with a sacred artifact, wagering that Chen Xianxi will place in the top 10, Ying Long declared suddenly. To him, a sacred artifact held little value in the eyes of the ancient Qin royal clan. Therefore, even if he lost, it would merely serve as a gesture of support for Chen Wen, given his connection to Chen Badu. Of course, his actions were also motivated by the underlying tensions between Mo Qinshui and Chen Badu. He was curious to see how this conflict would unfold, and he had no qualms about fanning the flames. Upon witnessing this, representatives from other factions followed suit, each offering a sacred artifact in hopes that Chen Wen would secure a top 10 spot. As anticipated, Lulan Yotian's expression grew increasingly grim. However, Mo Qinshui had different intentions. She sought to irk Chen Badu. Unable to confront him directly, she found a way to needle him through these trivial matters. She refused to believe that Chen Badu would let such a situation slide. Just as Mo Qinshui had predicted, Chen Badu remained silent. In such circumstances, surrounded by clan leaders, he found it inappropriate to engage in a quarrel with a woman. This was a matter of the Imperial clan's dignity. I wager an Imperial artifact. Betting that my son will secure first place, Yi Qinyun's voice suddenly cut through the tension, cold as steel. At this proclamation, representatives from all factions turned to stare at Yi Qinyun, astonished. Not only was she wagering an Imperial artifact, but she was also betting on Chen Wen to claim first place. Had it not been for her temper, they would never have believed it. In their eyes, there was no justification for Chen Wen to attain such a position. At this moment, Lulan Ancient Kingdom found itself in a precarious position. Mo Qinshui's expression changed dramatically. Clearly aware that the situation had escalated beyond control, Yi Qinyun flipped her hand, slamming an imperial spear onto the table. The noise drew everyone's attention. What is happening? Are they about to fight? Confusion gripped the crowd as they watched the unfolding scene. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Sister-in-law. Xiao Shui is just playing around, please don't take it seriously. Yi Qinyun did not respond to Lulan Yutian. Instead, she pounded the table and declared loudly, Xiao Wen. Mother bets an imperial weapon that you will obtain the most imperial aura. Is there any problem with that? Upon hearing this, Lulan Yutian and Mo Qinshui's expressions darkened completely. To them, it was clear that Yi Qinyun had no intention of holding back. Betting an imperial weapon on Chen Wen to secure first place? How dare she? The entire assembly was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the audacity of the situation before them. Chen Wen slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Lulan Yutian and Ensnared, before he calmly remarked, "That little one, let mother bring back a first place for some amusement." "A first place for mother, merely for amusement? I can't believe it, can you not boast for once? Madman, both of these women are utterly insane." Once again, the crowd was left in shock, their minds rendered numb. Chapter 83, The Battle for Imperial Qi, One Person Claims 9 Portions Good Son. Yi Chenyang exclaimed, visibly stirred. Turning to Ensnared, she proclaimed, "The Imperial artifact is right here, you may take it." It turned out that the one initiating the bet was the Queen Mother of the ancient Lulan kingdom. "I see now, who would dare to be so audacious?" Observing Yi Chenyang's actions, the crowd began to react. The question now was whether Ensnared would dare to accept it. After all, this was an imperial artifact. And a personal one at that, belonging to the matriarch of the Chen clan. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Ensnared took a deep breath and said, "Sister Yen, I was merely joking, you should take it back." "What are you talking about? I am not one to lose even an imperial artifact," Yi Chenyang retorted coldly. Ensnared, suppressing her inner turmoil, repeated, "Sister Yen, please, let it go this time, consider it my fault." With a fierce gesture, Yi Chenyang shattered the table, exclaiming, "Enough with the pretense! Where was this innocence before? Today, I make it clear, whether you want to gamble or not, you must participate." Upon hearing this, Ensnared's expression darkened like the depths of water, and she declared, "Then I shall see where your confidence lies." With that, she seized the imperial spear before her. The standoff between the two women escalated, leaving the situation in a deadlock. Lulan Yutian remained silent, but his expression betrayed his discontent. Chen Badayo maintained a faint smile throughout, fully aware of his wife's temperament. She had always been protective, for her children, she would not hesitate to sacrifice even 10 imperial artifacts without a second thought. It was no surprise that Ensnared's taunts would provoke a reaction from her. Chen Baxian, observing everything, couldn't help but smirk subtly. While others might be oblivious to the enmity between the two women, he understood it all too well. Regardless of Chen Wen's capabilities, the more strained their relationship became, the more advantageous it was for him. As long as he played the role of the bystander, he could achieve his own ends. "Let us commence." Chen Badayo finally broke the heavy silence as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "All right," Chen Baxiang responded, turning to address the gathered disciples, "the baptism of Imperial Qi begins now. Please prepare yourselves." At this announcement, the venue erupted with excitement. This was not simply a competition among disciples, it represented a clash between two formidable factions. They were eager to witness how Chen Wen would fare under the pressure of Chen Tianming's influence. The 9 array masters, upon receiving the signal, formed their seals once more. As their handprints struck the altar, the protective divine apparition in the sky finally stirred, and they began to chant in unison. A golden vortex gradually formed in midair, radiating imperial qi that was both ancient and mysterious. The moment the imperial qi manifested, Chen Tianming and his companions felt the power within their bloodlines surge, almost threatening to burst forth from their bodies. "This is indeed a marvelous treasure," Chen Wen thought, exhilarated by the overwhelming energy. In stark contrast, the chaotic sequence body and the great world divine tree were already ravenous, nearly ready to seize the opportunity for themselves. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the gathered disciples, the imperial chi vortex finally descended, enveloping the 1,000 or so individuals below. It had truly begun. The figures atop the platform fixated on the unfolding scene below. Chen Badayo and Yi Chenyang's gazes were firmly locked on Chen Wen, while Ling Long and Ensnared focused their attention on Chen Tianming. The former admired Chen Tianming, eager to continue assessing his prowess, as he had intentions of marrying his daughter to him. The latter merely wished for Chen Tianming to secure the top position, delivering a resounding blow to Yi Chenyang's pride, thereby teaching her a lesson in humility. Unbeknownst to them, both Chen Wen and Chen Tianming had already concentrated entirely on absorbing the imperial qi. The instant the energy made contact, Chen Wen felt a surge of warmth explode within him, as if it would incinerate every cell and drop of blood in his body. However, This force soon transformed into a series of thunderous pulses, crashing against his physique, threatening to reduce him to ash. Is this the power of Imperial Qi? Such a terrifying force. Chen Wen inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This was precisely the ferocity he sought. In a moment of clarity, he unleashed two formidable techniques, the Supreme Chaos and the Eternal Carefree Technique. Simultaneously, his chaotic sequence body and the seed of the Great World Divine Tree were activated to their fullest potential. With this quadruple enhancement, his absorption of Imperial Qi reached its zenith. Initially, the Imperial Qi enveloping everyone was evenly distributed, with the amount one could absorb depending solely on individual capability. Yet, with Chen Wen fully engaged in his absorption, the energy column inexplicably split in two. Look! What is that? A chorus of urgent exclamations filled the air as all eyes were drawn to Chen Wen's actions, their expressions rife with astonishment. However, they dared not voice their conclusions immediately. For it was simply too outrageous. As Chen Wen continued to absorb the energy, the division of the column began to shift from a 50-50 split to 40-60, then 30-70. Unbelievable! The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished cries. In that moment, they solidified their suspicions. Chen Wen was absorbing the Imperial Qi at such an accelerated rate that he was siphoning off others' shares as well. How could this be possible? Chen stood abruptly, her face a mask of disbelief. Among all present, she was undoubtedly the most invested in the outcome. And witnessing this scene compelled her to rise instinctively. Good. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to Chen's shock, Yi Chenyang raised her arms in triumph. Meanwhile, Chen Wen's absorption rate continued to soar, the previously 30-70 split quickly shifted to 20-80. Within mere moments, it transformed into a 90-10 disparity, with the gap only continuing to widen. Such a vast quantity of Imperial Qi, with 90% flowing into Chen Wen's body, what did this signify? The more Imperial Qi one absorbed, the more advantageous it would be for the future. The most apparent benefit was the purification of the imperial bloodline within each disciple's body. The purer the bloodline, the more family heritage one could inherit. Excellent, excellent. At this moment, even the previously composed Chen Badayo could no longer contain himself. The elders of the Chen clan were left speechless in their astonishment. They had always believed that Chen Tianming was the one destined for greatness, which had led them to petition for an increase in the Imperial Qi allocation. Yet now, it seemed this trend would favor Chen Wen. Curiosity piqued. They wondered how Chen Wen had managed such a feat. This lad, it appears I have underestimated him, Chen Baxiang mused, his head bowed, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. At that moment, those disciples engrossed in absorbing Imperial Qi realized their share had vanished. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were first struck with shock, which swiftly morphed into fury. The Imperial Qi that rightfully belonged to them had been commandeered by Chen Wen. Outrageous! Chen Tianming suddenly opened his eyes, his voice cold as he bellowed, the fearsome power within him surging. This spectacle, it seems, has escalated considerably. Chen Tianming's stentorian voice reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of all present. While the method by which Chen Wen commandeered the imperial aura remained a mystery, his actions had undeniably incensed Chen Tianming. Excellent! Precisely as it should be. Chen thought, her spirits buoyed, inwardly applauding Chen Tianming's actions. At this juncture, she disregarded any concern for Yi Chenyang's sentiments. Her sole focus was the potential victory of Chen Wen, which would not only be a personal affront but also result in the loss of 3 imperial artifacts to Yi Chenyan, a prospect she, as the Empress Dowager of the Lulan Kingdom, could not countenance. Ying Long's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He cared little for Chen Wen's triumph or defeat, but he eagerly awaited Chen Tianming's display of prowess, hoping he would dominate the coming-of-age ceremony and emerge as the undisputed victor. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Tianming and uttering a single, dismissive word, scram. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Chen Wen had dared to tell Chen Tianming to leave. Very well, you have successfully provoked me, Chen Tianming retorted, his voice laced with menace. Today, you will regurgitate every ounce of imperial aura you have consumed. With a swift series of hand seals, a colossal golden vortex materialized behind him. revealing a majestic imperial phantom gradually descending, encircled by swirling golden light, the Emperor's devouring technique. This was one of his most potent assets, enabling him to assimilate any power for his own use, which had facilitated his rapid ascent to the second level of nirvana. As the Emperor's devouring technique reached its zenith, its immense suction enveloped the columns of aura in mid-air, resembling a gargantuan vacuum. The imperial aura surged toward it like a torrential river, rapidly transforming the initial balance of 1/9 and 9/10 into 2/8, 3/7, 4/6, and eventually, a perfect equilibrium of 5/5. Incredible speed! Exclaimed the onlookers. This must be Chen Tianming's true velocity. The contest is decided, they declared, witnessing Chen Wen's apparent descent into a mere spectacle. Upon the dais, both Mo Chenxue and Ying Long wore faint smiles. Mo Chenxue, in particular, felt a wave of relief as her tightly clenched fists relaxed. Her anxieties about potentially losing 3 imperial artifacts had dissipated. She cast a smug glance at Yi Chengyan, seeking to elicit a sense of superiority. What could this mean? The smile faltered on her face as she noticed Yi Chengyan's unwavering composure. In her estimation, anyone in their right mind would be consumed by worry at this point. Yet, Yi Chengyan still dared to smile. Is this all they've got? Chen Wen remarked languidly, his voice resonating through the hushed arena. His words ignited a fresh wave of astonishment. Even now, he dared to make such audacious pronouncements. Ying Long's brow furrowed slightly. While he had never held any strong affection for Chen Wen, neither had he felt animosity. However, Chen Wen's current behavior was rapidly eroding his tolerance. A pathetic display, Mo Chenxue sneered inwardly. Even Lulan Yutian subtly shook his head in disapproval. You are courting death. Chen Tianming hissed, his gaze piercing Chen Wen with lethal intent. Had the rules not prohibited it, Chen Wen would already be reduced to a bloody smear. Allow me to impart a lesson, Chen Wen retorted, unleashing his full, unbridled aura. In an instant, quadruple suction reached its apex, augmented by the heavenly mandate crucible. The heavenly mandate crucible shielded everything from prying eyes, ensuring that his chaotic sequence body remained concealed. 9 colored beams of sequential light erupted from his core, piercing through all obstructions and ascending to the heavens. In the firmament, they coalesced into an immense, all-encompassing hand, plunging the arena into a kaleidoscope of 9 colors. Within the depths of this radiance, a milky white halo emanated, casting a faint silhouette of a divine tree, creating an awe-inspiring and mystical spectacle. The Emperor's devouring technique's vortex paled in comparison, its once formidable suction now reduced to a feeble struggle. What sorcery is this? The onlookers' faces transformed from mockery to awe. How is this possible? Mo Chenxue's smile froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ying Long stared, speechless. Return to me, Chen Wen commanded, his aura surging, causing the air to vibrate. The colossal hand seized not only the remaining imperial aura but also forcefully extracted the essence already consumed by Chen Tianming's vortex. Is he truly doing this? The spectators watched in disbelief. Damnation, return to me! Chen Tianming roared, his eyes bloodshot. Chapter 85, Overpowering the Masses, I'll take it all. At first glance, Chen Tianming appeared to have lost his composure, replaced by utter exasperation. In contrast, Chen Wen remained composed, a stark contrast. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in disappointment. Their admiration for Chen Tianming began to erode. Ying Long's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. He had not anticipated such a severe humiliation from Chen Wen, one that so thoroughly embarrassed him. Incompetent, utterly incompetent, a complete waste, Mo Chenxue inwardly raged. Fixated on Chen Tianming, the elders of the Chen clan were rendered speechless, their chosen candidate having fallen so short of expectations. In this initial exchange, Chen Tianming had been utterly crushed. They could only hope for a turnaround in the rounds to come, lest their recommendations for his cultivation be dismissed entirely. Yet, Chen Tianming, a prodigy in his own right, swiftly regained his composure. Unleash the Emperor's physique. Attack him. Decimate him. Chen Tianming chanted incantations, employing the Emperor devouring heaven art to unleash the full potential of his Emperor's physique. A unique aura of imperial authority emanated from him, golden light coursing across his skin. As his power reached its zenith, a colossal phantom of an emperor emerged, towering over the heavens and earth. With the emperor's physique in place, the flow of emperor chi from the vortex finally ceased. Success! Chen Tianming exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. It stopped? The onlookers, witnessing this, were momentarily stunned. Return to me. Chen Tianming roared, intensifying the release of power within him to amplify the suction of the devouring heaven vortex with the emperor's physique. This commotion drew everyone's attention, and they eagerly anticipated a reversal of fortune. In their minds, Chen Tianming remained the chosen one. Should such a figure be overshadowed by Chen Wen, their very worldview would crumble. Still struggling? I shall grant you despair, Chen Wen sneered, similarly increasing his power output. The rhythm of his breathing intensified, resonating like thunderous drums within his body. Boom! Suddenly, the nine-colored light enveloping the massive hand pulsed vibrantly, as if breathing. The hand's suction force intensified, tearing away the suppressed emperor chi. This time, it was a complete extraction, leaving no residue. I refuse to believe it. Return to me. Chen Tianming descended further into despair, his roars filled with desperation, his eyes bloodshot. The response was the descending hand. Its unparalleled suppression shattering the devouring heaven vortex and obliterating the emperor's phantom. No! Chen Tianming was aghast, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The unfolding events were beyond his comprehension. The devouring heaven vortex was a manifestation of his emperor devouring heaven art, and the emperor's phantom a product of his emperor's physique. While not representative of his true strength, they should have been impervious to a mere third-stage rebirth realm cultivator. Yet, this was undeniably happening. How is this possible? Ying Long and the others were equally incredulous. Despite their vast experience, they had never witnessed such an absurd spectacle. What means had Chen Wen employed to achieve this? They desperately sought to understand. It's over. Everything is lost, Mo Chenxue slumped against her chair, her eyes filled with despair. Her gambit had failed, and she had lost everything. Including the reputation of the Lulan ancient kingdom and the 3 emperor spears. She could already imagine the fury of the kingdom's leaders upon learning of this debacle. Chen Tianming slowly sat back, his gaze fixed on Chen Wen, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. However, he knew he could not act. Any violation would be met with swift retribution from Chen Badao and Yi Chenyan, resulting in his certain demise. Yet, watching Chen Wen absorb such a vast amount of emperor chi filled him with envy and a destructive impulse. No, I cannot let him succeed. I absolutely cannot. Chen Tianming inwardly roared. If I cannot do it alone, I will enlist the aid of all the disciples. No matter how extraordinary Chen Wen's method of absorbing emperor chi may be, he cannot possibly contend with 1,000 opponents. With this thought, Chen Tianming's pride crumbled. Previously, he would have scorned such an approach, confident that given time, he would surpass even prodigies like Chen Wudi. Are you not going to act? Do you intend to stand idly by as that boy absorbs all the emperor chi? Chen Tianming abruptly turned, snarling at Chen Tiandu and the others. Chen Tiandu and his cohorts were shaken. Soon, their shock transformed into intense resentment. The emperor chi belonged to everyone, why should that boy absorb it all? If they gained nothing from this round, what was the point of participating in the coming-of-age ceremony? No, we cannot let this stand. Let's do it. If one person is not enough, we will combine the strength of 1,000. With this resolve, Chen Tiandu and the others steeled themselves, initiating their absorption techniques once more. Seeing all the disciples acting, Chen Tianming once again invoked the emperor devouring heaven art. Instantly, thousands of absorption techniques converged on the stream of chi flowing toward Chen Wen, tearing at it, attempting to reverse the situation. However, they soon discovered that even with their combined might, they could not budge the massive hand's suction. Witnessing this, Chen Tianming's face turned ashen. The resentment on Chen Tiandu's face gradually solidified, replaced by disbelief. This was the combined power of 1,000 people. Yet they could not wrest even a single iota of emperor chi from Chen Wen. What kind of monster is he? What secret technique is he using? Unleash your full power. Give it everything you've got. Chen Tianming roared, unwilling to concede. Chen Tiandu and the others took a deep breath, intensifying their power output. Yet, After dozens of breaths, the outcome remained unchanged. Instead, they found themselves depleted from repeated power surges. They were experiencing true helplessness. Chen Tianming, overcome with frustration, spat out another mouthful of blood. He then turned to the others, roaring, "Useless, you're all utterly useless. If we are useless, what does that make you?" Chen Tiandu and the others wore expressions of utter disdain, but dared not retort, instead muttering their grievances inwardly. The onlookers were at a loss for words, witnessing Chen Tianming's meltdown. Yet, they reasoned that anyone in Chen Tianming's position would likely react similarly. A favored prodigy. Not only utterly defeated himself but also failing even with the combined efforts of all the other disciples. Who could endure such humiliation? With this in mind, they turned their gazes toward Chen Wen. He seemed like a bottomless abyss, absorbing all the emperor chi that flowed toward him without fail. At that moment, their perception of Chen Wen underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 86. One individual collapses the altar, the ancestral statue shatters. Why does it still feel somewhat sluggish? At this rate, how much can be absorbed in a quarter of an hour? No, I must continue to accelerate the absorption speed. Chen Wen furrowed his brows and subsequently intensified his breathing technique. In an instant, the rate of imperial energy absorption surged once more, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. What? It can still go faster? What sort of monstrosity is this? The onlookers were once again rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Ah, that feels good. As Chen Wen sensed every cell within him brimming with imperial energy, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. Boom! After several breaths, the entire venue suddenly trembled. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily confused about what was happening. What is that? As urgent cries echoed, the crowd turned their gazes towards the source. Before their eyes, the ancient altar was cracking, with torrents of imperial energy spilling forth from the fissures. The 9 array masters could no longer maintain control over the formation, desperately trying to suppress it to prevent the altar from completely collapsing. Meanwhile, the protective divine shadow hovering above had begun to dim, showing signs of becoming ethereal. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, he continued to absorb the imperial energy in vast quantities. The crowd, not lacking in intelligence, quickly discerned the situation. Chen Wen's absorption of imperial energy was so immense that it exceeded the altar's capacity. With his ever-accelerating speed, the altar ultimately succumbed, leading to its collapse. Yet, upon reflection, this was not surprising. At such a rate of absorption, even the sturdiest altar would inevitably break. This is bad. Chen Bad Dao suddenly stood up, his expression drastically changing. As the clan leader, he had witnessed many spectacles and presided over numerous adult ceremonies. However, he had never encountered a disciple capable of causing the altar to collapse. It was crucial to intervene, even if the beneficiary was his own son. Otherwise, if the altar were truly destroyed, what would become of future adult ceremonies? With this thought in mind, Chen Bad Dao made a decisive resolution. However, before he could act, a furious voice resonated from deep within the Chen clan, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. What have you done? Why has the ancestral statue shattered? Why? As this question echoed, the entire assembly trembled in fear. The overwhelming presence that enveloped them shattered every strand of energy in the vicinity. An intangible pressure akin to a blade at their throats. They believed that with a mere thought, that figure could obliterate their very souls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, figures surged from the depths of the Chen clan, with Chen Wu Dao among them. They all bowed deeply, addressing the Supreme Ancestor. Supreme Ancestor, what nonsense! The ancestral statue has shattered, what have you all done? The Supreme Ancestor's fury remained unabated, continuing to roar. Chen Wu Dao and the others were bewildered. Beads of sweat forming on their brows under the Supreme Ancestor's oppressive aura. They too were in the dark about what had transpired. Chen Bad Dao, in a state of urgency, quickly turned to Yi Chenyan. Find a way to make Shaowen stop, I will go and plead for forgiveness. Understood. Yi Chenyan nodded vigorously. After uttering a quick response, Chen Bad Dao hurried to where Chen Wu Dao and the others were gathered. Young Chen Bad Dao, I have met the Supreme Ancestor. You are the current clan leader? The Supreme Ancestor spoke in a deep tone. Yes, yes. Chen Bad Dao replied repeatedly. Is this how you lead the Chen clan? If you are incompetent, get out of my sight immediately. The Supreme Ancestor's cold reprimand offered no semblance of mercy. What exactly happened? Chen Wu Dao urgently questioned Chen Bad Dao. The other Supreme Elders also turned their attention to him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bad Dao explained. On this day of the adult ceremony for the clan's disciples, due to excessive absorption of Imperial energy, the altar has collapsed. Furthermore, as the ancestral statue and protective divine shadow are one entity, this resulted in the shattering of the ancestral statue. Is that even possible? Chen Wu Dao and the others were momentarily stunned. They were well aware of what an adult ceremony entailed, having presided over many. But such a situation had never occurred before. Moreover, the altar had enough Imperial energy for over 10,000 disciples to absorb simultaneously. However, I have already sent someone to intervene. This situation will not persist. Rest assured, Supreme Ancestor. Chen Bad Dao quickly added an explanation. The Supreme Ancestor fell silent for a moment before inquiring, are there many eligible disciples this year? 1,030. Chen Bad Dao replied truthfully. Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe that over 1,000 disciples could deplete a year's worth of Imperial energy? The Supreme Ancestor's tone grew icy again. Chen Bad Dao had anticipated this and promptly activated a recording stone. The recording stone, a rare treasure capable of capturing images, had recorded the events from the commencement of the adult ceremony. In an instant, the footage of Chen Wen absorbing Imperial energy was presented to Chen Wu Dao and the others. After watching the entire sequence, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd, their faces reflecting an indescribable shock. Chen Bad Dao had not lied, the shattering of the ancestral statue was indeed due to insufficient Imperial energy. And this occurred because one individual had drained the altar dry. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a momentous event in their clan's history. Who is this child? The Supreme Ancestor inhaled deeply, visibly taken aback, taking a considerable time to regain composure. Chen Wen, the son of this boy. Chen Bad Dao quickly replied, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Indeed, nurture him well. The Supreme Ancestor remarked. Chen Wu Dao and the others were taken aback. To receive even a single commendation from the Supreme Ancestor was a rarity in the clan, especially at such a young age. Even the legendary Chen Wu Di had not achieved this. This praise echoed in the ears of everyone present, eliciting a multitude of expressions: envy, jealousy, and even resentment. The four individuals displaying the most pronounced reactions were, firstly, Mo Chen Shui, gritting her teeth. The more outstanding Chen Wen became, the more her daughter's shortcomings were highlighted. It felt as though a resounding slap had struck her face. Secondly, Ying Long, overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Initially, he had favored Chen Tianming, but now his preferred candidate lay crushed beneath Chen Wen's overwhelming prowess. Perhaps he needed to reconsider the prospect of an alliance. The third individual was Chen Bad Xian, who concealed his disdain for Chen Wen most adeptly. Now, with Chen Wen's sudden brilliance, it was undoubtedly unwelcome news for him. The more acclaim Chen Wen received, the greater the protection he would garner. Perhaps it was time to adjust his own plans. He must ensure that Chen Wen did not flourish. Lastly, there was Chen Tianming, harboring a duality of murderous intent and wild jealousy towards Chen Wen. Had it not been for Chen Wen, he would have been the one favored by the Supreme Ancestor, the one to acquire an abundance of Imperial energy. Chen Wen had usurped everything that rightfully belonged to him. Under no circumstances would he allow Chen Wen to keep all of this. Understood, I will ensure that my son does not disappoint the Supreme Ancestor's expectations. Chen Bad Dao responded promptly. The Supreme Ancestor acknowledged and retracted his divine consciousness. Phew. Chen Bad Dao exhaled a long breath of relief. Soon, he regained his composure and addressed the assembly. I, Chen Dao, have met with all esteemed elders. No need for excessive formalities, Chen Wu Dao and the others replied. Might I inquire if the esteemed elders wish to witness the adult ceremony together? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Bad Dao extended the invitation. Chen Wudo and the others exchanged glances before he spoke. No need, our sudden involvement would only disrupt the existing equilibrium. I trust you will manage splendidly. With that, the young man made his way forward. Chen Badao nodded in acknowledgement and solemnly performed a bow. Go ahead, Chen Wudao gestured dismissively. Chen Badao refrained from saying more and swiftly made his way towards the venue of the Grand Assembly. It seems our Chen clan is about to produce another unparalleled prodigy, an elder remarked with a sigh. Old man, this is your grandson. Can you truly refrain from keeping an eye on him? Another elder teased. Chen Wudao surveyed the group before responding, I merely stated my intention not to attend. Not that I would abstain from observing. Ah, indeed, you have a point. I, too, am curious to see what unfolds next, the elder laughed heartily. The others shared knowing smiles, equally intrigued by the forthcoming events. After all, this was the extraordinary individual who single-handedly brought the altar to its knees. If they truly missed this opportunity, they might never encounter another like him again. Chapter 87, Still consuming, the entire clan is bewildered at the same time. Yi Chenyan had been conveying messages to Chen Wen but received no response for an extended period. However, she dared not take a forceful approach, fearing it might lead her son down a dark path. The situation was dire. If it continued, even their ancestors would be drained. The elders of the Chun clan watched in anxiety. Yet, with Yi Chenyan standing in their way, they hesitated to intervene. Sister-in-law, why not consider another solution? Chen Bashwan inhaled deeply, nearly suggesting that Yi Chenyan should take drastic measures. What? If he loses himself, you'll take responsibility? Yi Chenyan shot a cold glare at Chen Bashwan. They were uncertain if he would indeed go astray, but if things persisted, none among them would survive. The elders appeared lost. Chen Bashwan forced a smile. If things continued down this path, the Supreme Ancestor would have to intervene, and they would not only face punishment but risk the very foundation of their clan being obliterated. Yi Chenyan fell silent, contemplating her next actions, ultimately deciding to approach where Chen Wen was. Just then, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. Mother, is there something you need? Upon hearing Chen Wen's voice, Yi Chenyan quickly replied, Son, you must stop. Is the time up? Chen Wen asked, genuinely puzzled, as it felt like only 3/4 of the time had passed. Yi Chenyan shook her head, it's not about time, if you continue. You'll destroy both the altar and the ancestral statue. Chen Wen turned his gaze towards the altar, which was visibly cracked, with 9 array masters straining to hold it together. The protective deity hovering above had already become faint, nearly vanishing entirely. Upon seeing this, Chen Wen halted his actions, feeling a deep sense of regret. As a member of the Chun clan, he understood the importance of not jeopardizing the clan's interests for personal gain. Regrettably, he sighed deeply. Why the sigh? The onlookers were speechless. They had seen those who profited but acted coy, yet never someone so self-deprecating. Nonetheless, they sighed in relief. For at least Chen Wen understood the importance of restraint, otherwise, the situation would have been unbecoming for all. Chen Wen said nothing further and slowly closed his eyes again, attuning himself to the changes within his body. The most evident change was in his physical cells, which pulsated with vitality, each cell trembling like thunder, resonating powerfully. He sensed that his physical strength had at least tripled, if not more, due to the transformations in the chaotic sequence. Yet, the second sequence's shackles remained unbroken. The implications of breaking those shackles were unfathomable, even to him. Moreover, a small sprout had begun to grow from the roots of the divine tree within his spiritual acumen, indicating a budding power. The emergence of this tender shoot brought with it a surge of divine strength, ancient and formidable. This wave of gains was monumental. A smile crept onto Chen Wen's lips. With this in mind, Chen Wen gradually reined in his internal and external powers, tempering the surging vitality. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Tianming had been watching intently from the side, his gaze deep and chilling, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. With a deep exhale, Chen Wen finally opened his eyes. The onlookers, witnessing his demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, they could no longer underestimate Chen Wen. Regardless of how he had absorbed the Imperial energy, it was evident that no one present possessed such a capability. Even Chen Tianming, a supernova in his own right, had been thoroughly outclassed in this exchange. Yi Chenyan, observing Chen Wen, felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least her sudden intervention had not resulted in any side effects. Upon returning to her seat, she turned to the visibly distressed Chen and stated, "You have lost. Prepare to hand over 3 Imperial artifacts. Also, return my Imperial spear." With her voice suddenly turning icy, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. There was no semblance of courtesy left. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that Yi Chenyan's assertiveness was justified. The wager had been proposed by Chen Wen, who had even involved another's son in the stakes. It was hardly surprising that Yi Chenyan would not display any leniency. "Hand over the spear." Lulan Tian urged Chen Wen, clearly recognizing the shift in the atmosphere and attempting to mediate. Chen Wen gritted her teeth and placed the Imperial spear in Lulan Tian's hands. "Sister-in-law, this is your spear, please accept it," he said, extending his hand toward Yi Chenyan. Without even glancing at Lulan Tian, Yi Chenyan coldly replied, "I want her to return it personally." "Sister." Lulan Tian attempted to interject but was abruptly cut off by Yi Chenyan. "This matter is non-negotiable." Lulan Tian's smile faded as he scrutinized Yi Chenyan for a prolonged moment before reluctantly returning the Imperial spear to Chen Wen. Realizing she could not evade taking a stand, Chen Wen took a deep breath and raised the Imperial spear with both hands, saying, "Sister Yan, my actions were indeed inappropriate. Please do not hold it against me. Having witnessed Xiaowen's growth today, I, as an elder, am genuinely happy for him, and for you as well." Yi Chenyan seized the Imperial spear, remarking coldly, "Your admiration for my son is unwarranted, keep it for your own satisfaction." With that, she disregarded Chen Wen's sour expression and returned to her seat. "You." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Wen was filled with indignation. Yet she could not lash out at that moment. "Since sister-in-law has said so, we shall remain silent," Lulan Tian said, pulling Chen Wen down to sit. His expression, however, was grim. Chen Bashuan, who had returned earlier, observed the unfolding drama without uttering a word. He could not condone Chen Wen's behavior. While he understood her desire to defend her daughter, her repeated overreaches were unacceptable. Just because others chose silence did not mean she was justified. Now, having been publicly shamed, she sought to smooth things over. Why hadn't she acted sooner? Regardless of right or wrong regarding her daughter, Chen Bashuan concluded that he would never permit his son to marry her daughter. With this thought in mind, he addressed Chen Bashuan, "Let us proceed to the next round." "Very well," Chen Bashuan nodded, having regained his composure and adopting the demeanor of a fair and just arbiter. He stood up and addressed the assembly. "The first round of the Imperial Energy Baptism concludes here. We shall now commence the second round, the purity test of bloodlines. For those who did not perform well in the first round, this is your opportunity to shine in the second." He shifted his tone. "This round greatly influences the order of the Imperial heirs. The closer your Imperial number is to the front, the more resources and support you will receive. Therefore, strive earnestly and avoid leaving any regrets." Chapter 88, Not enemies, yet they gather, the blood of the Emperor at 9-grade purity. Upon hearing these words, all the disciples were instantly invigorated. Indeed, the first round does not represent everything. The purity of bloodlines in this second round is of paramount importance. While it is true that Imperial aura can purify bloodlines to a certain extent, if an individual's bloodline purity is inherently low, no amount of Imperial aura can remedy that. Such an intrinsic quality cannot be altered by external forces. With this realization, their despondency was swiftly dispelled. Chen Tianming felt a similar surge of emotions. He rose slowly, regaining the indifference and aloofness he had previously exhibited. He had lost in the first round, but he would not falter in the second. As for bloodline purity, a slight smile played upon Chen Wen's lips. He was quite eager to discover the extent of his own imperial bloodline. Chen Bashuan surveyed the gathered disciples before speaking. "Bring forth the blood of the Emperor Pillars." "Yes." The 9 formation masters responded in unison, forming hand seals once again. Soon, 9 obsidian pillars rose majestically within the vast hall, adorned with crimson patterns that gave the impression of flowing magma. Even from a distance, one could sense a mysterious aura emanating from these pillars. Once the pillars stood tall, Chen Bashuan continued, "These 9 pillars are designed to measure your bloodline purity. Do you see the crimson imperial patterns? Simply press your palm against the pillar and channel your blood energy, the patterns will illuminate. There are 11 distinct colors of imperial patterns: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, gray, silver, and gold. These correspond to grades 1 through 11, with grade 1 representing the lowest purity and grade 11 the highest. At this point, Chen Bashuan shifted his focus, stating, "There are 1,030 disciples participating in this adult ceremony. You will be divided into 9 groups. The specific group assignments will be determined by the order of the numbered tokens distributed. Each group will consist of 114 individuals. As for the 4 who draw the white tokens, they may select any blood of the Emperor pillar for testing. But they must wait until those with numbered tokens have completed their tests. The results will be recorded by designated elders and publicly announced after the ceremony concludes." Do you have any questions now?
No, the disciples replied in unison, their faces alight with anticipation.
Very well, let the numbered tokens be distributed, Chen Bashuan commanded with a nod.
The elder overseeing the proceedings wasted no time and began distributing the tokens to the disciples below.
Chen Wen drew a token from the elder's hand, revealing a whiteboard token before him. "Oh, how fortunate!"
he exclaimed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had drawn one of the few white tokens available. For him, the outcome held little significance, he was indifferent to the order.
Before long,
all disciples had received their tokens and gathered beneath their respective blood of the Emperor pillars. Chen Bashuan observed the disciples and then spoke again. As his words echoed through the hall, the disciples sprang into action, swiftly dividing into 9 groups and heading toward their designated pillars. Soon, only 4 disciples remained: Chen Wen,
Chen Tianming, Chen Zai, and Chen Tiandu.
Upon witnessing this, the previously bustling scene erupted into a cacophony of excitement.
What are the odds that they all end up together? Those elders must be doing this on purpose, exclaimed one.
This will be entertaining, the top 3 of the celestial rankings, along with a formidable dark horse.
Ha ha ha. Who do you think will take first place among these 4?
Chen Tianming, of course, his cultivation and talents speak for themselves.
Ah.
But you seem to have forgotten what just transpired. Chen Tianming was utterly crushed.
This is different. This round tests bloodline purity, rendering any absorption techniques ineffective.
Only time will tell, no amount of boasting will change the outcome. As the noise of speculation filled the air, the members of various factions atop the platform revealed their keen interest.
Bloodline purity reflects one's innate potential, rather than mere external capabilities. Thus, the question of who would seize victory remained uncertain. However, their views had shifted, they no longer underestimated Chen Wen. In their eyes, he was now on par with Chen Tianming, a genius in his own right.
In the center of the stage, the 4 individuals exchanged glances.
Aside from Chen Wen, the remaining 3 exhibited fierce determination in their eyes.
Clearly, none were willing to concede ground, each believing in their superiority over the others.
Chen Tianming's icy,
bloodthirsty gaze finally settled on Chen Wen, his intentions clear, he aimed to trample Chen Wen underfoot in this round of testing.
At that moment,
Chen Bashuan's voice resonated once more. "The testing begins now, disciples, please proceed to the blood of the Emperor pillars in order." With that command, the disciples braced themselves,
inhaling deeply before advancing toward the testing platform.
As the 4 disciples simultaneously pressed their hands against the pillars, the stones trembled with energy.
In the next instant, the imperial patterns surged to life, radiating brilliance.
Chen Guhua, 18 years old, with 3 grade purity of the Emperor's blood.
Chen Guyuan, 17 years old,
with 4 grade purity of the Emperor's blood. Chen Zihan, 16 years old, with 2 grade purity of the Emperor's blood.
Chen Tianfeng, 18 years old,
with 5 grade purity of the Emperor's blood.
The ancient proclamations echoed from the pillars, filling every corner of the hall. "Excellent, you may step down," nodded the elder at the testing platform.
"Thank you, elder," the 4 disciples responded before quietly descending the platform.
With the lead set by these 4, the remaining disciples felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. This test would determine their fates, and who would not wish for a higher bloodline purity?
Especially as Imperial Clan disciples, the significance of bloodline purity was even more pronounced. As time passed, the light on the blood of the Emperor's stones flickered incessantly.
Among them,
a 16-year-old girl named Chen Qingmeng escalated the atmosphere to new heights, boasting an impressive 8th-grade bloodline purity, just 3 tiers shy of the 11th-grade pinnacle. While the Chen clan produced countless prodigies, achieving an 8th-grade purity warranted special attention. Yet, her record was soon eclipsed by Chen Guchen. Also 16 years old. He achieved a remarkable 9th-grade purity, casting a grayish glow that enveloped the entire sky, an ancient aura swirling ominously.
9th-grade purity, impressive. Looks like we have another dark horse on our hands.
Without a doubt, he should place in the top 5. As the astonished murmurs surrounded him, a subtle smirk emerged on Chen Guchen's lips. He had waited far too long for this moment. While he might not surpass the unparalleled talents like Chen Wudi.
How many Chen Wudis could there be? Just watch, this is merely the beginning.
I, Chen Guchen, have even greater feats yet to unveil. Chen Bashwan observed his son's performance with a nod of approval, a gentle smile gracing his lips.
Very good, keep striving.
The testing elder suppressed his own excitement, affirming, continue. Chen Guchen raised an eyebrow defiantly, dismissing the elder's praise as he stepped down from the testing platform. The elder's smile faltered, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Many witnesses observed this interaction and shook their heads in silence. Talent is commendable, but temperament leaves much to be desired. The testing proceeded without pause.
Yet in the end,
no one managed to surpass the record set by Chen Guchen. The purity of the 9-tier imperial blood remains unparalleled.
All eyes now turn to the 4 individuals remaining on the stage, as this is the moment they have eagerly anticipated. Chapter 89, What do you use to compete with me now? On another day, representatives from the imperial family arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the only woman, Chen Zai, took a deep breath before speaking. Since no one else dares to begin, allow me to take the first step. With that, she confidently walked towards the high platform. At around 18 years of age, she possesses a 10-fold life and death realm. Quite impressive, Ying Long remarked leisurely. It is indeed an honor to receive Brother Ying's commendation, Chen Bad Dao replied heartily. I'm merely stating the facts, impressive is impressive, Ying Long shook his head in response. Chen Bad Dao chuckled and remained silent.
At that moment, Chen Zai had reached the imperial bloodstone pillar. She inhaled deeply once more and slowly extended her hand to touch the stone. As she activated the blood energy within her, a surge of power flowed into the pillar. The imperial patterns flickered incessantly, and a burst of black light erupted, enveloping the entire space. Chen Zai, 18 years old, possesses 8th-grade pure imperial blood.
The ancient inscription resonated. Only 8th grade? Chen Zai's expression darkened, filled with profound disappointment.
While 8th grade might be considered top tier among the younger generation, she felt it was far from satisfactory.
In her view,
given her talent, she ought to have achieved at least 9th grade purity.
How can a sovereign ranked 3rd possess only 8th grade? This is somewhat below expectations. Is 8th grade truly inadequate?
Consider this, only 2 have achieved 8th grade among thousands of disciples, someone in the crowd interjected.
Perhaps our expectations were set too high. Chen Zai's heart tightened at the murmurs around her.
Yet, within mere moments, she regained her fighting spirit.
What of 8th grade purity? Even without relying on imperial blood?
I can still ascend to greatness. With this thought, she stood tall and walked off the testing platform.
This girl is quite remarkable, Ying Long remarked again.
If his previous praise had contained elements of flattery, this time, it was a genuine acknowledgement of Chen Zai's character. Talents abound in this world, but few possess such fortitude. Indeed, quite remarkable, Chen Bad Dao nodded solemnly, evidently in agreement with Ying Long. Chen Tiandu glanced at Chen Tianming and Chen Wen before striding towards the high platform. As the second-ranked sovereign, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, both Chen Tianming and Chen Wen had reasons that put him at a disadvantage.
Now, he could only place his hopes on the bloodline test.
Only by excelling in this would he stand on equal footing with Chen Wen and Chen Tianming. With this in mind, he quickened his pace. Before long, he stood before the imperial bloodstone pillar.
With Chen Zai's example fresh in mind,
the crowd refrained from rushing to conclusions. After all, until results were revealed, all remained possible.
Under the gaze of the audience, Chen Tiandu hesitated not, placing his palm firmly on the stone. Whoosh!
At the sudden surge of blood energy, the imperial patterns flickered rapidly, their colors shifting incessantly.
Ultimately, gray exploded outward, filling the entire sky.
Chen Tiandu, 18 years old, 9-grade pure imperial blood.
The ancient inscription resonated once more. Excellent! Chen Tiandu roared internally,
as if to dispel the weight upon his heart.
The scene fell into silence.
9-grade blood purity, though only a single grade above 8-grade, represented a chasm of difference. Even within the Chen clan, 9-grade purity was a notable achievement, indicating a future of boundless potential.
Very good, you are one of only 2 with 9-grade blood purity. Keep striving, the testing elder praised.
I will certainly continue to work hard, Chen Tiandu replied earnestly.
Very well, you may step down, the elder smiled approvingly, clearly satisfied with Chen Tiandu's performance.
As Chen Tiandu descended from the testing platform, the crowd's demeanor grew tense, for the main event was about to unfold.
Since the start of this round of testing, they had eagerly anticipated this moment.
Who would emerge superior, the prodigious Chen Tianming, celebrated as a supernova from a young age?
Or Chen Wen, who had dominated the first round and shattered the altar? Yet,
they were even more curious to see how much Chen Wen's absorption of imperial energy would elevate his bloodline purity.
Would another unparalleled genius emerge with an 11-grade bloodline? Or even surpass 11-grade, achieving a return to ancestral traits?
Their anticipation was palpable.
Noticing Chen Wen's prolonged silence, Chen Tianming's expression gradually grew cold.
He believed that if he did not act before Chen Wen, it would signify his inferiority.
Chen Wen wore a faint smile, fully aware of Chen Tianming's apprehensions.
Yet he had no intention of granting him satisfaction. As the 2 remained inactive, the testing elder intervened.
Since neither of you wishes to go first,
we shall adhere to the results of the first round.
Chen Wen, as the first place, you may choose, first or last?
Chen Wen glanced at Chen Tianming and replied nonchalantly, of course, I shall go last. Those who are truly powerful always make their entrance at the end.
Isn't that right, brother Tianming?
You.
Chen Tianming recognized Chen Wen's mocking tone.
In an instant, the suppressed rage surged within him, nearly consuming his rationality.
Ah! Brother Tianming, why does your expression appear so grim?
Chen Wen feigned ignorance, a smirk playing on his lips.
How infuriating!
The crowd fell silent, unsure whether to sympathize with Chen Tianming or to find amusement in the situation. Were they in his shoes, they would likely be seething with rage.
Crack, crack, crack.
Chen Tianming gritted his teeth, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. Calm down, he reminded himself, knowing that acting impulsively would only lead to humiliation.
After several deep breaths,
he managed to suppress his anger